Lin Yuan, you answer this for us. Give a brief account of history since the dawn of the giant era. After the homeroom teacher Zhang Tao spoke, a 17 or 18-year-old youth with black hair and dark eyes, his features delicate, rose to his feet and replied calmly, since the beginning of the giant era, human history has roughly been divided into 3 stages: the dark period, the struggle for survival period, and the present period of war. 120 years ago, Earth underwent a mutation, its total surface area expanding more than 100-fold. Yet at that time no one knew what this truly signified. It was not until 3 months later that fluctuations rippled across the plains, countless spatial rifts tore open, and the giant civilization officially commenced its invasion of Earth. But this was not a clash between civilizations. It was a one-sided slaughter, an overwhelming crush. It was a darkness even more prolonged than the polar night. Giants fed upon humans and evolved into different breeds: flame giants, demon ape giants, iron giants, zombie giants. In the span of a single year, the global population plummeted by 60%. Humanity's living space was compressed to the extreme. Fortunately, the instinct to survive drove humans on the brink of extinction to shatter the limits of their genes and complete an evolution. In year 36 of the giant era, the first ability wielder awakened on the battlefield. After that, all around the globe, more and more human ability users awakened. We call them the first-generation ability users. They were humanity's vanguard and the guardians of Earth. Under the tremendous pressure of the giant civilization, these first-generation ability users raised line after line of defenses across the world, granting our species its first chance to catch its breath. It is precisely because of these pioneers that we were able to wrest a portion of territory back from the giants. And now the conflict between humanity and giants has already escalated into all-out war. The brutal giant civilization seeks to utterly crush our own, to reduce us to slaves, to livestock for their table. So although the rear where we live is peaceful and secure, on the front lines hundreds of thousands of soldiers die every single day, using their flesh and blood to pile up the defenses that shield us. After Lin Yuan's words, everyone present could not help sinking into silence. Lin Yuan is right, someone finally murmured. The peace in the rear is peace steeped in blood. Homeroom teacher Zhang Tao finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. In endless darkness, there must always be those who burn themselves to illuminate others. As he said this, he turned his gaze back to Lin Yuan and asked softly, Lin Yuan, you inherited your father's talent. You possess the dual abilities of thunder and healing. If you were willing to enlist, the front lines could see at least several 100,000 people live because of you. So, I still hope you can make the right choice. For a moment, every gaze in the classroom converged on Lin Yuan, waiting for his answer. He was silent for a few heartbeats, then finally spoke with firm resolve. I'm sorry. I choose to remain in the rear. The instant his answer fell, an uproar swept through the class. The expressions on their faces shifted from eager expectation to disdain, scorn, and even outright loathing. A coward who doesn't even dare set foot on the battlefield. Someone spat. Who would have thought that a hero like Lin Tianke would have such a craven son, more spineless than a frightened dog? You sit on 2 top-tier abilities, yet only dare to enjoy comfort in the rear. Shameless. Another sneered. Lin Yuan, are you even still a man? Do you have a shred of blood and backbone in you? All 48 students in our class have chosen to go to war. Even the girls volunteered for the logistics corps. Only you are playing the deserter. Amid the cold stares surrounding him, Lin Yuan's expression did not change in the slightest, because this was the choice he had made. At that moment, Zhang Tao finally spoke again. The middle-aged man let out a faint sigh and said helplessly, very well. Since that is the case, I will respect your decision. Your father is a hero. According to Huaxia law, you do indeed have the right not to serve on the front lines. However, I still wish to tell you this: in this world, there are many things more important than preserving your own life. With that, Zhang Tao patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder. Lin Yuan could clearly feel how deep his disappointment ran. After all, he had once been Zhang Tao's most prized student. The dismissal bell rang. One by one, the students walked past Lin Yuan's desk, yet not a single one spared him an extra. Only silence remained, the highest form of contempt. Just then, a tall, broad-shouldered youth suddenly halted and spat on the floor right in front of him. Lin Yuan, you really are a pathetic coward. Never thought General Lin would have a son like you, he scoffed. Lin Yuan lifted his eyes and asked faintly, are you finished? You. The tall youth was clearly infuriated by Lin Yuan's indifferent expression. He rolled up his sleeves at once, looking as though he wanted to start a fight right there. Since you're done talking, then leave. Lowering his head to pack his things, Lin Yuan said evenly, before you lay a hand on me, I suggest you consider whether you're actually my match. With his dual abilities, Lin Yuan was undeniably the strongest in the class, an undisputed genius. Precisely because everyone's expectations for him had been so high, his refusal to enlist left them so bitterly disappointed. Wang Meng lifted his chin and said arrogantly, Lin Yuan, I admit that your talent surpasses mine. But for a coward like you, talent is the only thing you can boast of. Unlike you, I will burn my life to fight the giants to the bitter end and become a hero of Huaxia. As for you, just shrink your head like a turtle and cower in the rear, living out your pathetic life. Leaving those words behind, Wang Meng gave a cold snort and strode out of the classroom without looking back. Within a few minutes, the classroom grew empty. Only Lin Yuan remained at his seat, silently gathering his belongings. He had already applied to withdraw from school. For someone like him who refused to go to the front, staying to enjoy the school's educational resources would only invite more criticism. Just then, a tall, slender girl in a school uniform, short skirt, her long black hair falling straight down her back, and her eyes wide and fawn-like in their innocence, walked up to Lin Yuan's desk. Her bearing was so exquisitely pure that even in a plain school uniform, she shone as brightly and vividly as the first light of dawn. Lightly biting her lower lip, she asked in a soft voice, "Lin Yuan, do you truly refuse to enlist?" Without raising his head, Lin Yuan answered coolly, "Chuyu, if you've come to persuade me, you can abandon that idea right now. If you've come to mock me, then do as you please." To his surprise, the girl merely shook her head and said quietly, "Lin Yuan, I don't know what you're thinking. But since you wish to remain safely in the rear, then this time, let me be the one to protect you." Her voice was soft, yet within that softness, there was unshakable resolve. Lin Yuan walked alone on the road leading home. The chill of early spring bit into his face, the wind unusually piercing. All along the street, recruitment banners and posters hung everywhere. In this cruel era, someone had to stand up and fight against the giants. Tens of millions of youths rushed to the battlefield, yet what returned from the front lines were only mutilated corpses one after another. Yet even under such circumstances, no one flinched and no one turned back. It was as if a blazing flame burned in the heart of every person. What they pursued was not some illusory glory, but the protection of the families behind them. No matter the price paid at the front, they could not allow the rear to fall. For that place was the very root of Huaxia. For the peace and tranquility of those behind, someone had to choose to press forward under heavy burdens. The ones who took up this responsibility were precisely those youths who rushed toward the front without the slightest hesitation. Enlist in the army, defend home and homeland. Guard Huaxia, drive out the giants. Staring at the stirring slogans plastered along both sides of the street, Lin Yuan felt as if a sharp thorn was lodged in his chest. He was Lin Yuan, son of the Huaxia Dragon General Lin Tianke. Perhaps due to his bloodline, he had displayed astonishing talent as soon as he entered school testing as a dual-ability user of thunder and self-healing. Everyone expected that he would become the next Huaxia Dragon General and drive out every last giant. Lin Yuan himself had held the very same belief. He regarded his father as his goal and cultivated his own abilities without daring to slack for even a moment. Yet 5 years ago, the Huaxiao army suffered a complete rout on the frontal battlefield. In that battle, a destruction-class giant appeared for the first time. This giant bore a head like that of a colossal dragon, its entire body wreathed in searing flames. The Huaxia military named it the Dragonflame Giant. In that battle, although Lin Tianke stopped the Dragonflame Giant from shattering Huaxia's defensive line, he paid a grievous price. Gravely wounded, and on the brink of death, his strength was utterly destroyed, and he even lost his left leg. The former Huaxia Dragon General, once a heroic figure, had thus become a cripple. Many speculated that Lin Yuan had been frightened by witnessing his father's condition, and that was why he did not dare go to the front. But in truth, it was nothing like that. The flames of hatred in his heart had never once been extinguished. The only reason Lin Yuan had not enlisted was that 100 days ago he awakened a sign-in system called Salvation. As long as he signed in every day, he would receive rewards. However, ever since he had obtained this system, it had remained in a loading state. Only yesterday had the loading progress bar finally reached 99%. If his estimation was correct, today should be the day he officially unlocked the system. Just as such thoughts crossed his mind, a mechanical system chime suddenly rang in his ear. "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the salvation system. It has been detected that the host was unable to sign in for nearly 100 days during the loading process. Would you like to perform backdated sign-ins?" Lin Yuan froze for a moment, then subconsciously said, "Perform backdated sign-ins." Before the system had finished loading, he had never imagined he would actually have the right to make up missed sign-ins. "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully backdating sign-ins and obtaining item ability upgrade crystal. Obtained item concealment gem. Obtained weapon dragon slaying blade. Obtained skill thunder dragon's wrath. Obtained item mechanical golem. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully backdating 50 sign-ins and obtaining special reward ice ability. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully backdating 100 sign-ins and obtaining special reward necromancy ability." Listening to the continuous system prompts in his ear, Lin Yuan could not help but stand there in a daze. The system had actually granted him all 100 days of sign-in rewards in one single burst. That sudden surge of wealth made every pore of Lin Yuan's body tremble with excitement. His waiting and forbearance had all been worth it. The salvation system he had obtained had not disappointed him. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "System open personal attribute panel." In the next instant, a data-like attribute panel immediately appeared before his eyes. Host Lin Yuan. Combat level Drank ability user. Vitality 5348 calories. Mental power 1793 Hz. Abilities: Thunder ability, Drank self-healing ability, E-rank ice ability, E-rank necromancy ability, E-rank. Owned items ability upgrade crystal X20 life recovery potion X15 stamina recovery potion X15 mental power recovery crystal X15 concealment gem dragon slaying blade mechanical golem. Seeing his current attribute panel, the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth unconsciously curved into a self-mocking smile. He was laughing at how feeble his strength still was. On the battlefield, he might not even be able to kill an ordinary large giant, let alone those mutated giants that had evolved. This too was why Lin Yuan had not chosen to enlist. On the frontal battlefield, danger lurked everywhere. For a new recruit like him, even for powerful ability users, death could come at any moment. Lin Yuan did not fear death, but he refused to die so easily. If not for the salvation system, he might have chosen to enlist, tempering himself in battle again and again, breaking through his limits time after time. either dying or stepping over the corpses of giants to become a powerhouse. Yet precisely because he had obtained the salvation system, Lin Yuan had chosen to retreat. Sometimes compared to advancing, retreat was the more difficult choice. This meant that until he had fully grown, he had to hide in the safety of the rear like a ghost. Even if he personally witnessed relatives and companions depart from him one after another, he could not waver in the slightest. After all, faced with the civilization of the giants, even if he did become an ultimate powerhouse on the battlefield like his father Lin Tiank, he still would not be able to change anything. Lin Tiank, now reduced to a cripple, was a bloody lesson. Therefore Lin Yuan had to endure and lie low. Only in this way would he not die prematurely, and only then could he with the system's help ultimately obtain the power to change the course of the war. Under the crushing pressure of the giant civilization, humanity's struggle for survival was unspeakably tragic. Scholars had once calculated that after the expansion of the Earth's plates, the territory occupied by humans amounted to less than 10%. Even so, the giants still sought to completely exterminate humanity. For humans, this was the darkest of nights with not the slightest sign of dawn. Yet no one knew that in some remote corner of Huaxiao, a young man with a resolute face silently clenched his fists, flames seeming to burn in the depths of his eyes. If there is no torch in the darkness, then I shall be the only light. I will drive out every single giant, leaving not one but— Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yuan gently tapped on the door. Before long, a voice inside responded with a teasing scold. Stinky brat, didn't you bring your key again? After a rustling sound, the door opened before Lin Yuan, revealing a one-legged man leaning on a cane. This one-legged man had a weathered face with stubble that had not been properly shaved. Despite his seemingly lazy demeanor, his gaze was sharp like that of a hawk. The man pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, casually took one out, lit it, and then asked with a chuckle, "Why are you back so?" Lin Yuan looked at the man and after a few seconds of silence slowly replied, "I was expelled from school for refusing to enlist in the army." After these words left his mouth, he could clearly feel the man's body tremble slightly. Lin Yuan had already prepared himself for the man's furious questioning, considering he had once been a revered hero among the people of China, yet now his son had shamefully become a deserter. However, the man merely pursed his lips and calmly asked why. Lin Yuan replied casually, "There's no reason. But if you insist on hearing one, it's because I'm afraid of dying. I'm afraid that if I die, no one will take care of you in your old age." Then he shifted the conversation and asked, "Aren't you angry with me?" "Why would I be angry with you?" The man grinned silently, saying, "You are the son of Lin Tianke. No matter what you choose to do, I will respect your— Just do whatever you want. Even if you want to hide in the back for the rest of your life with the achievements I've made over the years, no one would dare to say anything. After all, I lost half my life on the battlefield." Saying this, the man took another puff of his cigarette, laughing and coughing, yet his eyes revealed a hint of melancholy. When fortune comes, the heavens all lend their strength, but when it departs, heroes find no freedom. The once revered hero ultimately walked towards his twilight. If he could, how he wished to return to the battlefield and slay those damn giants until their heads rolled and blood flowed. Looking at the disheartened middle-aged man before him, Lin Yuan remained silent for a while, finally uttering, "Thank you." After leaving those two words, he stepped into the room. Only Lin Tianke remained in place, frowning slightly, his expression somewhat complex. Based on his understanding of his son, he knew that Lin Yuan was definitely not the kind to fear for his life. So if that were the case, why had he chosen to refuse enlistment, so out of character? What was this kid really planning? Lin Tiank's gaze flickered as if he was pondering something. The night was deep. The night in Nanjing City seemed particularly chilly. Due to the nationwide preparations for war, the vast majority of entertainment venues were closed. As a result, the wide streets had hardly a soul in sight. Lin Yuan wore a black coat with the hood pulled over his head, walking briskly on the street, almost blending into the dark. After obtaining the savior system, he had a rough plan in mind. The place he was heading to was a building called the Hunter Association. During his journey, Lin Yuan opened his attribute panel again. Then he spoke softly, "System, I choose to use the ability upgrade crystals. System, please select the ability you wish to upgrade. Consume 10 ability upgrade crystals to upgrade thunder ability. Consume 5 ability upgrade crystals to upgrade healing ability. Consume 5 ability upgrade crystals to upgrade frost ability." Just as Lin Yuan finished speaking, the ability upgrade crystals in his hand transformed into a ghostly blue light, merging into his body. The process of upgrading his abilities was so smooth that Lin Yuan felt nothing particularly special. He merely sensed that his control over the abilities was gradually improving. When the ghostly blue light dissipated, his thunder ability had already been upgraded to crank. Meanwhile, his healing ability and frost ability had both risen from rank to drank. If it weren't for the limited number of ability upgrade crystals in his hand, Lin Yuan would have considered upgrading his undead ability as well. For ordinary ability users, possessing dual abilities was already an extraordinary feat. But Lin Yuan possessed a total of 4 abilities: thunder, healing, frost, and undead. Moreover, if he continued to keep signing in, the abilities he possessed in the future would only increase. When Lin Yuan lifted his head again, the Hunter Association appeared before him. Inside this building, it was a mix of fish and dragons, with powerful ability users, well-equipped hunting teams, and even some young women engaged in flesh trade. To put it simply, the existence of the Hunter Association was somewhat akin to a mercenary guild operating on a model where employers posted tasks and takers completed them. However, it is worth mentioning that nearly 70% of the tasks in the Hunter Association were posted by the Chinese military, primarily targeting giants. After all, even during this nationwide conscription, there were still many ability users unwilling to serve the country. Thus, the state allowed the Hunter Association to exist to utilize this force. Tasks within the Hunter Association are classified by difficulty level ranging from A rank to SS rank. Of course, the Hunter Association also has its own set of rules. To take on tasks of a corresponding difficulty, one must possess the appropriate hunter rank. In other words, no matter how strong you are, you must start from A rank tasks to prove your abilities. Before entering the Hunter Association, Lin Yuan directly took out a silver mask from the system space and put it on his face. Although Lin Yuan wanted to accept tasks within the Hunter Association, he naturally could not casually reveal his identity in such a place. Moreover, not only did he use the mask to conceal his appearance, but he also utilized the concealment gem from the sign-in rewards to hide his presence. In this situation, even if Lin Yuan's own father came, he might not be able to recognize him with complete certainty. After doing all this, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and stepped into the Hunter Association before him. The entire Hunter Association is divided into 4 levels. The lowest level resembles a tavern furnished with dozens of tables where hunters can not only enjoy a drink, but also exchange intelligence. Moreover, in the central position, there is a gigantic electronic screen continuously scrolling with tasks waiting to be claimed, indicating their difficulty levels and the rewards upon completion. As for the second level, it is the place for accepting tasks where even newly registered members are guided by dedicated staff. The higher third level resembles a black market. There one can sell items deemed valuable or purchase what one desires. However, entering the black market is not without its prerequisites. Only hunters above B rank can enter unconditionally. Hunters below B rank must pay a fee if they wish to access the black market. Aside from these 3 levels, Lin Yuan was unaware of the true purpose of the highest 4th level of the Hunter Association. After all, his understanding of the association was limited to common knowledge. As Lin Yuan stepped inside, several gazes immediately fell upon him. Oh, how rare. Today we actually have a newbie. Haha, look at that small frame. He probably isn't even of age yet. With that physique, thinking of coming to the Hunter Association, tisk, any giant could step on him and turn him into mush. In an instant, a chorus of mocking voices surrounded Lin Yuan. It should be noted that these hunters are all seasoned warriors accustomed to danger. Encountering such an amusing spectacle, they couldn't help but tease Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan paid no mind, maintaining a calm expression as he approached the task light screen. A level task: eliminate giants. Task requirement: kill 10 ordinary giants wandering near the outskirts of the city. Task reward: 300,000 yuan. Level task: collect hearts. Task requirement: kill a large giant over 10 meters in size and obtain a complete giant's heart. Task reward: 500,000 yuan, 1 small energy crystal. Level task: slay armored giant. Task requirement: kill the armored giant roaming outside the city outskirts. This giant has mutated from a level 4 giant and possesses immense strength. Teaming up is advised. Task reward: 200,000 yuan, 1 high-grade blood essence pill. The tasks scrolling on the electronic screen dazzled Lin Yuan. However, the only task he could accept was the lowest level task. After browsing through, Lin Yuan quickly settled on the task he wanted to take. He then proceeded to the second floor where he registered an identity according to the Hunter Association's regulations and said to the staff, "Excuse me, I would like to take this task." The staff looked at him in surprise, incredulously asking, "Are you sure you want to take this task?" Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "If I'm not mistaken, this task belongs to the level right. It should be within the scope I can accept." Seeing that he was unwavering, the staff said nothing further and silently accepted the task for him, while handing him a sleek black wristwatch filled with technological flair. "Please keep this safe. The progress of the task you have accepted will be displayed on this wristwatch as proof of your task submission." Lin Yuan nodded and directly wore the wristwatch on his wrist. Just then a commotion erupted in the hall below. What the hell is this newbie crazy? He actually dares to take that A-level task. My god, where does he get the courage? Though this task is labeled as a level, in reality completing it is even trickier than some clever tasks. This kid who doesn't know how high the sky is truly doesn't know how to write the word death. Already looks like the kind of academic type who hasn't had much real combat experience, thinking that mastering special abilities makes him invincible. This fool should suffer a bit more before he learns. Not only her, but even the armored giant possessing a degree of intelligence was momentarily stunned. It wasn't. He initially intended to remain as low-key as possible, but inevitably became the focus of attention. After all, the task he accepted was exceptionally unique. A level task: giant hunter. Task requirement: kill 1,000 ordinary giants wandering near the outskirts of the city. Task reward: 300 yuan, 10 ordinary blood essence pills, and 10 bottles of beginner mental strength enhancement potions. The requirements of this task are not complex. Its true difficulty lies entirely in the sheer number. A full 1,000 giants. Even killing 1,000 ordinary people is not necessarily a simple feat. Moreover, these giants are far larger than humans. Even if all the giants lined up for you to strike, it would likely take you several hours, and this task has a time limit of merely 1 month. Thus, although this task is classified as a level in the eyes of those hunters, even clever enhancers might struggle to complete it. As for level and above enhancers, they wouldn't waste much time on such tasks. It is precisely for this reason that this task has remained hanging on the electronic screen without anyone claiming it. Even though Lin Yuan accepted this task, no one believed that a newcomer like him could truly accomplish it. Rather, there were only voices of ridicule and mockery. It should be noted that if hunters fail to complete the tasks within the stipulated time, they are required to pay corresponding comp. All the hunters viewed Lin Yuan as a joke, eagerly waiting to see how he would return to cancel the task in disgrace. Naturally, there were kind-hearted hunters who wanted to offer a word of caution, but they were quickly stopped by those around them. Alright, he's already accepted it. Now if he gives up, he'll still have to pay. This kid who has never faced hardship should be made to suffer a bit more. Exactly. You can't persuade a stubborn fool. If you go up to warn him, now he might think you're hindering him from killing giants. After accepting the task, Lin Yuan did not linger in the Hunter Association any longer. He pulled down his hood and quickly exited the door. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan finally arrived at the edge of South Jiang City. He looked up and saw before him a towering alloy city wall, standing 100 meters tall. The wall soared into the clouds, its silvery alloy radiating a cold metallic sheen under the cover of night. This alloy wall could withstand the majority of giants below level 5. In the giant civilization, giants were classified from level 1 to level 9 based on their strength. Correspondingly, in human civilization, the powers of ability users ranged from E level to SSS level. Among the giants of the giant civilization, those above level 5 possessed terrifying powers capable of devastating the world. Level 6 giants were also known as city destruction giants. Level 7 giants were referred to as calamity giants. Level 8 giants were known as destruction giants. The Dragon Flame Giant, which had once forced Lin Tianke into a desperate situation on the battlefield, was a destruction-level giant. As for level 9 giants, it seemed they had never appeared on the battlefield in Lin Yuan's memory. He only knew that level 9 giants were defined by humanity as apocalypse-level giants. When they appeared on the battlefield, even the most fortified human defenses would be instantly shattered. For humanity, giants of this level were undoubtedly considered apocalyptic existences. Fortunately, South Jiang City, where Lin Yuan was located, was situated far behind the battlefield. Outside the city walls, almost all the giants were below level 5. Once a city destruction or higher level giant was detected, the country would inevitably dispatch forces to eliminate it before it posed a threat to the rear cities. In other words, although the 100-meter-high alloy city wall could only defend against giants below level 5, it was already sufficient to protect the residents within from giant attacks. Just as Lin Yuan was about to leave the city, 2 men in military uniforms holding firearms stopped him directly. During this special period, all those leaving the city must present the appropriate documents. These 2 men were members of the city wall guard team. In short, they were the patrolling guards of the city. If a large-scale giant invasion occurred outside the city, they would first relay the information back inside and initiate the first wave of counterattacks. These soldiers, while not fighting on the front lines, still deserve the respect of others. It was precisely because of their presence that the citizens within the city could sleep peacefully. Lin Yuan certainly knew the procedures for leaving the city and immediately presented his documents in front of the 2 men. "You are a hunter from the Hunter Association." One of the men glanced at him and solemnly reminded him, "The records indicate that your hunter level is only E. If you leave the city, be careful. The night outside the city is more dangerous than you can imagine." Lin Yuan nodded and softly said, "Thank you for the reminder." After checking his documents, the 2 city patrol guards immediately cleared the path. After all, becoming a registered hunter required certain conditions. Those who could become hunters possessed a certain level of strength. Lin Yuan was recognized by the Hunter Association as qualified for registration due to his dual abilities. After stepping out of the city wall, Lin Yuan let out a long breath. He raised his head, and high in the sky, after leaving the city, which resembled a birdcage, it seemed even the sky had become more open. One day humanity will no longer cower in this tiny place, but will live proudly in this world. Breathing in the slightly metallic air outside the city, Lin Yuan couldn't help but clench his fists. He then lowered his hood and swiftly slipped into the darkness. He hadn't forgotten his purpose for coming outside the city. That was to hunt giants. Directly ahead at 12 o'clock, there are 5 ordinary giants gathered, mostly ranging from 3 to 5 meters in size. To the right at 3 o'clock, there are 3 ordinary giants and 1 large giant, which is nearly 15 meters tall. Next to them, there are also 4 ordinary giants around 5 meters tall. Once a battle breaks out, it is easy to attract these giants as well. Lin Yuan crouched atop the canopy of a large tree, his sharp gaze observing the surroundings. Before the official battle, he had to carefully assess the surrounding environment, judge the number of enemies, and formulate a combat plan. All of this was part of what he learned in the practical combat courses at school. Ordinary giants, known as mindless giants, mostly lacked intelligence and acted solely on instinct. These giants typically stood under 10 meters tall and, based on their destructive capabilities, were generally classified as level 1 or level 2 giants. In other words, an ordinary level ability user could fight a giant alone. However, these ordinary giants often preferred to gather together, which made it difficult for hunters to take action or led them to be forced into desperate situations by a large group of ordinary giants. Lin Yuan did not know how many ordinary giants he could face in an extreme situation. However, he knew deep down that if he could not resolve the battle quickly, all the surrounding giants would surely gather around. At that point, his fate would be to be torn apart by the giants before him, devoured completely. No matter what, Lin Yuan dared not gamble with his life. Therefore, under these circumstances, the best approach was to first attract a group of giants to him. After considering this, a battle plan immediately formed in Lin Yuan's mind. In the next moment, he took out the mechanical puppet from the system space, which was a reward from the registration. Before activation, the mechanical puppet was merely a small metallic sphere. However, once Lin Yuan pressed the switch to activate it, the metal sphere rapidly expanded and transformed into 10 mechanical puppets resembling his own figure. According to the system's introduction, these mechanical puppets did not possess great strength, being only slightly stronger than ordinary humans. However, Lin Yuan did not expect them to fight for him. He faced the mechanical puppets and calmly issued the command, "Go lure those giants ahead over here." Command received. The indicators on the mechanical puppets immediately lit up, and they swiftly moved through the woods, rushing toward the target. As the mechanical puppet approached the giant, its mechanical arm instantly transformed into the shape of a machine gun. Tat tat tat. With the fiery tongue spewing from the gun muzzle, countless bullets rained down upon the giant's mouth. After suffering this sudden attack, the mechanical puppet finally succeeded in attracting the attention of the giants. One of the 5 turtle giants let out a low roar akin to a beast's growl, swiping a massive hand towards the direction of the mechanical puppet. Boom! With a dull sound, a giant pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Fortunately, the mechanical puppet was agile enough to evade the giant's attack. Otherwise, this mechanical puppet would have likely been reduced to a pile of scrap parts beneath the giant's crushing hand. Despite the ferocity of the giant before them, these mechanical puppets did not forget their mission. They fought and retreated, drawing the giant towards Lin Yuan's direction. Since these mechanical puppets were not living beings, their battle with the giants did not attract other nearby giants. After all, the intelligence of these mindless giants was extremely low. Their only interest lay in the flesh and blood of humans. Only by devouring humans could they achieve evolution. This understanding seemed to have become an instinct ingrained in their genes. 800 meters. 500 meters. 300 meters. The distance between the giants and Lin Yuan was closing in. Meanwhile, the number of mechanical puppets continued to dwindle. The damage that light weaponry could inflict upon such large giants was indeed limited. Finally, one of the giants stepped into Lin Yuan's attack range. Now is the time. A fierce glint suddenly flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He gripped the handle of the Dragon Slayer blade tightly, instantly channeling his thunderous powers to their peak. A dazzling bolt of lightning erupted from the blade. Die! Lin Yuan's figure leaped like a leopard, and the glowing Dragon Slayer blade struck furiously towards the sizzle. With a soft sound, the giant's enormous head fell to the ground. Crimson blood gushed forth from the severed neck like a fountain. It is known that the Dragon Slayer blade is a divine weapon capable of severing even dragon bones. Now imbued with raging thunder, it possessed even more terrifying destructive power. Such a strike could easily sever the giant's head. After slaying this giant, the numbers on Lin Yuan's wristwatch began. Giant Slayer task progress 11,000. After personally killing a giant, Lin Yuan felt no fear. Instead, he felt his blood begin to burn with excitement. With his strength, facing 5 ordinary first-level giants alone posed no problem whatsoever. At this moment, the several giants that had been chasing the mechanical puppets immediately redirected their targets, growling as they converged towards Lin Yuan's location. In the eyes of these giants, humans were the only truly valuable existence. Just in time, Lin Yuan snorted coldly, and with a sweeping motion of his right hand in the air, he unleashed his frost powers. Crack! Crack! Within mere seconds, a thin layer of ice had formed on the bodies of the giants before him, causing their speed to slow down. This is the advantage of possessing multiple powers. If used correctly, each ability can exert its intended effect. Taking advantage of these giants being restricted in their movements, Lin Yuan wasted no time. He propelled himself off the corpse of a giant using the recoil to instantly arrive in front of another giant. Before the giant could even react, the Dragon Slayer blade in Lin Yuan's hand had already pierced into its chest. The defenses of these ordinary giants were not particularly strong, and their hearts had little protection. Thus, Lin Yuan's strike forcibly pierced through its heart. In the blink of an eye, yet another giant fell beneath Lin Yuan's blade. Is this all you've got? A manic smile appeared on Lin. At this moment, he resembled a wolf plunging into a flock of sheep, moving swiftly between the giants and continuously inflicting damage. The Dragon Slayer blade in his hand flashed past, instantly severing the Achilles tendon of one giant. Without the support of its body, this giant crashed to the ground, kicking up countless clouds of dust. However, just as Lin Yuan aimed to deliver a finishing blow, a massive hand suddenly loomed towards him. A surge of danger surged through him, prompting Lin Yuan to instinctively dodge, narrowly avoiding the giant's grasp. Yet before he could fully react, another giant raised its fist high, smashing it down towards Lin Yuan like a hammer. Boom! With a dull thud, Lin Yuan was smashed into a deep pit. Under such a heavy blow, he even felt as if several of his ribs were broken. The battle with giants has always been like this. One misstep could lead to the risk of being torn to shreds. Then the giant's enormous head slowly leaned in its terrifying visage, even revealing a hint of a cruel smile. In its eyes, Lin Yuan seemed to have become a sumptuous meal. However, what this giant failed to notice was that the moment it laid eyes on him, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Yuan's gaze. Lin Yuan supported himself with one hand on the ground and suddenly swung his blade upwards. The violent thunder energy erupted from the blade, transforming into a thunder dragon that charged straight at the giant. Boom! The Thunder Dragon that erupted was a special skill Lin Yuan had acquired through signing in. Thunder Dragon. The violent Thunder Dragon slammed into the giant's head, instantly shattering it into pieces. In less than half a minute, only one last giant remained standing before Lin Yuan. Though its size was several times that of Lin Yuan, this giant appeared utterly small before this human. Sizzle. A spray of blood suddenly appeared. The last giant clutched its neck and fell to the ground. Giant Hunter mission progress, 51,000. The entire battle process took no more than a minute. However, 5 giants fell at Lin Yuan's hands. Only now did Lin Yuan realize the extent to which his supernatural abilities had been enhanced by the ability Upgrade Crystal. Had it been his former self, even if he could kill these 5 giants, it would have taken a considerable amount of time. Logically, after killing the giants, Lin Yuan should have left the battlefield immediately. Otherwise, it would be easy to attract other giants. However, Lin Yuan remained where he was. Thus, he had ample time to make his escape. Secondly, Lin Yuan wanted to use the corpses of these giants to experiment. Among his 4 supernatural abilities, the only one that had not upgraded was necromancy. He was still unclear about the exact effects of this ability. In comparison to necromancy, the Thunder Frost and self-healing abilities were much more intuitive. Fortunately, Lin Yuan was not completely ignorant of this mysterious necromancy. At the very least, he sensed that he could seemingly unleash necromancy on the corpses of the giants before him. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth against the pain in his ribs and raised his arms towards the giant's corpse in front of him. In the next moment, 2 chilling waves of necromantic energy surged from his palms. This necromantic energy quickly merged into the bodies of the giants. Subsequently, the skin of these giants began to rapidly transform into a grayish-white akin to that of zombies, and they wobbled back to their feet. Not only that, but Lin Yuan even felt he could command these undead giants to fight. In an instant, the expression on his face shifted from shock to ecstasy. Lin Yuan clearly did not expect that this necromancy, which he had always overlooked, possessed such a formidable ability. However, the only downside was that the strength of these undead giants was significantly inferior to that of normal giants. According to Lin Yuan's estimates, the strength of the undead giants resurrected through necromancy was at most 50 of their living power. But for Lin Yuan, that was more than enough. 5 hours later, Lin Yuan walked through the giant's forest, tightly gripping the Dragon Slayer blade in his hand. His body was already covered in blood. Capabilities. In just a moment, the 5 giants that had been battling Lin Yuan transformed entirely into his undead servants. However, after continuously activating necromancy, 5 times Lin Yuan felt a dull pain in his head. Clearly, using this ability consumed a significant amount of mental energy. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples and retrieved a mental energy recovery crystal from the system space, holding it tight. In the next moment, a pure and rich mental energy surged into his sea of consciousness, causing his mental energy to begin recovering at an astonishing speed. This special crystal was also obtained by Lin Yuan as a reward from the salvation system's sign, capable of quickly restoring mental energy without any side effects. At that moment, the low roars of giants echoed in Lin Yuan's ears once more. He turned to see another group of giants drawn in by the earlier battle. Moreover, among this group of giants, there was a massive giant over 15 meters tall. This giant towered like a skyscraper, its muscles bulging, exuding an intimidating pressure. In front of this massive giant, the average-sized giants appeared as mere children. As for the small humans, they were like, faced with such a disparity in size, anyone would feel a shiver run down their spine. If one were to speak of it, this could be considered an instinctive reaction of animals to avoid danger. Submitting to the strong while towering over the weak seems to be the way of survival. However, Lin Yuan was not an animal. What makes humans human is that human actions can transcend instinct. The weak wield blades against the weaker. The strong wield blades against the stronger. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the dragon-slaying blade with arcs of lightning surging from its blade like a raging tide. In the next second, he charged at the massive giant with the lightning blade in hand. Strangely, facing this minuscule human that resembled an ant, the massive giant felt an unusual At that moment, several undead giants suddenly lunged out from the side, tightly grabbing the massive giant's limbs and forcibly restricting its movement. Although these undead giants were not too powerful, they were more than enough to hold the massive giant for a brief moment. With the intelligence of this massive giant, it would be difficult to understand why other giants would attack it. However, it had no chance to comprehend that. Die! Lin Yuan's figure leaped high like a fierce beast, the dazzling lightning-infused dragon-slaying blade piercing into the heart of the massive giant. With just one strike, he extinguished the life of the massive giant. The stench of blood splattered all over Lin Yuan's face. Under the moonlight, he appeared almost like a malevolent spirit. However, if he could drive away all the giants, then what did it matter if he became a demon? After handling the massive giant, the other giants swarmed in. With their low intelligence, they could not possibly think of avenging their fallen comrade. What truly attracted them was Lin Yuan's flesh and blood. The flesh and blood of humans was the most coveted food for these giants. In the face of this group of giants, Lin Yuan was like a blood-soaked Azura recklessly reaping their lives on the battlefield. Kill, kill, kill. The air was thick with the nauseating smell of blood. Yet Lin Yuan's mind remained unaffected. With the calmest demeanor, he engaged in the most frenzied slaughter. for he understood that there was no time left for him to recover. The war on the front lines would be 1,000 times more brutal than this level of combat. Since retreat was not an option, there was only the path of battle. Fight, fight. 5 hours later, Lin Yuan walked through the giant's forest, tightly gripping the Dragon Slayer blade in his hand. His body was already covered in blood. Lin Yuan raised his smart wristwatch and casually glanced at it. Giant Hunter Task Progress 125-1000. If the members of the Hunter Association saw the numbers on Lin Yuan's watch, they would surely be shocked into silence. This youth before them had actually slaughtered a total of 125 giants in just 5 short hours. In other words, Lin Yuan had to kill an average of 25 giants each hour. Moreover, this even included the time spent searching for the giants. Such remarkable achievements would astound any hunter. However, this was not solely the result of Lin Yuan's efforts. He slowly turned his head to look behind him. Behind him was a gathering of undead giants resembling an army. Dozens of undead giants were lined up in perfect formation following Lin Yuan closely. These undead giants were all summoned by him after he had slain those giants using his necromantic abilities. However, due to some losses during battle, their numbers had not exceeded 100. Even so, with such a legion of undead giants at his disposal, as long as the number of giants Lin Yuan faced was below 10, he could achieve an almost crushing victory. It was precisely because of this that his efficiency in slaying giants was so high. Still, all of this ultimately came down to the existence of the salvation system. Without the salvation system, he would never have possessed necromantic powers, nor would he have been able to endlessly utilize the mental energy crystals to restore his own mental strength. At this rate, within a week at most, Lin Yuan would successfully complete the task of being a giant hunter. The reason he took on this task was not for the rewards, but to quickly elevate his hunter rank. Had he taken on a task of ordinary difficulty, he would probably have needed to complete several rank tasks to earn a promotion. But now, as long as he completed this one task, he could directly elevate his hunter rank from E to D. This way he would be able to take on more challenging tasks more quickly. Just as Lin Yuan was pondering, a sudden tremor shook the ground around him. Damn. A middle-aged man covered in dust and looking disheveled was desperately fleeing while carrying a blood-soaked youth on his back. Accompanying him was a tall, slender woman. The black bodysuit perfectly accentuated her figure. Even with her face covered in dirt, it could not hide her She glanced back, her face turning ashen. Why? She gritted her teeth and spoke with utter despair. Why is a level 4 armored giant appearing in this place? At that moment, accompanied by a whistling sound, a huge rock flew towards them. Ling Han, be careful. In an instant, as the rock was about to smash into them, the middle-aged man decisively dropped the youth on his back and rushed forward, pushing Ling Han aside. Oh! The next second, a chilling scream erupted from the man's mouth. The enormous rock crashed into the ground, creating a massive pit and shattering both of his legs. Intense pain radiated from his mangled legs, nearly causing him to faint. Ling Han, don't mind me, take Chingpong. No. Tears streamed down Ling Han's face like a broken dam. She had never imagined that things would escalate. The three of them were all members of the Hunter Association, and they had formed a hunter team together. Though their numbers were few, all three possessed rank strength, and their teamwork was quite harmonious, making it relatively easy to hunt the giants in the outskirts of the city. Just like today, they had initially thought they would hunt a certain number of giants, as usual, and then return to the Hunter Association to turn in their tasks for rewards. Who would have thought that this would become the beginning of their nightmare? During the process of hunting giants, they had actually attracted the attention of an armored giant. It should be noted that this was a level 4 giant, a terrifying existence that only rank ability users could contend with. They had no idea why such a high-level giant was appearing so close to the city walls. For them, as long as they could escape back beneath the city walls of Nanjiang City, they would be able to completely shake off the pursuit of the armored giant. Even a level 4 giant would be ruthlessly killed by the city walls guard team if it dared to approach the walls. However, this short distance of just a few kilometers felt so long as if it would never end. In the team, Changpeng had barely managed to withstand a single blow from the armored giant, before being heavily injured with countless bones broken, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. Now their captain had also had his legs crushed by a giant boulder from the armored giant, leaving him in agony as he awaited death. Thud, thud, thud. The ground beneath them began to tremble once more. Ling Han stiffly turned her head and saw a giant towering over 10 meters tall, covered in black steel armor, pushing aside trees and appearing before her. The black armor covered the giant's entire body, revealing only a pair of dark silver eyes that gazed coldly at her. Although level 4 giants possessed a degree of intelligence, they still did not speak. However, this silent atmosphere felt even more oppressive and chilling. The intense pressure made her tremble uncontrollably. She could no longer distinguish whether she was unable to flee due to a desire to protect her companions or paralyzed by them. In this beautiful yet cruel world before this armored giant, all she could do seemed to be humbly begging for more time. With this thought, Ling Han helplessly closed her eyes. Instead of fleeing in despair and continuing to be pursued by this armored giant, it would be better to die here swiftly. However, just then a hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. There's nothing to be afraid of, it's just a giant. Lin Yuan's deep voice slowly resonated in her ear. As long as there is a breath left, we will fight to the end. Ling Han was momentarily taken aback, instinctively looking back. She saw a black-haired, black-eyed youth standing silently behind her. In an instant, a glimmer of hope ignited in her eyes, akin to a drowning person grasping for the last straw of salvation. Are you? A class ability user. Lu Linghan asked, her face filled with hope, eager to receive a confirm. Only hunters could appear outside the city at this hour. If he possessed a power level above class, even if he couldn't kill the armored giant before them, he could certainly help them escape. However, Lin Yuan shook his head and calmly replied no. Although he possessed 4 abilities, the highest level among them was merely class lightning ability. Strictly speaking, Lin Yuan could only be considered a class ability user at this moment. Upon hearing those 2 words, Lu Linghan felt as if all her strength had been drained, and her eyes quickly dimmed. She gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, "You should go, hurry. This giant is not something you can handle." Yet Lin Yuan paid her no heed, walking forward with determination and leaving behind a casual remark, "How would you know if you don't try?" The armored giant before them locked its cold gaze onto Lin Yuan, a surge of murderous intent flashing in its eyes. To it, this human was nothing but a provocation. At that moment, Lin Yuan finally spoke again, his voice cold, "Kill him for me." As soon as he finished speaking, countless undead giants roared as they charged out from the woods behind, pouncing fiercely towards the armored giant. Lu Linghan stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before her. She swore she had never seen such a bizarre sight. This youth was commanding a large group of giants to jointly attack the armored giant. Not only her, but even the armored giant possessing a degree of intelligence was momentarily stunned. It wasn't until one of the undead giants tackled it that it finally reacted. Bang! The armored giant roared, delivering a powerful punch. Its armored fist was incredibly forceful, easily piercing through the abdomen of an undead giant with a single strike. Black-red blood immediately gushed forth. It was known that in the presence of this 4th-level giant, even large giants could only be crushed, let alone this group of undead giants which only possessed half of their former strength. However, the sheer number of these undead giants was overwhelming. When there are enough ants, they can bring down an elephant. Under Lin Yuan's command, the undead giants fearlessly charged towards the armored giant. Among them, there were even some that stood over 10 meters tall. This battle was undeniably gruesome to the extreme. Even in their last moments, these undead giants aimed to bite off a piece of flesh from the armored giant. In less than a minute, the ground was already littered with the corpses of giants. The black-red blood pooled together, almost reaching their ankles. The body of the armored giant was also covered in numerous wounds and bite marks. However, the power of a 4th-level giant indeed exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. He silently tightened his grip on the dragon-slaying blade, a glint of sternness flashing in his eyes. With just these undead giants, it would be impossible to kill the armored giant. The only one capable of delivering a fatal blow was himself. Logically speaking, only a class ability user would be unable to defeat a 4th-level giant. But this time it was an exception. Lin Yuan was not merely an ordinary class ability user. He was a special user possessing 4 abilities. Moreover, the armored giant before him had already expended a significant amount of energy under the onslaught of the undead giants. Although Lin Yuan understood the risks he was about to undertake, in his dictionary there was never the word escape. Just as he had said, as long as there was breath in his body, he would fight to the end. Since he wielded a sword, he was prepared for battle. Lin Yuan's legs suddenly pushed off the ground, and his body soared through the air like a released arrow heading towards the armored giant. The armored giant roared, swinging its fist at him without hesitation. Frost. Lin Yuan wasted no time and unleashed his frost ability. In the next second, a thin layer of frost rapidly covered the armored giant's body, slowing the speed of its punches to an extreme. Clang. Accompanied by a flash of lightning, the dragon-slaying blade in Lin Yuan's hand struck deeply into the armor. The armored giant frantically shattered the frost on its body and continued to swing its fists at Lin Yuan. He could sense that the power behind the armored giant's punch was unleashed with all its might, compressing the air around it to an extreme, the howling wind sounding like thunder. However, just as this punch was about to hit Lin Yuan, a large, undead giant suddenly appeared, directly blocking the armored giant's path. Bang! The armored giant's punch landed heavily on the chest of the undead giant. The immense force caused the punch to pierce through the chest instantly. The giant's massive fist was splattered with black-red blood. Lin Yuan had used this undead giant to block the fatal. If that punch had landed on him, it would have surely crushed his bones. Such a level of injury, even with Lin Yuan's healing ability, would take time to recover. However, since the armored giant's offensive had been successfully thwarted, then it was his turn next. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened as he focused on the gap in the armored giant's neck. The previous frenzied assaults by the undead giants were not aimless. Faced with a formidable enemy like the armored giant, Lin Yuan had to think of every possible way to create an opportunity for himself. After countless undead giants had made suicidal charges, they had finally managed to bite through the hard black armor covering. It was known that the armored giant's strength lay in the black armor enveloping its entire body. Moreover, the weaker the area, the harder the black armor became. Now Lin Yuan found himself faced with an exceptional opportunity. His eyes fixated on the gap before him, and the dragon-slaying blade in his hand radiated brilliant lightning. As Lin Yuan descended, he stepped directly onto the back of the armored giant's hand. In the next moment, he pushed off with force, swiftly reaching a height level with the armored giant's head. In his hand, the dragon-slaying blade transformed into a thunderous dragon. Focusing all his power, he yelled slash, unleashing his full strength as he struck down fiercely. The sharp blade pierced through the gap in the armored giant's neck, instantly embedding itself, severing its head in one decisive blow. The armored giant was slain. Looking at the armored giant that had collapsed before Lin Yuan, Lu Linghan covered her mouth in disbelief. She never expected that this young man before her had actually killed the armored giant. After defeating the armored giant, Lin Yuan's expression showed no signs of change. Although he won this battle, it was merely a narrow victory. Nearly 80% of the undead giants he controlled had perished at the hands of this armored giant. If he hadn't seized the opportunity for a one-hit kill, he might have been the one to die. It was hard for Lin Yuan to imagine that a mere 4th-level giant could be this powerful. He could only wonder how terrifying the strength of giants above the 5th level must be. Perhaps it was just as the names designated by Huaxia suggested: City, Destroyer, Calamity, Devastation, Apocalypse. Lin Yuan took a deep breath of the blood-scented air. He knew that the path ahead of him was still long. Then he directly commanded an undead giant to move the massive stone off the middle-aged man's body. However, the man had already fallen into a state of unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss. Thank you. Lu Linghan approached Lin Yuan and softly expressed her gratitude. At that moment, she had yet to recover from the life and death crisis. Her mind was in a muddle, and she hardly knew what to say. After a moment of silence, she pointed at the undead giant beside her and asked, "Is this your ability?" "Yeah." Lin Yuan nodded without hesitation in acknowledgement. Then before Lu Linghan could continue questioning, he spoke up. "The person trapped under the stone must be your companion, right? If we don't get him to the hospital soon, he might die from blood loss." Upon Lin Yuan's reminder, Lu Linghan, she had been so focused on thanking Lin Yuan for saving her that she almost forgot about her two companions who were in critical. Thinking of this, Lu Linghan hesitated not at all, and immediately carried her two companions on her back, running at full speed towards the city wall. Just as she was halfway there, Lu Linghan suddenly remembered something, and turned her head, sharply asking loudly, "By the way, I still don't know your name. Can you tell me your name?" However, Lin Yuan showed no reaction to her inquiry, and continued to dissect the armored giant's head. Is a name really that important? Those who walk in darkness never need a name. If he were to fail, he would silently perish in the endless darkness, and no one would remember his existence, nor would anyone. But if he succeeded in the end, human history would record him as follows: he once walked in darkness, and ultimately became the savior who tore through the dark. With a soft sound, Lin Yuan finally cut open the armored giant's head. He had to admit that this creature's skull was indeed very hard. Even after its death, Lin Yuan used his dragon-slaying blade to cut for a full half-minute before he finally severed its head. Thud! In the next moment, an irregular dark golden crystal fell out from the crack. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and directly grasped the crystal in his hand. The knowledge he learned in school was indeed correct. This crystal, also known as a brain core, is a special energy carrier and the source of the giant's power. However, 1st and 2nd level giants usually do not form brain cores. 3rd level giants only have a chance of. As for giants above the 4th level, they are guaranteed to have a brain core. The brain core in Lin Yuan's hand was merely. It was hard for him to imagine that such an inconspicuous little thing was actually the source of power for this armored giant. In reality, the function of the giant's brain core is extremely significant. Whether in the field of energy or in the realm of extraordinary abilities, it plays an irreplaceable role. A brain core from a 4th level giant could even reach a value of millions in the black market. And this is a valuable yet scarce existence. Lin Yuan put away the brain core, stood up, and resolutely activated his necromantic ability on the corpse of the armored giant. Since all the undead giants he had painstakingly accumulated had perished at the hands of this armored giant, he might as well let this fellow replace them. In the next moment, surging death energy flowed from Lin Yuan's palm and rapidly merged into the corpse of the armored. However, with his current spiritual power, it was still a bit strenuous to forcibly animate the corpse of the armored giant. Lin Yuan only held on for a minute before he felt his spiritual power beginning to deplete, and even his temples started to throb faintly. But even so, he did not choose to give up. He directly took out a spiritual power recovery crystal, gripped it tightly in his hand, and while recovering his spiritual power, he fully urged his necromantic ability. With Lin Yuan's relentless efforts, the corpse of the armored giant finally moved slightly. Then the armored giant slowly stood up and knelt on one knee before Lin Yuan. The armored giant, which had previously been fierce enough to split mountains and rocks, had now become his undead servant. Though Lin Yuan was nearly exhausted, with beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead, a hint of joy could not help but flash in his eyes. With the assistance of the undead armored giant, his upcoming hunts would undoubtedly become much easier. Although in its undead state, the armored giant only possessed half of its strength from when it was alive, it was more than sufficient to deal with ordinary giants. In fact, with its size advantage, it should be able to easily overpower even larger giants. But for Lin Yuan, what was more important was that this necromantic ability had unlimited potential for growth. With the evolution of his necromantic ability, the undead giants summoned from corpses would only get closer to their living strength. Moreover, the number of undead giants he could control would also increase. Furthermore, if his strength reached a certain level, he could completely form an army composed of undead giants. By that time, tens of millions of undead giants charging simultaneously onto the battlefield towards the enemy would certainly create a breathtaking scene. Lin Yuan would undoubtedly use this method to make the giant civilization understand what true eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. 5 days later. System, I wish to check in. Lin Yuan sat calmly atop a massive boulder, his voice steady and unhurried. Before him, the colossal corpses of giants lay strewn across the ground in chaotic disarray. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in for 105 consecutive days. Reward granted 2 ability enhancement crystals. Upon hearing the system's chime, a flicker of quiet elation shimmered in Lin Yuan's eyes. This time the reward was none other than the ability enhancement crystal, precisely the rarest and most urgently needed item in his current arsenal. Over this period, he had gradually deciphered the system's underlying patterns. First and foremost, the longer the streak of uninterrupted check-ins, the more extraordinary the rewards became. In earlier catch-up check-ins, such crystals had been awarded one at a time. Now, as a milestone reward, they arrived in. Moreover, on certain auspicious intervals, 5 days, 10, 50, and 100, the rewards grew markedly. His recent daily rewards had consisted mostly of consumables, life restoration serums, mental energy crystallites. Yet only upon reaching day 105 did he receive 2 ability enhancement crystals. Even his earlier catch-up reward for completing 100 days corroborated this pattern. All exceptional rewards were dispensed exclusively on round number milestones. The frost ability and necrotic ability, for instance, had been granted precisely upon reaching day 50 and day 100. I wonder, what rewards await at day 150 and day 200? Lin Yuan pursed his lips, faintly murmuring softly to himself. Though still distant, that future held a quiet, unwavering anticipation within him. After all, his salvation system bore the weight of humanity's last hope for reversal. If 200 days proved insufficient, then 500 would suffice. If 500 failed, then 1,000 or 10,000. Lin Yuan believed with unshakable conviction that one day he would amass power capable of shattering the entire giant civilization. Having completed his check-in, Lin Yuan raised his wrist once more, gazing at the chronometer embedded in his gauntlet. Giant Hunter. Mission progress 10001000. Staring at those digits, he felt both bone-deep weariness and profound fulfillment. He could scarcely recall how he had endured these past 5 days. His routine had been stark and unrelenting: return to the city only to resupply, then immediately depart again to hunt giants beyond the walls. In total, he had spent less than 20 hours sleeping and eating over the entire span. Only such relentless discipline enabled him to slay precisely 1,000 giants within 5 days. By the final stretch, he had to venture over 10 kilometers beyond the city walls just to locate surviving giants. The giants that once roamed freely outside the ramparts had been all but eradicated by his hand. Now at last he was ready to return and complete his mission. Within Nanjiang City, a fine drizzle fell steadily. Wearing his silver-white mask, Lin Yuan approached the Hunters Guild and pushed open its heavy oak doors. Perhaps due to the rain, the first floor teemed with hunters drinking and conversing. Upon his entrance, a hush rippled through the room, followed swiftly by murmurs of curiosity and skepticism. Isn't that the rookie from a few days ago? Never imagined he'd last this long before giving up. Huh, what a joke. He hasn't even grown a proper beard, yet fancies himself invincible. I wonder if he wet himself at the sight of those giants. What are you all talking about? What's wrong with this newcomer? Ah, you must not know. He walked in 5 days ago and claimed the hardest to rank mission without hesitation. Humph. The greenest recruits always rush headlong into doom. A little suffering will teach him humility. As the whispers spread, more hunters grasped the full story, and their gazes converged almost instinctively upon Lin. To them, watching a novice humiliate himself was a rare, welcome diversion from their monotonous lives. And so, under dozens of watchful eyes, Lin Yuan ascended the stairs to the second floor with unruffled calm. Good day, esteemed hunter. How may I assist you today? The clerk at the mission counter smiled politely, her expression warm. Though she'd overheard rumors, she felt no particular disdain toward the young man before her. After all, hadn't every hunter once been reckless, idealistic, and fiercely ambitious? And as a guild attendant, decorum forbade her from expressing anything less than respect. Lin Yuan removed his chronometer and extended it toward her, his tone measured and quiet. I'm here to complete my mission. Very well. Per guild regulations, abandoning a mission incurs a penalty fee, but mid-sentence her voice faltered, as though her throat had suddenly clenched shut. In that instant, even the bustling first floor fell utterly silent. Conversations ceased. Hunters blinked, doubting the fidelity of their own ears. She lifted her gaze, disbelief clouding her features. I'm sorry. Could you please repeat that? I said I've completed my mission. Is that unclear? Lin Yuan replied, calm and unflinching. Right. I'll verify immediately. Without hesitation, she synced his chronometer with the terminal. Records indicate he accepted the mission 5 days ago. During those 5 days, he eliminated exactly 1,000 standard giants, fulfilling all conditions for mission completion. By the end, even her own voice wavered, lacking conviction. Her mind reeled with a single, overwhelming thought: had the terminal malfunctioned? 1,000 giants in 5 days. Was such a feat even possible? Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Even a rank ability user would struggle to accomplish this in such a narrow window. 1,000 giants in 5 days, eh? Did my ears deceive me? Impossible. This is sheer madness. I've hunted giants my entire life, and never once slain 1,000. The system must be corrupted, or he cheating. He absolutely cheated. Investigate thoroughly, immediately. If this goes unchallenged, the guild's credibility collapses entirely. In an instant, the entire first tier of the Hunter Association was swept into a torrent of frenzied excitement. They could scarcely believe that Lin Yuan, a newcomer who looked scarcely come of age, had in merely 5 days completed what was reputed to be the most difficult, irranked task. What is more, they had only moments before been mocking Lin Yuan's presumptuousness. To admit he had accomplished the task would be tantamount to slapping themselves in the face. Lin Yuan ignored the rabble and asked calmly, "May I redeem my reward?" The attendant answered by regulation, "As long as the wristwatch indicates the task is complete, the reward may be claimed." The young woman hesitated for a moment and spoke softly, "However, if subsequent evidence shows data tampering the Hunter Association, will pursue the matter to the end. Please do not harbor any wishful thinking." Clearly, she had been influenced by the crowd and harbored some doubt. Still, without proof, she could only perform her duty. She tapped the task terminal's control panel a few times and immediately issued the reward to Lin Yuan. A line of small characters appeared on his wristwatch. "The task you accepted, Giant Slayer, has been completed. The reward has been deposited into your account. Please check." A moment later, a notification arrived on Lin Yuan's phone. A full 3 million, not a cent missing, had been credited to his account. In addition, the reward included 10 ordinary vitality pills and 10 vials of basic spirit power enhancement elixirs. If Lin Yuan wished, he could redeem these at any Hunter Association branch. At that instant, the crowd below exploded. "Are you people at the Hunter Association out of your minds? 1,000 giants in 5 days. Do you think that's possible? And you give him the reward for that? I'm utterly astonished. What you're doing is an insult to those of us who risk our lives hunting giants." "That's right. I've been a hunter my whole life and never slain 1,000 giants. What right has this green recruit newly expose this fraud and drive him out of the Hunter Association? Otherwise your association will be finished." Listening to the stream of abuse, Lin Yuan turned and walked calmly to the edge of the railing. Because the second tier formed a ring standing at the railing gave him a clear view of the agitated herd below. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Listen, if you've lived half your life and still haven't killed 1,000 giants, why not? Perhaps you were simply too weak," he added. His words were a precise strike, instantly hitting the other's sore spot. Not only that hunter, but even the band of men standing in shared indignation beside him could hardly suppress a laugh. After all, the man had been foolish enough to hand his own leverage to his adversary. The middle-aged hunter stung flew into. He planted a foot on the table and, crimson with shame and fury, spat, "Even if I'm weak, I'm still better than you, despicable charlatan." Lin Yuan paused for a moment, then could not help but reply, "I truly did not expect you could speak with such self-righteous certainty." When the words left his mouth, those around him burst into laughter. The boy might look young, but his tongue was indeed sharp. What they did not realize was that this was only the beginning for Lin Yuan. He braced his hands on the railing, scanned the crowd, and said coldly, "Frankly, I don't know where you derive your sense of superiority. In terms of strength, you are no match for the top-tier gifted. In terms of contribution, you pale beside the soldiers fighting on. Your days are spent muddled and drunk, posturing at tables, having slain a few of the lowest-grade giants. You presume giant civilization is trivial and imagine yourselves great servants of the state. You are like crabs in a bucket, complacently remaining at the bottom. If any of you attempts to climb, you drag them down with brutal because you cannot bear anyone being stronger than you. Because only when everyone rots together can you feel justified in remaining at the bucket's bottom." Lin Yuan's words struck like a vicious slap, striking their faces with painful accuracy. Yet for them, these brutally honest words did not provoke reflection. Instead, they fanned the flames of anger. Sure enough, the moment his voice fell, many began pointing at him and hurling invective. "What right have you to lecture us? You little punk, who do you think you are? You're nothing but a lowly fraud. How dare you spout such nonsense here? I'm telling you, if you don't clear this matter up today, don't think you'll be leaving the Hunter Association's doors." Lin Yuan looked calmly at the enraged faces below. The angrier they grew, the more his judgment of them was confirmed. Every age has its heroes, but more often it is filled with self-serving cowards clinging to life. In their eyes, there was no nation, no humanity, only their own gains and losses. Lin Yuan sighed. He no longer intended to argue, for it would be meaningless. It is like trying to rouse those who pretend to sleep. If they truly possessed that awakening, they would already be on the front lines fighting giants, giving their lives to protect the homes behind. At that thought, Lin Yuan came to a decision. Since he could not make them awaken, the only thing he could do was to silence them. Lin Yuan drew a deep breath and amid the chorus of abuse walked steadily toward the task handover desk. The young attendant blinked and asked instinctively, "Is there anything else?" Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Having completed the Giant Slayer task, I should now be a Drank Hunter, correct?" "Yes. Very well. I will invoke my right to accept the task outside the usual constraints." Lin Yuan pointed to the task holoscreen and said calmly, "I wish to accept the hunt for the armored giant. Once a hunter's rank reaches D level, they will have the privilege to accept tasks that are one rank higher once a month. This mechanism is naturally designed for those big shots who have just entered the Hunter Association, as well as for certain prodigious talents with rapidly advancing powers. After all, both groups share a common characteristic: their strength far exceeds the current rank of hunters. Therefore, allowing them to have the privilege to accept higher-level tasks each month is also intended to help them grow better." After Lin Yuan spoke, the expression of the lady in front of him turned strange. She pursed her lips and asked, "Are you sure you want to accept this task? The armored giant is an extremely dangerous level 4. Previously, a hunting team composed of 5 level C abilities went to subdue it, but no one returned." Seeing the other's stubbornness, the lady sighed and tapped a few times on the task terminal, accepting the task for Lin Yuan. The group of hunters below couldn't help but start discussing among themselves. "Are we really seeing this right? This kid actually dares to accept a level task. How just posturing. The more he pretends, the harder he will fall later. If he really manages to kill the armored giant, I'll livestream a fan at 5 speeds. Count me and I'll join you. Damn, you guys are ruthless. At this moment, the middle-aged man earlier spoke again. With his arms crossed, he coldly said, "Kid, what are you pretending for? You can't seriously think that pretending to accept a task will let this slide, right?" Lin Yuan glanced at him and chuckled. "Do you know what it means that summer insects cannot talk about ice? There's no point in arguing with a frog at the bottom of a well like you." He then turned around, took out a crystal core from his pocket, and handed it to the lady in front of him. "Please check this for me." The lady was slightly taken aback and instinctively placed the crystal core into a nearby scanner. A few seconds later, the scanning result appeared before her eyes. How is this possible? Looking at the scanning results, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise, covering her mouth. This scanner is connected to the Hunter Association's cloud database and possesses extremely powerful analytical capabilities. The result indicated that this crystal core is indeed from the armored giant. You have already killed the armored giant." After she said this, all the hunters below were stunned. They clearly did not expect that Lin Yuan actually possessed the crystal core of the armored giant. Lin Yuan calmly said, "If you don't believe me, I can bring back the head of the armored giant." The lady quickly waved her hand, saying, "No need, the crystal core in your hand is already sufficient proof. I will confirm." She tapped a few times on the task terminal. Soon Lin Yuan's wristwatch received a notification. "The task you accepted, hunt the armored giant, has been completed. The task reward has been credited to your account. Please check." The reward for this level task is 2 million in cash, plus a high-grade blood essence pill. This means that after completing just 2 tasks, Lin Yuan's bank balance soared to 5 million. Such a large sum of money is equivalent to the savings of a moderately well-off family over half a lifetime. No wonder so many ability users are reluctant to join the military and prefer to become hunters. One side is subject to military control, risking their lives to fight against giants. The other side is casually hunting a few giants to earn substantial rewards while enjoying life in the rear. Surely even a fool knows which option to choose. However, in today's Huaxiao, there truly is a group of fools who would rather die on the front lines than survive in the rear. And the sky of Huaxiao is propped up by these passionate fools. After completing the task, Lin Yuan's hunter rank successfully rose to sea level. In less than half an hour, Lin Yuan's rank as a hunter surged 2 levels in a row. This allowed him to accept level tasks. Unfortunately, the number of times he could accept higher level tasks this month had already been used up. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would indeed want to take on a few level tasks, or even a level tasks. After completing the task, Lin Yuan wasted no time and turned to walk outside. The hunters on the first floor fell silent, even too afraid to look Lin Yuan in the eye. After all, this young man, who didn't seem to be even 20, was capable of hunting level 4 giants. In a small place like Nanjing City, hunters capable of completing level tasks could be counted on one hand. For a moment, the atmosphere on the first floor of the Hunter Association became extremely tense, with only the sound of footsteps as Lin Yuan walked out. These people didn't even dare to take a breath, fearing that Lin Yuan would remember them. Once Lin Yuan exited the Hunter Association's door, they finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He finally left. Thankfully, he didn't make things difficult for us. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to resolve the situation. Just then a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, who said they would livestream a fan at 5 speeds just now. After leaving the Hunter Association, Lin Yuan returned directly to his home. It seemed that Lin Tianke was not at home, and Lin Yuan did not know where his father had gone. Although he had lost much of his strength, his physique was still considerably stronger than an average person, so Lin Yuan was not. This is the Qi blood pill. After finishing his shower, Lin Yuan sat in his room. In front of him lay various bottles and jars of pills and potions. What he held in his hand was an ordinary Qi blood pill, which was also the reward for completing the Giant Slayer task. While taking a bath, he had the Slayer Association deliver all the task rewards to his home. They included 10 ordinary Qi blood pills, 10 bottles of beginner-level mental enhancement potions, and 1 high-level Qi blood pill. If calculated at market price, a Qi blood pill costs around 50,000. A beginner-level mental enhancement potion costs about 70,000. In other words, the total value of these pills and potions has already exceeded 1 million. As for the price of the high-level Qi blood pill, it is even more exorbitant. Even a single unit price exceeds 1 million. To be honest, Lin Yuan had never consumed such pills before reaching adult. This is not because he couldn't afford them. As the only son of the Dragon General Lin Tianke, he could have nearly all the resources for cultivation if he desired. The reason he hadn't chosen to consume pills to aid his cultivation is that before the age of 18, he was in the foundational stage of his practice. During this stage, forcibly enhancing one's strength with pills would only lead to detrimental effects, excessively draining. However, Lin Yuan now had no worries. Firstly, he had already reached the age of 18. Secondly, with the system in place, he did not fear exhausting his potential. It is no exaggeration to say that with the Savior system, he possessed nearly limitless potential. With this in mind, Lin Yuan felt no hesitation and directly swallowed an ordinary Qi blood pill. Moments later, a vast and pure surge of Qi blood power immediately spread from his lower abdomen. Furthermore, this surge of power quickly expanded. It was as if a restless child was running amok within him. Lin Yuan focused his mind and consciously began to mobilize his Qi blood power, attempting to surround and devour it entirely. Although the Qi blood power contained within each Qi blood pill is constant, the amount one can absorb purely depends on person. 5 minutes later, the Qi blood power within Lin Yuan dissipated completely. What he managed to absorb was merely less than 30%. Most of the energy was wasted. But this cannot be entirely blamed on Lin Yuan. After all, his current strength was still quite weak, and his control over his chi blood was not yet sufficient. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan still felt that his chi blood was rapidly replenishing, and even his muscles felt a bulging sense. System, open the personal attribute panel. Host Lin Yuan. Combat level C-class Esper. Chi blood power 6,037 calories. Mental power 1,793 Hz. Abilities Thunder ability C-class. Self-healing ability D-class. Frost ability D-class. Undead ability E-class. Items Esper Upgrade Crystal X2, Life Recovery Potion X20 Stamina, Recovery Potion X7, Mental Recovery Crystal X6, Concealment Gem Dragon, Slaying Blade. Looking at the attribute panel, Lin Yuan roughly estimated. One chi blood pill roughly increased his chi blood power by 700 points. This feeling of rapid growth fascinated Lin Yuan. However, he also knew that the effect of a chi blood pill is usually best with the first one. If he continued to consume them, the effects would diminish successively until his body reached its limit and could absorb no more. For a hunter with limited funds, after consuming one chi blood pill, they would typically practice for a while, allowing their body to fully adapt and exhaust the medicinal effects before choosing to consume a second one to maximize the benefits. However, Lin Yuan did not need to do that, because he had plenty of money. In that case, let's see where my limits lie. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered as he swallowed another chi blood pill. After the pill entered his stomach, the chi blood surged again. This time, however, he was already mentally prepared. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth. When he reached the seventh chi blood pill, Lin Yuan finally chose to stop, because he felt that his body had reached its absolute limit. The chi blood within him was even at a level approaching if he continued to forcibly consume more, it was likely that his body would truly explode. And under the system's display, Lin Yuan's chi blood power soared to 7,600 points. It is important to note that chi blood power is also a crucial measure of a person's strength. Some Espers, despite having utterly useless abilities, have trained their chi blood power to the extreme and can still sweep enemies on the battlefield. The stronger the chi blood power, the more powerful the abilities one can unleash. I cannot consume any more chi blood pills in the short term. Next, Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the mental enhancement potions beside him. Without hesitation, he began. He directly opened the potion bottle, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one go. The taste of this potion was not bitter, rather it had a subtle sweetness that left one wanting more. Afterward, Lin Yuan could clearly feel a massive surge of mental power flooding into his sea of consciousness, seemingly waiting for him to absorb it. A single bottle of potion could not possibly satisfy Lin Yuan's appetite. Taking advantage of the fact that his mental sea had not yet shown any adverse reactions, he directly chugged one bottle after another. By the end, Lin Yuan felt as if his brain was being stabbed by needles, causing so much pain that he wanted to forcibly pry. He curled up his body, forcibly enduring the dual pain coming from his body and mind, gritting his teeth. Although this process was excruciatingly painful, Lin Yuan did not make a sound, even as his teeth ground together, because he understood that transformation is by nature an extremely painful process. The only thing he could do was he could not yield, or no one could make him yield. The continuous pain made the passage of time feel agonizing. After what seemed like hours, Lin Yuan finally fell into a deep slumber amidst the endless night. When Lin Yuan woke up again, it was already the next day. He struggled to sit up, feeling a splitting headache and a tearing pain throughout his muscles. Clearly, the side effects of rapidly boosting his strength with drugs had not yet fully dissipated. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and quietly said, "System, I want to sign in." Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 106 days, a rewarding one high-grade chi blood pill. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Although the high-grade chi blood pill is worth $1 million, giving him a chi blood pill at this time seemed to indicate that this damn system really wanted him dead. Currently, Lin Yuan felt as if he had been ravaged by more than 100 strong men, his entire skeletal structure threatening to fall apart. It seemed that during this upcoming period, he could only stay at home to recuperate and continue signing in. However, this nearly self-abusive method of enhancement proved to be extremely effective. Now, not only had his chi blood strength reached 7,600 points, even his mental strength had broken through the 2,000 Hz barrier, rising to 2,300 points. In the following days, Lin Yuan remained at home, waiting for his body to gradually recover. During this time, he also consistently continued to sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 107 days, rewarding one weapon enhancement stone. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 108 days, a rewarding one fruit of the tree of life. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 109 days, a rewarding 5 bottles of life recovery potion. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 110 days, rewarding 5 ability upgrade crystals. Each day's sign-in reward was different. However, the items rewarded by the salvation system were almost all useful. Finally, the time reached 45 days. Lin Yuan's body had completely returned to normal, fully adapting to the increase in chi blood strength and mental strength. If he remembered correctly, this should be the 150th day of his sign-in. He wondered, what would be the reward for completing 150 days of sign-in? After taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan silently decided to sign in. In the next moment, the system's notification sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 150 days, a rewarding special reward body of the Overlord. His guess was correct. This time the reward was indeed a special one. Lin Yuan clenched his fists, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Body of the Overlord's special physique introduction. Those who possess the body of the Overlord will see a significant increase in strength and possess boundless potential, able to ignore any shackles during breakthroughs. Upon seeing the system's introduction, Lin Yuan couldn't help but widen his eyes. The body of the Overlord physique was simply too powerful. With boundless potential and the ability to ignore any shackles during breakthroughs, did that mean that after merging with the body of the Overlord, he could start swallowing chi blood pills without restriction? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's heart began to heat up. Host, please choose whether to merge this physique. Merge. Lin Yuan decisively made his choice. Just as his words fell, he felt the blood in his body suddenly boiling. Even his skin began to gradually redden and become. This pain was 10 times more intense than the pain from forcibly swallowing chi blood pills. Clearly the system was forcibly transforming his physique into the body of the Overlord. He could feel the changes happening within him. Transforming from an ordinary physique to the body of the Overlord evidently required a massive amount of energy. And this was precisely the perfect opportunity to swallow chi blood pills. He could take this chance to swallow all the chi blood pills that he usually found hard to fully absorb. Without madness, one cannot live. A trace of ferocity flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He flipped his right hand and directly took out 5 high-grade chi blood pills. Among them, only one was obtained as a reward after he hunted the armored giant. The other 4 were all obtained through. Without any hesitation, Lin Yuan swallowed all 5 high-grade chi blood pills in one go. The next second, an overwhelming surge of chi blood strength erupted from his body like a volcanic explosion. If it were normally, such a massive amount of chi blood strength would instantly destroy his body. However, at this moment Lin Yuan was in the critical period of merging with the body of the Overlord, precisely needing to consume a large amount of chi blood strength. Thus, this massive chi blood strength was forcibly absorbed into his body in this manner. 10 minutes later, the merging was complete. Lin Yuan's physique successfully transformed into the body of the Overlord. Nearly 70% of the chi blood strength from the 5 high-grade chi blood pills had also been absorbed into his body. At this moment he lay on the ground like a dead dog. Yet the chi blood strength within him had surged past the 10,000 barrier, reaching 15,400 points. Compared to his state before unlocking the system, Lin Yuan had tripled his chi blood strength in such a short time. Although his ability level had not yet increased, if he were to face the armored giant again, he could even easily penetrate the armor on the opponent's body with just his strength. In just 50 days, Lin Yuan's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. Now that he possessed such power, he should continue to take on quests from the Hunter Association. Moreover, more than a month had already passed since he last took on a quest beyond his level. This meant that he now had the privilege to take on another quest beyond his level. This time, why not directly take on an... It was also an opportunity for him to experience the power of the body of the Overlord. With this thought, Lin Yuan slowly stood up, ready to head to the Hunter Association. As he stepped out of his door, Lin Yuan instinctively raised his hand to shield himself from the somewhat glaring sun. For someone who hadn't left his house for a month, the outside environment felt somewhat unfamiliar. At that moment, several armored vehicles suddenly passed in front of him. Why were armored vehicles entering the city? Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted. Today seemed to be the day the military was fully conscripting in Nanjiang City. To protect our home and country is the highest honor. Joining the army is the only way to defend our vast land of Huaxia. The loudspeaker on the armored vehicle repeatedly broadcasted these stirring words. Any young person who heard this would feel a surge of passion. However, Lin Yuan paid no heed and continued heading towards the location of the Hunter Association. Yet not long after, his footsteps began to slow down. For the gate of Nanjiang No. One high school came into his view. A burly man in military uniform was waving his arms, standing before the school gate, delivering a passionate speech. At the first glance, Lin Yuan recognized him. This man was none other than Chun Hu, the commander of the Huaxia Hu Ben army. Rushing to the battlefield is a duty every citizen of Huaxia must fulfill. You who are now adults should also shoulder this responsibility. The past 120 years since the era of giants began have been the most tragic 120 years. Under the oppression of the giant civilization, countless nations have perished and countless humans have died. And why is it that our Huaxia can survive amidst destruction? Because we are united. Because we are resilient. Because we never fear sacrifice. After finishing these words, Chun Hu turned his head and spoke in a deep voice, "Bring it up." Then several soldiers lifted up a series of stone tablets. On the grayish-blue stone tablets, words as red as blood. These are the heroic spirit tablets, also known as the Martyr's Tablets. Chen Xiaojiang, aged 31, an A-class power-type supernatural being single-handedly killed a level 5 mountain giant, and then was trapped in the enemy ranks with the Huaxia military unable to provide timely rescue, ultimately surrounded and killed by giants, leaving no remains. Feng Ongui, aged 40, an A-class fire-type supernatural being, to rescue his trapped comrades, forcibly killed over 200 giants, and in his final moments chose self-detonation, perishing together with a level 5 shadow giant, leaving no remains. Feng Yun, aged 23, a C-class healing-type supernatural being treated the wounded in the rear, staying awake for 7 days and nights, ultimately dying from overwork, buried in the martyr's cemetery. Chu Lai, aged 18, a C-class space-type supernatural being captured by the giant civilization while scouting for intelligence, was devoured by giants, leaving no remains. The words engraved on the heroic spirit tablets were, as if stained with blood. Glorious achievements, each word a tear of blood. One heroic spirit tablet after another, one departed hero after another. They died for Huaxia. Yet their end was, leaving no remains. Leaving no remains, leaving no remains. Looking at the heroic spirit tablets standing before them, all present could not help but redden their eyes, clenching their fists tightly, even their nails digging into their flesh. On the heroic spirit tablets, almost no soldier who fought on the front lines had a complete corpse. Especially that young man named Chu Lai. Why? Why? He was only 18 years old. He should have been safely in school, playing and fooling around with his companions. They could not even begin to imagine. While they sat in the warm and bright classroom, a despairing young man on the distant front line was being cruelly devoured by giants. Those damn giants. I will kill them. I will definitely kill them on the battlefield. We must make them feel this pain. All the students had bloodshot eyes, even their bodies trembling slightly. I know you are all very angry. Chun Hu took a deep breath and said solemnly, I hope you can firmly remember the anger of this moment. Now the frontline situation is critical. As long as you are over 18, everyone is eligible to enlist. And barring special circumstances, all supernatural beings must go to the front lines. After Chun Hu's words, all the students present erupted into excitement. In times of national crisis, we must bravely take the lead. That's right, count me in. At worst, it's just dying on the battle. Haha, why should a man not carry a weapon to reclaim the 50 states? I want those giants to understand what true blood debt. Looking at this group of passionate students, a trace of relief flashed in Chun Hu's eyes. These students before him may not have yet witnessed the brutality of the battlefield, but he could feel the fervent blood boiling within their chests. These youths are the future of Huaxia. They are the true hope of Huaxia. If it were not for the national crisis, no one would send them to the battlefield. It's a pity that the frontline situation is critical and the giant civilization is pressing hard. They must draw fresh blood from the rear. For other countries, this is almost an impossible task. After all, everyone knows that the battlefield is a giant meat grinder. Every minute and every second, thousands of... In this situation, no one is willing to rush to the front lines to die. However, unlike other countries, this place, and in the hearts of Huaxia people, there is great righteousness. As long as the country needs, countless youths will stand up, voluntarily enlist, and rush to the front lines. This is the true inch of land is inch of blood. 100,000 youths, 100,000 armies. Apart from Huaxia, no other country possesses such strong cohesion. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Before the gate of Nanjiang No. 1 high school, the conscription officially began. A long line was formed in front of the registration area. The faces of these students still bore a hint of youthfulness. But one thing was certain, all their eyes held a glimmer of determination to face death without fear. Many reporters gathered around, quietly capturing photo after photo. They wanted to record this moment. The photos of these youths resolutely choosing to enlist would undoubtedly become a powerful tonic for Huaxia. At the same time, it would also inspire more people to rush to the front lines. For these reporters, this was the significance of capturing these photos. Even though they were in the rear, they still wanted to contribute. As Chun Hu looked at the long line before him, his feelings were incredibly complex. I wonder how many of them will actually survive once they step onto the battlefield. Chun Hu knew well how determined these students were. However, the brutality of war would far exceed their imagination. The scene before me appears to be so solemn and dignified. Silent students, iron-blooded soldiers, and teachers watching the students walk towards the recruitment office. After obtaining permission from Chun Hu, a reporter approached the line before him, preparing to conduct random interviews. Before heading to the battlefield, is there anything you would like to say? Dad, Mom, this life, I dedicate it to the country. In the next life, I will take good care of you again. Let's just say it like that. A tall and robust young man smiled with tears in his eyes. Do you have anything to say about those who have died in battle? When the body is dead, the spirit remains. The soul is resolute as a heroic ghost. A bespectacled young man smiled and said, if there truly comes a day of victory, I will go to their graves and toast to them. As he stepped out of his door, Lin Yuan instinctively raised his hand to shield himself from the somewhat glaring sun. For some, a seemingly refined and handsome young student broke into a broad smile. Photos upon photos. One smiling face after another. The reporter felt a bit dazed. This generation of youth is actually smiling as they head to the battlefield. They are not unaware of the cruel fate that awaits them. Yet they still choose to resist, sacrificing themselves for the nation's calamity, viewing death as a homecoming. In that moment, a surge of bloodlust surged within the reporter, wanting to go to the front lines. Perhaps after this interview task is over, he would choose to rush to the front lines and become a war correspondent. In the face of national calamity, even the smallest candle should emit its own light. Then he approached a tall young man again and handed over the microphone. This student, may I ask why you chose to enlist? Wang Ming raised his head, his gaze resolute, and said slowly, for what? Of course, to exterminate all the giants. To reclaim all lost territories. For the future children, so they can live without the fear of giants. Believe me, I will become a hero of Huaxiao, and I will certainly achieve everything I said. Wang Ming's words were powerful and resonant. Though he was just a newly adult student, it was precisely because of this that his words sounded so genuine. Before the reporter could ask another question, Wang Ming grinned and said, "Don't worry, people like me will protect Huaxia. As for this reporter, if you really want to interview someone, I advise you to go ask that guy under the tree over there. You can ask him what it's like to be an ability user but choose to be a deserter." Wang Ming couldn't help but smirk at this point. He had long noticed Lin Yuan over there. Since he dropped out of school, he hadn't seen him for over a month. He clearly didn't expect that Lin Yuan, who refused to enlist, would have the audacity to appear here on recruitment day. In that case, he shouldn't blame himself for embarrassing him. Deserter. The reporter paused slightly and instinctively asked, "Aren't all ability users required to enlist?" "Yes, but who let his father be Lin Tianke?" Wang Ming scoffed. "A coward like him is only fit to hide under his father's shadow and survive by any means necessary." His words cast a shadow over the reporter's heart. The latter clearly didn't expect that even among these passionate youths there were still those who feared for their lives. The reporter walked towards Lin Yuan with heavy steps. He even felt a bit angry. He wanted to question him about why he didn't choose to participate in the war. Clearly possessing outstanding ability. Clearly having the most superior cultivation environment. Clearly having a father who is a hero as radiant as the blazing sun. But why does he not choose to fight? Why? The reporter finally reached Lin Yuan, raised the microphone in his hand, and calmly asked, "Student, may I ask why you did not choose to participate in the war?" Lin Yuan looked up, a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, when he saw Wang Ming's cold smile, he quickly reacted. He stared directly at the camera and answered indifferently, "Because it is my right." Lin Yuan's response inexplicably ignited a surge of unnameable anger within the reporter. He spoke in a deep voice. "That's right, it is indeed your right, because your father is Lin Tianke. But can you really just watch your former classmates die in battle and choose to turn a blind eye? Oh right, you can indeed, because you are not on the battlefield at all. Looking at them, don't you feel ashamed?" The reporter's intense words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Chun, who hurried over frowning and asking. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. "Xiao Yuan, why are you here?" Indeed, Lin Yuan could recognize Chun, who at a glance, not because he was the commander of the Tiger Ben army, but because they had met. Before commanding the Tiger Ben army, he was merely a guard of Lin Tianke. After recognizing Lin Yuan, a smile immediately spread across Chun Hu's face. "Xiao Yuan, why didn't you line up at the recruitment office? Was it too crowded?" "It's okay, just tell Uncle Chun which army you want to join. Don't worry, although I'm not as capable as your father, I still have some influence. Of course, if I were to be selfish, I would definitely hope you could join our Tiger Ben army. You and your father are simply cut from the same cloth. If I remember correctly, you seem to have awakened dual abilities, right? Indeed, a tiger father does not raise a dog son. I believe that one day you too will become an existence that makes those giants tremble in fear like General Lin." As the commander of the army, Chun, who now looked at Lin Yuan with the hopeful gaze of a farmer wishing for a good harvest. Looking at Chun, who before him, Lin Yuan felt as if the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. After a long silence, Lin Yuan finally spoke. "Uncle Chun, I have given up on enlisting." In an instant, the entire recruitment office fell silent, a deep stillness. Lin Yuan's response was like a thunderclap, stirring up a storm in everyone's hearts. If there were still those who were unaware of Lin Yuan's identity, now everyone knew that this coward who refused to enlist was none other than the son of the legendary general of Huaxia, Lin Tianke. Chun, who stood there dumbfounded, thinking he must have misheard, still muttering to himself, "Xiao Yuan, even if you don't want to join the human army, I won't force you." Before he could finish, Lin Yuan repeated his earlier words. "Uncle Chun, I have said I have given up on enlisting and chosen to stay behind. If there is nothing else, then I shall take my leave." Having said this, Lin Yuan turned around to leave. "Lin Yuan, do you not understand? What you are doing will cause your father to be looked down upon for a lifetime. Your father was a man of great renown. Even now, despite his lost power, he remains a hero of Huaxia. But do you even know what you are doing right now? Do you want him to be scorned even after his death? He should be seen as a hero, not as the father of a coward." Chun, who anxious and angry, hurriedly chased after Lin Yuan, seemingly trying to stop him. In his desperation, he unconsciously released his own oppressive aura. It is known that only those with at least strength can qualify as a legion commander. This meant that Chun, who possessed power comparable to that of a city-destroying giant. The pressure released by such a powerful being was of course not to be underestimated. Under this pressure, the students behind felt as if a giant mountain had been placed upon their shoulders. Some of the weaker ones even buckled at the knees, collapsing to the ground. However, Lin Yuan seemed unaffected, continuing. Watching Lin Yuan ignore him completely, Chun, who felt both disappointment and anger. How could such a magnificent general have produced such a son? Driven by fury, Chun, who unleashed an even greater oppressive force, targeting Lin Yuan alone. Lin Yuan grunted, nearly stumbling to the ground. However, he quickly steadied himself and continued to move forward with great difficulty. Even Chun, who couldn't help but show a hint of shock in his eyes at this scene. He clearly did not expect Lin Yuan to be able to withstand his oppressive aura and advance. At such a young age, possessing such strength, he truly deserved to be called a prodigy. It was a pity that such an extraordinary genius had become a laughingstock as a deserter. What Chun, who did not know, was that under the enhancement of the overlord body, the thousands of points of blood energy within Lin Yuan had been pushed to the limit. Even if he released all his pressure, he still could not hinder Lin Yuan's steps. At that moment, a figure leaning on a cane slowly appeared from the other side of the street. As this figure emerged, everyone instinctively focused their attention on him. Tiger, it's been many years since we last met. You've really grown. If I didn't hold you back, would you have been ready to attack my son? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chun, who instantly froze in place. He slowly turned his head, and upon seeing the person's face, he immediately knelt down on one knee. I am Chun, who current commander of the Huaxia human army, paying my respects to the Dragon General. Uncertain who initiated it first. After Chun, who knelt, all the students and teachers also knelt on one knee. All faculty and students of Nanjing No. One high school paying our respects to the Dragon General. They expressed their deepest respect for this hero of Huaxia in this manner. The man before them was none other than Lin Yuan's father, Lin Tianke. Leaning on his cane, he hobbled over to Chun Hu. He patted Chun Hu on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "Not bad at all. The little guard who used to run around me has now become a commander on his own." After hearing this, the iron-blooded Chun Hu inexplicably felt a lump in his throat. General Lin. Before he could finish, Lin Tianke waved his hand. "No need to call me general. I'm just an old man living out my days in this small border town." "That's not true." Chun Hu wanted to deny it, but Lin Tianke spoke again. "I know that Lin Yuan has disappointed you all. To be honest, even I as his father do not know what he truly wishes to do. However, I still hope you can forgive him. Even if he wants to remain comfortably in the rear, I hope you can pardon him. This is my final plea as a father." After saying these words, Lin Tianke struggled to bend his body, using his remaining leg to support himself as he deeply bowed to the crowd before him. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned red, feeling an indescribable sensation in their hearts. Even though Lin Yuan was indeed a deserter, his father, the former Dragon General of Huaxia, had held up a sky for him with his bent back. By the time everyone regained their senses, Lin Yuan had long since disappeared from their sight. Soon a complete video of this incident was uploaded to the internet. Within just a few hours, it set off a storm across Huaxia. Tearful Lin Tianke is a true man. This is the backbone of Huaxia. I hope everyone remembers his leg was broken for Huaxia. Haha, even so, it doesn't change the fact that his son is a deserter. I never expected such a hero as General Lin to have produced a son like this, a parasite who only knows how to rely on his father's achievements. Waste, coward, a disgrace to Huaxia. I say we respect General Lin's wishes and choose to forgive him. After all, seeking comfort is not a sin, but he was born in this era. Seeking comfort is not a sin. Even my 6 to 7-year-old father concealed his age to go to the front line as a logistics soldier, and you tell me he did nothing wrong. Such a person, if they continue to live in Huaxia, should never be able to hold their head high for the rest of their life. Lin Yuan gets tens of thousands of comments, at least half of which are filled with insults directed at Lin Yuan. Weak, shameless, selfish, a coward. Countless filthy words transformed into bullets of public opinion shooting towards Lin Yuan. Even Lin Tianke faced a fair share of criticism. Lin Yuan scrolled through the comments with a blank expression. Humiliating. Yet he must continue to silently endure this humiliation. Either die in silence or erupt in silence. How much longer it will take, even Lin Yuan himself does not know. What he is certain of is that no matter the outcome, he will have no regrets. This is a path to salvation that is destined to be lonely. Fortunately, there is still hope in his heart. Lin Yuan exhaled a long breath of turbid air, his gaze once again becoming resolute. For him, everything has only just begun. These fleeting thoughts cannot shake him. A man's heart remains as solid as iron until death. Let's see what I can do to mend the sky. After reaching a deserted corner, Lin Yuan donned the silver-white mask once more. Then he made his way to the Hunter Association alone. He could tolerate the insults and mockery of others, but he absolutely cannot tolerate his own weakness. To drive all giants away, he must possess enough strength to contend with them. As Lin Yuan stepped into the Hunter Association, all the hunters on the first floor instinctively fell silent. They certainly remembered Lin Yuan. This mysterious figure wearing a silver-white mask had killed 1,000 giants and single-handedly defeated the armored. In the outside world, Lin Yuan is a despicable coward, a shameless fugitive. But here he is the giant slayer that This guy is back again. Ew, I wonder if he's here to take on a mission. What has he been doing lately? If I remember correctly, it seems he hasn't shown his face in over a month. Who knows? Do you think he's come to take an 11 mission? What a joke. The target of an 11 mission is at least a level 5 giant. Do you think this guy can handle it? Quiet down, don't discuss this. He's walking over here. Lin Yuan walked past them with an indifferent expression, heading towards the task acquisition center on the second floor. The hunters felt relieved that Lin Yuan seemed not to intend to make things difficult for them. Hello, it's nice to see you again. I'm here to take a mission. Lin Yuan's words were succinct, clearly not intending to waste time. Here's the mission list, please have a look. The girl dared not be negligent and immediately opened the mission list in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan reached out and lightly touched the mission screen, skimming through it with remarkable speed. Tasks that were too easy were eliminated. Tasks that wasted too much time were eliminated. Tasks that were too complicated were eliminated. Lin Yuan's criteria for selecting missions were extremely harsh. However, all the tasks he eliminated were those that would not significantly aid his strength growth. These worthless missions were better off not being done. Finally, Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon an 11 mission. A level mission: exterminate the remnants of the giant cult. Mission requirement: kill the remnants of the giant cult hiding outside the city. Mission reward: 700 yuan, 500 merit points, and 1 grade alloy weapon. Remnants of the giant cult. Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold as he softly murmured to himself. He had some understanding of the giant cult. In short, it is a cult. When humans encounter things they cannot understand or cannot overcome, they tend to deify them. Religions thus come into being. The giant cult is a product of this. During the dark and desperate 100 years, countless humans developed a twisted and fanatical worship of giants. In their eyes, giants are akin to divine beings. And compared to humans, giants are more deserving of being the rulers of this planet. In their doctrine, the emergence of giant civilization is due to humanity committing unforgivable sins, thus necessitating a great cleansing. This is the origin of this catastrophe. At the same time, the giant cult also declares to its followers that as long as they assist the giant civilization in achieving ultimate victory in this war, they can absolve themselves of the sins of being human and live anew in the newly established paradise. Based on all this, defining the giant cult as a heretical sect is hardly an exaggeration. In Lin Yuan's eyes, they are nothing but a group of brainwashed fanatics. They not only betrayed their own country, but also their own race. He once heard Lin Tianke mention that the upper echelons of the giant cult even used some special drugs to forcibly transform themselves into giants, and they took pride in this, fully integrating into the giant civilization. Lin Yuan naturally harbors a deep hatred for these cultists. Without a moment's hesitation, he pointed at this mission and said in a deep voice, "Using my authority to accept missions above my level this month, I want to take this mission." The girl followed Lin Yuan's finger and felt her mind go blank. If she remembered correctly, Lin Yuan had only taken 2 missions since joining the Hunter Association. One was an A-level mission that could be deemed the most difficult. The other was also a highly risky level mission. Now, is this guy really preparing to tackle an A-level mission? My goodness, what kind of monster is this guy? If it weren't for the Hunter Association's prohibition on repeated registrations, she might even suspect that he was a big shot disguised as a newcomer to rack up missions. Although the girl was in utter disbelief, she still maintained a polite smile on her face. "Before you accept the mission, I must remind you that the difficulty of this mission is extremely high, so please be extra cautious during the operation." Lin Yuan nodded and asked, "Are there any details about the mission?" The girl pondered for a moment and replied, "Here is some intelligence regarding the remnants of the giant cult collected by a hunter team. However, to browse this intelligence, you must pay a fee of 5,000 yuan." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan showed no hesitation and said, "I want to browse this intelligence, and as for the 5,000 fee, just deduct it directly from my account." In any situation, intelligence is of utmost importance. As long as the information holds value, Lin Yuan is willing to pay any exorbitant fees. If one is stingy, even with a small amount of money, that would truly be irresponsible. After Lin Yuan paid the intelligence fee, the young lady quickly sent him the related information about the giant cult. The intelligence indicates that remnants of the giant cult are gathering in an abandoned factory located 500 kilometers northwest of South River City. Within this hideout, there is 1 A-level ability user, 3 B-level ability users, and several C-level ability users. This is precisely why the mission has been classified as an A-level task. However, the whereabouts of the giant cult remnants are unpredictable, and this intelligence is already 7 days old. It is quite possible that these individuals have long since left that abandoned factory and chosen to relocate. Nevertheless, this information is still quite valuable to Lin Yuan. At the very least, through this intelligence, he has gained insight into the overall strength of the enemy. Unfortunately, the information is not detailed enough. It merely marks the ability levels of the giant cult members without specifying their ability attributes. Without understanding the enemy's abilities, all Lin Yuan can do is to be as cautious as possible. "Thank you." After reviewing the intelligence before him, Lin Yuan immediately turned around and prepared to leave. As he exited, the first floor of the Hunter Association fell into silence. All the hunters silently watched Lin Yuan, seeing him off as he departed. Once Lin Yuan pushed open the door and vanished from their sight, these hunters finally sighed in relief and began to discuss among themselves. "My goodness, this guy's oppressive aura is overwhelming. I didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Of course, he's someone who has killed a level 4 giant. However, he actually accepted an A-level mission. What a madman. If he can truly eliminate those remnants of the giant cult, it would indeed clear a major threat for South River City. Who can argue with that? Those giant cult members are the real madmen. I heard they are even so deranged that they use live people for blood sacrifices." After presenting his credentials from the Hunter Association, Lin Yuan successfully walked out of the Alloy City walls and arrived outside South River City. However, before that, he deliberately went to the trading center and spent all the money on high-grade blood essence pills. After completing the missions of hunting the giant and the armored giant, Lin Yuan received a total of 5 million as a reward. After deducting the 500,000 for intelligence, he still had 4,500,000 left in his account. That sum sounds considerable, but if used to purchase high-grade blood essence pills, he could only buy 4 at most. However, Lin Yuan would never be stingy when it comes to spending on strengthening his own power. With his unique physique, the body of the overlord, as long as he keeps taking pills, he can continuously grow stronger. Thus, he directly purchased 3 high-grade blood essence pills and 25 ordinary blood essence pills, exhausting all 4,500,000 in one go. Now broke, Lin Yuan once again felt how impoverished he truly was. This was far from being a body of the overlord. It was clearly a money-sucking physique. Feeling helpless, Lin Yuan casually grabbed a handful of ordinary blood essence pills and tossed them into his mouth like candy. Although he had to be frugal with the high-grade blood essence pills costing 1 million each, he could still afford the ordinary blood essence pills at 50,000 each. Theoretically, as long as his body could withstand it, he could infinitely enhance his strength by swallowing blood essence pills. As he kept swallowing, he would break through without encountering any thresholds. This is the domineering aspect of the body of the Overlord. If anyone saw how Lin Yuan consumed these blood essence pills, their eyes would probably pop out in shock. I still need to earn money. Lin Yuan licked his lips and muttered to himself, fortunately, as long as I can take down those giant cult members, I can earn another 7 million. After leaving South River City, Lin Yuan immediately clarified his goal. He still planned to follow the intelligence's lead and head in the direction of the abandoned factory for reconnaissance. Even if the giant cult members had already vacated the place, they would still leave some traces behind. Moreover, before that, Lin Yuan wanted to maximize his own strength. If the intelligence is correct, and there is one level ability user, 3 level ability users, and several level ability users gathered there, it would certainly be a significant challenge for Lin Yuan, who is alone. Despite possessing the body of the Overlord and having his chi blood surpass 10,000 points, even so, he could at most contend equally with one level powerhouse. If he gets surrounded, he would undoubtedly perish. Thus, he must be fully prepared before officially launching an attack. With that in mind, Lin Yuan immediately whispered, "Open personal attribute panel. Host Lin Yuan combat level, a level ability user, special physique, body of the Overlord, chi blood power, 16487 calories, mental strength 2644 hertz, abilities, thunder ability, level self-healing ability, level frost ability, level undead ability, a level." Although Lin Yuan's ability levels are relatively low due to the existence of the body of the Overlord and his exceptionally high chi blood, his overall strength has reached a level. Furthermore, having accumulated so many days of sign-in rewards, Lin Yuan now possesses 25 ability upgrade. Consume 15 ability upgrade crystals to upgrade undead ability. Consume 10 ability upgrade crystals to upgrade self-healing ability. Without any hesitation, Lin Yuan directly allocated these 25 ability upgrade crystals to the undead ability and self-healing ability. In the next moment, the upgrade crystals in his hand shattered. The azure glow surged in like a tide, instantly merging. Self-healing ability successfully upgraded to level. Healing rate 20. Undead ability successfully upgraded. Undead strength 10. Undead ability successfully upgraded to level. Undead strength 10. Necromantic space opened can store up to 10 undead creatures. As the azure light dissipated, Lin Yuan's 2 abilities were successfully enhanced. He upgraded his self-healing ability, of course, for self-preservation. As for why he wanted to upgrade the undead ability, the reason is even simpler. Because this ability is incredibly useful. As long as there are enough corpses, he can summon countless undead creatures to fight for him. Lin Yuan had successfully raised his necromantic ability from a rank to crank. The benefits he gained were quite remarkable. The strength of the summoned undead creatures increased by 20. This means that from now on, the undead creatures summoned by Lin Yuan, using his necromantic abilities, will possess 70 of their strength from when they were alive. Moreover, what delighted Lin Yuan even more was the activation of the necromantic space. Without the necromantic space, the undead creatures he summoned could only be used temporarily. For instance, the undead armor he had summoned previously, though quite formidable, had to be abandoned before returning to Nan because he had no choice but to do so. If he had entered Nanjiang City wearing the undead armor, he would have likely been shot dead on the spot by the city patrol. However, with the necromantic space at his disposal, Lin Yuan would no longer have such worries. Used undead giants do not need to be discarded, they can simply be coated in breadcrumbs and fried in a pot. The neighboring children would be drooling. Ahem, I digress. They can be placed in the necromantic space and summoned again for the next battle. Unfortunately, the initial necromantic space only has 10 storage slots. Thus, only the strongest undead creatures must be stored in the necromantic space. After upgrading his ability, a brilliant idea suddenly emerged in Lin Yuan's mind. Since those remnants of the giant cult enjoy being dogs for giants so much, Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed as a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then I shall prepare a wonderful surprise for them. 3 days later, in the forest of giants, Lin Yuan casually tossed aside his dragon-slaying blade and confronted the giant before him with bare hands. The giant standing in front of him was 20 meters tall, like a skyscraper, exuding an extremely powerful sense of Moreover, unlike ordinary giants, this giant was muscular all over with 4 additional thick arms growing below its original arms. A level 4 giant, a 6-armed giant. If it were before, Lin Yuan would have needed the assistance of the undead giant to have a chance to slay this 6-armed giant. But the current Lin Yuan didn't even deign to use a weapon. I hope you aren't too weak, so I can find some enjoyment in this battle. Just as Lin Yuan finished speaking, he unhesitatingly activated his thunder ability. His form instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging directly at the 6-armed giant. Roar! The 6-armed giant let out a low growl, and its 6 muscular arms, seemingly forged from steel, attacked Lin Yuan simultaneously. If the armored giant's strength lay in the black armor covering its body, then the strength of the 6-armed giant before him resided in the terrifying power contained within its 6 arms. As those 6 massive arms attacked together, they seemed to seal off all of Lin Yuan's routes of attack. However, there was not a trace of fear on Lin Yuan's face. Frost congeal. With a low shout, a thick layer of frost formed on all 6 arms of the 6-armed giant, greatly limiting the speed of its arms. Then, without hesitation, Lin Yuan seized one of its arms, and the power of his blood surged explosively. Under the amplification of the Overlord's body, the force produced by Lin Yuan's blood explosion was astonishing as he directly tore one of the six-armed giant's arms off. In an instant, crimson blood gushed forth. The six-armed giant before him let out a painful wail. Forget it, it'll leave you a few arms. Otherwise, when you become an undead giant, it won't look good being all bare. Lin Yuan smirked, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. He casually tossed the severed arm aside, not giving the six-armed giant a chance to retaliate before launching another powerful punch. The crimson blood energy swirled around his arm, like mist clearly visible. Boom! Lin Yuan's full-powered punch created a strong wind that caused the six-armed giant's chest to cave in. In the next moment, all of his power poured down onto the giant's massive body. With just one punch, Lin Yuan created a huge blood hole in the position of the giant's heart. Crimson giant blood fell like rain, enveloping Lin Yuan's figure in this rain of blood. Bang! The massive body of the six-armed giant collapsed with a loud crash, kicking up countless clouds of dust. Lin Yuan coldly gazed at the scene before him, steadily landing on the ground. At this moment, he still could not remain suspended in midair. It is said that as long as one's blood energy reaches 50,000 calories, they can fly freely. However, 50,000 calories is already the threshold for strength powerhouses. The person responsible for recruiting at their school, Chun, who was in strength powerhouse with blood energy reaching 90,000 calories. That is why the pressure he exuded could immobilize so many students. However, Lin Tiank back in the day was 2 levels higher than Chun, who today, as the Dragon General of Huaxiao, Lin Tiank's own strength also reached SS rank. But Lin Yuan did not know how terrifying his father's blood energy had been at his peak. Due to Lin Tiank's long-term absence due to battles, the father and son had always been separated. Since he did not mention it, Lin Yuan would not ask either. Lin Yuan walked over to the corpse of the six-armed giant and skillfully retrieved its brain core. Then he raised his hands and unhesitatingly activated his necromantic ability. The dark necromantic energy immediately fused into the six-armed giant's body, causing it to slowly rise again. Another level 4 undead giant joined his army of the undead. This was already the 10th level 4 giant he had hunted in these 3 days. The other 9 giants had long been stored in the necromantic space. The toothed giant bear, giant berserk, giant cursed, giant demon spirit giant. It should be noted that high-level giants outside Nanjiang City were few and far between. In these 3 days, Lin Yuan had been tirelessly hunting to find so many high-level giants. Now with the addition of the 6-armed giant before him, Lin Yuan had finally filled his necromantic space. Since the preliminary preparations have been completed, it is time for him to officially wage war against those remnants of the giant. After bringing the 6-armed giant, now transformed into a wraith, into the necromantic space, Lin Yuan slowly turned around. Before him stood hundreds of giants of various sizes. Although these were merely ordinary giants, the sheer number of them gathered together created an overwhelming presence that was still quite oppressive. Faced with so many giants, even a 4th-level giant would probably be instantly overwhelmed. All these undead giants were slain by Lin Yuan over the past few days. Now when he slaughtered these ordinary giants, it was as easy as crushing ants. Just moments ago, while Lin Yuan was in combat with the 6-armed giant, these hundreds of undead giants stood behind him like statues. Not to mention that this 6-armed giant was no match for Lin Yuan. Even if it could defeat Lin Yuan, the hundreds of undead giants would rush forward and tear it apart in an instant. If this 6-armed giant could speak, it would probably curse out loud. Damn it, are we not playing fair? Hundreds of undead giants, 10 4th-level giants. Lin Yuan smirked and murmured to himself, I believe the remnants of the giant church will be quite pleased with the surprise I have prepared. Then he glanced at the map on his wristwatch and headed straight for the location of the abandoned factory. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan waved his hand, signaling the undead giants behind him to quickly keep pace. Under his command, all the undead giants moved in unison, and as they began to march, even the ground trembled beneath. At this moment, Lin Yuan was alone, yet he carried the weight of 1,000 troops. Approximately 600 kilometers away, inside an abandoned factory. This factory had likely existed before the era of giants began. However, for such a structure to stand here for so long clearly indicates its exceptional quality, and it is not a shoddy construction. Moreover, the war between humans and giants had once flattened much of the world. The fact that this building survived that cataclysm was quite fortunate. At this moment, inside the abandoned factory, a bonfire was blazing. Scattered around the discarded oil drums were a dozen people, all with fierce expressions. Illuminated by the firelight, they appeared as fearsome as demons. Without a doubt, those gathered here were all followers of their headquarters in Nanjiang City had been destroyed by the Huaxiao military, so they could only escape here like lost dogs living. At this moment, a thin man finally spoke up. Boss Lord Kamba said he needs at least 10 human lives to successfully evolve into a 6th-level giant. So we must ensure that within 5 days we deliver 10 humans to him. Moreover, he specifically instructed me that if the blood and flesh are from ability users, his strength after evolution will be even more formidable. Lord Kamba said that only in this way can we ensure the subsequent plans proceed more smoothly. After he finished speaking, a scar-faced man, bare-chested, snorted coldly, 10 human lives, it sounds easy. Now we are all wanted criminals in Nanjiang City, we can't even enter the city gates. Where are we supposed to find 10 living? This scar-faced man, robust and muscular, was clearly the leader among these giant cultists. Even just sitting there, he exuded a chilling aura, clearly a criminal with dozens of lives on his conscience. Boss, don't get angry. A young man with narrow eyes and a cold gaze walked up beside the scar-faced man and chuckled, "Isn't Lord Kamba just in need of consuming human flesh? Then let's just satisfy him. I've already leaked our location to the Hunter Association." Before he could finish, the scar-faced man seized his collar and nearly shouted in rage, "Are you insane? Knowing that we are wanted criminals, you still dare to expose our hiding place?" What was that saying again? To place oneself in a position of peril to survive. The young man grasped the scar-faced man's wrist and said solemnly, "Boss, we have no other way out. Humans are hunting us, and the giants are not fully accepting us, only demanding our flesh. In the eyes of the giants, we are merely obedient dogs. Do you think that if we cannot provide enough flesh to Lord Kamba to help him evolve, he will treat us kindly? He will choose to devour us to complete his evolution." "You are right," the young man replied with a sinister smile. "If we cannot prove our value to the giant civilization, then in their eyes we are nothing more than trash they can discard at any time. As long as they need to, they can choose to devour us at any moment." The scar-faced man's eyes flickered as he solemnly asked, "So what do you want to do?" "I've revealed our location to the Hunter Association." The young man replied flatly, "If nothing unexpected happens, there will definitely be one or more hunter teams coming to hunt us. And they do not know about Lord Kamba's existence." Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man fully grasped the other's intentions and excitedly said, "You set this trap to attract human ability users so that Lord Kamba can devour them and complete his evolution. If it succeeds, not only will we survive, but we will also prove our value to the giant civilization." What a brilliant move. Using another's blade to kill. This guy before him had truly maximized all resources. This was not just a poison plot, but a conspiracy. Just then the young man grinned calmly, saying, "Even if we are dogs, we must be proper ones. A dog that can bite will never bark." Looking at his smile, the scar-faced man couldn't help but feel a chill run down. After clarifying the plan, the followers of the giant sect no longer appeared as anxious as before. After all they needed to do next was to stay put and wait for the fish to bite. If they could successfully assist Lord Kamba in evolving into a city-destroying level giant, it would undoubtedly be a great achievement. At that time, perhaps the giant civilization would even grant them some special rewards. Thinking of this, the scarred man felt a surge of excitement in his heart. If they were truly accepted by the giant civilization, they would no longer have to live a life of hiding and fleeing. "Chu Xiao, if this plan really succeeds, you will be my top strategist." The scarred man laughed heartily, giving Chu Xiao a hearty pat on the shoulder. "It is my honor." Chu Xiao smiled faintly, but a trace of barely perceptible disdain flickered in his eyes. It was clear that he looked down on this scarred man. Were it not for the pressing circumstances, he would never collaborate with such trash. After finding a way out, the scarred man was in high spirits, immediately sitting down in a relaxed manner, poking the fire in front of him and casually chatting. "By the way, do you guys know that Lin Tiang's son actually refused to enlist due to fear of death? This news has spread like wildfire throughout Huaxia. Such a heroic figure has given birth to a cowardly son. Ha ha ha, this is truly a delight. If it weren't for Lin Tiang and his military scum insisting on purging the rear and completely uprooting the giant sect, would we be in this dire situation like lost dogs unable to find peace?" As he said this, the scarred man began to grit his teeth. Chu Xiao calmly interjected, "I must admit Lin Tiang is indeed a remarkable figure. It's just a pity that human civilization is destined to be unable to compete with giant civilization. He stubbornly goes against the tide like an insect trying to shake a tree and ultimately meets this fate. He can only be said to have brought it upon himself. Ha ha ha, the more miserable he becomes, the happier I am." The scarred man laughed, saying, "I was thinking, what if we could lure that cowardly son of his to join our giant sect?" The expression on Lin Tiang's face would surely be quite amusing. One of his subordinates immediately chimed in, "Not just amusing, it would be even more painful than killing him. But bringing in such a coward who doesn't even dare to step onto the battlefield would be bad luck for us." "Haha, you might think it's bad luck, but General Lin still cherishes that useless son of his. Haven't you heard? Lin Tianke even bowed and apologized to everyone for that waste of a son. It's hilarious. Who would have thought that such a tough man as Lin Tianke would ultimately suffer due to his son's disgrace? If we had known this earlier, we wouldn't have needed to go to such lengths to tarnish his reputation." Bang! Just as everyone was joking and discussing, accompanied by a loud noise, the door of the abandoned warehouse, a figure holding a long knife appeared before them. "It seems fish have finally taken the bait." Chu Xiao squinted his eyes, murmuring softly. The scarred man grinned maliciously and stood up, saying, "Now that you're here, aren't you going to introduce yourself?" After he stood up, all the followers of the giant sect also rose to their feet. An aura of desperation radiated. "Introduction? I think that's unnecessary." The person before them raised his head and smiled, saying, "Because you have already introduced me for me. I am Lin Tiang's useless son." After he said this, the expressions of all the giant sect followers changed. If the information from the outside world was not mistaken, Lin Yuan should be a waste who doesn't even dare to step onto the battlefield. How could such a coward appear here? Could it be that he has brought Lin Tianke with him? Just the thought of this name caused a wave of despair to rise within the hearts of these giant sect followers. Although they hated Lin Tianke to the bone, the mere title of Dragon General of Huaxia was enough to frighten them, and if Lin Tianke really appeared before them, they might even be scared to the point of losing control. No, wait. The scarred man suddenly thought, wasn't Lin Tianke supposed to have lost all his strength and become a waste? Could it be that all of that was just an act? In an instant the scarred man's mind raced, and he didn't dare to act recklessly. Lin Yuan certainly knew what he was thinking, and said with a light smile, "Don't worry, Lin Tianke is not here. Do you think that a bunch of fish like you are worthy of making him take action?" The scarred man narrowed his eyes, sneering. "That's true, but do you really dare to come here to seek death by yourself? Or are you saying you truly intend to join the giant sect? Rest assured, as long as you are willing to join the giant sect, even if you do nothing, you can still become a guest of honor of the giant civilization." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow, and said coolly, "You think you can use me to harm my father? You scum truly have a good— But when did I say I came alone?" After he said this, the scarred man felt somewhat relieved. It seems Lin Tianke really didn't come. If Lin Yuan insisted that he had come alone, they would have had some reservations, not knowing what tricks the other side had up their sleeves. But now, as long as Lin Tianke is not here, no matter how many people Lin Yuan brings, they would all just become food for Lord Kamba. After all, Lord Kamba was only one step away from evolving into a city-destroying level giant. Thinking of this, the scarred man felt much more relaxed, and said with a cold smile, "Kid, since that's the case, you might as well call out all your companions so I can let you die quickly." Lin Yuan slightly curled his lips and chuckled. "You might be disappointed. Because they are all already dead. Since you want to see them that badly, I shall fulfill your wish." Just as he finished speaking, the entire abandoned factory suddenly began to tremble violently. All the followers of the giant sect changed their expressions drastically, not knowing what was happening. In the next moment, it was Chu Xiao who reacted first. No, wait, it wasn't the abandoned factory, but the ground beneath them. The entire land was shaking. Boom. Just as this group of giant cultists felt an overwhelming sense of dread, the entire roof of the abandoned factory was forcefully torn off. What appeared before them was an incredibly enormous face. "Is this a giant?" The scarred man finally reacted. It turned out that the terrifying rumbling they had heard earlier was entirely caused by the giants. However, how many giants had this creature attracted to create such severe tremors in the earth? Thinking of this, the scarred man couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Kid, it seems you're not only timid but also a bit dim-witted. Do you think we as giant cultists would fear a mere few giants? In giant civilization, although lower-tier giants lack intelligence, they can be controlled by higher-tier giants, especially those giants who have reached level 5 or above. As long as Lord Kamba arrives here, these giants gathered can be instantly commanded." This kid was simply lifting a rock to smash his own foot. Who would have thought that Lin Tianke would have such a foolish son? "Oh really? So you're not afraid?" Lin Yuan said with a smile. "However, since you love dealing with giants so much, why not interact with these giants properly? This is a gift I painstakingly prepared for you. You must not waste it." As soon as his words fell, Lin Yuan unhesitatingly activated the undead space. In the next moment, a series of terrifying giants stepped out from the undead space. Six-armed giants, sharp-toothed giants, bear giants, berserk giants, cursed giants, and demon giants. A total of 10 level 4 giants stood tall like small mountains behind Lin Yuan, radiating a powerful and terrifying aura. Faced with these 10 giants, the scarred man's expression changed slightly, and he instinctively took a step back. No matter how foolish he was, he should have realized that something was off. The giants seemed to be enveloped in an almost imperceptible aura of death. Lin Yuan appeared to be able to command. How could this be possible? He had lived for so many years and had never heard of anyone being able to control giants. The scarred man couldn't imagine what kind of storm this news would stir if it reached the outside world. Now the only thing he could be certain of was that Lin Tiang's son was far from the weakling rumored to be too cowardly to step onto the battlefield. The scarred man dared not hesitate any longer and immediately turned to Chu Xiao, speaking in a deep voice. "Quickly notify Lord Kamba to come here at once. Tell him we have prepared enough blood food for him." He knew that only human flesh could attract giants. Only by saying this would Lord Kamba come immediately. All right. Chu Xiao understood the urgency of the situation, and after agreeing, prepared to leave through the back door. His unusual behavior did not escape Lin Yuan's notice. However, Lin Yuan did not stop him. With so many people here, he couldn't possibly intercept all of them. But he was curious about who Chu Xiao was going to inform. Could it be that the giant cult had other accomplices? Regardless of how many accomplices they had, he intended to eliminate the kill. Lin Yuan's gaze turned icy as he coldly uttered this word. In the next second, the 10 level 4 giants behind him stepped forward, roaring as they charged at the giant cultists before them. Meanwhile, the hundreds of undead giants outside the abandoned factory surged forth under Lin Yuan's command. This already dilapidated factory was almost instantly reduced to rubble, and the group of giant cultists was completely engulfed in the onslaught of the undead giants. You reap what you sow. These scoundrels acted as accomplices to the tigers, preferring to serve giants than to contribute to humanity. Letting them die at the hands of giants was in a sense a fitting end. Get lost. Amid the siege of the undead giants, the scarred man let out a roar. In the next second, his body suddenly transformed into hard steel. Without a doubt, this was his ability steel, and as the leader among these giant cultists, he was the only level ability user according to the intelligence. Cut down. The scarred man drew a broadsword from behind and shouted as he swung it down with great force. His powerful strike instantly severed one of the 6-armed giant's arms. It's worth noting that the undead 6-armed giant only had 70% of its strength from its living days. Now facing the level ability user, the scarred man, it naturally couldn't hold out for long. However, before the scarred man could continue his assault, a mass of black mist quietly enveloped his body. He realized that under this black mist his strength and speed had been weakened. Turning his head, he quickly found it was the cursed giant standing not far from him. Although this type of giant is not particularly powerful in combat, it can inflict various curses on its target, weakening its strength. It seemed he had to deal with this cursed giant first. The scarred man's eyes flashed with killing intent as he abandoned the six-armed giant before him and quickly turned to charge at the cursed giant. However, before he could reach the cursed giant, a shadow loomed over him, and an enormous bare paw suddenly smashed. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the scarred man's body was forcefully smashed into the ground. Despite having hardened skin, he still felt his internal organs churn. He propped himself up with his arms glaring up, and he saw a bear giant covered in brown fur grinning at him, its smile exuding an inexplicable eeriness. For a moment, the scarred man felt an impulse to spit blood. These giants were not particularly damaging, but incredibly, in an unknown situation, he was confident he could slay any giant before him. Yet these giants refused to engage him directly, instead waiting for the perfect moment to strike. If this continued, the scarred man truly felt he would be toyed to death by these giants. 5 minutes later, the scarred man leaned on his broadsword, gasping for breath. He had been entangled with this group of giants for a full 5 minutes. Not only had he exhausted a considerable amount of stamina, but his steel-like body was also covered with wounds of various sizes. It must be said that the power of a level superhuman is indeed formidable. Even under such circumstances, the scarred man had still slain 3 giants. The six-armed giant, the bear giant, and the rampaging giant, all perished at his hands. What's wrong? Is that all you've got? Lin Yuan looked at the scarred man with a smile. The anger in the scarred man's eyes seemed as if it would burn him to ashes as he gritted his teeth and said, "Wait for me. Sooner or later, I will slaughter these giants. When that time comes, it will be your turn." Lin Yuan chuckled lightly, responding, "Before you say that, perhaps you should take a look at your comrades." The scarred man furrowed his brow and instinctively glanced around. Under the siege of hundreds of undead giants, his companions had already suffered heavy casualties. Only a handful were still desperately holding on. Damn it. The scarred man turned his head and fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan, nearly roaring. "If you're capable, then don't hide behind these giants. I tell you, with a coward like you, your father deserves to be scorned by millions. This is all your fault. Because of your cowardice, your incompetence, because you have no courage to fight. If you still have a shred of guts, then come out like a man and fight me fairly." The scarred man shouted crazily, attempting to provoke Lin Yuan's anger. Only by forcing Lin Yuan to act could they have a chance. However, at that moment, a sudden light sound echoed in his ears. Good. Upon hearing this voice, the scarred man's pupils constricted. In the next second, before he could react, Lin Yuan instantly appeared before him. Such speed. Didn't you want to fight me? Now I'm here. Just as Lin Yuan's words fell, he immediately threw a punch. In that instant, the 16,000 calories of vital energy within him erupted completely. Under the amplification of the power of the Overlord's body, this punch surged directly toward the scarred man's abdomen. His body curled up like a boiled shrimp. The expression on his face was sheer agony. "I know you're trying to provoke me with psychological tactics, but do you really think steel is truly indestructible?" Lin Yuan's voice was cold and indifferent. After saying this, he threw another punch, striking once again at the scarred. Cough. The scarred man felt his internal organs churning, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes were... He had never imagined that this black-haired youth before him could unleash such terrifying power. Even his steel-like abilities could not withstand it. "I forgot to tell you, I am also a level superhuman." A faint smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. "If you'd like, I can let..." Upon hearing this, despair flickered in the scarred man's eyes. A demon. Lin Tiang's son was nothing but a complete... He clearly possessed strength that was not inferior to his own, yet he chose to let those giants torment him. When he was done playing, he would execute him like a verdict. And yet he was not even 20 years old and already possessed a level strength. What a terrifying talent. The scarred man simply could not fathom how such a nearly monstrous genius could be labeled as a cowardly waste by the... Damn it all. How could you call such an extraordinary prodigy a waste? I beg you, spare me. No matter what you want me to do, as long as you don't kill me, I am willing to be your servant." The scarred man's psychological defenses finally crumbled completely as he desperately wailed, begging Lin Yuan for another chance. However, at this moment, he was filled with immense anxiety. Damn it. Why was that guy Chu Xiao moving so slowly? How long had it been? Why hadn't he brought Lord Kamba over yet? As long as Lord Kamba arrived, even if this kid was a level superhuman, he would still die here. No, merely dying would be too easy for this kid. He wanted to gouge out his eyes, drive iron nails under his fingernails, and smash each of his fingers one by one. Finally, he would shatter all the bones in his body, making him kneel before him like a dead dog begging for mercy. During his escape, the scarred man had once tortured a city patrol soldier like this. That guy looked like he had just enlisted, no more than 20 years old, and by the end he had been tortured into a barely human state. It was coming soon. As long as he delayed for a little longer, Chu Xiao would be able to bring Lord Kamba. However, at that moment, Lin Yuan's voice rang coldly in his ears, instantly shattering all his hopes. "If I am not mistaken, you are stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements, right?" Lin Yuan said indifferently. "Although I don't know who has given you such great hope, but unfortunately you won't live to see that day." The scarred man felt a jolt of fear in his heart and was about to speak when a cold glimmer flashed before his eyes. In just a breath's time, the dragon-slaying blade in Lin Yuan's hand swiftly severed his head. Blood splattered as his head fell to the ground. The scarred man was filled with regret. From the very beginning, he should not have followed Chu Xiao's plan. He had thought of using himself as bait to catch a big fish. But unexpectedly what he caught was a ferocious giant shark. However, what puzzled him was where the first to leave, Chu Xiao, had gone. If he was looking for reinforcements, why hadn't he returned yet? Could it be that something unexpected happened? At this moment, several kilometers away, Chu Xiao was strolling leisurely towards the direction of Lord Kamba, completely devoid of any sense of urgency on his face. This should be the place, right? Chu Xiao murmured to himself, raising his right hand to glance at the time on his watch. Calculating the time, they should be dead by now, right? Really? A bunch of fools. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. The scarred man had made the gravest mistake by sending him to find Lord Kamba. You see, if one wants Lord Kamba to take action, they must provide sufficient human flesh and blood. But how could the blood and flesh of just Lin Yuan be enough? In the end, even if they managed to kill Lin Yuan, they would not be able to withstand Lord Kamba's wrath. Thus, from start to finish, he had only one choice. That was to send the group of giant cultists led by the scarred man to their deaths. As long as they fell at Lin Yuan's hands, he would be able to present enough blood offerings to Lord Kamba. Finally, Chu Xiao arrived at the location where Lord Kamba was. He looked up and saw a massive figure like a mountain sitting cross-legged on the ground, emanating a terrifying oppressive aura that involuntarily made one want to kneel. Then the giant figure slowly opened its eyes, its voice deep and rumbling like thunder. Have you prepared the blood offerings you were responsible for gathering? A giant of level 5 or above possesses extraordinary intelligence. In fact, they can easily speak human language. The giant before him was Kamba, who was on the verge of evolving into a city-destroying giant. It had an enormous elephant-like head with a long black trunk constantly exhaling mist-like breath, and its limbs were as robust as elephant feet. This was the true form of Kamba, a level 5 magic elephant giant Kamba. Chu Xiao knelt on one knee and smiled as he spoke. In order for Lord Kamba to successfully ascend to the level 6 city-destroying giant, all the giant cultists besides me are willing to sacrifice their own flesh and blood to assist you in your evolution. Once again, a wave of scorching breath spewed from Kamba's trunk. He gazed deeply at Chu Xiao and opened his massive mouth, speaking in a deep voice. Very well. Since you are all prepared, then lead me there. Sizzle. Accompanied by a light sound, Lin Yuan directly used his dragon-slaying blade to sever the head of the last giant cultist. Except for the scarred man, who was in a level supernatural being, the rest of the giant cultists were at most level supernatural. If Lin Yuan wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as slicing through vegetables. Not to mention, he was commanding hundreds of undead giants. The area around the abandoned factory was filled with bodies, both human and giant, with a bloodstained scent that was... The only pity is that one of them managed to escape. Lin Yuan sheathed the dragon-slaying blade and prepared to leave. Throughout the ordeal, the fleeing person had never shown their face. It seemed they had no intention of returning. Lin Yuan even suspected that the individual was hiding some important secret. That was why the scarred man and the others would disregard their own lives to let that youth escape. However, Lin Yuan thought again and felt it was unlikely. After all, the words of the scarred man before his death were clearly to delay for time, hoping to wait for reinforcements. Forget it, since I can't figure it out, I won't think about it anymore. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions. After this mission, not only would he receive a reward of 7 million, but his hunter rank should also rise to level. In less than 2 months, he had skyrocketed from a level to level. The speed of Lin Yuan's rise in hunter rank was nothing short of meteoric. However, just as he was about to leave, Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. He felt the ground beneath his feet tremble slightly. Moreover, the tremor grew stronger, as if some colossal creature was approaching him. A giant. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened, instinctively tightening his grip on the dragon-slaying blade. A few seconds later, a massive figure exuding a terrifying pressure appeared before him, advancing step by step. With each step, countless cracks appeared on the ground. The magic elephant giant Kamba has arrived. Level 5 giant. Or a city-destroying giant. Lin Yuan frowned. Even before the magic elephant giant fully approached, it already brought him an indescribable sense of oppression. After acquiring the body of the overlord, it had been a long time since he felt such pressure from a giant. In his eyes, even level 4 giants were just like chickens and dogs. Thus, the magic elephant giant before him could only be a giant of level 5 or above. And the earlier fleeing Chu Xiao was now right beside this magic elephant giant. Lord Kamba, it's this kid who ruined the blood feast we carefully prepared for you. Chu Xiao looked up, his gaze like a venomous snake as it fixed on Lin Yuan, speaking in a deep voice. No matter. The excitement in Kamba's eyes sparkled. He licked his lips unreservedly, stating, the vitality of this human is far richer than those useless ones. As long as I devour him, I will be able to successfully evolve into a level 6 giant. Upon hearing this, a hint of astonishment flashed in Chu Xiao's eyes. He clearly did not expect that Lin Yuan alone could make Kamba so excited. Just how potent was this guy's vitality? Looking at the magic elephant giant before him, Lin Yuan's spirit was equally taut to the extreme. This was his first time confronting a level 5 giant heathen. And before this, he had never encountered such a powerful enemy. Kill him. Lin Yuan commanded coldly, unhesitatingly, directing the undead giants behind him to attack Kamba. In an instant, all the undead giants roared and surged towards Kamba. Leading the charge were the few level 4 The toothy giant charged like a beast, and upon reaching Kamba, it opened its massive mouth and lunged to bite. However, before the toothy giant's jaws could close, Kamba's gaze had already turned icy. A mere level 4 giant dare. As soon as the words left his mouth, his right limb, resembling an elephant's foot, suddenly surged forward. The next moment, the power of the magic elephant erupted. Accompanied by a loud bang, his incredibly robust right limb directly pierced through the chest of the toothy giant. The chest of the toothy giant was easily pierced like a thin sheet of paper by the colossal magic elephant before him. A burst of blood mist suddenly erupted. A level 4 giant was effortlessly killed in an instant by Kamba. Lin Yuan's expression darkened as he gazed at the strength of this magic elephant giant was far greater than he had imagined. Even if he unleashed all his vitality, he might not be able to withstand a punch from the magic elephant giant. Standing aside, Chu Xiao wore a look of fascination. This was the power he yearned for. This was the true power. One day he would firmly grasp this power in his hands and stand at the pinnacle of this world. The seed known as ambition quietly took root in Chu Xiao's heart. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan continuously commanded the undead giant to charge towards Kamba. Even if he couldn't inflict significant damage, at least he could wear down his stamina. Lin Yuan had already practiced this tactic during his battle with the armored giant. Although I don't know how you control the corpses of these giants. Kamba the magic elephant giant sneered. Do you really think that mere ant scraps can hurt me? As soon as he finished speaking, Kamba unleashed another punch, smashing the head of a large giant with his massive elephant foot. No matter how many undead giants surrounded him, they could not inflict even the slightest harm. One by one, the undead giants fell before Kamba. Yet there was no sign of fatigue on Kamba's fierce face, as if he possessed inexhaustible strength. Seeing the number of undead giants dwindling, Lin Yuan could no longer contain himself. At this moment, he had to take action no matter what. However, before that, he needed to weaken Kamba's strength. Otherwise, he would stand no chance against the magic elephant giant. With this thought, Lin Yuan made a decisive decision. Clanged. He unsheathed the dragon-slaying blade. Without hesitation, his figure suddenly turning into a streak of lightning charging towards Kamba. Tsk Tisk, finally unable to hold back and come to your death. Kamba's tone was filled with mockery as he lifted his massive leg resembling a copper pillar and stomped towards Lin Yuan. Boom! With a thunderous sound, a deep pit formed on the ground. However, when Kamba lifted his foot, Lin Yuan was nowhere to be found in the pit. Clearly, the latter had used his speed to narrowly evade Kamba's stomp. You've got some skills. Kamba's gaze once again caught sight of Lin Yuan, grinning maliciously as he said, I want to see if you can always have such good luck. In the next second, his giant foot came crashing down towards Lin Yuan. Sensing the pressure of the wind above him, Lin Yuan rolled aside without hesitation. Though he appeared clumsy in his frantic dodging, he barely managed to evade Kamba's foot. However, what he did not expect was that Kamba's stomp was merely a feint. After that foot came down, Kamba suddenly bent down and slammed a fist towards the direction Lin Yuan had rolled. This time, Lin Yuan had no room to evade. Yet at this critical moment, countless vines suddenly entwined from behind Kamba, binding his body and arms tight. The one who saved Lin Yuan at this crucial moment was the vine giant among the 10 level 4 undead giants. Though these level 4 giants were far inferior in strength to Kamba, their special abilities could still impose certain limitations on the latter, and this was just the beginning of Lin Yuan's counterattack. From the very start, he had positioned himself as bait, making Kamba focus all his attention on him alone. Only by doing so could he seize the opponent's flaw. At this moment, it was the perfect opportunity. Do you really think that a few broken vines can trap me? Kamba's face twisted with rage, the power within him surging forth. The vines wrapped around his body were soon pulled to their limits like a bowstring stretched to the brink ready to snap. Lin Yuan looked up, speaking calmly. I didn't expect to trap you at all. However, as long as I can restrict you for a moment, that isn't. As soon as he finished speaking, a mass of black fog floated in, wrapping around Kamba's body. This sudden black mist was the ability of the cursed giant. Damn human. A surge of anger welled up in Kamba's eyes. He clearly hadn't anticipated that Lin Yuan had such a... However, even with his power weakened by the curse, he could still crush this human before him completely. Just as Kamba roared inwardly, a pair of ethereal arms suddenly wrapped around his body. What is this? Kamba was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He turned slightly and found that it was a magic spirit giant that was hugging him. Boom! Before Kamba could react, a violent energy wave erupted from behind him. This magic spirit giant had chosen to self-destruct without hesitation under Lin Yuan's command. The immense impact forcefully flipped Kamba's body. However, the power generated by the self-detonation of a level 4 giant was ultimately limited. Even at such close range, the explosion still failed to inflict significant damage on him. Despicable human, I will kill you. Amidst the swirling dust, Kamba let out a furious roar. At that moment, a figure suddenly broke through the smoke, the long knife in hand shimmering with dazzling lightning. Damn it! This figure, resembling the descent of a deity, was Lin Yuan, wielding the dragon-slaying blade and unleashing the thunderous powers to their fullest. He descended from the heavens like a thunder god, striking down at the head of the magic elephant giant with a thunderous slash. Kamba's face was filled with terror as he instinctively raised his arm to block. However, his massive arm, thick as an elephant's foot, was instantly severed by Lin Yuan's strike. Crimson blood immediately gushed forth. Oh! Following the severing of his arm by Lin Yuan's blade, Kamba let out a piercing wail of despair. However, despite being splattered with blood, there was not the slightest hint of expression on Lin Yuan's face. In such moments, he remained even more composed, gripping the blade tightly in his hand. Lin Yuan's movements did not pause for an instant as he continued to slash towards the head of the demon elephant giant. For him, only by severing his opponent's head could he claim true victory. However, Kamba, being just one step away from evolving into a city-destroying giant, was not to be underestimated. Although his right arm was severed by Lin Yuan's dragon-slaying blade, it granted him a moment of time. Kamba let out a low growl and swung his other massive palm directly towards Lin Yuan. With a loud bang, Lin Yuan's figure was sent flying like a ragdoll, crashing heavily against a giant tree. Kamba's strike unleashed the terrifying power of his form as a demon elephant giant. After taking the blow, Lin Yuan felt as if his internal organs were about to shift, and even blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. It's over. Kamba slowly stood up, emanating a fearsome aura as he coldly declared, "Your tricks have run out. You have no chance left." Despite having his arm severed for a giant, a lost limb was hardly a severe injury. As long as he consumed enough human flesh and blood, he could easily regrow that severed arm. Indeed, it should be over. Lin Yuan also braced himself against the ground, slowly rising, his gaze as cold as ice. He could feel that several of his ribs seemed to be broken. A sharp pain radiated from the broken ribs. Fortunately, his self-healing ability was constantly mending his internal. For others, injuries that required days of rest to heal could perhaps be recovered from by Lin Yuan in just a few hours. This was the power of his self-healing ability. However, facing the demon elephant giant before him, mere self-healing would be of no use. Fortunately, he still had one last resort. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and pulled out all the blood chi pills from his pocket. The high-grade blood chi pills mixed with ordinary ones radiated a powerful aura of vitality just by being held. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan raised his head and swallowed all the blood chi pills in one go. Next, let me show you what true domination looks like. Lin Yuan's face was filled with a frenzied expression, almost like a villain. After swallowing such a large quantity of blood chi pills, the vast power surged within him. One must admit he was only holding on due to the strength of his tyrant form. Otherwise, he would have already exploded from the overwhelming vitality. Though Lin Yuan could not absorb such immense vitality in one go with the strength of his tyrant body, he could convert this vitality into his own power in a short time. It became his own strength. Come on, let's fight. Blood beads continuously seeped out from his skin, enveloping him in a layer of crimson mist. At this moment, he truly resembled a hellish reaper. Just as Lin Yuan charged towards him with reckless abandon, the demon elephant giant Kamba involuntarily took a step back. Once Kamba regained his composure, he was momentarily stunned. Why was he feeling afraid? Why did he harbor fear towards such a seemingly insignificant human? Kamba could not help but feel a sense of shameful anger rising within him. Facing the approaching Lin Yuan, he directly met him, unleashing the full extent of his demon elephant power and trampling forward. Crush him, human. Lin Yuan let out a roar like a beast, channeling all his vitality into his fist, striking fiercely at Kamba. He didn't even choose to use the dragon-slaying blade. Since your strength is the most formidable, I will defeat you in the place you are most proud of. With a loud bang, Lin Yuan's fist collided violently with Kamba's elephant hoof. In an instant, the immense force caused the ground beneath them to crack. In the clash of strength, it was Kamba who was ultimately forced back. The vast power emanating from Lin Yuan's fist compelled Kamba's body to uncontrollably retreat. Even as he desperately tried to stabilize his stance, it was all in vain. The look in Kamba's eyes was one of disbelief. He could hardly comprehend that he was being forcibly suppressed in terms of strength by this human before him. Before Kamba could recover from the shock, Lin Yuan's assault came crashing down again. Bang! 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 Lin Yuan's fists fell like a torrential storm upon Kamba's massive body. Each heavy punch contained an immense amount of vitality. The punches fell like rain, striking flesh with every blow. Kamba was horrified to discover that he could not withstand Lin Yuan's onslaught. The human before him seemed to be not attacking at all, but rather venting his pent-up vitality upon him. This guy was simply a madman, a complete lunatic. The pain throughout his body gradually dulled Kamba's will. Before dying, he grinned and said, "Kid, someone like you is the best prey for our giant civilization. Live well, for one day you will die at the hands of even stronger giants in the most desperate way." Lin Yuan burst into wild laughter, roaring with an almost determined tone, "What's so scary about death? As long as I'm alive, I will keep fighting until I drive every last giant out of existence." As soon as his words fell, surging vitality once again coiled around his right arm, sending his fist forth like an enraged dragon. With a mighty strike, his punch shattered the head of the demon elephant giant, creating a massive blood hole. Bang! The massive body of the demonic elephant giant crashed to the ground. Lin Yuan's figure also fell from the air. He lay flat on the ground, gasping for breath. The force of blood and chi within him surged like a wild beast, crazily pounding against his limbs and bones. Although this granted him a temporary boost in power, it also caused significant damage to his bodily functions. It was akin to a machine. Under the condition of overloading, it would soon break down completely. Fortunately, his self-healing ability was continuously repairing his body, preventing it from completely collapsing. However, Lin Yuan had already proven that despite the considerable burden on his body, this method of briefly enhancing his strength was indeed feasible. From now on, this would be his trump card. After regaining some stamina, Lin Yuan finally managed to stand up with great difficulty. He did not rush to use his necromantic powers to control the demonic elephant giant before him, but walked straight towards the direction where Chu Xiao was. In his eyes, the remnants of the giant sect had to be eradicated without exception. After witnessing the true terror of Lin Yuan's strength, Chu Xiao sat helplessly on the ground, his face filled with panic. "Spare me. I beg you. Don't kill me, I am also human." "Do you even count as human?" Lin Yuan sneered. "From the moment you joined the giant sect, you are no longer worthy of being called human. Since you are willing to be a dog, then be a running dog for life." After saying this, the dragon-slaying blade in Lin Yuan's hand transformed into a cold light, slicing towards Chu Xiao's neck. However, at that moment, Chu Xiao suddenly shouted, "Don't kill me. I know the next plan of the giant civilization." The blade in Lin Yuan's hand halted just an inch away from Chu Xiao's neck. "What plan?" A cold voice rang in Chu Xiao's ear. Seeing that there might be a turn of events, a hint of joy involuntarily appeared on Chu Xiao's face. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke hesitantly, "If I tell you, can you promise not to kill me?" Lin Yuan glanced at him, and the dragon-slaying blade in his hand instantly struck down. This strike directly severed Chu Xiao's right arm. "Madman, you crazy madman." Chu Xiao covered the stump of his right arm in agony, wailing, "A demon, like you will definitely go to hell after death." Lin Yuan looked at him expressionlessly and said, "Even if you reveal the information, you still cannot live, but I can make your death a little more merciful." After saying this, he swung his blade again, directly severing Chu Xiao's right foot. Under the intense pain, the latter's face contorted to the extreme, his body curling up. I'll tell you. The giant civilization knows that Nanjiang City is undergoing a full-scale conscription, so they have set up an ambush intending to strike at the armored vehicles transporting the new recruits." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's expression changed instantly. If Chu Xiao was telling the truth, then once the plan of the giant civilization was successfully implemented, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow for them. It should be noted that this full-scale conscription has summoned thousands of people in Nanjiang City. Among them, a large portion. Among these individuals, there were even some of Lin Yuan's former classmates and close friends. Realizing this, Lin Yuan's gaze instantly turned icy. He could hardly imagine the terrible disaster that would occur if he had not received this intelligence in advance. Such painful consequences were unbearable for him, nor could the entire Huaxiao endure it. It should be noted that these students were all prepared to step onto the battlefield with the conviction of certain death. Yet now the giant civilization sought to completely exterminate them before they even set foot on the battlefield. These damn giants. Lin Yuan's icy gaze burned with an unquenchable fury. However, at that moment, Chu Xiao's voice once again rang in his ears. "Lin Yuan, this round, you have won. I never expected that even the demonic elephant giant was no match for you. Should I say you are strong enough? Or should I blame that guy for being too useless?" A strange smile hung on Chu Xiao's face, completely unlike someone who was about to die. Lin Yuan frowned, finally sensing something unusual. It was that at the wound on Chu Xiao's body, not a single drop of blood flowed out. No wonder when he severed his right arm, Chu Xiao's first reaction was to cover the wound with his other hand. Similarly, when his right foot was severed, he immediately curled his body up. It turned out that everything he did was to prevent himself from being detected immediately. "You finally figured it out. My ability is to transform my own shadow into a clone." Whether begging for mercy or revealing information, it was merely to buy time. Chu Xiao laughed heartily, "But don't worry, all the information I provided is true. If you don't believe it, you can verify it yourself. Consider this information as my gift to you upon our first meeting. Remember, my name is Chu Xiao. Next time we meet, I won't be as weak as I am now, ha ha ha." In the midst of his wild laughter, Chu Xiao's figure transformed into a dim shadow, swiftly dissipating into the air. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He clearly did not expect to be outsmarted by this guy. However, this young man, named Chu Xiao, despite not possessing particularly strong power, gave him an intensely such a dark and cunning existence akin to a genius in intellect. If he were to join the giant civilization, would undoubtedly bring disaster upon humanity. If they were to meet again, he must kill him no matter what. Damn it, that guy is truly a madman. Chu Xiao gritted his teeth, attempting to alleviate the pain his body was enduring. Although his shadow clone was elusive, it was not without its drawbacks. The greatest drawback is that when the shadow clone returns to the body, all the pain the clone endured will be felt by the original. At this moment, the pain from his severed arm and foot even caused cold sweat to emerge on Chu Xiao's forehead. Fortunately, he had finally managed to escape alive. Chu Xiao endured the pain and began to contemplate his next destination. However, at that moment, a massive shadow suddenly cast down upon him. Chu Xiao was slightly taken aback and instinctively looked up. He saw a gigantic figure covered in black scales with two demonic horns growing from its head, bending down before him, calmly observing him with a cold and indifferent gaze. Gazing at the terrifying giant before him, Chu Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted. The oppressive aura emanating from this giant was even more formidable than that of the demon mammoth giant, making him feel a sense of breathlessness. Without a doubt, compared to the level 6 giant Kamba, this giant in front of him was truly a city-destroying. Such a giant could effortlessly obliterate an entire city with its own strength. Just then the demon giant finally. His voice was chillingly cold as if two rusty metal sheets were scraping against each other. Where is that useless Kamba? Reporting, my lord. Chu Shao knelt on one knee, not daring to hesitate for a moment, and immediately relayed the entire situation to the demon giant before him. Fool, such a fool. Upon hearing Chu Shao's words, the demon giant was seething with rage, directly smashing a fist into the ground. His astonishing strength created a massive crater in the ground. Including himself, several high-ranking giants had secretly infiltrated the rear of Huaxia. Their aim was to ambush the armored vehicles transporting new recruits. If this plan succeeded, it would deal an unprecedented blow to the morale of the Huaxia military. However, that fool Kamba was on the verge of evolving into a level 6 giant. Now, upon catching the scent of humans, he had lost his sanity. In this situation, he actually colluded with the remnants of the giant cult, risking exposure to devour human flesh. If he could just hold on until the day the plan commenced, there would be thousands of humans for him to consume inside the transport. But this fool was so short-sighted. If he weren't already dead, Chu Shao would have been tempted to kill him with his own hands. Then the demon giant's cold gaze fell once more upon Chu Shao. Since Kamba is already dead, how is it that you are still alive? My lord, my ability allows me to create a realistic shadow clone. Chu Shao calmly replied. I deceived him with the clone while revealing your entire plan, successfully buying some time. Upon hearing his last words, a murderous intent surged in the depths of the demon giant's eyes. You seek death. The demon giant let out a low roar, raising his massive palm, furiously slamming down towards Chu Shao. He clearly hadn't anticipated that Chu Shao, as a believer of their giant cult, would leak their entire plan. This human had betrayed them and deserved to be executed. However, at that moment, Chu Shao unexpectedly spoke in a deep voice. The human is the only son of Lin Yuan. After he spoke, the giant's massive hand, which was about to strike down, suddenly paused in midair. Chu Shao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this demon giant was not a fool like Kamba. Otherwise, the opponent would not have chosen to hold back. Even Kamba's intelligence might not have comprehended what he intended to say. The demon giant stared intently at Chu Shao, speaking in a deep voice. What did you say? Chu Shao repeated. The human who killed Lord Kamba is Lin Yuan, the only son of Huaxia's dragon general Lin Yuan. So are you suggesting? The demon giant seemed to have understood Chu Shao's meaning and spoke calmly. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of Chu Shao's mouth. One must admit, conversing with intelligent individuals is simple. He only needed to guide them slightly, and they would grasp. Chu Shao spoke softly. With the military strength of Nanjing City, it is simply insufficient to muster enough power to respond to our impending attack on the convoy transporting new recruits. And even if they wanted to seek assistance from other major cities, there wouldn't be enough time. Even if they planned to forcibly escort the armored convoy to the front lines, the defense in Nanjing City would inevitably fall into a state of shortage. If it comes to that, we can easily change our target and launch an attack on Nanjing City. And now that Lin Yuan knows our plan, if he wants to stop us, he has only one way. That is, to seek help from Lin Yuan. At this moment, the gaze of the demon giant looking at Chu Shao had completely. This human before him seemed to have completely understood their thoughts. Indeed, the giant civilization's offensive plan was not only aimed at striking Huaxia's morale, but also to ascertain the true state of Lin Yuan. It was precisely for this reason that they chose to act against the new recruits coming from Nanjing City. Because Lin Yuan was in Nanjing City. Although after that battle Lin Yuan publicly declared that he had suffered severe injuries and lost all his strength, even voluntarily resigning from the position of Dragon General. But this was merely his unilateral statement. No one knew whether his so-called loss of strength was just a facade. For the giant civilization, this was a matter they needed to clarify. After all, someone like Lin Yuan, as long as he still possessed his strength, would be a massive threat. And the giant civilization wanted to take advantage of this offensive opportunity to thoroughly ascertain Lin Yuan's true state. Lin Yuan might accept that his soldiers died on the battlefield, but he absolutely could not bear to watch thousands of students being slaughtered by giants. If he truly hid the fact that he had regained his strength, then the giant civilization would use this cruelest method to force him to make a choice, whether to continue hiding or to choose to save people. However, this plan still had a loophole. Once they launched the surprise attack, the battle would inevitably end in a very short time. At that time, let alone forcing Lin Yuan to make a choice, he might not even have time to react. Now this loophole had been completely filled in by Chu Shao. He conveyed the message to Lin Yuan in an almost perfect manner. If Lin Yuan wanted to save people, the only way was to seek help from Lin Yuan. In this way, their objective would naturally be achieved. If Lin Yuan indeed hid his strength, then he would have to make a choice. Lin Yuan, you are one of the most loathed enemies of our giant civilization. The demon giant slowly raised his head, his icy gaze fixed on the direction of Nanjing City. Do you really think that you can retire peacefully in this border town with an excuse of losing all your strength? We will not let you off so easily. Lin Yuan raised his hand, using his necromantic abilities to command the colossal magic elephant before him to rise once more. In this battle, all 10 of his 4th-level giants had already suffered devastating losses. However, this magic elephant had become the first 5th-level giant within his undead army. Moreover, judging by the power displayed by Kamba, he possessed at least peak 5th-level strength. After all, a 5th-level giant corresponds to an 11th esper. Although Lin Yuan had a level strength, he still paid an exorbitant price to narrowly defeat his opponent. This sufficiently demonstrated that the strength of this magic elephant greatly surpassed that of an ordinary 5th-level giant. Despite achieving victory in this battle, Lin Yuan's mood remained exceedingly heavy. If what Chu Xiao said was true, then as soon as the armored convoy carrying the new recruits left South River City, it would inevitably come under attack from giants. Lin Yuan had no idea how long the giant civilization had been plotting, but he was acutely aware that they would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Thus by that time there would undoubtedly be giants of city-destroying caliber appearing. Moreover, it was highly likely that there would be more than one. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan felt a prickling sensation down his back. He had never imagined that the seemingly peaceful South River City was hiding not just one, but multiple city-destroying giants. They were like beasts lurking ready to pounce, revealing their fangs and claws as soon as prey appeared. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He was contemplating how to deal with this impending crisis. The most appropriate course of action would be to report this information to Lin Tianke or Chun, so they could seek help from the Huaxiao military. However, doing so would completely expose his own strength to everyone. Consequently, he would then face relentless targeting from the giant civilization. Even if high-level giants could not step into Huaxia's rear, what about those powerful giant cultists? The giant civilization could easily select a group of death warriors from these fanatics, empower them, and do everything possible to assassinate him. This was not mere paranoia. It was a fact. Throughout Huaxia, every year thousands of talented espers were forcefully snuffed out in their infancy by the giant civilization before they could fully grow. Among them, some met gruesome ends on the battlefield due to the giants' targeting. Others fell victim to assassinations by giant cultists. These were all lessons steeped in blood. Regardless, Lin Yuan was unwilling to repeat the same mistakes. Therefore, he could not disclose the information he had obtained to anyone. Until he had fully grown using the savior system, he was a lone wolf. The only one he could rely on and trust was himself. With this thought, Lin Yuan's gaze gradually grew resolute. Since no one could be depended upon, he would have to rely on himself to turn the tide. 7 days. If he remembered correctly, there were still 7 days left before the armored convoy transporting new recruits left South River City. Though it was a very brief period, it would be sufficient for Lin Yuan. He needed to race against time, growing to a level where he could contend with city-destroying giants before they launched their assault. Just a few city-destroying giants after all. Lin Yuan revealed a fierce expression akin to that of a feral wolf. Even by myself, I can send you all to hell. South River City. Within the Hunters Association, Lin Yuan pushed open the door and stepped inside. A bloody aura of slaughter immediately radiated from him, permeating the surroundings. All the hunters involuntarily held their breath. They were acutely aware of the source of the bloody aura emanating from. It was evident that he had killed quite a few people. Moreover, most of those he had slain were remnants of the giant cult. I never expected this kid would actually return alive. My heavens, just how strong is he? If I remember correctly, there seemed to be a level espers among those remnants of the giant cult. Who knows? A powerhouse with his level of strength could easily earn a major general rank on the front line. Who knows why this guy came to the Hunters Association to snatch tasks from us? Snatch tasks from you. Don't overestimate yourself. Are there any tasks he took on that you could handle? Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Lin Yuan confidently ascended to the second floor, arriving at the task handover area. I am here to submit a task. Lin Yuan said indifferently, all the giant cultists have perished at my hands. He then directly produced several. Staring at the severed fingers laid before her, the receptionist was visibly shaken. She clearly did not expect that this young man had truly single-handedly eradicated all remnants of the giant cult. Please wait a moment. After a few seconds, the receptionist finally realized her lapse and hurriedly began scanning Lin Yuan's severed fingers. Upon confirming that these severed fingers indeed belonged to the wanted remnants of the giant cult, she immediately stated, hello. After verification, you have met the conditions for task completion. The reward of 7 million in cash has already been credited to your card. In addition, there are 5000 merit points and an S-level alloy weapon. However, before she could finish, Lin Yuan directly interrupted her. Sorry, can I have that weapon exchanged for cash instead? To him, such a weapon held no significance. The dragon-slaying blade in his hand could easily rival an SS. Ordinary S-level alloy weapons would shatter upon contact, with the dragon-slaying blade being less valuable than scrap metal. As Lin Tiang's son, he possessed a degree of discernment. The receptionist, slightly taken aback, asked, the market price for an S-level alloy weapon is 5 million. Are you sure you want it exchanged for cash? Yes. Lin Yuan nodded and casually replied, and that 500 merit points if possible, please exchange those for cash as well. The receptionist, are you seriously joking? She even doubted whether this guy understood how precious merit points were. It must be known that in Huaxiao, merit points are an extremely precious existence. They can only be awarded as a reward for contributions made to the country. Moreover, without the authorization of the state, even the Hunter Association is not qualified to issue them. The young lady thought Lin Yuan didn't understand the significance of merit points and hurriedly said, things that can be bought with money can also be exchanged with merit points. Whether it's high-grade alloy weapons, top-tier cultivation techniques, or advanced elixirs and energy crystals, they can all be exchanged for merit points. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, that's true. Upon hearing this, the young lady immediately breathed a sigh. Fortunately, she was responsible enough to make this guy understand the usefulness of merit points. Otherwise, he might have really tried to exchange merit points for money. However, after a brief pause, Lin Yuan spoke again. Since that's the case, there's no need to be so troublesome. You just exchange these merit points for cheap blood pills directly. The young lady, do you not understand human language? She had just mentioned how precious merit points were, and this guy was already thinking of using them to exchange for cheap blood pills. Isn't that a waste? However, for Lin Yuan, this amount of merit points really didn't count for much. What he needed most right now were, no matter how many good things could be exchanged for merit points, could they compare to the rewards from the salvation system's sign-in? Since they couldn't, he might as well use the merit points to exchange for something he urgently needed. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, Lin Tianke seemed to have several million merit points in hand. So it seems he didn't lack. Under the almost collapsing gaze of the young lady, Lin Yuan directly exchanged 5,000 merit points for 50 high-grade chi blood pills. In terms of cash, that amounts to 50 million. So it turns out that merit points are indeed worth quite a bit. It should be noted that the reward for completing this task was only after submitting the task. Lin Yuan didn't rush to take on another task, but left the Hunter Association directly. He walked alone on the street, beginning to tally up the gains from this mission. 5,000 merit points had been exchanged for 50 high-grade chi blood pills. An alloy-grade weapon had also been exchanged for 5 million in cash, adding the 7 million reward for completing the task that totals up to 12 million. In addition, his necromancer space now had an additional peak-level 5th-grade magic elephant. But with just these, it was far from enough to counter the disaster that was about to unfold. If he couldn't increase his strength to S level within these 7 days, he could only watch helplessly as those giants launched a surprise attack, slaughtering the new recruits, meant for the front lines. However, the time left for him was simply too short. Only 7 days would he really be able to make it. Even if he did manage to raise his strength to S level, how many city-destroying giants could he confront with just his own power? A rare look of confusion appeared on Lin Yuan's face. After the fervor faded, what surged in his heart was a way. For him, the most rational choice was to give up. As long as he turned a blind eye and chose to abandon those new recruits who were about to die at the hands of giants, he could continue to lie low in Nanjiang City. He was the owner of the salvation system. As long as he had enough time, he could grow to the point of destroying the giant civilization single-handedly. Compared to saving all of humanity, the losses before him seemed trivial. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuan had already reached the gate of Nanjiang No. 1 high school. The once prosperous campus had now become desolate and empty. Nearly half of the students had resolutely chosen to head to the front lines. Though they were young, they harbored a sense of duty towards their country. Dying for the nation is a matter of honor. Looking at the empty campus before him, Lin Yuan's mind once again conjured the image of the long line formed on the day of conscription stretching endlessly, along with the resolute faces that seemed unafraid of death. The scene before him overlapped, causing Lin Yuan's heart to ache painfully, as if it were being ruthlessly gouged by a knife. If I can't even save the people around me, how can I talk about saving the world? A self-deprecating smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips, but his gaze gradually became resolute. No matter what, they should not die like this. Even if they must die, they should die on the battlefield. Lin Yuan faced the empty Nanjiang No. 1 high school calmly, placing his right hand over his heart. He could feel that within his heart there was a flame burning. Rest assured, I swear to you with my life, I will ensure that all of you can safely reach the front lines. The next morning, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a sleepless night. For the entire night, he had been contemplating strategies to break the deadlock. He came up with countless plans only to overturn them one by one. In the face of an absolute disparity in strength, all strategies seemed so ridiculous. Fortunately, until the very end, Lin Yuan finally thought of a way to break the deadlock. As long as he could complete all the preparations within these 7 days, he was confident he could resolve this disaster. He would drag all the giants into hell after 7 days. Thinking of this, a fierce expression involuntarily appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Then he slowly stood up, preparing to head to the Hunter Association. Lin Yuan was going to officially launch his plan there. Although he hadn't closed his eyes all night for his current physique, even if he stayed awake for days and nights, it wouldn't have much of an impact. Moreover, every minute and second now was invaluable. There was no extra time to waste. Just as Lin Yuan was about to walk out the door, he suddenly remembered something and immediately silently thought, "System, ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 157 days, a reward disguised demon puppet." Moi. Upon hearing the system prompt, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. This time the sign-in reward seemed a bit different from usual. With a thought, he immediately took out the item from the system space. Before him appeared a wooden puppet that resembled his own figure, covered in countless magical patterns. Is this the disguised puppet? A hint of unusual color flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. The puppet before him did not appear to be a product of technology, rather it resembled an alchemical creation, especially the magic patterns inscribed around it, which emanated an incomparably mysterious aura. He gazed at the disguised puppet, and a system introduction immediately materialized before his eyes. Disguised puppet. System introduction: an exceptionally unique alchemical organism possessing a certain level of intelligence activated through blood. Once activated, it can replicate the appearance of others and act according to the user's commands. Disguise duration: 24 hours. Does it require blood to activate? Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, then bit his fingers, squeezing out a drop of blood and letting it fall onto the puppet's head. In the next second, the magic patterns on the disguised puppet emitted a ghostly purple glow. The brilliance was so dazzling that Lin Yuan instinctively shielded his eyes. As the light faded, the scene before him caused him to widen his eyes in disbelief. The disguised puppet standing in front of him had directly transformed into his likeness. Aside from its eyes appearing slightly lifeless, it was almost as if it had been carved from the same mold. Can it talk? Lin Yuan looked at the disguised puppet and inquired. The puppet immediately bowed slightly and politely smiled, saying, "Respected master, I will obey your commands." Even the voice was identical. If he and the disguised puppet stood together, perhaps even Lin Tianke would struggle to distinguish between them. With just a drop of blood, it could perfectly replicate another's appearance. One must admit the disguised puppet obtained from this mission, though lacking in combat power, possessed an extremely practical special ability. After testing the capabilities of the disguised puppet, Lin Yuan raised his hand and stored it back into the system space. Although the puppet had remarkable functions, Lin Yuan had no immediate use for it. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan returned to the Hunters Association. Due to it still being early morning, there were not many people. He did not waste time. Upon entering the main door, he headed straight to the second floor's task exchange area. "Why is it you again?" Lin Yuan glanced in surprise at the young lady at the task exchange desk. "Does your Hunters Association have only one?" The young lady replied. "What a tricky question. I can't think of a response right away." However, she quickly noticed Lin Yuan's unusual demeanor and asked in surprise, "Have you encountered any issues in your training? Your internal qi and blood energy is surging so intensely that it nearly overflows." Although she was not an ability user, as a staff member of the Hunters Association, she had a discerning eye. Lin Yuan's qi and blood energy was evidently more potent than normal. "Oh, it's nothing," Lin Yuan calmly replied. "I didn't have breakfast this morning, so I just casually took a few high-grade qi and blood pills to fill my stomach." The young lady exclaimed, "Are you even speaking human language? Qi and blood pills are not something you use to fill your stomach." Looking at Lin Yuan, who seemed completely unbothered, the young lady felt her brain was about to crash. This man had continuously overturned her understanding of the world. She pressed her forehead and helplessly said, "Are you here to take on a task?" "Yes." Lin Yuan replied calmly. "Please help me list all the tasks with the highest rewards. If I remember correctly, great hunters should be able to accept multiple tasks at once, right?" After completing the task of eliminating the remnants of the giant cult, Lin Yuan's hunter rank had successfully risen to great. Highest reward. The young lady was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, "Are you really short on money?" If she recalled correctly, Lin Yuan had also mentioned exchanging achievements for cash yesterday. "Yes." Lin Yuan nodded without hesitation. The young lady asked curiously, "May I ask why you are so short?" In her eyes, someone of Lin Yuan's caliber should not be lacking in funds. Completing a single task would yield hundreds of thousands to millions. Lin Yuan said solemnly, "I need a large sum of money to purchase something." He then took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to the young lady, calmly asking, "Can your Hunters Association obtain the items on this list?" "Rest assured, there's nothing our Hunters Association cannot procure." The young lady patted her chest, promising Lin Yuan while opening the paper he handed over. However, upon seeing the contents of the paper, her eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. "What do you want to buy this?" Lin Yuan did not answer directly, but fixed his gaze on her. "Can you obtain it?" This item on the list was the key to it. The young lady hesitated for a moment and said, "This matter is too significant. I must consult my superiors. Moreover, even if our Hunters Association can provide it, the price will definitely be exorbitant. At the very least, it starts in the billions." Lin Yuan nodded and said, "If there's any news, be sure to inform me at the first. It would be best to give me a response within 3 days. It is precisely because I need to gather this sum of money that I must take on as many high-reward tasks as possible." The young lady couldn't help but ask, "May I ask why you want to buy?" Before she could finish, Lin Yuan interrupted her, saying calmly, "In a few days you will naturally know." Seeing that Lin Yuan seemed unwilling to answer her questions, the young lady tactfully refrained from asking further. In her eyes, this young man, though not very old, was filled with mysteries and exuded an incredibly alluring charm, making one unable to resist the urge to explore further. However, despite her curiosity about Lin Yuan, she did not forget her primary duties and quickly found the batch of tasks with the highest rewards, laying them out before him. Lin Yuan did not hesitate at all and immediately began selecting tasks from the options presented. As the other party had said, if he wanted the Hunters Association to provide him with the item he needed, the cost would be at least in the bill. Currently, Lin Yuan only had 12 million. Therefore, he needed to gather as much money as possible in the shortest time. Grade mission: eliminate the Cyclops. Mission requirement: along the main road between Nanjiang City and Tiana City, dozens of level 3 Cyclopes are gathered. Eliminating them completely will be considered mission accomplished. Mission reward: 200 yuan, 1 high-grade blood essence pill. Grade mission: escort the merchant convoy. Mission requirement: safely escort a merchant convoy of 10 people and their goods to Beia City. Mission reward: 500 yuan. A grade mission: hunt the mountain giant. Mission requirement: hunt the level 5 mountain giant that resides in the hilly area and obtain its complete heart. Mission reward: 800 yuan, 1 large energy crystal. Due to the fact that mission rewards are tied to mission difficulty, tasks with higher bounties are usually extremely challenging. Just like the mission list in front of Lin Yuan, even the lowest level is a grade mission. However, in a border town like Nanjiang City, there are not many difficult missions available. Even a grade missions are few and far between. After all, this is a peaceful and serene rear area with hardly any high-level giants nearby. Although Lin Yuan is currently in dire need of money, he has not relaxed his standards for selecting missions in the slightest. Tasks like escorting merchant convoys despite offering good rewards take too long and easily expose his strength in front of others, so he naturally would not take them. After carefully selecting, Lin Yuan took on more than 20 missions at once. Most of these missions were related to hunting giants. However, many high-level giants have their own territories. If he wants to save time as much as possible, he must devise a reasonable hunting route. As for the young lady in front of him, she has begun to feel somewhat numb. Although there are no restrictions on mission acceptance for hunt, but someone like Lin Yuan who takes on missions so aggressively is truly a first for her. This guy is simply a madman. Not just her, but all the hunters in the Hunter Association probably think the same. After accepting the missions, Lin Yuan showed no hesitation and turned to leave immediately. She stood there watching the young man in the silver-white mask depart. She believed that it wouldn't be long before he appeared in front of her again. And by then it would be when he has completed all his tasks. 7 days, 21 grade missions, and 3 A-grade missions. After stepping out of the Hunter Association, Lin Yuan to complete so many hunting missions in such a short time, even he thought it was a bit crazy. However, no matter how crazy it was, he had to achieve it. Because this is the promise he made and the choice he made. If he fails, the thousands of new soldiers heading to the front lines will all die at the hands of giants. He cannot allow such a thing to happen no matter what. Lin Yuan's gaze was resolute as he walked quickly towards the city's exit. At that moment, he sensed that his blood energy seemed to have increased once again. Without hesitation, he took out a high-grade blood essence pill and swallowed it. In front of the young lady from the Hunter Association, Lin Yuan did not lie. He truly is consuming blood essence pills because he must ensure that his blood energy is always in a state of extreme fullness. Although this process is extremely painful, only then can his blood energy reach the greatest extent of growth. Only through relentless forging can the finest steel be shaped. 3 days later, outside Nanjiang City in the hilly area, Lin Yuan, carrying the dragon-slaying blade, aimed to climb to the top of a hill. This is the highest hill in the hilly region. Standing at the top of the hill, one has a broad view and can easily take in all the scenery around. He intended to use this method to search for the traces of the mountain giant. One of the targets of an A-grade mission is this level 5 mountain giant. During these 3 days, Lin Yuan consumed at least 30 high-grade blood essence pills. His attributes have undergone a tremendous transformation. Host Lin Yuan combat level A-grade ability, user special physique tyrant body blood energy 38462 calories, psychic power 3455, Hertz abilities, thunder ability, C-grade self-healing ability, C-grade frost ability, D-grade undead ability, C-grade. Pain indeed is the best nourishment. Although Lin Yuan has endured the pain of his body being torn apart for 3 days, his blood energy has indeed doubled. With the tyrant body, even without using a large amount of blood essence pills, Lin Yuan can now compete with peak level. If he were to consume a large number of blood essence pills at once to maximize his blood energy, he could even battle against city-destroying giants. Although Lin Yuan's growth speed has reached an unimaginably level. But for him, that is still far from enough. To face the crisis that is coming in 4 days, he needs to possess even greater. Soon Lin Yuan reached the top of the hill and looked out into the distance in all directions. Finally, he spotted a towering giant 30 meters tall, half-squatting near a hill in the distance, seemingly chewing on. This mountain giant has yellowish-brown skin, and from afar it seems to blend into one with the hill. Clearly this creature is Lin Yuan's hunting target. He furrowed his brow as he observed the situation before him. Because beside this mountain giant, there were piles of bones, and these massive bones clearly came from other giants. Lin Yuan did not expect that this mountain giant was actually feeding. This phenomenon is not uncommon among giants. It seems that high-level giants regard low-level giants as food, which is a natural order of things. Especially those low-level giants without intelligence who are at the very bottom of the food chain. If they wish to escape being devoured, they must be lucky enough to eat a human and evolve into a higher-level giant. But the odds of that happening are almost negligible. Giant civilization is truly brutal to the point of nausea. Lin Yuan snorted coldly and quickly headed towards the mountain giant. If all goes well, this mountain giant will become the second level 5 giant to fall at his hands. Lin Yuan traversed several hills in succession and soon stood before the colossal mountain giant. Due to his use of the hidden gem to conceal his presence, it was not until he stood before the mountain giant that the latter discovered his existence. A human. The mountain giant slowly straightened up, a hint of brutality flickering in his eyes. He clearly did not expect that a human would approach him voluntarily. To him, human flesh and blood represented a grand feast. After devouring giants for so long, it was just the right time to change his palate. Truly commendable courage. Oh, as a reward, I won't kill you so easily. I will tear your limbs apart piece by piece, making you wail in agony as you watch your own body being devoured by me. The mountain giant grinned menacingly and reached out with his massive palm towards Lin Yuan. However, what he did not expect was that there was no hint of fear on the face of this human. The pressure you give me is even less than that of the demonic elephant giant. For a creature like you, I don't even need to Just as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan erupted with a speed akin to thunder. Before the mountain giant could react, he had already vanished from in front of him. A look of astonishment involuntarily surfaced in the mountain giant's eyes. This human speed was astonishingly fast. In the next moment, a sharp pain suddenly surged in his right leg. Lin Yuan had plunged the dragon slayer blade into his flesh and tightened his grip on the hilt, propelling himself upward with incredible speed. The sharp blade sliced through the flesh of his right leg, and crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain. Before the mountain giant could retaliate, Lin Yuan leaped onto his body, propelling himself up to his chest. Damn human! The mountain giant roared in anger, clenching his right fist and aiming to hammer down at Lin Yuan's position. Frost coalesce. Lin Yuan's expression turned cold as he unleashed his frost ability without hesitation. In an instant, vast expanses of frost covered the mountain giant's body. Though the frost ability was only a drink, it was more than sufficient to slow down the mountain giant's movements. Holding the Dragon Slayer blade, Lin Yuan spoke coldly. You should consider yourself fortunate. There is a distinction between you and me. And that distinction is that I won't waste time torturing a worthless being. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood chi around Lin Yuan suddenly erupted. The Dragon Slayer blade in his hand drew a fierce arc in the air. Forming a tangible blade light, it instantly sliced open the mountain giant's chest. Sizzle. With a soft sound, Lin Yuan's strike severed all the blood vessels connecting to the mountain giant's heart. In the absence of blood supply, within mere seconds, the mountain giant's heart completely ceased to beat. His gaze rapidly dimmed, first kneeling on the ground, then collapsing entirely. The mountain giant was dead. Until his death, disbelief lingered in the mountain giant's eyes. He clearly did not expect to perish at the hands of this human. I guess it's time for a change of clothes. Lin Yuan sheathed the Dragon Slayer blade, gazing at his blood-stained attire then he activated his necromantic ability, infusing necromantic energy into the mountain giant's body, compelling it to stand once more. After completing this, Lin Yuan directly stored the mountain giant into the undead space. This was his second level 5 giant obtained after the demonic elephant giant. However, compared to a city-destroying level giant, a mere level 5 giant still seemed too weak. In the face of such power disparity, numbers held no significance. Even if 10 level 5 giants attacked simultaneously, they would hardly pose a significant threat to a city-destroying giant. Therefore, to resolve the crisis in 4 days, Lin Yuan's current accumulated power was still far from sufficient. Moreover, controlling undead giants also required a drain on mental energy. The higher the rank of the undead giant, the greater the consumption of mental energy. With Lin Yuan's current mental energy, he could control a maximum of 4 level 5 giants in combat simultaneously. Because of this, he had been intentionally enhancing his mental strength during this time. In Huaxiao, for ordinary ability users to rise, the best method is to cultivate blood chi power. This is because cultivating blood chi power has no threshold. It is not only simple and straightforward, but also greatly aids in power growth. However, compared to blood chi power, mental energy is not something everyone can cultivate. At the very least, your ability must align with the mental system, or you must actively learn techniques related to mental force. Otherwise, even if your mental energy is vast as the sea, you will still be unable to exert its full potential. Additionally, you need a considerable economic foundation, because potions related to mental energy are exceptionally expensive. For instance, an ordinary blood chi pill costs merely 50,000. However, a bottle of low-tier mental energy enhancement potion costs as much as 70,000. Moreover, the effects of the mental energy enhancement potions are far inferior to those of blood chi pills of the same tier. Thus, whether in Huaxia or other countries' mental system, users, aside from having adequate talent, must also rely on money and resources. The financial expenditure involved in the rise of every top mental system user is bound to be an astronomical. If it were not for Lin Yuan's salvation system providing him daily rewards, he might not be able to afford such an exorbitant. Beep, beep, beep. Just then his phone suddenly received a text message. Lin Yuan opened his phone to check, finding it was sent by that girl from the Hunter Association. The goods you requested are ready, but we cannot deliver them into the city, so you must come to collect them yourself. Since almost no one has purchased them before, I specifically asked the Hunter Association for a quite favorable price of 120 million, but it must be paid in full. Hee, I guess I helped you a lot this time, right? At the end of the message, the girl attached a cute smiley face. Upon seeing this message, a hint of joy crossed Lin Yuan's eyes. It seemed that the plan was progressing even more smoothly than he had imagined. However, for Lin Yuan at this moment, 120 million is still a considerable sum. Although he knows full well that compared to the value of that cargo, this price is already quite low. But apart from him, there probably won't be anyone else willing to purchase it. 120 million. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and murmured to himself, if I complete all 24 tasks at hand, I can earn a maximum of 86 million. Adding the 12 million I currently have, that totals 98 million. No, there's still a gap of nearly 20. In fact, for Lin Yuan, there was a much simpler method. That was to directly ask Lin Tianke for it. Although Lin Tianke had retired from the military, a mere few tens of millions could easily be taken out. However, unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would never consider doing so. He has unconditional trust in his father. After obtaining the salvation system, he also contemplated whether to inform Lin Tianke about this matter. Lin Yuan knew that once Lin Tianke learned his secret with the resources he could mobilize, he would undoubtedly receive significant support. However, Lin Yuan ultimately chose not to do so, because he did not want Lin Tianke to know what he was truly doing. In his eyes, the once invincible man was gradually aging. He had borne too much for himself and too much for this country. Lin Yuan was unwilling to let him bear more. If possible, let him stay in the border town of Nanjing and enjoy the rest of it. As for everything that follows, he would take on himself. He would bear everything and continue to fight, never stopping. Lin Yuan once heard a saying, those who live in solitude are either beasts or deities. Since he cannot yet dominate everything like a deity, then let him be a roaring beast. It's just a mere 20 million, not a difficult problem at all. Lin Yuan's gaze flickered with a hint of brilliance. Since the plan has progressed to this point, there is no reason to give up now. Now he was just waiting for the giant civilization to launch a surprise attack on the armored convoy transporting new soldiers. When that time comes, he would let all participating giants know what true hell is. The 6th day has arrived. There is only 1 day left before the armored convoy transporting new soldiers heads to the front lines. Similarly, there is only 1 day left until the giant civilization launches its attack. Lin Yuan pushed open the door of the Hunter Association and walked in with a calm expression. The murderous aura mixed with the scent of blood immediately spread around him. All the hunters who were talking instantly fell silent, staring at the mysterious man wearing a silver-white mask before them. Since Lin Yuan's appearance, this has even become their habit. In their eyes, Lin Yuan is the true hunter. No, the person before them is simply a god of slaughter. Heaven knows how many giants he has killed to exude such a murderous. On the 2nd floor of the Hunter Association, a young lady had been waiting for him for a long time. Because he had arranged to hand over the goods with her today. You finally made it. The young lady smiled and said, our chief has been waiting for you on the 4th floor for quite some time. Now Lin Yuan finally understands what the 4th floor of the Hunter Association is for. It turns out that it is the place where the higher-ups of the Hunter Association receive guests. It should be noted that Lin Yuan was about to discuss a business deal worth over 100 million. It is no surprise that he received such treatment. Sorry it took quite a while to get back from outside the city. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. Let me hand over the tasks first. Just by catching a whiff of your bloody scent, I can tell you must have just returned from outside the city. The young lady laughed lightly and began to validate Lin Yuan's tasks one by one on the task terminal. Due to the complicated verification process and the large number of tasks Lin Yuan had taken on, she spent nearly half an hour before she was able to assist him in handing over all the tasks. If I remember correctly, you requested that all task rewards be converted into equivalent cash, right? Lin Yuan nodded. The verification is unnecessary since this money will soon return to your hands anyway. After successfully handing over the tasks, Lin Yuan immediately said, all right, now take me to see your chief. The 4th floor of the Hunter Association. A middle-aged man in a suit with neatly combed hair was leaning against the sofa. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and a hint of impatience could be seen between his slightly furrowed brows. This man is Jin Minghai, the chief of the Hunter Association in Nanjing. He ascended to the position of chief in his early 30s, a remarkable achievement that speaks to his excellence. However, at this moment he appeared somewhat irritated. He raised his wrist to check his watch and with evident dissatisfaction muttered to himself, it's nearly 2 hours late. Even though he was discussing a business deal worth over 100 million, the other party's lack of punctuality still infuriated him. Had it not been for the need to uphold the Hunter Association's reputation, he might have already left in a huff. Just then the door swung open. A figure exuding a murderous aura slowly walked in. Under such a fearsome presence, even Jin Minghai, who had always held a high position, couldn't help but feel a shiver down his spine. I sincerely apologize for the delay. Lin Yuan's tone carried a sense of cold detachment. After speaking, he directly sat down before Jin Minghai. Hello, esteemed hunter. The goods you ordered from the association have been placed outside the city. You only need to sign the contract and pay the previously agreed upon fee, and this transaction will be successfully completed. Upon Lin Yuan's arrival, a courteous smile appeared on Jin Minghai's face. Even though he had been extremely annoyed by Lin Yuan's tardiness, a cunning fox like him would naturally not reveal his true emotions in front of a client. However, what Jin Minghai did not expect was that Lin Yuan merely glanced at the contract before reclining back casually and asked blandly, what if I say that the money I brought isn't enough? In an instant, the smile on Jin Minghai's face froze. Sir, are you mocking us? Jin Minghai's expression darkened. Though a faint smile still lingered on his lips, fury simmered unmistakably in his eyes. I'm not joking. I'm entirely serious. Lin Yuan calmly placed his bank card on the table and said, this card holds precisely 98 million yuan. At those words, Jin Minghai's gaze turned utterly glacial. Are you resorting to childish haggling tactics, sir? Then you gravely underestimate the Hunters Association. The agreed sum is 120 million, short by even a single yuan, and you shall not take away so much as a grain of our cargo. Even if it rots in our vaults, we would never debase ourselves by selling it cheaply to you. Jin Minghai then turned sharply toward the young woman standing beside Lin Yuan and growled, his voice thick with indignation. Yi Yujia, this is the fine client you brought us. Yi Yujia, that was the name of the young woman who had been Lin Yuan's liaison. At Jin Minghai's rebuke, her nose stung, her eyes welled instantly with tears, and a profound sense of injustice washed over her. Truth be told, she had never imagined Lin Yuan would renege on his promise at this critical juncture. As his guarantor, any failure in this transaction would force her to resign from the Hunters Association in disgrace. Yet at that very moment, Lin Yuan gently laid a hand upon her shoulder. Don't cry, the deal isn't over yet. His voice was warm and tranquil. Return his sharpness with equal sharpness, exactly as he spoke to you. Though soft, his words carried clearly to Jin Minghai's ears. Jin Minghai let out a silent, contemptuous snort and casually crossed his legs. A staff member of her rank, even granted tenfold courage, would never dare utter a harsh word in his presence. Moreover, what authority did this youth possess to speak so arrogantly? Had he not breached the contract first, Jin Minghai would never have lashed out at Yi Yujia with such fury. Just then Lin Yuan withdrew 4 sapphire-hued crystals from within his robe. I propose a new transaction, using these crystals. He spoke calmly. Each crystal is priced at 10 million yuan. Should you choose to purchase them, they will fully cover the remaining shortfall. At this, Jin Minghai nearly burst into laughter. Had this youth lost his wits? To casually produce a few blue crystals and claim each bore a value of 10 million. He nearly ordered Lin Yuan to leave on the spot. Yet recalling the transaction remained unsettled, he forcibly suppressed his rage and picked up one sapphire crystal, holding it close to examine it carefully. To his surprise, even with his extensive knowledge, he could not identify the crystal's nature or origin. He initially assumed it was a spiritual energy condensate, but when he attempted to probe it with his own spiritual sense, he found his consciousness utterly repelled. His spiritual sense met an impenetrable barrier, prompting genuine astonishment to flicker across his eyes. He lifted his gaze, locking it onto Lin Yuan, and asked, "What is this?" "An Esper enhancement crystal," Lin Yuan replied serenely. "It elevates one's Esper ability level." The instant those words left his lips, Jin Minghai's expression underwent a seismic shift. Elevate one's Esper ability level. Are you insane? Jin Minghai slammed both palms onto the table and shot upright. After all, Esper abilities were universally regarded as innate immutable endowments. Precisely because they were considered inborn, Esper abilities could neither be altered nor acquired through cultivation, only strengthened gradually via training. Though blood essence pills and neural enhancement serums existed to fortify physical vitality and mental acuity, no substance, not a single compound in human history, had ever been proven capable of elevating an individual's fundamental Esper tier, and thus his shock was absolute. His first instinct was that this man before him must be a fraud. Yet Lin Yuan seemed to have anticipated his disbelief and spoke coolly. "If I'm not mistaken, you yourself are an Esper, are you not? To verify its authenticity, you're welcome to absorb one. But even for verification, that crystal remains payable." Without hesitation, Jin Minghai declared, "Should it prove genuine, I'll pay you double the price." To the Hunters Association, mere tens of millions meant nothing. But unlocking the secret of Esper elevation, that would fling open an entirely new world, a paradigm-shifting revelation. The disparity between the two was self-evident. Even a fool could discern it. Jin Minghai drew a deep, steadying breath, grasped one Esper enhancement crystal, and focused his consciousness to absorb it. In the next instant, a surge of sapphire light erupted from the crystal and flowed seamlessly into his body. When he released it, the once luminous crystal had crumbled into dull, ashen fragments. Jin Minghai's expression shifted, from stunned disbelief to incredulous awe, and finally to rapturous euphoria. Lin Yuan had not lied. The sapphire crystal had genuinely elevated his Esper ability level. The increment was modest, but more than sufficient to shatter his deepest convictions. After all, to his knowledge, no precedent existed in human history where external means had ever elevated an individual's innate Esper tier. If the origin of this mysterious crystalline artifact could be traced, or its synthesis deciphered, it would ignite an unprecedented revolution across all human society. He need do nothing more than deliver this single crystal to the Hunters Association headquarters, and he would have secured an immortal feat of service. At that thought, Jin Minghai's pulse quickened with exhilaration. Without delay, he pivoted toward Lin Yuan and demanded, "You said earlier you'd sell each crystal for 10 million. Very well, I'll offer 3 times that amount. No, 5 times. 50 million per crystal. Name your quantity. I'll buy every single one." Faced with Jin Minghai's feverish excitement, Lin Yuan remained utterly unruffled. "The price agreed upon stands unchanged. However, before proceeding with the transaction, I have but a single condition." Jin Minghai blinked, his composure utterly shattered, as he urgently pressed, "What condition?" Lin Yuan gently drew Yi Yujia beside him and said calmly, "If my memory serves, you owe her an apology." After being pulled to his side by Lin Yuan, Yi Yujia herself was slightly taken aback. She clearly did not expect Lin Yuan to care for her so much. Moreover, he even had Jin Minghai apologize to her as a condition for their transaction. However, there was not a trace of displeasure on Jin Minghai's face. Instead, he looked at Yi Yujia with a beaming smile and said warmly, "Yujia, I was too harsh with my words earlier. It was my fault and I apologize to you. This time you have made a significant contribution to the Hunters Association. If you put in a few more years of hard work, perhaps the position of the overall leader of Nanjing City will soon be yours." Hearing Jin Minghai's earnest words, Yi Yujia was completely stunned in place. She could hardly believe that the smiling man before her was indeed the same Jin Minghai who had previously scolded her harshly. The words from Jin Minghai's mouth were almost slick and perfectly smooth. Not only did he take the initiative to bridge the gap with Yi Yujia to prevent her from blaming him, but he also subtly attributed all the credit to her. Of course, the reason he said this was entirely to please Lin Yuan. Only if Lin Yuan was satisfied could the transaction. In reality, how many people could reach his position while still maintaining their integrity? It all came down to personal interests. As long as it brought him benefits, he wouldn't hesitate to apologize or even acknowledge someone as his father on the spot. In the world of adults, right and wrong are secondary to benefits. Such a person, while not exactly shameless, could certainly be called unscrupulous. After ensuring that Yi Yujia would not be put in a difficult position, Lin Yuan did not continue to press the matter, but directly handed over the 3 ability upgrade crystals to the other party. Upon receiving the remaining 3 azure crystals from Lin Yuan, Jin Minghai was so excited that he was almost in tears. Without any hesitation, he immediately transferred 40 million to Lin Yuan's bank account. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and calmly said, "There's no need for that much. After deducting the previous shortfall of 2 million, you only need to pay me 18 million, which is sufficient." Jin Minghai explained with a smile, "It's just a little over 20 million. If we wipe it out, it's no big deal. As long as my little brother remembers us for the next transaction, then consider this 20 million a way for us to be friends." Hearing Jin Minghai's sincere words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He recalled that when he previously mentioned the shortfall of over 20 million, Jin Minghai's expression was anything but friendly, almost as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Since the other party was willing to give him money, Lin Yuan did not bother to be polite and said directly, "Since the transaction has been finalized, let's go see that goods now." Jin Minghai quickly replied, "Rest assured, I will have Yi Yujia take you there right away." What surprised Lin Yuan a bit was that given this guy's regard for him, he did not take the initiative to offer to take him there himself. However, it did not take long for him to understand this point. If he was not mistaken, Jin Minghai was eager to bring the ability upgrade crystals to the Hunters Association headquarters to take credit. For Lin Yuan, a few ability upgrade crystals were hardly significant. As long as he possessed the Savior system, such items would only increase in quantity. For the Hunters Association, if they could crack the structure of the ability upgrade crystals and find ways to mass-produce them, it would not only bring them immeasurable income, but also trigger a revolution. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan did not believe they could uncover the secrets of the ability upgrade crystals. Even if someone could crack it and enable mass production, it would undoubtedly be a great boon for the human world. After all, when that time comes, the overall strength of the human world would significantly improve. In the face of the giant civilization's oppression, they would no longer seem so powerless. Moreover, this aligned perfectly with Lin Yuan's original intention. Outside Nanjing City, Yi Yujia led Lin Yuan toward the location where the goods were stored. Looking at the scenery outside the city, her eyes sparkled with curiosity, resembling a little kitten that had never seen the world. "Did you know? Before this, I had never seen the world beyond the city walls." Halfway there, Yi Yujia suddenly spoke up. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised. "You have never left Nanjing City?" "No, outside the city walls, it's all giants. Ordinary people like me who are not ability users can only live in Nanjing City for their entire lives." Yi Yujia said with a smile, "I was born in Nanjing City and will probably die here too. Compared to those soldiers who died on the front lines, we are already incredibly lucky to be alive. However, my mother told me that there are other relatives in other cities, and if I get the chance, I really want to meet them." "You will have the opportunity," Lin Yuan said calmly, yet firmly. "This war will come to an end." Yi Yujia was slightly taken aback, then chuckled. "Look at your tone, as if you are the savior who will end the war." She clearly did not expect that amidst the continuous reports of defeats on the front lines and the tightening of the Huaxia defense line, which left the populace in panic, Lin Yuan could still be so certain of their victory in this war. Nonetheless, having hope is ultimately a good thing. Yi Yujia smiled, and then changed the subject. "By the way, thank you for—" "It's nothing," Lin Yuan said casually. "I just can't bear to see a friend wronged in front of me. You really are quite—" Yi Yujia blinked her beautiful eyes, then stretched out her hand and pointed towards a massive giant shed in the distance, saying, "We have arrived. That is where the goods are stored. To ensure the safety of the goods, all the nearby giants have been cleared out by our Hunters Association. Honestly, just looking at it gives me the creeps. I really don't know what you're buying this for." Lin Yuan ignored Yi Yujia's chatter and walked straight ahead. Upon seeing Lin Yuan's arrival, a staff member of the Hunters Association immediately opened the large door of the shed for him. As Lin Yuan stepped inside, a strong stench of decay rushed at him. When he looked up, a colossal giant corpse appeared. This was the goods he had purchased. A corpse of a level 7 disaster class giant. The corpse of this disaster level giant before him is the trump card Lin Yuan has been preparing for this moment. To deal with a city-destroying giant, the best method is to control a higher-tier undead giant. This giant's corpse was transported back from the front line. Although disaster-level giants are powerful, they are not invincible on the battlefield. Moreover, the brain core of this giant has already been removed. The most valuable part of a giant's corpse is its brain. Once the brain core is lost, the giant's corpse holds no value. Thus, Lin Yuan successfully purchased this corpse for only 120 million and entrusted the Hunter Association to transport it to the vicinity of Nanjing City. A staff member from the Hunter Association approached and introduced, "Sir, this is the 7th-tier giant's corpse you requested. This disaster-level giant is named Hell Eye Giant, towering at 50 meters with a massive vertical eye on its chest, which we refer to as Eye of Hell. It is named so because when this vertical eye opens, all creatures within its field of vision will be sent to hell. This giant is extraordinarily powerful. Even when besieged by 3 S-level powerhouses, it still managed to kill one of them, while the other 2 were severely injured." The tone of the staff member appeared somewhat somber. However, after finishing the introduction, he shifted his tone. "Fortunately, no matter how powerful this Hell Eye giant is, as you can see now, it is merely a corpse. After receiving your commission, we transported it here in just 5 days. The Hell Eye giant died 5 days ago as well." Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Noticing that Lin Yuan's gaze had not left the giant, the staff member tactfully said, "If you have no other needs, we will take her." He was somewhat puzzled as to why this mysterious young man wearing a silver-white mask would spend so much money to acquire a worthless giant's corpse. Could it be that he has some peculiar obsession? He had heard of humans who are excessively worshipful of giants, even going to extreme. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly left the area. At this moment, Lin Yuan, however, was entirely focused on the Hell-Eye Giant before him. He had to admit that with his current strength, he could not fully control the corpse of the Hell-Eye Giant. After all, his necromantic abilities were only at level, and his mental strength was just under 4,000 hertz. It was nearly impossible to completely command the Hell-Eye Giant. But if he forced himself to burn his mental power, perhaps he could control the Hell-Eye Giant for a very brief period. Maybe for 5 minutes. Or perhaps 10 minutes. Lin Yuan didn't know where his limits lay. But one thing he knew for certain was that until he had slaughtered all the city-destroying giants, he would never choose to stop. As long as he had a single breath left, then he would fight to the end. The night in Nanjiang City was particularly bleak. Lin Yuan stood alone on the empty street, gazing at the bright full moon in the sky. The corpse of the Hell-Eye Giant had already been stored in his necromantic space. When the day of the final battle arrived, it would be his trump card. I wonder how many city-destroying giants will appear tomorrow. Lin Yuan gazed at the night sky, unable to help but murmur. He was so certain that no 7th-tier giants would appear because China had united dozens of top-tier psychics to set up a very special defense line to prevent disturbances from the rear. If any giants above the 7th tier attempted to cross this defense line, they would be detected by the Chinese military immediately and would have no chance to infiltrate the rear. However, before tomorrow arrives, he still had one more thing to do. Lin Yuan stepped forward, heading towards a building. Before long, he arrived at a building named Heavenly Realm. An experienced individual could easily tell that this luxurious establishment was not what it seemed. However, due to the wartime state, the curfew in Nanjiang City was extremely strict and all entertainment venues were not allowed to open at night. Yet Lin Yuan showed no hesitation. After removing his silver-white mask, he knocked loudly on the door. Before long, a woman's voice roared from behind the door. Who the hell is knocking at this hour? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Not long after, a young woman dressed in silk pajamas angrily opened the door. Do you understand the rules? It's curfew time, we are not open. Lin Yuan glanced at the attractive woman and tossed out a bank card, calmly stating this card contains 1 million. The beautiful woman was momentarily stunned, taking the bank card with suspicion, wondering whether this guy was a con artist or a real wealthy young master. Then Lin Yuan spoke again. If you don't believe me, you can verify it right now. Also, do you think the son of the Dragon General of China needs to adhere to some ridiculous curfew? The beautiful woman covered her mouth in disbelief instinctively, saying, you are Lin Yuan, the coward who doesn't dare to step onto the battlefield. Before she could finish the word coward, she immediately realized and quickly shut her mouth. Although she had looked down on Lin Yuan's actions when reading the news, she would never dare to speak such words in front of him. After all, no matter how one looked at it, this guy was the son of Lin Tiank, a top-tier second-generation heir. Meanwhile, she was merely an old hostess. If he wanted, there were at least 10,000 ways to deal with her. Then a charming smile appeared on the beautiful woman's face. May I ask what brings young Master Lin to our establishment at such a late hour? Lin Yuan smiled and calmly replied, what do you think? I came to your place for to drink tea. Give you 5 minutes to gather all the most beautiful girls here in front of me. 5 minutes later, over a dozen young women gathered before Lin Yuan. However, the sight before him rendered him momentarily speechless. Among them were high school girls dressed in uniforms and black thigh-high socks. There were also female teachers wearing black-rimmed glasses, little suits, and white shirts. Additionally, there was a tall, alluring woman in a traditional Chinese qipao. In short, not a single one was the same. A beautiful young woman cautiously asked young Master Lin, may I ask if you are satisfied? Lin Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, replying, you all seem to be quite extravagant. The former responded with a shy smile, we have always held ourselves to the highest standards of the industry. Are you all rather proud of that? Thankfully, his composure was strong enough to maintain his focus, not forgetting the If it were someone else, they would have likely succumbed to the allure long ago. Well, it can only be said that the waters here run deep. Seeing no expression on Lin Yuan's face, the beautiful young woman felt a jolt in her heart and couldn't help but say, young Master Lin, if you are not fond of this group of ordinary girls, I can bring you another batch right away. However, Lin Yuan waved his hand and calmly replied, no need, just them will suffice. Them. The beautiful young woman was slightly taken aback. Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly, yes, I will take all of these girls. What? Is the money I gave not enough? The young woman's mouth twitched violently as she quickly responded, of course it is enough. In that case, I will not disturb your elegance any further. Please take care of yourself. After saying that, she stood up and prepared to leave the room. However, just then Lin Yuan suddenly called out, wait. The beautiful young woman was startled, thinking this guy wouldn't want her to stay. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's tastes weren't that heavy. He merely followed her steps and said calmly, please keep these girls for me. I will come back tomorrow to celebrate. Celebrate what? The beautiful young woman was momentarily confused, her mind not fully processing it. Lin Yuan smiled, of course, to celebrate that I don't have to go to the battlefield to die. Have you forgotten tomorrow is the day the new soldiers will be sent off to battle? Looking at the smug smile on Lin Yuan's face, the beautiful young woman felt a surge of resentment, nearly wishing to punch him. It was the first time she had seen someone like Lin Yuan, a coward who feared death and only sought pleasure. Allowing this guy to stay behind and enjoy was nothing short of an insult to the soldiers on the front lines. After arranging everything, Lin Yuan returned to his home. In his room, he took out the disguise magic doll from the systems. Then he bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the disguise magic doll. The next moment, the doll before him rapidly underwent a transformation. In an instant, the magic doll took on his appearance. Master, please give your command to the doll. The perfectly identical disguise magic doll knelt on one knee before Lin Yuan. Looking at the doll before him, Lin Yuan calmly issued his instructions. His plan was simple. When the battle began tomorrow, he would let the magic doll disguised as him indulge in pleasure in the heavenly pleasure district. As for his real self, he would rush to the front lines to forcibly suppress all city-destroying giants. Lin Yuan had his reasons for doing this. If he were to reveal himself, he would undoubtedly be exposed to everyone's gaze. Under the guise of a mask, his identity would inevitably be speculated upon by all. In such a situation, it was inevitable that someone would guess his true identity. After all, his physique was unmistakable, and the thunderous abilities he wielded belonged to the same lineage as Lin Tiank, making it hard not to raise suspicions. Thus, before making a move, he had to completely sever his ties with the identity of Lin Yuan. While he fought on the battlefield, the disguised magic doll would revel in indulgence in the heavenly pleasure district. Once this incident was exposed, it would lead to two outcomes. The first outcome would be that Lin Yuan's reputation would plummet to rock bottom. Everyone in Huaxiao would revile his actions, nailing him to the pillar of shame for life. The second outcome would be that from then on no one would associate him with the mysterious figure appearing on the battlefield. After all, a person cannot simultaneously be in two different places. However, Lin Yuan managed to achieve this with the help of the disguised magic doll. This was his method of self-debasement. Even if he faced universal condemnation, he absolutely could not expose his identity. Once his identity was revealed with the strength he displayed, he would undoubtedly be targeted by the giant civilization. The identity of Lin Tiank's son not only drew attention to him, but also made him a target. What he faced was not merely the giants or their followers. Traitors hidden among humans could also pose a threat to his life. After Lin Tianke returned from that brutal battle that cost him his strength, the first words he uttered were, "There is a traitor among the high ranks of the Huaxiao military." Moreover, there might be more than one. It was these traitors within the Huaxiao military who provided the giant civilization with abundant intelligence, nearly leading Lin Tianke to his doom. Most importantly, until these traitors were uncovered, no one knew who they really were. Your most trusted companions could very well be the traitors who have already betrayed humanity. Your most valued subordinates might be transmitting information about you to the giant civilization. Even comrades fighting alongside you on the battlefield could have secretly defected to the giant civilization. No one knew just how deeply the giant civilization had infiltrated the Huaxiao military. It was precisely because of this that it was all the more terrifying. Betrayal from one's own kin often brings more despair than the machinations of the enemy. Thus Lin Yuan dared not. The only thing he could do was hide in the darkness, silently enhancing his strength, waiting for the day to showcase his brilliance to the world. Only through the trials of hell can one possess the power to create a paradise. Not every persistence yields results, but some can cultivate 100,000 blooming flowers from the frozen earth. Until that day, it will be the day of dazzling brilliance. The next day, outside Nanjiang City, hundreds of armored transport vehicles were lined up in a row. Thousands of new recruits had already changed into military uniforms, standing in a neatly arranged formation. In everyone's eyes, there was an unprecedented determination. Regardless of their past identities, from this moment on, Chun, who dressed in military attire, stood in front of the ranks. He looked around, gazing at the youthful faces before him. These young people were the hope of Huaxia. In this sorrowful era, even if humanity curls up, it is a mistake. Finally, Chun, who spoke slowly. His voice was hoarse, yet the words he uttered were the harshest of truths. Because the giant civilization will not spare us. The more we retreat, the more they press us, until we have nowhere to retreat, until there is no ground to stand behind us. Therefore, we only have one choice, and that is to fight. This is our only way to resist the giant civilization. As he said this, Chun, who suddenly raised his voice, "Brave Huaxia, let us face the national crisis together. Blood shall not run dry, and we shall not cease fighting until death." After this shout rang out, the flames in everyone's eyes were completely ignited. They clenched their fists, raised their heads, veins bulging on their necks, and roared together, "Brave Huaxia, let us face the national crisis together. Blood shall not run dry, and we shall not cease fighting until death." Looking at this scene before him, Chun, who felt the hot blood in his chest igniting in response. Very well. Just like that. Soldiers shout out. Soldiers be angry. Soldiers fight. Only in this way can we truly win this war. Rumbling, hundreds of armored transport vehicles were driving. Chun, who was also sitting in the lead armored vehicle, receiving intelligence from all directions. Northwest direction, no anomalies detected, report complete. Southwest direction, no anomalies detected, report complete. Southeast direction, no anomalies detected, report. The voices reporting to Chun, who were continuously transmitted through the radio intercom installed in the armored vehicle. As the overall commander for the conscription in Nanjiang City, Chun, who had to be fully alert. The fastest route to the front line would take at least 5 days. Although this was the rear of the battlefield, it was still filled with various dangers. If a giant capable of threatening the transport convoy appeared, Chun, who must kill it at the first opportunity. No matter what, he had to ensure that this batch of new recruits reached the battlefield safely. In the blink of an eye, the armored transport vehicles had traveled dozens of kilometers. Fortunately, their luck was quite good. They hadn't encountered many high-level giants along the way. As for the mindless first and second-level giants, there was no need for accompanying ability users to take action. They could be easily shot down with the thermal weapons mounted on the armored transport vehicles. Although everything was going extremely smoothly, Chun, who felt a sense of indescribable frustration. Could it be because of that kid Lin Yuan? To be honest, he couldn't understand why Lin Yuan chose to refuse enlistment. He clearly remembered that Lin Yuan was not. When he was still a child, every time Lin Yuan mentioned his father, there was always a look of admiration in his eyes. Alas, one can only say that people do change. Chun Hu sighed softly. Moreover, Lin Tianke was not wrong either. He had already made enough contributions and achieved. Even if Lin Yuan chose not to go to the battlefield, it was indeed not unjustifiable. Perhaps he had been too harsh on him. Thinking of him as Lin Tian's son, he unconsciously imposed the responsibilities of the previous generation onto him. However, just thinking of Lin Tianke bowing deeply to everyone with his cane made Chun Hu feel as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. The once spirited Huaxia dragon general had in just a few years become such a dejected figure. The giant civilization truly deserves to die, and that traitor within the Huaxia military. One day I will personally root him out and make him pay 1,000 times over. Thinking of this, Chun Hu couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes filled with anger. Just then a voice suddenly came from the radio in front of him crying for help. Southeast direction under enemy attack. Requesting support. Repeat, southeast direction under enemy attack requesting. Before the sentence could finish, it abruptly stopped, turning into a shrill scream. The next moment, the communication was abruptly cut off. Zzz. All that remained in Chun Hu's ears was the chaotic sound of static. A chill suddenly ran down his back, and he felt a sense of horror all over. A high-level giant had appeared. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, each reconnaissance armored vehicle was equipped with 2 Class A ability users. The fact that communication was cut off directly could only mean that those 2 Class A ability users had perished. In such a short time, if a reconnaissance armored vehicle was destroyed, it was very likely that they were attacked by a city-destroying. Without any hesitation, Chun Hu immediately picked up the intercom and shouted, "All armored vehicles stop advancing immediately. Encountering enemy attack in the southeast, immediately enter level 1 alert status." However, just as Chun Hu finished speaking, the radio communicator before him suddenly transmitted alarms from all directions. Northwest direction under enemy attack. Suspected city-destroying giant appeared. Northeast direction under enemy attack. A large number of giants are surrounding us with numbers reaching over 100. Southeast direction under enemy attack. Requesting reinforcements requesting. The last communication abruptly stopped again. Clearly the reconnaissance vehicle in the southeast had also been destroyed by the giants. Alarms of enemy attacks came from all 4 directions. For a moment, Chun Hu felt as if he was being pricked by needles, his heart sinking like it had fallen into an ice cellar. This was definitely not a coincidence. This was undoubtedly a planned attack by the giant civilization. They wanted to target this batch of new recruits in Nanjiang City. As he reacted, Chun Hu suddenly stood up, gripping the weapon beside him without hesitation, and grabbed the intercom, speaking fiercely, "Tiger Ben army, prepare for battle. Listen up, the giant civilization wants to take action against this batch of new recruits. You must not allow even one new recruit to be harmed, even if it costs your own lives." Upon hearing Chun Hu's command, all the accompanying soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons. They clearly did not expect the giant civilization to actually launch an attack on their armored convoy transporting new recruits. In this situation, they had no other choice but to fight. All new recruits stay on the armored vehicle. No one is allowed to get off without our orders. Subsequently, all the soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons and directly descended from the armored vehicle, preparing to face the approaching giants. Tiger Ben army, form up, prepare to engage. Chun Hu, wielding a metal combat blade, roared loudly while striding forward with a commanding presence. As in strength powerhouse, he was undoubtedly the strongest force among the accompanying soldiers. Even if the sky were to fall, it would be he who bore the weight. All the new recruits on the armored vehicle silently watched the scene before them. They understood that the soldiers led by Chun Hu were fighting to protect them. Bang, bang, bang. A series of thunderous sounds like heavy hammers roared in the ears of everyone. Alongside it, the ground trembled violently. It was evident that the giants were already closing in. The giants that appeared in their sight were as massive as skyscrapers, their grotesque faces filled with a thirst for flesh, and with each step they took, the ground seemed to crack beneath them. So this is a giant. One of the new recruits couldn't help but swallow nervously. Only by standing in front of the giants did they truly realize the terror of such creatures. In the presence of the giants, they appeared so insignificantly small. As long as these giants stepped down, they could easily crush them into pulp. Many of the new recruits were already turning pale. However, among these new recruits, Wang Meng suddenly stood up and shouted sternly, "What is there to be afraid of, everyone? What you see before you are merely some low-level giants. These mindless giants haven't even developed intelligence, and yet they can instill such fear in you. Show your courage. Have you forgotten? We swore that we would rather die in battle than retreat. Even if we die in battle, it will only be our bodies wrapped in horse leather." Wang Meng's words poured like a refreshing stream, awakening the terrified new recruits. Indeed, what was there to fear? They were just a group of low-level giants. On the battlefield, these giants would merely be cannon fodder, hardly worthy of such dread. When it came to the battlefield, they would be facing high-level giants that were 100 times stronger than these mindless ones. Thinking of this, the fear in the eyes of the new recruits began to dissipate. Wang Meng is right, just a bunch of low-level giants, nothing to be afraid of. Yes, with General Chun Hu's strength, he will surely be able to repel all these giants. If possible. I really want to fight these giants right now. Haha, don't be so anxious. Once we reach the battlefield, there will be plenty of opportunities to battle with the giants. Just make sure you don't end up pissing your pants out of fear like you are now. Get lost. Who's afraid and about to piss their pants? The atmosphere inside the vehicle once again became relaxed. The way everyone looked at Wang Meng also subtly changed. After all, in the face of crisis, Wang Meng not only remained unafraid, but also spoke such inspiring words, truly earning their admiration. As Wang Meng enjoyed the admiring gazes from everyone, his peripheral vision couldn't help but glance over at Chuyu. He noticed that Chuyu was slightly furrowing her brows, seemingly lost in thought. It must be noted that in Nanhai No. 1 high school, Chuyu was undoubtedly considered a school beauty, the goddess in the hearts of countless students, with suitors as numerous as the stars. Even Wang Meng couldn't help but develop a slight affection for her. Unfortunately, Chuyu had never accepted any suitor's advances. In her eyes, it seemed as if there was no one else, only Lin Yuan. Thinking of this made Wang Meng feel utterly infuriated. Lin Yuan, that coward who wouldn't even dare step onto the battlefield, what right did he have to win Chuyu's favor? Seeing that Chuyu seemed completely oblivious to his outstanding performance, Wang Meng couldn't help but ask, Chuyu, what are you? Chuyu pursed her lips and calmly replied, I was thinking. Your judgment might be mistaken. Wang Meng was momentarily stunned and instinctively asked, where did I go wrong? You know low-level giants lack intelligence. Chuyu spoke softly, so such a large-scale surprise attack can only mean one thing: high-level giants are controlling these low-level ones. Wang Meng was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized. He certainly knew that Chuyu was right. It was just that the sudden event had caught him off guard. But even so, he still feigned calmness and said, it doesn't matter. Even if high-level giants appear, so what? You must know among the troops escorting us there is General Chun, who in strength powerhouse. Wang Meng tried to maintain an air of calm, trying to project the demeanor of an unflappable general. Several other new recruits quickly echoed, Wang Meng is right. As long as General Chun who is here, what is there to fear, right? As long as we don't leave the armored vehicle, we will be fine. Everyone watched this battle closely. For us, it's also a rare opportunity for training. Looking at the relaxed faces of the new recruits, Chuyu couldn't help but sigh softly in her heart. She certainly hoped that things would develop as they expected. However, was the surprise attack initiated by the giant civilization truly that simple? On a hill a few kilometers away from the armored convoy, Lin Yuan was gazing intently at the battlefield. These giants, did they really choose to strike so quickly? It seems they have quite a bit of confidence in their own strength. It should be noted that this location was not far from Nanjing City. As long as Chun Hu and the others could hold out for a while, they would surely be able to wait for reinforcements from Nanjing City. If Lin Yuan was not mistaken, these giants intended to end the battle before the reinforcements arrived. Unfortunately, these giants had calculated everything. They only overlooked his existence. No matter how brutal this war became or how it evolved, he would single-handedly, completely alter the course of the battle. Kill. Chun Hu roared, charging alone into the midst of the towering army before him. These giants, towering several meters high, even exceeding 10 meters, seemed like mere clay figurines before him, utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. The alloy-long knife in his hand, enveloped in a murderous intent, was incredibly sharp. With one slash, a massive giant, standing 15 meters tall, was cleaved in two. On the battlefield, the usually cheerful General Chun, who transformed into a fearsome war god radiating killing intent. His moves were all simple slashes, hacks, and stabs. Though simple, they were the most practical killing techniques. Each strike was as precise as if practiced 1,000 times. The malevolent aura surrounding him coalesced into a palpable presence, instilling fear in all who beheld it. It's been a long time since I've fought, and my body is almost rusting. Chun Hu grinned savagely as he swung his knife, once more severing a giant in half. Perfect. I can warm up against you giants before reaching the battlefield. Apart from Chun Hu, the other soldiers of the Tiger Ben army were also fighting for their lives against the giants. Fortunately, this batch of giants was not particularly powerful. The overwhelming majority of the giants were merely of the 1st to 3rd rank. Even if a 4th or 5th rank giant appeared, they would be swiftly slain by Chun Hu or other strong warriors in the Tiger Ben army. From the current situation, their strength easily allowed them to withstand the giants' assault. On the armored transport vehicle, Wang Meng said proudly, see, I told you nothing would go wrong. You must remember the Tiger Ben army led by General Chun, who is among the top tier, even on the front lines. These soldiers from the Tiger Ben army are all valiant and skilled in battle, slaughtering giants, as if they were merely butchering chickens and dogs. He continued to boast about his knowledge as before. However, the new recruits before him did not look at him with the admiration he expected, but instead stared blankly at the battlefield, their eyes filled with shock. Wang Meng was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he turned to gaze towards the battlefield. The scene that unfolded before him left him dumbfounded. On the battlefield, an unexpected change occurred. Just as Chun, who was slaughtering giants, the yellow earth beneath his feet suddenly coalesced into an enormous arm reaching directly towards him. Get lost! Chun, who shouted fiercely, slashing forward with his knife. The blood and energy within him erupted, wrapping around the blade as he unleashed a crimson blade aura into the air. His strike severed the massive hand formed from yellow sand. Truly deserving of a commander capable of leading an army. That reaction was impressively quick. Suddenly, an evil laugh echoed from beneath the ground. In the next moment, the yellow earth that Chun Hu had shattered began to coalesce anew. Ultimately, It transformed into a colossal giant nearly 30 meters tall. This giant was a earth giant drawing power from the very ground. The first city-destroying giant has arrived. Gazing at the earth giant before him, Chun-Hu instinctively tightened his grip on the alloy battle knife, his expression darkening to the extreme. He knew all too well the immense destructive power of a city-destroying giant. Any giant bearing the title of city-destroying possessed cataclysmic strength. Moreover, Chun-Hu understood that if he wished to protect the new recruits behind him, he had to eliminate this earth giant right here. Taking a deep breath, a fierce battle intent ignited within his eyes. Yet at that moment the ground beneath him began to tremble violently once more. A massive giant covered in black scales, sporting two devilish horns atop its head, stepped forth from behind, appearing a city-destroying demon giant. Two city-destroying giants. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from these two city-destroying giants, everyone present instinctively felt their breath hitch. But this was far from over. Screech. A piercing cry echoed above their heads. Massive black wings cast a shadow below, covering a vast area. A giant with a sinister visage flapped its wings, circling in the air, its bloodthirsty and brutal gaze fixed upon a city-destroying blackwing giant. Hungry. So hungry. I want to eat. Human flesh. I must eat. Human flesh. Another giant resembling a mountain of flesh appeared before them. What made everyone uncomfortable was the presence of a massive mouth filled with sharp teeth on this giant's belly. This giant's expression was numb, its enormous mouth on its belly opening and closing as if it wished to swallow every living creature in sight. A city-destroying devouring giant. Earth giant, demon giant, blackwing giant, devouring giant. 4 city-destroying giants in total. Perhaps the new recruits in the armored transport vehicle still did not understand what was happening. But the soldiers of the Tiger Ben army on the battlefield had all fallen into despair. Once these 4 city-destroying giants appeared, victory in this war was no longer attainable. A bitter smile appeared on Chun-Hu's face. 4 city-destroying giants. You giants truly look highly upon me. At that moment, the demon giant before him suddenly spoke. It looked down upon Chun-Hu from its elevated position. Human, do you still wish to stubbornly resist? If you choose to give up resisting with your strength, you could at least retreat unscathed. Give up. You alone cannot defeat you. Chun-Hu chuckled, tightening his grip on the alloy battle knife, roaring at the demon giant before him. Listen well, I do not care about winning or losing, nor do I care about life or death. The boys behind me have yet to step onto the battlefield. Since they have yet to step onto the battlefield, it is our duty as soldiers. If even soldiers flee, who else can stand up? So even if it means defeat and death, I must stand here and fight you beasts to the bitter end. Idiot! The sneer on the demon giant's face cutting like a blade as it stared at Chun-Hu, a worthless creature like you cannot. No sooner had the words fallen than 2 terrifying violet beams shot from the demon giant's dark purple pupils, each radiating a dreadful aura. Confronted by the sudden onslaught, Chun-Hu hesitated not for a single breath. He rolled aside in a desperate bid to evade the attack. A thunderous blast followed. The amethyst energy beams detonated on the earth, gouging 2 immense craters into the ground. Even the hardest stone was pulverized to dust beneath their sweep. Chun-Hu had narrowly escaped that strike, yet an aftershock of dread lingered within him. The power of a city-annihilating giant was not to be trifled with. Against a single city-annihilating giant, he might have stood a chance, but there were 4 such behemoths arrayed before him. Realizing this, Chun-Hu wasted no time and shouted, Sun Shao, take all the new recruits and withdraw from here. Cover them and fall back toward Nanjiang City, he added. Sun Shao was his deputy and rank ability user. Where Chun-Hu was a brute force fighter, Sun Shao was built for speed. Hearing the order, Sun Shao froze, stunned by what he had been. He had steeled himself to remain and fight at Chun-Hu's side, but the final order given to him was to shield the recruits and facilitate their retreat. In other words, Chun-Hu would stand alone against 4 city-annihilating giants. Everyone knew that this was a battle fate. They might not even recover a whole body afterward. Yet even so, Chun-Hu resolutely stepped forward alone, placing himself between the 4 giants and the fleeing convoy. General Chun-Hu, Sun Shao whispered with reddened eyes, his voice trembling. A man seldom sheds tears lightly, but sorrow had reached him now. Stop stalling, Chun-Hu laughed as he turned back. This is a military order. If you brats survive, come next Qingming and pour a cup of Ercuado on my grave. With that, he made no further hesitation. He tightened his grip on the alloy saber and charged straight at the 4 city-annihilators. Charge then fight. Veins bulging on his brow, he roared like an enraged beast. With a gallant oath, he lifted his blade. Through tragic songs and bloodied years, he advanced. Whatever promise he made, he would honor. He had vowed to deliver these recruits intact to the battlefield, and he meant to keep that. You humans delight in futile gestures, the demon giant sneered and slammed a palm in Chun-Hu's direction. With the edge of the alloy saber met the demon giant's black-scaled palm with a clash of metal, the sound of iron ringing like a death knell. The force of the rebound numbed his hand, yet Chun-Hu did not withdraw. Ignoring the pain, he tightened his grip and hewed forward with unstoppable resolve. On the other side, Sun Shao's gaze hardened. He understood clearly that Chun-Hu had bought them this fleeting chance with his life. There could be no squandered moments. Without hesitation, Sun Shao relayed the command. Huban army, heed orders. No lingering in battle. Prioritize escorting the recruits to safety. Those who are willing to die will hold the rear. Once the order passed, the Huban army moved with the precision of a well-oiled machine, every element accelerating to its utmost speed. One armored transport after another roared to life and pushed its engines to full power, retreating in the direction of Nanjiang City. The recruits aboard those transports, many of them grasping now what had transpired, fell into heavy silence. The atmosphere pressed down on them like a shroud. But the giants would not allow such an easy withdrawal. Their true quarry was the batch of recruits aboard the armored transport. The demon giant frowned and said coolly, "Blackwing, take a group of giants and intercept them. After we have slain this human, we will regroup with you." No sooner had he spoken than the Blackwing giant laughed wickedly, beat its wings, and swept down toward the armored transports with predatory speed. "You dare!" Chun-Hu roared, attempting to intercept the Blackwing. But the demon giant's cold voice sounded again in his ear. "General Chun-Hu, to face 3 and yet be distracted. You think us so little as to be trifled with." Before Chun-Hu could fully turn, a colossal hand of yellow sand condensed from the earth and seized his body. "Got you," the earth giant hissed with a wicked chuckle. At the same instant, the demon giant's eyes flared with that same ghostly. This time there was nowhere for Chun-Hu to flee. With a thunderous blast, the violet beam struck, blasting his body hard into the bottom of a deep crater. Not dead already, the earth giant sneered, that would be such a bore. Yet drenched in blood, Chun-Hu crawled back out of the Not finished yet. "You beast," he rasped. His body was lacerated from head to foot, but his gaze remained as unyielding as forged steel. All the transport vehicles were forced to halt. Sun Shao snapped in fury, "Why do we stop? Keep moving." A human soldier dashed up, alarmed, "Deputy Commander, another swarm of giants has appeared ahead. No fewer than 500 or 600. They've sealed off our retreat route." Hearing that, Sun Shao's expression darkened. Those damn giants had indeed planned this thoroughly. He drew a breath and asked in a low voice, "If we slaughter those several hundred giants, will the transport vehicles be able to withdraw smoothly?" "Yes," came the answer. In the next instant, Sun Shao drew an alloy dagger from his waist. The refined gentleness of his face was gone, replaced by an overwhelming hunger for blood. "The chance General Chun-Hu bought with his life will not be wasted by me," he vowed. "Then I will be the one to kill everyone." After all the armored transport vehicles came to a halt, the new recruits inside the compartment fell into a state of panic. Though they had all mentally prepared themselves for death before deciding to go to the battlefield, yet they had never imagined that death would come so swiftly. Why has the armored vehicle stopped? Is there a situation? It's the giants. Damn it, a large group of giants are blocking our retreat. Are we really going to die here? But we haven't even reached the battlefield yet. After this statement, everyone in the compartment fell into a deep silence. A heart that once burned with passion now felt as if it had plunged into a frigid ice cellar. At that moment, Wang Ming suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice, "No, we can't just sit here and wait to die. Even if we haven't reached the battlefield, yet haven't we already signed up for military service? From the moment we chose to enlist, we should hold ourselves to the standards of a soldier. Chinese soldiers should not be so timid. Can't we fight? Don't we have the strength to battle the giants? Anyone brave enough should grab their weapons, jump off the armored vehicle, and fight these giants." Wang Ming's words instantly stirred the emotions of many new recruits. "Count me in. Take me with you. Damn it, I'm here to kill giants." They all stood up, wanting to follow him off the vehicle. In the end, even Chu Yu stood up calmly and said, "I'll go with you." Chu Yu's participation further ignited the fervor within Wang Ming's heart. At that moment, he felt like the great hero who was about to save the world. "Good," Wang Ming exclaimed loudly. "Let them see the spirit of us students from Nanjing. Let them know that there are no cowards who fear death among us from Nanjing. No." One high school. Under Wang Ming's leadership, a large group of new recruits actively left the armored transport vehicle. On the battlefield, the remains of both humans and giants were scattered everywhere. The soldiers of the Tiger Ben army were roaring as they fought desperately against the giants. The surrounding air was thick with the scent of blood. Looking at the hellish scene before them, several new recruits with weaker psychological endurance began to gag. However, Wang Ming was unaffected, instead feeling his adrenaline surge to the limit. He gripped his weapon tightly, feeling as if he were born for the battlefield. At that moment, a giant seemed to sense his presence and immediately lunged towards him with incredible speed. Facing the giant that stood nearly 7 to 8 meters tall, Wang Ming felt no sense of oppression. On the contrary, he was filled with immense excitement. Beast transformation ability, Fierce Tiger. Wang Ming growled as he activated his ability without hesitation. His ability allowed him to enter a beastly state for a short time, transforming into a humanoid tiger, enhancing his strength, speed, and explosive power. After activating his ability, Wang Ming stepped forward and slashed at the giant's ankle. His power erupted, severing the giant's right foot with one strike. Bang! After losing a leg, the giant crashed heavily to the ground. Wang Ming wasted no time leaping up and striking the giant's nape. Sizzle! His strike sliced through the giant's neck and foul blood sprayed all over him in an instant. Wang Ming wiped the blood off his face, standing atop the giant's body, and suddenly began to laugh maniacally. "Ha! I did it, I killed a giant." To think he had previously been just an ordinary student from Nanjing No. 1 high school. But now he faced and even killed a giant on his own. This transformation in identity made Wang Ming feel a shiver that came from the very core of his being. However, just then a black-winged giant in the sky set its gaze upon Wang Ming. Just killing a low-level mindless giant makes this kid so excited. A sinister smile involuntarily appeared on the black-winged giant's face. "In that case, he'll start with you." After saying this, the black-winged giant transformed into a streak of black light rushing towards Wang Ming like a hunting black eagle. Wang Ming, who was still basking in his joy, suddenly felt as if a cold, killing intent had locked onto him, and the temperature around him plummeted to zero. He slowly raised his head to see the black-winged giant swooping down from the sky. The target of the latter seemed to be. In an instant, Wang Ming felt as if his body had turned to stone, unable to move an inch. Why? Why was this black-winged giant fixated on him? Damn it. This was a city-destroying giant. Wang Ming gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. He was unwilling. He had just killed a giant. He hadn't yet become a hero of China. Why would this city-destroying giant target someone so insignificant as him? At this moment, Wang Ming felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He shouldn't have gotten off the vehicle. If he had chosen to stay in the armored transport, he wouldn't have faced death. Facing the approaching black-winged giant, Wang Ming even considered kneeling down to beg for mercy. Because he was unwilling, truly unwilling. He simply did not want to die like this. Wang Ming never thought that the few seconds before his death would feel so intense. A second felt like a year. Just then a furious roar suddenly exploded in his ears. Fool, who told you to get off the vehicle? Wang Ming was momentarily stunned and instinctively turned to look. He saw Sun Xiao's scholarly face filled with anger and urgency. Wang Ming could no longer contain himself. He shouted with all his might towards Sun Xiao's direction. Save me. I beg you. Save me. In that instant, Sun Xiao, a speed-type ability user, unleashed all his speed and charged towards Wang Ming. However, the black-winged giant had already reached Wang Ming's front, its cruel eyes filled with murderous intent. Die. At last, the black-winged colossus loomed before Wang Ming, snarling as he slashed forward with a clawed limb. Its anatomy grotesquely aberrant, where a right arm should have been a raptor-like talon now sprouted. In that abyss of despair, Wang Ming closed his eyes, resigned, awaiting death's embrace. Yet at that very instant, a colossal force struck. With a muffled thud, his body was hurled violently backward, flung not by fate, but by Sun Xiao. At the razor's edge of annihilation, Sun Xiao had arrived, just in time. Yet though he had saved Wang Ming, the price was steep. He had borne the colossus's blow himself. A sickening shriek tore through the air. Sun Xiao's back split open, revealing bone beneath a gash so deep it would have ended him instantly had his physique not been forged in extraordinary resilience. Sun Xiao let out a low groan of searing agony, buckled his knees, driving him to the ground. When he lifted his head, his gaze instinctively sought Wang Ming, as if to confirm, had he truly saved him? Deputy General Sun. Wang Ming's face was as pale as rice paper. Kneeling on the earth, he stared at Sun Xiao with disbelief etched deep into his eyes. He had never imagined Sun Xiao would sacrifice himself so recklessly, nor did he anticipate the black-winged colossus's face twisting into a sneering, contemptuous smile. I've long heard your kind is foolish, but even I underestimated just how profoundly stupid you truly are. Among all these humans, only you posed any real threat to me. And yet, you threw away your strength to save one man. Tell me, do you still believe you're worthy to stand again? At this, the colossus burst into thunderous laughter. Can you even protect anyone now? To sacrifice 1,000 lives for the sake of one. That is the sheer staggering folly of humankind. Sun Xiao staggered upright, blood welling ceaselessly from the wound across his back. This was the chasm between humanity and giants. Even when matched in cultivation, rank giants held an insurmountable advantage. Their titanic frames, their indomitable. Humans possessed none of this. Beyond their innate abilities, they relied solely on skill, precision, and unwavering. Put plainly, in equal-tier combat, a giant could falter 100 times and survive. A human, one misstep, and all was forfeit. One error meant descent into the Yellow Springs. Just as now, with Sun Xiao. He had not even exchanged a single blow with the black-winged colossus, and already he stood stripped of the right to fight. Sun Xiao curled his lips upward, and upon that refined, scholarly face bloomed a radiant, unbroken smile. You claim I traded 1,000 lives for one. But to me, one life holds the same weight as 1,000. In Huaxia, should 1,000 soldiers fall to preserve a single civilian's breath, we would lay down our lives without it. That is our conviction. How could you, a foreign abomination, ever comprehend it? The black-winged colossus remained unmoved, coldly retorting the hollow rhetoric of the defeated. Now I shall execute you here and now. I wonder who dares intervene. As his words fell, silent, razor-thin membranes, like blackened scimitars, extended from the tips of his wings. Clearly he intended to sever Sun Xiao's head with those obsidian blades. Yet Sun Xiao's eyes held no trace of. He stood tall before the colossus, chin raised high. A son of Huaxia dies, standing, never kneeling. Simultaneously his fingers tightened instinctively around the alloy dagger in his grip. He knew he still had one final gamble to meet death, heeden, and drag his foe into oblivion with him. But then the black-winged colossus spoke again, casually, almost playfully. Oh, I nearly forgot to tell you. After you die, I'll hunt him down. I'll slice off his limbs and cast them before the mindless giants, to be devoured piece by piece. Let me show you the futility of every choice you've made. His cruel grin widened, each word a blade piercing. You dare lay a finger on him? Sun Xiao's eyes bled fury, his roar shook the air. What he did not know was that the colossus had engineered this rage. The colossus had long anticipated Sun Xiao's suicidal intent, and understood perfectly fury erases reason, shatters restraint. So he waited for this exact moment. His black wings blurred, striking like a guillotine towards Sun Zhao's throat. There was no time to react. Human, descend into hell. The Colossus's triumphant snarl echoed like thunder. Yet, just then, a human hand shot forth from behind Sun Zhao, seizing the Colossus's wing in a grip of iron. In the next breath, glacial frost erupted, spreading with terrifying speed across the blackened wing. The Colossus recoiled, desperate to wrench free. But to his horror, that slender pale arm held fast, as if forged from unbreakable celestial steel. I'd very much like to see who dares touch him today. A voice colder than permafrost whispered beside the Colossus's ear. From behind Sun Zhao emerged a youth wearing a silver-white mask, his fingers locked unyieldingly around the Colossus's massive wing. The Colossus's eyes widened in shock, utterly unaware of when, or how, the stranger had slipped behind. Who are you? Murderous intent flickered in the Colossus's gaze. You need not know my name. Only this I— No sooner had the words left his lips than an overwhelming tide of slaughter intent erupted from the masked youth, vast, ancient, and absolute. Lightning crackled in his palm. A torrent of frenzied primordial chi surged up his right arm, coalescing into power beyond mortal comprehension. Ryup! With a sharp, tearing sound, the youth's silver mask gleaming tore the black-winged Colossus's wing clean from its socket. How is this possible? Staring at the scene before him, Sun Zhao was so shocked that he forgot his own injuries. Who exactly is this mysterious young man who suddenly appeared? He actually tore one of the black wings of the black-winged giant apart with his bare hands. What kind of immense power must one possess to achieve this? The pain from the torn wing caused the black-winged giant to involuntarily let out a mournful howl. Without hesitation, he immediately retreated, putting distance between himself and Lin Yuan, his face filled with vigilance. Lin Yuan did not choose to pursue immediately, but stood his ground, trying to calm the raging blood chi within him as much as possible. Before the fight began, he had swallowed a large amount of blood chi pills. These blood chi pills erupted with an immense force of blood chi within his body. He named this state of significantly heightened blood chi in a short time as the blood fury state. And now he was in the blood fury state. Despite the severe side effects of this state, with his tyrannical physique and self-healing abilities, he could still endure it. Because with his current strength, only by entering the blood fury state could he contend with a city-destroying giant. Lin Yuan's voice was cold as he stepped forward, lightning swirling in his eyes. The black-winged giant clutched his damaged wing, his expression dark and gloomy. After hesitating for a moment, he raised his head and let out a piercing scream. In an instant, the giants who had been entangled with the Tiger Ben army soldiers charged toward Lin Yuan as if they had received orders, disregarding everything. The black-winged giant sneered, "Wait until you break through this group of giants' blockade before you think about continuing to fight me." For him, already injured, letting these low-tier giants hold Lin Yuan back was undoubtedly the best choice. However, Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He coldly stared at the black-winged giant before him as if looking at a corpse. "You giants are even more self-righteous than I imagined. Today I stand right here. I want to see which giant can come close to me." As soon as he finished speaking, a portal to the realm of the undead suddenly opened beside Lin Yuan. Magic elephant giants, mountain giants, rock giants, red sand giants. One after another, high-tier giants emerged from the realm of the undead, exuding a chilling aura of death. These undead giants seemed to form a high wall blocking all the low-tier giants charging toward Lin Yuan. Not only that, on the main battlefield, countless undead giants roared as they joined the fray, engaging in combat with the mindless giants. 100, 300, 500. The number of undead giants appearing on the battlefield surpassed that of the low-tier giants commanded by the Blackwing giant. This is impossible. The Blackwing giant's eyes were filled with horror as if he had seen a ghost. What terrified him was not the sudden appearance of these undead giants, but the ability exhibited by this mysterious young man. This guy can actually control the corpses of the dead. Looking at the high-tier giants before him emanating a strong aura of death, the Blackwing giant felt a chill run down his spine. Has a human already evolved such a bizarre ability? No way. I must relay this information back. A human with such abilities must never be allowed to grow. Otherwise, one day, he will become the nightmare of giant civilization. Thinking of this, the Blackwing giant hesitated not a moment and turned to flee. Their original plan was to force Lin Tianke to act by ambushing the new recruits on the armored transport vehicle to test whether the latter had truly lost all his power. But now Lin Tianke did not show up. Instead, they brought forth an immensely promising prodigy. Since this mysterious young man's abilities have already been exposed before them, there was no reason to let him grow. Although Lin Yuan had forcibly broken one of his black wings, he still sensed the latter. In the eyes of the Blackwing giant, the person before him was strong, but he absolutely could not withstand the siege of multiple city-destroying giants. Thus, what he needed to do was to escape and unite with the other 3 city-destroying giants to jointly kill Lin Yuan. Such a prodigious talent must die, or he cannot be left alive. Want to escape? Did you ask me first? Watching the fleeing Blackwing giant, Lin Yuan's gaze turned cold as he unleashed his full speed without hesitation. Empowered by his lightning ability, his body suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning. Watching this scene unfold, Wang Meng's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt that this figure before him was so familiar. Lightning ability isn't that the power Lin Yuan possesses. You must know that in all of Nanjiang, no one high school, only Lin Yuan awakened the lightning ability. Could it be that this mysterious person who saved him and Sun Shao is? No, that's impossible. That guy doesn't even dare to step onto the battlefield. Moreover, if it were really Lin Yuan with his strength, he would never be a match for a city-destroying giant. Furthermore, this mysterious person possesses not just the lightning ability, the ability to condense frost, the ability to control the corpses of giants. These abilities are all ones Lin Yuan does not have. Thinking of this, Wang Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yes, this mysterious person before him must not be Lin Yuan. At this moment on the other side of the battlefield, Chu Yu, who had killed a large giant on her own, calmly wiped the blood off her cheek. The commotion coming from the Blackwing giant soon attracted her attention. Chu Yu instinctively turned her head and happened to see that familiar silhouette. That figure, radiant with dazzling lightning, overlapped with the memory of the figure that had once protected her. In that moment, Chu Yu's eyes turned slightly red. She was incredibly certain that the figure before her was the person she trusted the most. Lin Yuan, I knew you would appear before us in another way. But no matter what you want to do, I will do everything I can to follow in your footsteps. One day I will stand by your side, fighting alongside you until the very end. Everyone on the battlefield stared blankly at the scene before them. The mysterious young man wearing a silver-white mask was frantically fleeing from a city-destroying giant, looking utterly disheveled. My heavens, are we seeing things? Is this for real? This is a city-destroying giant. He looks like he can't be more than in a small place like South Jiang City. When did such a prodigy emerge? The soldiers of the Tiger General Army widened their eyes in disbelief. Aside from the shock, everyone felt a surge of blood boiling within them. As long as one possesses sufficiently powerful strength, even as a human, one can still drive giants away. The mysterious young man before them perfectly exemplified this point. Sun Shao gazed at Lin Yuan's back, unable to help but murmur, when a nation is on the verge of collapse, there must be prodigies. A prodigy can be a thief in chaotic times, or a savior. Damn it, why is this kid so fast? The Blackwing giant's face was filled with anxiety. He had already unleashed his full speed, yet the distance between Lin Yuan and himself continued to close. The Blackwinged giant harbored deep resentment. If it weren't for this kid tearing apart his right wing with bare hands, how could his speed be so slow? Finally, the silhouettes of the three city-destroying giants appeared within the sight of the Blackwing giant. The demon giant, the earth giant, and the devourer giant. Seeing his companions right in front of him, the Blackwing giant didn't hesitate and shouted hoarsely, "Save me. Help me kill this kid behind me." However, just then Lin Yuan's emotionless voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Got you." The Blackwing giant turned his head in terror. A chilling aura rapidly spread around him. Under the influence of the frost powers, a layer of frost instantly formed on the Blackwing giant's back. Do you know that things frozen in frost often become exceptionally fragile? Lin Yuan's voice was soft, as if he were posing a question. Yet to the Blackwing giant it sounded more like a death sentence. No. The Blackwing giant's pupils constricted instinctively, wanting to shield his body with his black wings. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's punch was much faster than he imagined. The crimson aura of blood power condensed into a tangible form, like a serpent coiling around Lin Yuan's right arm. Then he launched a fierce punch towards the Blackwing giant's heart. With a thunderous boom, the frost crystallized on the Blackwing giant's back suddenly shattered. And this overwhelming blood power forcefully penetrated into the Blackwing giant's heart through Lin Yuan's punch. In the next moment, the Blackwing giant's heart exploded, leaving a massive blood hole in his chest. In his final moments, the Blackwing giant slowly turned his head, glaring at Lin Yuan with deep hatred as he spoke. "Believe me, once the giant civilization learns of your abilities, they will never let you go." Lin Yuan stood in midair, calmly glanced at him, and softly replied, "Since you are so worried about me, why not fight for me instead? Rest assured, after you die, you will become one of my undead giants. Moreover, with your strength, you will surely be a great..." What does it mean to kill someone and break their spirit? This is what it means. Not only do I want to kill you, but I also want to forcibly raise your corpse to continue fighting for me. Sure enough, after Lin Yuan said this, the Blackwing giant before him immediately fell into a frenzied rage. He wanted to roar at Lin Yuan, but unfortunately his life force was rapidly dissipating. In the end, the life force in the Blackwing giant's eyes completely dimmed. His massive body then heavily plummeted. The Blackwing giant has fallen. The other three city-destroying giants also heard the Blackwing giant's cry for help. When they turned to look, the Blackwing giant was already dead at Lin Yuan's hands. A seemingly insignificant human had single-handedly killed such a massive giant. The scene before them was filled with a sense of absurdity. The earth giant's face instantly darkened. This kid actually killed the Blackwing. Meanwhile, the devourer giant looked at Lin Yuan with a fervent gaze. Clearly, he had sensed the overwhelming blood power emanating from Lin Yuan. The hideous mouth growing on his body was crazily secreting saliva. "I want to eat meat, to consume the blood and flesh on him." The demon giant spoke in a deep voice. Since he killed the Blackwing, let him pay with his life. After saying this, he directly kicked the blood-soaked Chunhu aside. With just Chunhu alone, it was impossible for him to stand against these three city-destroying giants. Now he was already gravely injured and on the brink of death. But even in such a state, after being kicked aside, Chunhu still lay on the ground, struggling to raise his head and slowly crawl toward the direction of the demon giant. "I'm not dead yet." Although he was close to losing consciousness, his subconscious belief still wanted to stop the demon giant. "How boring." The demon giant sneered. "If it weren't to lure Lin Tianke to act, do you really think we would play with..." Since you want to die so badly, then I'll grant your wish. After saying this, the demon giant raised his foot and heavily stomped down on Chun Hu. With a loud bang, a massive pit appeared on the ground. However, when he lifted his foot, he found Chun, who was still alive. Despite not knowing how many bones in his body had broken, he still struggled to rise. He knew that today he was destined, but as long as he was not dead, he should bear it all. Chun Hu's fearless struggle indeed ignited the anger within the He raised his giant foot once more, ready to stomp down on this human, who was like an ant growling, "You ignorant thing, since you don't want to die quickly, I'll turn you into mush." However, before his foot could come down, a sharp black silhouette suddenly attacked him. The demon giant was slightly stunned, and when he saw the approaching black shadow, disbelief suddenly flickered in his eyes, because the black wings of the black-winged giant were charging towards him. The reaction of the demon giant was swift. It immediately raised its right arm, using the black scales on its arm to forcibly block the incoming attack from the black-winged giant. With a clang of metal clashing, the demon giant was forced to take several steps back. Even after stabilizing its stance, the shock in its eyes had yet to dissipate, for it had clearly seen the black-winged giant die before its very eyes. However, upon sensing the intense aura of death emanating before it, the demon giant quickly realized that the black-winged giant was indeed dead. Now it was merely a corpse. It was that human controlling its body to fight. Even with its knowledge, it had never witnessed such a bizarre and terrifying ability. No wonder. The black-winged giant was forced into a corner by this guy. A glint of killing intent flashed in the demon giant's eyes. Although they failed to draw out Lin Tianke during this operation, killing the person before them would also be a great achievement. After all, Lin Yuan's abilities posed a significant threat to the giant civilization. Who knows how far he could grow? The demon giant, the earth giant, and the devouring giant. These three city-destroying giants surrounded Lin Yuan in an instant. Despite the latter's strength not being weak, the demon giant believed that his vitality seemed too superficial, most likely a result of some secret technique that forcefully enhanced his power. Here they had three city-destroying giants. Even with a war of attrition, they could wear him down to death. Kid, if you have a next life, remember not to come out and play hero again. The demon giant, having repelled the black-winged giant with a punch, stepped closer towards Lin Yuan, saying, "Because it will be a gruesome death." Lin Yuan raised his head and calmly replied, "I have never thought about being any kind of hero. From beginning to end, I have only considered one thing. That is, how to kill all of you. Now that black-winged giant is dead, next it will be your turn." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly surged forward, swinging his blade angrily at the demon giant. Arrogant words. The demon giant sneered, its eyes once again bursting forth with two beams of destructive energy. The eerie purple beams pierced through the air towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened as he raised his dragon-slaying blade to block. Boom. Despite unleashing all his power, he still couldn't withstand the demon giant's onslaught. His body was directly sent flying by the eerie purple energy beam, crashing heavily to the ground. The effect of the berserk blood seemed to be nearing its end. The vitality within him was continuously waning. It seemed there was still a significant difficulty in facing a city-destroying giant on his own with his own strength. Meanwhile, the black-winged giant under Lin Yuan's control charged fiercely at the demon giant. However, before it could get close, it was forcibly stopped by the devouring giant. The devouring giant tightly grasped the black-winged giant's body and began to ravenously devour its flesh. In its undead state, the black-winged giant only retained 70% of its former strength, making it naturally no match for the devouring giant. "Kill us all," the demon giant scoffed. "Is the child dreaming? Even standing before you, you cannot kill me, so how can you talk about—" However, just as the words left his mouth, the black-winged giant beside him suddenly stopped struggling, as if it had become a corpse. On the other side of the battlefield, countless undead giants assisting the humans fell to the ground, as if their souls had been forcibly extracted. What on earth is happening? The soldiers of the Tiger Ben army exchanged glances, completely unaware of what was. Could it be that the mysterious youth who had brought the undead giants to the battlefield had encountered an accident? Had he also been defeated? In an instant, everyone began to worry for Lin Yuan. After severing all ties with the undead giants, Lin Yuan felt an indescribable sense of refreshment. He had not experienced such a burden-free feeling in a long time, and he did this to free up enough mental energy for himself. Do you have any idea what it feels like to be killed by your own kind? Lin Yuan raised his head, his gaze sparkling like countless stars. Aren't you curious how I will kill you? With the sins you have committed, I will use the most brutal way to pierce you deep into the depths of hell. Just as the words behind Lin Yuan, an enormous necromantic portal opened. In the next moment, he poured all his mental energy into the corpse within the necromantic space. However, this was far from enough. The massive corpse acted like a giant vortex, absorbing all his mental energy without stirring a ripple. Since it wasn't enough, then let's continue to put in more. A hint of madness flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He took out a high-level mental energy crystal and tightly gripped it in his hand, frantically absorbing the mental. Then he took out a bottle of highly concentrated mental energy enhancement potion, tilted his head back, and downed it almost in a self-destructive manner, starting to crazily enhance his mental energy limits. Without madness, one cannot survive. Whatever cannot kill me will only make me stronger. Beneath the silver mask, Lin Yuan's face twisted completely. In his mind, it felt as if countless steel nails were stirring. Yet it was precisely under this mad outpouring of mental energy that the corpse in the necromantic space finally moved. Its eyes slowly opened, and under Lin Yuan's control it stepped forward, carrying an overwhelming pressure, fully emerging from the necromantic space and appearing before everyone. A 7th-tier disaster-class giant. The necromantic eye giant has descended. The aura of death fills the air with flames of fury raging high. Under this terrifying pressure, including the demon giant, the 3 city-destroying giants involuntarily took a step back. So you also feel fear? Lin Yuan's face twisted as he laughed maniacally. You, all the guests of hell, are not yet full, and I shall send you on your way now. At this moment, the abyssal eye giant appearing behind Lin Yuan truly resembled a demon god descending upon the world. Despite being in a state of undeath, this abyssal eye giant retained only 70% of its power from when it was alive. However, the pressure emanating from a 7th-tier disaster-level giant was still incomparable to that of a city-destroying giant. It was as if every movement possessed the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. Now who dares to step forward to their death? Lin Yuan surveyed his surroundings, his gaze as cold as frost. At that moment, the earth giant could no longer contain itself. A murderous intent surged within its eyes as its colossal body melded into the ground. To it, since Lin Yuan was the controller of this disaster-level giant, it would kill Lin Yuan first. However, what the earth giant did not anticipate was that before it could even approach, the abyssal eye giant suddenly unleashed all its power, stomping down ferociously towards the earth. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the abyssal eye giant's foot caused the ground beneath to sink completely. Under such circumstances, the earth giant's form was forcibly revealed. Even before it could react, the abyssal eye giant reached out and firmly grasped its neck. Before a disaster-level opponent, a mere city-destroying giant felt as fragile as a defeated dog. Save me. Help. Before it could finish a complete thought, the abyssal eye giant struck again, brutally punching through its abdomen and creating a massive gaping wound. The earth giant spat out a mouthful of blood, its eyes filled with disbelief. Kill him. Looking at the gravely injured and dying earth giant, Lin Yuan felt no compassion in his heart. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Thinking of how these giants had treated Chun, who Lin Yuan felt a surge of rage ignite within him. Crack! The abyssal eye giant swiftly and decisively twisted off the earth giant's head, like an emotionless killing machine, casually tossing its corpse aside. Even witnessing the brutal death of their companion, the demon giant, and the devourer giant, could no longer muster any fighting spirit. Because they simply were not a match for this disaster-level giant. Despair and fear had completely taken over their hearts. Before the abyssal eye giant, they had no means to retaliate. Run! The demon giant did not hesitate, and before the other companion could react, it chose to flee first. As long as it could capture a few humans as hostages, there was still a chance to escape. After all, humans are a bunch of sentiment. As for the devourer giant, a fool like him had already reached his limit by evolving to city-destroying level. Such a waste could simply be thrown out to die. This would also buy him some extra time. However, what the demon giant did not realize was that the moment it chose to flee, Lin Yuan had already locked his gaze upon it. I never said I would let you go. Just as it finished speaking, a change occurred in the abyssal eye giant's body. On its chest, that huge closed abyssal eye began to slowly open towards the direction of the demon giant. At that moment, a strange and dangerous aura immediately spread in all directions. A staff member from the Hunter Association had once introduced this to Lin Yuan. The moment the abyssal eye opened, it signified the arrival of hell. The abyssal eye, filled with crimson blood vessels, radiated a chilling and brutal aura reminiscent of an evil god's gaze. Simultaneously, a nearly destructive energy suddenly condensed before the abyssal eye. Hell annihilate! Boom! The pitch-black energy beam infused with annihilative power shot towards the direction of the demon giant. Upon sensing this terrifying aura, the demon giant finally turned its head in terror, wanting to resist. Unfortunately, against absolute power, any resistance was futile. No. With a shrill scream, the body of the demon giant was instantly engulfed in this torrent of energy. Its flesh and blood were rapidly disintegrated and annihilated under the hellish energy. In an instant, a city-destroying giant was reduced to nothing but a skeletal remnant. Witnessing this scene, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the power of disaster-level giants. Indeed, each level above 6 was a dividing line. The same was true for human Esper users. The strength of an S-level Esper could even exceed that of an S-level Esper by multiple times. After the death of the demon giant, Lin Yuan showed no hesitation and continued to command the abyssal eye giant towards the last giant. After witnessing the deaths of its companions, the devourer giant in front of him had fallen into a daze. It kept retreating, its eyes filled with fear and terror. You must have devoured many humans with that giant mouth, right? Lin Yuan looked at the devourer giant before him and said flatly, according to our customs, anyone who harms others must pay with their own hand, and if they kill, then the killer must pay with their life. Because only in this way can blood debts be repaid. After saying this, he commanded the abyssal eye giant to step forward, using its gigantic hands to tightly grip the devourer giant's immense mouth and pulling it apart with all its might. Rip! Accompanied by a loud noise, the gigantic mouth growing on the chest of the devourer giant was forcibly torn open by the abyssal eye giant. This enormous tear even extended down to the devourer giant's jaw. The devourer giant's gaze instantly dimmed. Its colossal body directly collapsed to the ground. Crimson blood flowed from its wounds, soaking the entire earth. Thus all 4 city-destroying giants had perished. Moreover, all were killed by Lin Yuan alone. To countless warriors of China, this was an achievement they could never hope to reach in their lifetime. But for Lin Yuan, this was merely the beginning. He calmly gazed at all that lay before him, his eyes showing not a trace of ripples. One day he would make the giants' blood soak every inch of the battlefield. Outside the battlefield, among a cluster of trees, a war correspondent lay prone on the ground, holding a camera to capture the entire battle of Lin Yuan. He was a military journalist following the convoy transporting new recruits merely to film the faces of the newcomers for recruitment propaganda. Logically, he should have retreated to Nanjiang City with the armored transport vehicle. However, when General Chun, who resolutely chose to stay behind, his heart seemed to be stirred. As the armored transport vehicle withdrew, the war correspondent did not leave. Instead, he hid in a more secluded thicket, intending to film General Chun, who single-handedly holding off the 3 city-destroying giants. He wanted everyone to see what kind of hero fought to protect them on the land of Huaxia. Of course, all of this hinged on one premise: that he would survive until the end of the war. After all, giants were extremely sensitive to human presence. Even if his hiding spot was well concealed, there was still a possibility of being discovered and devoured by the giants. Meanwhile, as Chun, who fought valiantly against the enemy, the war correspondent was similarly wagering his life to document everything before him. When he saw General Chun, who being trampled by the monstrous giant, he felt as if his teeth were about to shatter. An overwhelming rage clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. At that moment, he only hated himself for not being an ability user. If he possessed sufficient power, he could have prevented all of this from happening. Just then a mysterious young man wearing a silver mask appeared in his line of sight. This mysterious young man actually had the ability to control the corpses of giants. Even as a war correspondent who had been on the front lines for years, he had never heard of such a terrifying ability. Then he manipulated a calamity-level giant with ease to slaughter the 3 city-destroying giants. All of this occurred in less than half a minute. Looking at the scene before him, he felt as if the blood in his veins was boiling, rushing to the top of his head. Such an extraordinary ability. Such a resolute character. This mysterious young man declared the emergence of another prodigious talent with his own strength. Huaxia has birthed a dragon. Fortunately, I recorded the entire battle. The war correspondent's eyes sparkled with excitement. The emergence of such a prodigy will surely be a shot of adrenaline for all of Huaxia. I have thought about whether to expose this battle footage or to cover it up, helping this mysterious young man hide his identity. After all, a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. Such a dazzling prodigy will surely attract the attention of the giant civilization. Yet in the end, he still chose to expose the battle footage. Because after this battle, the giant civilization would inevitably learn of his existence. Even if he chose to destroy the footage, it would not change this fact. Since that is the case, it would be better to make it public. Let everyone in Huaxia see the brilliance that belongs to this product. In the depths of despair, even the smallest hope is something one wants to grasp. What he could do was to let everyone in Huaxia see this hope. After killing 4 city-destroying giants, Lin Yuan had reached his limit. He first entered the frenzied blood state by forcefully consuming a large number of blood-boosting pills. To control the calamity-level giants, he had forcefully overdrawn a massive amount of mental energy. This directly led to an overwhelming backlash after the battle, surging forth like a tidal wave. Every bone in his body felt as if it had been smashed to pieces with a hammer. As for his brain, which bore the mental energy, it throbbed painfully as if countless ants were gnawing at it. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Yuan had now become as fragile as a candle in the wind. Even a casual encounter with a level 4 giant could easily kill him. Fortunately, this battle had come to an end. Lin Yuan endured inhuman pain, yet not a trace of emotion showed on it. Then he took a step forward, slowly walking towards the direction where Chun Hu was. Chun Hu, drenched in blood, had already lost consciousness. Fortunately, Lin Yuan could sense that he still emitted an extremely faint life force. After enduring the onslaught of 3 city-destroying giants, he was still alive, proving how formidable his physique and resilient his will were. Lin Yuan slowly bent down, took out a vial of life recovery potion from the system space, opened the cap, and gently poured the liquid into Chun Hu's mouth. For the victory of this battle, they had all paid too much. Chun Hu would become a hero in everyone's eyes. As for him, he would continue to hide in the darkness, leaving the world to speculate about his identity. Uncle Chun, I know you're very disappointed in me. But as you said, I am the son of Lin Tianke. If I don't do some things, then who should? After administering the life recovery potion to Chun Hu, Lin Yuan slowly stood up. Every bone in his body ached, but he still had to keep moving forward, because this was his choice. Lin Yuan looked at Chun Hu before him, and hoarsely said, if there is a price to pay, I am willing to bear its weight. I regard death as a return of course from beginning to end. With that, Lin Yuan turned and left. His words drifted away in the wind, unheard by the unconscious Chun Hu. When the darkness finally dissipated, only then could the world see our glory. All 4 city-destroying giants were eliminated. General Chun Hu was gravely injured and on the brink of death. These 2 pieces of news quickly spread to the front lines. In an instant, the soldiers of the Tiger Ben army and the new recruits on the transport vehicles were engulfed in ecstasy. Once the 4 city-destroying giants at the forefront were dead, the remaining giant army would surely be thoroughly defeated in the shortest time possible. We have won. Humanity, 10,000 victories. Huaxia, 10,000 victories. General Chun Hu is alive. Wipe out these giants. In an instant, everyone on the battlefield roared, releasing the emotions they had kept inside. For these raw recruits, this was their first encounter with the brutal reality of the battlefield, and likewise their first taste of the exhilarating joy of victory. Fueled by such soaring morale, the remaining giants stood no chance against the Tiger Guard warriors. Within less than a quarter of an hour, they were utterly annihilated. To them, this was undeniably a resounding triumph. After all, the giant civilization had deployed no fewer than 4 city-annihilating titans, only to have every single one slain by their hands. Indeed, for all of China, this was a victory that stirred the soul and uplifted the spirit. Upon returning to their respective carriages, Wang Ming, who had narrowly escaped death, fell into deep silence, retreating wordlessly into a corner. After all, it had been his misjudgment that nearly cost Deputy General Sun his life. At that moment, Chu Yu, drenched in blood, stepped aboard the carriage. Every recruit gazed upon her with profound reverence. They had witnessed firsthand how she fought like a goddess of war, slaying over a dozen mindless giants single-handedly. Among them were even colossal giants. A woman as ethereally beautiful as Chu Yu, and as extraordinarily powerful, naturally commanded universal admiration. Has the one who saved you returned? The moment she boarded, Chu Yu's gaze fell upon Wang Ming, and she asked without delay. He blinked, momentarily puzzled. Why should Chu Yu care so deeply about that stranger? Yet out of respect for the formidable warrior, he answered at once, he hasn't returned yet. But now that all 4 city-annihilating titans lie dead, surely no giant remains on the battlefield capable of threatening it. Wang Ming still vividly recalled the stranger's overwhelming might, for before him even the black-winged titan, a city annihilator, could do nothing but flee. Upon hearing Wang Ming's words, Chu Yu froze in place. Of course, General Chun, who was immensely strong yet alone, he could never have overcome 4 city-annihilating titans. Had Chun, who truly possessed such power, there would have been no need for retreat. Thus, only one possibility remained. That possibility was this: Lin Yuan himself had slain all 4 city-annihilating titans in this battle. The moment this conclusion struck her, Chu Yu's mind reeled. She stood utterly motionless, stunned into silence. What secret did Lin Yuan conceal beneath his unassuming exterior? How could he possibly possess such unfathomable? While everyone else celebrated victory, Lin Yuan departed the battlefield alone. His body and spiritual energy were utterly depleted. He needed to return to Nanjiang City without delay to recover. For Lin Yuan, this too was an unprecedented triumph. Though he had paid a tremendous price, it marked the first time in his life he had single-handedly eradicated 4 city-annihilating titans. The sole regret was that aside from the Earth Titan, whose corpse remained largely intact, the other 3 city annihilators lay in unrecognizable ruin. Especially the Demon Titan, scoured by torrents of hellish energy, it had been reduced to little more than a skeleton. Even if reanimated through necromantic arts, its combat capability would scarcely exceed 1/10 of its former. Thus Lin Yuan retrieved only the Earth Titan's corpse before departing the battlefield. Yet Lin Yuan was unaware that as he left, a solitary figure watched him silently from the heavens. Thousands of meters of 4 city-annihilating titans, so the boy really did finish them all off. Truly worthy of being my own flesh and blood. A radiant smile spread across that figure's face. Following the giant civilization's assault, the armored convoy transporting new recruits could no longer proceed toward the front lines. No one knew whether giants might ambush them again along the way, nor could they delay treatment any longer for the critically wounded General Chun Hu and the other injured Tiger Guard soldiers. Under these circumstances, they had no choice but to temporarily withdraw to Nanjiang City. The newly dispatched recruit contingent, having left Nanjiang City less than half a day earlier, returned in full force. Moreover, every Tiger Guard escort bore grievous wounds, and their commanding General Chun, who hovered on the brink of death. The news exploded across Nanjiang City like a detonated bomb. More precisely, it sent shockwaves reverberating across all of China. For this was the giant civilization's first act of such despicable treachery, ambushing a convoy of raw recruits. Instantly, reports titled, "Nanjiang City Recruits Ambushed by the Giant Civilization," surged to the top headlines of every major news outlet. The incident was escalating at an unprecedented pace. Threads related to it sprouted online like bamboo shoots after. Damn it! These accursed giants have lost all shame. They dared attack Nanjiang City's recruits. I won't. I'm enlisting tomorrow. I'll slaughter every last one of those beasts on the battlefield. Count me in. The giant civilization must pay in blood for their crimes. Let these giants learn once and for all, China is no land that submits to foreign tyranny. Did you see it? General Chun Hu, the supreme commander of the Tiger Guard, held off 4 city-annihilating titans alone, ensuring the armored convoy's safe withdrawal. At the battle's end, his body was drenched in blood, his sternum crushed inward, his limbs shattered in multiple places. He now lies unconscious in the emergency room of Nanjiang City Central Hospital. Tears well up. This is the true hero of our China. General Chun, you must pull through. Don't you dare die on us. If you're a man, hold on. Damn it, I still want to join your Tiger Guard. Tonight was destined to be sleep. Some rejoiced in victory. Others prayed fervently for their heroes. Still others resolved to enlist quietly, penned farewell letters to their parents. Yet, just as the Nanjiang City campaign reached fever pitch, a video surfaced online. Nanjiang City campaign footage: heroes fall in battle, a prodigy emerges amidst chaos. The title alone seized the attention of countless viewers. But when they clicked in, they were struck dumb with astonishment. The footage was genuine frontline documentation of the Nanjiang city. The visuals in the video are exceptionally clear, unmistakably captured on site. In the footage facing the threat of 4 city-destroying giants, Chun, who resolutely chooses to stay behind alone wielding his battle sword. Before the 4 giants, each as massive as a high-rise building, Chun Hu's figure appears so small. Yet despite this, he does not take a single step back. The scene before him inexplicably evokes a sense of tragic epic. Life is what I desire. Justice is also what one cannot have both. To forsake life for justice is the choice made. Gazing at the scene where Chun Hu stands alone before the 4 city-destroying giants, countless viewers online shed tears. General Chun Hu is truly a man of courage. Indeed, compared to those cowards who dare not step onto the battlefield, this is what a real man is. As long as the Dragon City Flying General exists, no barbarian horse shall cross the Yin Mountains. A true man should be like this. I only hope in this life to have the fortune to serve under General Chun Hu, willing to dedicate myself till death. Despite everyone regarding Chun Hu as a hero, they also understand deep down that with his own strength, trying to stop these 4 city-destroying giants is akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Thus, they are immensely curious about how the battle for Nanjing City was won. The footage in the video continues to play. The 4 city-destroying giants clearly do not regard Chun Hu as a threat, directly sending forth the Blackwing Giant to intercept the armored vehicles transporting new soldiers. Chun Hu attempts to stop them, but is brutally pinned to the ground by a beam of energy emitted from the eyes of the demon giant. As everyone witnesses this scene, their hearts tighten in anguish. Even when facing just 3 city-destroying giants, Chun Hu is utterly crushed without a chance to retaliate. He is knocked down time and again, yet he rises again and again. Even while covered in blood, and with a hazy consciousness, his appearance looks so disheveled, yet his back remains so straight. Everyone falls into a profound silence. It feels as if a heavy stone rests upon their hearts. They finally realize the tremendous price those protecting them are paying in this war. There is no such thing as peaceful years, it is only that someone bears the burden for them. From the moment Chun Hu chose to stay behind, he knew he would be ruthlessly slaughtered by these city-destroying giants. The video plays on second by second. Everyone cannot help but clench their fists. They are waiting for a turning point to appear. After all, this battle was a victory for them. Moreover, General Chun Hu is still alive. If so, then there must be a turning point. Thud, thud, thud. In the video, the demon giant seems to have grown bored, trampling down upon Chun Hu. Watching this scene, everyone feels a surge of heartfelt anger, clenching their fists uncontrollably. These giants, however, just then a figure wearing a silver-white mask and wielding a battle sword suddenly appears in the footage. Who is? Everyone's hearts are filled with confusion. But in the next moment, their bewilderment turns completely into shock. This mysterious young man who suddenly appeared possesses the ability to control the corpses of giants. Under his command, the Blackwing Giant and the Demon Giant directly engage in battle on the battlefield. My goodness, there is actually a human who can control giants. This innate ability is too terrifying. This is simply the nemesis of giants. Heroes fight valiantly and prodigies emerge. Now I understand the so-called prodigy refers to this extraordinary young man. Hope for China, hope for the human race. If this prodigy goes to the battlefield, he will be an unparalleled weapon of mass destruction. As everyone is stunned by the terrifying abilities displayed by this mysterious young man, they fail to realize that the true climax lies in the latter half of the video. Soon the visuals in the video quickly dimmed. A chilling aura of death spreads rapidly across the battlefield. The Necromancer's passage appears. The abyssal giant descends onto the battlefield. When they see this disaster-level giant appear, everyone cannot help but hold their breath. Previously, giants of this caliber only brought devastating disasters to the battlefield. Yet now this abyssal giant appearing in the footage becomes the key to determining the outcome of the battle. They have never been so excited by the appearance of a giant. This is a disaster-level giant. This prodigy can even control the corpses of disaster-level giants. Damn it, this is explosive. Kill all these giants, let them taste the feeling of being slain by their own kind. Honor our China, adding another prodigy to the list. As long as these prodigies can grow, how can we worry about not being able to obliterate the giant civilization? Everyone is expressing their emotions with immense excitement. In the footage, that disaster-level abyssal giant demolishes everything in its path with overwhelming force. Before its terrifying strength, the 3 city-destroying giants have no power to resist and are brutally slaughtered. The wails of the 3 giants before their death bring immense satisfaction to everyone. They now finally understand why the battle for Nanjing City could achieve ultimate victory. Though the image of General Chun Hu staying behind alone is unforgettable, it was ultimately that mysterious young man wearing the silver mask who truly determined the outcome of the battlefield. In the final moments of the video, the mysterious young man lifts Chun Hu from the deep pit and personally administers a life potion to him. Then he stands up again and whispers a few words to Chun Hu. After speaking, the mysterious young man turns and leaves, disappearing from the battlefield. The video footage comes to a complete stop here. However, all the viewers of this video from China are completely stirred up. That's it. Give me 5 minutes, I want to know this guy's identity. He is also a hero like Chun Hu. Does anyone know who he is? A prodigy of this level cannot possibly be nameless in China, but I have never heard of anyone awakening such a terrifying ability to control the corpses of giants. In an instant, all the forums were abuzz with discussions about the mysterious young man who changed the course of the battle Had it not been for this mysterious youth intervening in time and annihilating 4 city-destroying giants in one fell swoop, not only would General Chun who have perished, but even the group of new recruits on the armored transport would have inevitably faced disaster. The existence of this mysterious young man spared them from the fate of being devoured by giants. Now what piqued everyone's curiosity the most was the identity of the former. In just 1 hour, thousands of posts discussing his identity had sprung up across various forums. I am from Nanjing City, but I have never heard of such a peerless prodigy emerging from our city. Nanjing City. Why does that name sound so familiar? Oh right, isn't that the hometown of General Long Lin Tianke? Yes, I remember now. His son Lin Yuan's refusal to enlist made headlines in all the major newspapers a few days. However, how can a coward who doesn't even dare to step on the battlefield make the headlines? We should pay more attention to this emerging prodigy. He is the unsung hero of our Huaxia. From the last part of the video, it seems he knows General Chun Hu and even spoke a few words to him. Unfortunately, his voice was too soft to be heard from that distance. However, I must say this guy has hidden his identity extremely well. Nanjing City is so small, yet no one knows his true identity. Of course, if you had such a power to control the corpses of giants, you would want to hide your identity, too. The giant civilization would surely go to great lengths to eliminate you. Indeed, that's true. So, unless necessary, we should best not delve too deeply into his true identity. At the very least, he didn't only think of himself. Since he stood up at such a time, it proves he is still willing to fight for Huaxia. Across various forums, the people of Huaxia were fervently discussing this mysterious young man who had emerged in the Battle of Nanjing City, yet no one could guess Lin Yuan's true identity. Nanjing City. Inside the Hunter Association. With no one around to take on tasks, Yi Yujia casually opened the video related to the Battle of Nanjing City. As a resident of Nanjing City, she naturally learned about the occurrence of this battle right away. However, her understanding of the battle was limited to what had been reported in the news. She also wanted to know what had truly happened on the battlefield at that time. Once the video started playing, Yi Yujia immediately watched it with great focus. However, as the video reached its later half, she was left dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. It can't be. She clearly had not expected that the person who reversed the situation in the Battle of Nanjing City would be Lin Yuan. Although she didn't know Lin Yuan's true identity, her relationship with him was already very familiar. It was precisely because of this familiarity that she could immediately recognize the silver-white mask he wore. However, Yi Yujia's shock was far from over. The video on the screen continued to play before her eyes. Finally, the familiar Hell-Eye Giant appeared before her. This time, however, the Hell-Eye Giant was no longer a lifeless corpse. Under Lin Yuan's manipulation, it became a being as formidable as a demon god on the battlefield. Even the city-destroying giants appeared as mere lambs waiting to be slaughtered before this Hell-Eye Giant. Just Yi Yujia's ears seemed to resonate once more with Lin Yuan's voice. In a few days, you'll come to know the purpose of this. It turned out that this guy had foreseen everything in advance. Thus, he single-handedly orchestrated all of this. Thinking of this, Yi Yujia instinctively covered her mouth. This was the first time in her life she had encountered such an astonishing. At this moment, the commotion outside, the cheers of the people and the discussions of the masses had no relation to Lin Yuan. At this very moment, he was curled up in a corner of his room, drenched in cold sweat, enduring inhumane pain. Surrounding him were countless empty bottles of life potions and mental recovery potions. Because this time he had overdrawn himself far too severely. Relying solely on his self-healing ability, he could hardly repair the injuries to his body and mental strength. Even the effects of the potions were minimal. Fortunately, he was still alive. What followed destruction would surely be rebirth. Thus, as long as he could endure, his vitality and mental strength would be able to rise again, gaining another enhancement. However, the pain he was currently enduring made Lin Yuan wish he could just die. Nevertheless, even in such torment, he still did not give up on thinking. The pain in his body instead made his thoughts clearer and more rational. Once the news of this battle reached the giant civilization, even if his identity wasn't exposed, they would know of his existence. In such a situation, the giant civilization would certainly spare no effort to uncover his identity and would stop at nothing to kill him. This conclusion was not difficult to reach. Imagine if there existed giants among the giant civilization capable of controlling human corpses to battle, then the human side, regardless of the cost, would do everything possible to kill that giant. Thus, his upcoming situation would be even more perilous. If he wished to cope with the impending danger, Lin Yuan had only one choice. That was to become stronger and then leave Nanjing City. Although he had completed his initial growth here, Nanjing City was ultimately a remote and peripheral place. Compared to the war-torn borders, it was still much more stable. Even outside Nanjing City, giants above level 4 were rare. As for the sight of city-destroying giants, it was simply impossible to see. This time, had it not been for the giant civilization's plan to ambush the transport of new recruits, such a large number of city-destroying giants would not have appeared outside the southern suburbs. If it weren't for that, the Huaxia military would not have only dispatched General Chun Hu and General Sun Shao, two rank leaders, to escort the transport of new recruits from Nanjing City to the front lines. If it weren't for Lin Yuan's appearance, the Battle of Nanjing City would have undoubtedly ended in a disastrous defeat. However, even if this battle ended in a tragic failure, it cannot all be attributed to the negligence of the Huaxia military. After all, strictly speaking, this cannot be considered negligence. In a relatively safe rear, having two rank generals escorting the new recruits to the front line was a decision made after careful consideration. It is important to note that the frontline battles are intense, with the giant civilization continuously launching fierce attacks against the Huaxia defenses. On the front lines, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands die daily. The entire battlefield is like a massive meat grinder. Under such circumstances, generals of Chun-Hu's caliber should be on standby at the front lines. Sending him to Nanjing City to recruit new soldiers was already a significant emphasis on the conscription matter. Who would have thought that they would be schemed against by the giant civilization, nearly leading to the annihilation of the entire army? To be honest, even if the giant civilization did not target this batch of new recruits in Nanjing City, they could still attack the transport convoys of new recruits from other cities. In fact, as long as they took action, Huaxia would inevitably suffer a disastrous defeat, because the overall strength of the giant civilization is far superior to that of Huaxia. In reality, the power of the giant civilization far exceeds everyone's imagination. It should be noted that they are not only enemies of Huaxia, the empire on which the sun never sets, the Free State, the Bear Country, the Eastern Country, South Africa. Countless nations are suffering from the oppression of the giant civilization. Even the weakest Eastern country has been pushed to the brink of extinction, with only a handful of last defenders barely. From the day the giant civilization descended on Earth as invaders, they displayed their unparalleled strength and terror. Because of this, they can rampantly oppress on the front lines, continuously launching fierce assaults against Huaxia's defenses, while simultaneously sending large numbers of giants to conduct precise strikes on Huaxia's rear. In other words, the giant civilization does not need to wait for Huaxia to expose any flaws. In the eyes of the giant civilization, Huaxia is full of flaws. The combat power that Huaxia can mobilize is ultimately limited. Protecting one flaw will inevitably expose another. In the face of a more powerful civilization, weakness is the original sin. If we were to compare the giant civilization to a robust man, then Huaxia resembles a frail youth barely clothed. Against the fierce assault of the strong man, the frail youth can only choose to continuously evade, trying to protect his vital points. Even if he is battered and bruised, he must endure. Despite appearing so weak, the frail youth's eyes shine with a fierce light akin to a hungry wolf. The vast Huaxia, with 5,000 years of unyielding history, relies not on benevolence or righteousness, but on an indomitable spirit and the courage to turn the tables even in dire straits. As long as this spirit exists, even if Huaxia were to be completely defeated by the giant civilization one day, it would inevitably take a large chunk of flesh from the enemy. Thinking about the formidable enemy he is about to face, Lin Yuan cannot afford to be the slightest bit negligent. If he wants to drive all the giants away, he must become stronger. Currently, his surface strength is merely that of an rank ability user. However, in a state of blood rage, he can unleash battle power comparable to an rank, fully able to contend with city-destroying giants. But this is not all of his trump cards. In a complete outburst of mental power, he can even temporarily control a 7th-tier disaster-class giant. At such a young age, possessing strength like his can truly be called a prodigy. Yet Lin Yuan is not satisfied, because what he faces are not peers, but those brutally savage giants. Before leaving Nanjing City, he needs to be. I possess the body of a tyrant capable of endlessly consuming blood chi pills. If I continue to consume blood chi pills and keep my body in a state of peak condition, within a month my blood chi power can reach 50,000. By that time I will officially step into the threshold of a strength powerhouse. Also, my abilities need to be upgraded. All the ability upgrade crystals obtained through signing in must be reasonably allocated. It would be best to raise all 4 abilities to a rank in the shortest time possible. Lin Yuan understands clearly that external power and personal strength are still different. Although the necromancer ability has given him significant assistance, granting him battle power far exceeding his current level. However, those who rely solely on external power often die tragically when true crises arise. Therefore, he must elevate his own strength as much as possible in the shortest time. As for my trump card, in a situation where disaster-class giants cannot invade the rear, this 7th-tier Hell-Eye giant should be enough to protect me. Lin Yuan's eyes flicker as he silently contemplates. Unfortunately, he cannot obtain the corpse of a destruction-class giant. In fact, destruction-class giants rarely appear on the battlefield. Every appearance inevitably brings a wave of blood and carnage. Even the one that once forced Lin Tianke into a corner was an 8th-tier destruction-class giant. The corpses of giants of such caliber are impossible to acquire no matter how much money is spent. Even the all-powerful Hunters Association is equally helpless. After calculating his own strength and trump cards, Lin Yuan immediately had a rough plan in mind. Next, he will not take on any more hunting missions, because for his current strength, hunting giants near Nanjing City no longer serves to sharpen his skills. Thus, Lin Yuan plans to remain at home, lying low for about 2 to 3 months. He needs enough time to obtain sign-in rewards that can bring about a qualitative change in his strength. In Dongshan City, this is a small border town adjacent to Nanjing City. Chu Xiao is walking on the street, playing with his phone in one hand. He blends into the crowd, appearing exceedingly ordinary. At this moment, news about the Battle of Nanjing City suddenly catches his attention. Is it a prodigy that has emerged from nowhere? Looking at the news on his phone, Chu Xiao couldn't help but curl his lips, sneering as he spoke. Lin Yuan, are you trying to hide your identity? What a pity, but I just don't want to let you have your way. Chu Xiao's situation was bleak. To put it plainly, he could not win favor from either side. Having been exposed as an adherent of the Jiren, a hefty bounty had been posted on his head across Huaxia. He had to live as if every whisper could be a herald of doom, nerves pulled taut, perpetually alert that someone might recognize him. Thus he had but a single choice. That choice was to leave Huaxia and formally join the Jiran civilization. He also possessed sufficient leverage. After all, he was the sole person who knew Lin Yuan's true identity. He could easily imagine the uproar Lin Yuan would cause within the Jiran civilization if it became known he could command the corpses of giants. Such an existence would be a thorn in the side of the entire Jiran world. They would stop at nothing to uproot him, no matter the cost. And he happened to be able to provide the Jiran civilization with the intelligence on Lin Yuan. Yet this was precisely Chu Xiao's dilemma. For one thing, he could not in the short term make his way from Huaxia's rear into the territory of the Jiran civilization. For another, the Jiran civilization might not take his word. After all, the ambush against the transport to Nanjiang City had culminated in a disastrous loss for the giants. 4 city-devastating giants had fallen in battle while Chu Xiao remained alive. How could such a man ever hope to win the trust of the Jiran civilization? Thus, Chu Xiao's immediate task was to prove his worth. For him, the best way to demonstrate value was to be the one who exposed Lin Yuan's identity. Lin Yuan, I must admit you've done me a tremendous favor, Chu Xiao said with a cold glint, phone in hand, as he hurriedly composed his message. About 10 minutes later, a post appeared on the forum, the prodigy hiding beneath a coward's mask, the true identity of the Nanjiang City fiend. The Nanjiang City battle had been the subject of fevered discussion for days, and the true identity of that mysterious prodigy had spawned countless conjectures. The post immediately drew widespread attention. Chu Xiao, of course, could not reveal himself within the thread, so he prepared to expose Lin Yuan's identity by other means. Everyone, when you read this post, I want you to understand how much resolve it took for me to reveal his identity. After all, as an old friend, I cannot endure that a hero who saved thousands of recruits in Nanjiang City should suffer baseless insults and accusations, because that is plainly unfair to him. Those opening lines instantly aroused everyone's curiosity. What they most wanted to know was the mysterious prodigy's true identity. In the latter half of the post, Chu Xiao was decisive and unhesitating. He exposed Lin Yuan. You may find it unbelievable, he wrote, but the mysterious prodigy who single-handedly changed the course of the battle is none other than Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, the youth who had refused to sign up for the army, a supposed coward. At the sight of the name, people's minds felt as if they might explode. How could it possibly be him? Chu Xiao knew that a single declaration would not sway the masses. To increase credibility, he continued to reply within the thread. I know you may not believe what I say, he wrote, but I stake my honor on every word. There is not a whisper of falsehood in what I say. He refused to enlist solely to avoid exposing his identity. In that way, he would not draw the attention of the Jiran civilization. You never considered this. You only rant and hurl abuse online. Do you even understand the burden Lin Yuan bears? Do you truly think that as the son of Huaxia's dragon general Lin Tiank, he would possess no awareness? If you still refuse to believe, so be it. Think carefully. Was the mysterious prodigy's build not similar to Lin Yuan's? How great was the difference in their ages? Most importantly, according to the recruits' accounts, they witnessed this prodigy employing thunderous, anomalous power. In a city as vast as Nanjiang, who besides the Lin father and son could possess such thunderous power? Consider it. Could all of this truly be mere coincidence? I know that exposing him will place him in danger. But as his close friend, I cannot allow a prodigy like Lin Yuan to carry a slander he does not deserve. Chu Xiao's words rippled outward like a stone cast into a still lake. Everyone came to realize that when they speculated about the mysterious prodigy's identity, they had never considered Lin Yuan. After all, under the barrage of news reports, people had already preemptively branded Lin Yuan as a coward who would not dare set foot on the battlefield. Now Chu Xiao's post overturned all that. Similar physique, comparable age, the same uncanny ability. If Lin Yuan truly was that mysterious prodigy, everything suddenly fit together. No wonder he appeared at the crucial moment to save thousands from annihilation. His refusal to enlist made sense. He possessed the dreadful ability to manipulate giant corpses and needed time to grow in power, so he chose to remain in the rear. It turned out they had all been mistaken about him. In less than half an hour, Chu Xiao's post had surged past 1 million views. Countless people replied beneath it. I never imagined a youth could possess such heart, willing to bear reproach, so he might be forged into a blade aimed at the giants. Even if misunderstood by all, to endure and act is the dignity of Huaxia's prodigies. If Lin Yuan truly is that prodigy, we all owe him an apology. Alas, his identity has ultimately been exposed. It's our fault. We should not have been so fixated on uncovering him for undoing, so we have revealed him to the Jiran civilization. Such a prodigious anomaly must be protected with all our might. Reading the stream of replies, Chu Xiao surveyed. A contemptuous smile tugged at Chu Xiao's lips. These people were truly a herd led by the nose. Utter fool. The identity of the mysterious prodigy has been revealed. Lin Tiank's son is not a coward. Is there really an ability to control giants? China owes Lin Yuan an apology. In an instant, countless topics surged to the hot search list. The post by Chu Xiao spread virally. Major news outlets published headlines overnight. More than half of the Chinese populace is discussing this matter. That mysterious powerhouse who appeared on the battlefield is actually Lin Yuan. This is impossible. This can't be. Staring at the news on his phone screen, Wang Meng felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing onto the ground, murmuring to himself. His face was pale, and his body trembled slightly. He remembered the day Lin Yuan refused to enlist, when he had mercilessly provoked and humiliated him. He had thought at that time he was trampling on Lin Yuan's dignity. Now it seemed that in Lin Yuan's eyes his actions were as laughable as those of a clown. Lin Yuan's identity has been exposed. Chu Yu frowned slightly. A hint of confusion surfaced on her cold face. The poster claimed to be Lin Yuan's close friend and asserted that Lin Yuan was the mysterious prodigy who changed the outcome of the Nanjing battle. However, Chu Yu knew deep down, even if this poster truly knew Lin Yuan's identity, he could not possibly be Lin Yuan's close friend. Based on her understanding of Lin Yuan, once he was determined to do something, his conviction would be as steadfast as iron, shouldering all responsibilities alone. Therefore, aside from Lin Yuan himself, it was nearly impossible for anyone else to know his identity. In fact, this guy hadn't even told himself. Thinking of this, Chu Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment. However, she could only conclude that the person who exposed Lin Yuan's identity had ulterior motives. Huff. By the following night, Lin Yuan finally woke up, exhaling a long breath. The dual exhaustion of body and mental energy was extremely severe. Even though he had been trying to keep his mind clear, he ultimately succumbed to pain and fainted. It felt like walking a tightrope on the edge of death. This fainting lasted a full day and night. Lin Yuan forced himself to stand up, feeling incredibly parched. He poured himself a glass of cold water, tilted his head back, and drank it in one gulp. After a day and night of recovery, the pain from his body finally fell within his tolerable range. Even in this situation, Lin Yuan still did not forget to check in. System, I want to check in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in for 165 days. A reward, 10 ability upgrade crystals. Upon hearing the system notification in his ear, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. With the increasing duration of check-ins, the rewards were becoming more and more substantial. As a result, the number of ability upgrade crystals had directly increased to 10. After receiving these 10 crystals, Lin Yuan did not hesitate to use them all to upgrade his necromancy ability. Unfortunately, these 10 ability upgrade crystals were still insufficient to raise the necromancy ability from C grade to B grade. As the level of abilities rose, the number of crystals required for upgrades also increased. Fortunately, Lin Yuan didn't plan to rush into everything at once. As long as the salvation check-in system was still operational, he could continually enhance his strength through check-ins. After completing his check-in, Lin Yuan finally pulled out his phone and began browsing various news platforms for information regarding the Nanjing battle. What he wanted to see was not his own achievements, nor the adulation of the Chinese populace. What truly mattered to Lin Yuan was the casualties of this war. He wanted to see how many people had sacrificed their lives in this battle. Soon he came across the relevant data regarding the General Chun, who is critically injured and currently in the emergency room. Vice General Sun Shao is seriously injured, but after resuscitation, he is no longer in life-threatening condition. The Tiger Bin army lost 567 soldiers, and 775 were injured. The new recruits in Nanjing suffered no casualties. Looking at the data before him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. His heart was filled with pride. In this battle, the Tiger Bin army suffered heavy losses. However, none of the new recruits they were responsible for escorting were harmed. And this was the collective effort of him and countless valiant Tiger Bin soldiers who bravely faced death. They had won this battle beautifully. Chinese soldiers have never feared sacrifice, as long as their sacrifice is valuable. It is Lin Yuan's existence that has ensured that the sacrifices of these Tiger Bin soldiers were not in vain. These soldiers willingly sacrificed their lives for the new recruits who had never been to the battlefield. They died on the battlefield, yet they entrusted the meaning of life to the next survivor. Lin Yuan firmly believed that the new recruits in Nanjing would inherit their will and burn their lives on the battlefield, illuminating the path ahead for China. Each of you are heroes. Lin Yuan silently placed his hand on his heart and spoke calmly. However, just as he was about to close his phone, a piece of news suddenly caught his attention. Just one glance made him involuntarily furrow his brow. Coward or hero? Lin Yuan, the prodigy of China, hidden in darkness. Upon seeing the title of this news article, Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, freezing him in place. Who exactly guessed his identity? Without hesitation, his fingers immediately started scrolling through the screen of his. One piece of news after another regarding him appeared before his eyes. He didn't even need to search deliberately, because regardless of the platform, at least half of the content was discussing topics related to him. Originally, he had kept his identity hidden flawlessly, yet now he had become the focal point of the entire nation. Finally, Lin Yuan found the source of the exposure of his identity. It was the post made by Chu Shao. The person who exposed my identity actually claims to be my close friend. After reading the content of the post, Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown. A name immediately surfaced in his mind. Chu Shao. The only one who knew and chose to expose his identity was this giant cultist who had escaped from him. This guy is indeed still alive. This exposure of identity couldn't have been more perfectly timed. And now, at least half of China must believe I am that prodigy who commands the corpse of a titan in battle. Though Chu Shao had directly exposed his identity, Lin Yuan's expression betrayed not the slightest trace of panic. It must be said, Chu Shao was indeed ruthless and truly venomous. And alas, he could never fathom that Lin Yuan was far more ruthless than he had ever imagined. To conceal his identity utterly, Lin Yuan had resorted to measures so extreme they bordered on the unthinkable. And, Chu Shao, you are indeed a master of guile. Yet it is tragic. You, a human being, have chosen to join the ranks of the Titans. And your very existence is an affront to the heroic spirits of countless Chinese martyrs. One day I shall kill you with my own hands. And Lin Yuan closed his phone and gazed out the window into the pitch-black night, murmuring softly to himself. Discussions surrounding Lin Yuan's identity grew increasingly intense and online fervor continued to surge. The hero of the Nanjiang City campaign, the bane of the Titan civilization, the hidden prodigy lurking in the shadows, the coward who once refused military service and was condemned nationwide. And when such contradictory titles converged upon a single individual, Lin Yuan became the sole subject of discourse across all of China. Yet during this time he remained entirely unseen, offering no explanation, making no statement. To the outside world, silence equated to admission. And had Lin Tiang's residence not been under strict protection by the Chinese military, reporters would long since have swarmed his home, sealing it off completely. When one's identity undergoes a radical reversal and attitudes of all toward him shift with tectonic force. Yet for Lin Yuan, this was merely the beginning. And he knew full well that before long his name would plummet once more, plunged anew into infamy, reviled by 10,000 tongues. And only then would no one ever again doubt his identity. And after all, people always place greater faith in what they see with their own eyes. 2 days later, the situation finally shifted. The female proprietor of the Heavenly Realm entertainment venue granted a media interview asserting that on the day Nanjiang City's new recruits deployed to the front lines, Lin Yuan had been indulging in revelry at her establishment, celebrating his escape from certain death. Her claim instantly ignited a firestorm of outrage. Laughable. A madam from a pleasure house dares slander a Chinese hero. Precisely. Does she not bear responsibility for such slander, and produce evidence, or prepare for prison? Defaming a hero? Prosecute her immediately. And under relentless waves of vitriol, the proprietor of the Heavenly Realm finally yielded to pressure and presented her evidence. It was surveillance footage from the main hall of the Heavenly Realm on the day of the Nanjiang City campaign. And while Tiger Vanguard soldiers fought and bled on the battlefield, Lin Yuan was unmistakably present, indulging in unrestrained merriment. The opulent, decadent scene left countless viewers speechless. And moreover, beyond the video, numerous eyewitnesses stepped forward to confirm Lin Yuan had not been in Nanjiang City that day. Many of them had personally seen Lin Yuan enter the Heavenly Realm and remain there until late into the night. In an instant, Lin Yuan tumbled from his pedestal, and beneath irrefutable evidence, the Chinese hero they revered crumbled once more into a cowardly, pleasure-obsessed wastrel. While every Tiger Vanguard soldier fought and bled on the battlefield, and while thousands of Nanjiang City's fresh recruits marched toward the front lines, they indulged in such grotesque debauchery behind the lines. Rage seized their minds instantly. A torrent of condemnation roared forth once more. And at last they understood why Lin Yuan had dared not appear for so many days. He was consumed by guilt. And he was no savior who had rescued Nanjiang City from collapse. No architect who had altered the campaign's fate, and thus dared not step forward to receive their praise. Within mere hours, the incident underwent an unprecedented reversal. And even trending news headlines cycled in time. Truth revealed. Lin Yuan, a shameless parasite, a blight upon China. And Lin Yuan is unworthy of protection by Chinese soldiers. And while you reveled, did you think of the warriors who fell on the front line? And Lin Yuan's deception exposed. The mysterious prodigy is someone else. And he is not China's hero. He is China's disgrace. 10,000 petitioners demand General Lin sever all ties with his son. Not only did trending headlines cycle completely, but beneath Chu Zhao's original post, furious denunciations. So you're Lin Yuan's closest friend? Enjoying whitewashing that worthless parasite? Huh. Honestly, I've seen shameless people, but never one so utterly depraved. To arrogate such monumental glory onto a deserter. Deluding so many. Do you feel proud? If even a shred of shame remains within you, hang yourself. And take your dear friend Lin Yuan with you. One feasts behind the lines while the other brazenly appropriates a hero's deeds to sanitize his friend. Truly a match made in hell. May you both die swiftly and find peace. Staring at these comments, Chu Xiao stood frozen in disbelief. And how had the tide of public opinion reversed so drastically in mere minutes? Gazing upon those vicious curses, Chu Xiao finally realized something had gone catastrophically wrong. And without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and began searching, determined to uncover the full truth behind the affair. At last he found the interview, and the surveillance footage now spreading like wildfire online. And the footage was crystal clear, unquestionably authentic. No forgery. He was absolutely certain. The man in the video was Lin Yuan. And yet how during that precise hour could Lin Yuan, who should have been on the battlefield, appear instead in such a place? In that instant, cold sweat drenched Chu Zhao's back, and he finally grasped the terrifying depth of Lin Yuan's and his methods, so inscrutable, so surreal, far surpassed anything Chu Xiao had ever conceived. At the very least, Chu Xiao could not fathom how Lin Yuan had managed to appear in two entirely distinct locations at the same moment. His own stratagem had not harmed Lin Yuan in the slightest. Rather, it had inadvertently strengthened Lin Yuan's veil of secrecy. And truly, a formidable adversary. Chu Zhao's face darkened as he whispered unbidden to himself. The cacophony of insults from the outside world was utterly piercing. Yet Lin Yuan stood firm and unyielding, because he simply did not care. In this game of wits, Chu Xiao had lost completely. His self-righteous schemes inadvertently helped Lin Yuan solidify his status. And until it was clear whether that mysterious prodigy was indeed Lin Yuan, the giant civilization would never choose to act rashly. After all, attempting to make a move in the cities behind Huaxiao would require a tremendous cost. Moreover, Lin Yuan was the son of Lin Tianke. If they expended enormous resources only to discover they had killed a worthless individual who didn't even dare to step onto the battlefield, the entire giant civilization would surely become a laughingstock. For Lin Yuan, the time had finally come for him to enjoy a relatively peaceful life. He aimed to conceal his strength during this period, and after stabilizing his foundation, find ways to enhance his power. 10 days later, wearing a silver-white mask, Lin Yuan stood atop the city wall. Outside the city, armored vehicles transporting new soldiers were once again preparing for departure. After several days of rest, the new soldiers of South River City were once again ready to head to the front lines. Moreover, to prevent another surprise attack from the giant civilization, the Huaxiao military had specially dispatched one S-level powerhouse and 3 S-level powerhouses to escort them. It is no exaggeration to say that with such a lineup, even if a disaster-level giant were to descend, they might not be able to gain any advantage. In fact, the Huaxiao military also understood that the probability of the giant civilization launching another surprise attack could only be described as minuscule. However, the heat surrounding the South River City battle remained high, and the entire populace of Huaxiao was focused on this batch of new soldiers. Thus, it was imperative that nothing went awry. After experiencing that crisis and truly witnessing life and death, these new soldiers had grown significantly, yet the unwavering determination in their eyes remained unchanged. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Today is the day you march to the front lines. This will be the most glorious day of your life, because you will fight for Huaxiao, fight to protect this land. The general at the forefront of the troops did not utter any further stirring words. He knew well that Chun Hu had already said what needed to be said. Furthermore, through his actions, he had taught these new soldiers what it means to bear the responsibilities and awareness of a soldier. Then, with a grand gesture, all the new soldiers orderly boarded the armored transport vehicles. Even after witnessing the cruelty of the battlefield, not a single one chose to retreat. Lin Yuan stood alone on the city wall, silently saluting the troops heading towards the battlefield. He hoped that one day they would meet again on the battlefield. Before that, they must not die easily. Wait for me. When I appear on the battlefield, I shall cover the heavens with my hands, making countless giants tremble in fear. Finally, the convoy transporting the new soldiers disappeared from Lin Yuan's sight. After almost half of the able-bodied men had left, this border town seemed to instantly turn desolate. From today onward, countless elders would live in constant anxiety, waiting at home for news from the front lines, hoping to hear that their children were safe. But perhaps what they would receive instead was merely a letter of condolence from the front lines. Every soldier would leave behind a letter before heading to the battlefield. If confirmed dead, this letter would be sent to their families. The battlefield has always been so cold and cruel. Lin Yuan watched the convoy of armored vehicles depart, leaping down from the nearly 100-meter-high alloy city wall and landing steadily on the ground. Although he could not yet fly like an S-level powerhouse, this height was still no challenge for him. System, I want to sign in. After leaping down from the city wall, Lin Yuan walked towards home while softly speaking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in for 175 days. A reward: ability upgrade Crystal X5, First Order Soul Stone X5, Advanced Mental Power Enhancement Potion X5. This time the signing reward was still extraordinarily generous. In addition to the crystals for upgrading abilities and the potions for enhancing mental power, he also received 5 First Order Soul Stones to strengthen his soul. It should be noted that besides blood vitality and mental power, soul strength is also a crucial measure of a person's power. Only with a sufficiently resilient soul can one withstand attacks from the soul level. However, after receiving the signing rewards, Lin Yuan did not rush to use them. In the following period, he planned to accumulate all the signing rewards and then elevate his strength to its peak in one. Time flowed like a fleeting white horse. In the blink of an eye, 50 days had passed. 2 full months had passed since the South River City battle. During these 2 months, the fervor of the South River City battle had long since faded. The mysterious prodigy who had not appeared again also gradually faded from the public's view, no longer frequently mentioned. As for Lin Yuan, although he still faced insults compared to the overwhelming disdain he endured 2 months ago, the situation had improved significantly. At this moment, in a hidden alley within South River City, Yujia raised her hand and glanced at the time on her wristwatch. It should be about time. Just as she murmured softly, a tall figure suddenly appeared at the alley's entrance. The face of the person was still adorned with the silver-white mask that made her feel incredibly familiar. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Yuan's voice rang in Yi Yujia's ears. Ever since he had slaughtered 4 city-destroying giants on the battlefield, turning the tide of the battle with his own strength, he had become a focal point of attention. Therefore, from that point onward, to avoid unnecessary trouble, Lin Yuan no longer chose to appear in the Hunter Association. His existence became a legend within the South River City Hunter Association. When mentioning Lin Yuan, all hunters would proudly add a remark. That mysterious prodigy who emerged from South River City was like them, a hunter. It was as if merely sharing a common identity could make them feel a sense of pride. Naturally, these hunters chose to conveniently forget that they had once publicly questioned Lin Yuan's strength. Fortunately, even if Lin Yuan did not appear in the Hunter Association, he would not be affected in the slightest. Because even without stepping into the Hunter Association, he could still contact Yi Yujia and ask her for help with certain matters. Have you arranged what I need? Lin Yuan raised his head, looking at Yi Yujia, and asked calmly. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have contacted you. Otherwise, with your current influence, the headquarters would likely send someone to deliver everything personally, and they wouldn't charge a penny. Looking at Yi Yujia's serious expression, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "This is a bit exaggerated, isn't it?" "Not at all exaggerated." Yi Yujia shook her head vigorously, saying, "You have no idea how precious you are. Right now, all factions are searching for you. The military of Huaxia is looking for you because you are not only the hero of the Nanjing City battle, but also possess the powerful ability to control the corpses of giants. As long as you are willing to show yourself, they will certainly spare no effort to cultivate you, fully unleashing your potential. They claim that if you can grow, you will become one of their greatest weapons, capable of instantly changing the tide of any." Hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He knew that the Huaxia military was not exaggerating with his abilities. He could indeed accomplish those feats. However, everything he was doing was not just to change the situation on a few battlefields, but to overturn the entire giant civilization. The reason Lin Yuan had been enduring until today was solely to achieve this. He would undoubtedly become the terminator of the giant civilization. Moreover, within the higher-ups of the Huaxia military, there were still traitors who secretly allied with the giant civilization, yet to be purged. Until those traitors were rooted out, Lin Yuan would never join the military. Doing so would be akin to pushing himself into a fire pit. Then Yi Yujia continued, "Not just the Huaxia military, even our Hunters Association is looking for you. The special crystals you traded with us last time, which can be used to enhance abilities, have an internal structure that is far too... Even now, they have made no progress in their research. In the words of those researchers, this kind of crystal seems to be something that shouldn't exist on Earth at all. Thus, they want to find you and conduct another trade. If you are willing, they are prepared to buy the ability upgrade crystals in your possession for 50 million each." Lin Yuan shook his head and said calmly, "No need, I'm not short on money lately." After killing those 4 city-destroying giants, Lin Yuan directly obtained 4 sixth-tier brain cores from their corpses. It is known that these are the brain cores of city-destroying giants. Each one sells for tens of millions. Therefore, Lin Yuan truly isn't lacking money recently. "Alright, I knew you would refuse." Yi Yujia wrinkled her delicate nose and continued, "Also, besides the Huaxia military and the Hunters Association, even the giant church is tirelessly searching for you. They claim that your existence is a blasphemy against the giant civilization. Therefore, they have announced to the outside world that whoever can bring you in will receive a bounty of 1 billion. Even just providing information about you will earn a reward of 50 million. Lin Yuan frowned slightly at the mention of the billion bounty. He didn't even know that his head was worth so much. However, among these fanatical giant worshippers, giants are almost regarded as divine beings. Controlling the corpses of giants, of course, is seen as blaspheming the divine. It was expected that someone like him, labeled as a heretic, would be targeted by the giant civilization. Although these individuals were merely hidden rats, there were still strong figures among these giant worshippers. Thus, he could not afford to be careless. "Thank you for the reminder." Lin Yuan could see that Yi Yujia was genuinely concerned. Otherwise, she wouldn't have provided him with so much information, even though it held little value for him. "Alright, I can't stay away from the Hunters Association for too long. Here are the things you need: a full 100 high-tier blood energy pills." Yi Yujia took out a cloth bag from her bosom and handed it to Lin Yuan, saying, "I really don't know what you need so many blood energy pills for." She certainly couldn't know that Lin Yuan needed to maintain the blood energy within his body at an optimal state, averaging 5 high-tier blood energy pills a day. 100 high-tier blood energy pills may seem like a lot, but it's merely Lin Yuan's consumption for 20 days. Lin Yuan put away the blood energy pills and said calmly, "Thank you, I will transfer the money to your account later." "You better hurry, that's a loss of 100 million. Yi Yujia had already turned to leave, but after hearing this, she turned back and playfully smiled at him, saying, "If this is discovered, I might as well be sold to cover the debt. At that time, you must remember to come and redeem me." Yi Yujia's smile was as bright as the sun. Before Lin Yuan could react, she had already disappeared from the alleyway. Looking at Yi Yujia's departing figure, Lin Yuan smiled silently and also chose to leave the place. He could certainly see through Yi Yujia's thoughts. However, he wouldn't consider those things for now. Lin Yuan recalled that during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, the general named Hua Xiubing raised his head high and emphatically stated those words in the court. "How can I care for my home when the Xiongnu are not yet destroyed? We, the ancient heroes, are also willing to undertake their aspirations." Night fell. Lin Yuan also returned to his home. He closed the door, placing the blood energy pills aside. It had been a full 2 months since the Battle of Nanjing City ended, and in his hands he had accumulated a full 60 days of sign-in rewards. Now, it was time to enhance his... Lin Yuan took a deep breath and began to take out all the sign-in rewards one by one from the system space. Ability upgrade crystals, 150 pieces. First-tier spirit stones, 30 pieces. Equipment enhancement stones, 11 pieces. High-tier combat puppet, 7. Random talent skill books, 2. Lin Yuan took out props from the system space, quickly filling more than half of the room. All of these are the rewards he obtained during the past 2 months of signing in. Equipment enhancement stones, which can be used to strengthen weapons. High-level battle puppets, each possessing combat power comparable to an strength powerhouse and capable of replicating one of the host's abilities. Random talent skill books, which when used allow one to randomly acquire a talent skill. Moreover, besides these ordinary, there is also a special reward for signing in for 200 days. However, this time the special reward is not an ability, but a pair of eyes. Supreme dual pupils. In ancient times, dual pupils were referred to as the symbol of a sage, a supreme visage. Anyone with dual pupils contains extraordinary potential. The supreme dual pupils that Lin Yuan obtained after signing in for 200 days is even more extraordinary. Supreme dual pupils activate. With a thought, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly turned dark golden. In his eyes there appeared two pupils. The dual pupils overlapped, yet did not appear jarring. Instead, they exuded an imperial-like pressure. And these eyes are the supreme dual pupils. So far under Lin Yuan's experimentation, he has discovered three major functions of the supreme dual pupils. First, the existence of the supreme dual pupils greatly enhances Lin Yuan's ocular strength. Ocular strength does not merely refer to vision, but is more akin to insight. With the influence of the supreme dual pupils, everything within Lin Yuan's field of vision is thoroughly grasped. Even the weaknesses of his opponents and their attacking trajectories can be completely discerned by Lin Yuan. Second, the pressure emanating from the supreme dual pupils is terrifying. All beings being observed by these eyes feel an immense sense of oppression. Moreover, after Lin Yuan releases this pressure, even opponents of the same level will experience corresponding suppression in their strength. Third, the supreme dual pupils can also unleash an extremely scorching golden flame. Lin Yuan named it the Crimson Gold Imperial Fire. Despite the immense power of the Crimson Gold Imperial Fire, he cannot yet wield it at will. Additionally, the power of the Crimson Gold Imperial Fire is also linked to his spiritual strength. The higher the spiritual strength, the greater the power of the Crimson Gold Imperial Fire. With Lin Yuan's current level of spiritual strength, he cannot yet unleash the full power of the Crimson Gold Imperial Fire. After activating the supreme dual pupils, Lin Yuan once again focused his attention on the signing rewards before him. He had accumulated signing rewards for a full 2 months. Now it is finally time to use them to enhance his strength. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, the dark golden pupils reflecting his eagerness. If all goes well after this enhancement, his strength will surely experience a qualitative leap. Let's start with the Soul Stone. Lin Yuan reached out and grasped the Soul Stone in his hand. The Soul Stone emitted a bluish-green glow resembling the color of the soul. In the next moment, the soul energy within the Soul Stone slowly began to infuse into Lin Yuan's body, helping to continuously strengthen his soul. In just a few seconds, the Soul Stone completely lost its original luster, turning into an extremely dull, ordinary. Lin Yuan's soul strength also increased slightly. Perhaps due to the tenacity of his will, he absorbed the Soul Stone at an unusually rapid pace, without any rejection. In less than 10 minutes, 31st-tier Soul Stones were completely absorbed by Lin Yuan. After the Soul Stones, it was time for the Equipment Enhancement Stones. Lin Yuan hesitated not at all and directly used all 11 Equipment Enhancement Stones on the Dragon Slayer blade. After all, he had no other weapons to enhance, so there was no need to ponder further. After 11 enhancements, the Dragon Slayer blade in Lin Yuan's hand bore several scarlet patterns resembling flames. It looked as if it had just been forged from molten lava, sharp enough to sever all things in the world. The Dragon Slayer blade now might be better named the Blade of the Dragon Slayer Flame. Gazing at the newly refreshed Dragon Slayer blade in his hand, the more Lin Yuan looked at it, the more he loved it, carefully placed. Fortunately, the success rate of the Equipment Enhancement Stones is 100%. If it were like some unscrupulous online games where enhancing halfway could cause the equipment to break, Lin Yuan would truly be at a loss. After using up the Soul Stones and Equipment Enhancement Stones, Lin Yuan finally turned his attention to the pile of ability upgrade crystals. A total of 150 ability upgrade crystals stacked like a small mountain. If the researchers of the Hunter Association were here, they would probably go crazy with excitement. If calculated at the Hunter Association's price of 50 million each, this would amount to a staggering 7 billion. What does 7 billion mean? It is worth noting that the bounty placed on him by the Giant Sect is only a mere 1 billion. This amount is enough for the Giant Sect to place a bounty on him 7 or 8 times. However, Lin Yuan does not intend to exchange these ability upgrade crystals for money. Compared to money, he needs to quickly improve his ability level. Lin Yuan extended his hand, beginning to absorb the ability upgrade crystals one by one. The bluish glow continuously merged into his body. The higher the level of the ability, the more upgrade crystals are needed for enhancement. Thus, Lin Yuan remained patient. When he used the 27th ability upgrade crystal, the system notification finally sounded in his ear. Undead ability successfully upgraded to level B. Undead creatures strength 5, mastered talent skill Undead Ritual. This time, after upgrading the enhancement to the strength of undead creatures from the undead ability was only 5. This means that the level B undead ability will summon undead beings with 75 of their strength during their lifetime. However, what intrigued Lin Yuan more was that this ability upgrade also granted him a new skill. Undead Ritual. What is this? Lin Yuan steadied his mind and immediately checked the introduction of this skill in his personal attribute panel. Necromantic Ritual. Skill introduction: by sacrificing corpses, powerful undead beings can be summoned. The rank of the undead beings is related to the quantity and quality of the sacrificed corpses. The more corpses sacrificed and the higher their quality, the stronger the summoned undead beings will be. After reading the skill introduction, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He clearly did not expect that after upgrading his necromantic abilities, he would comprehend such a gifted skill. If given the chance, he would like to test the power of the necromantic ritual. However, that would probably have to wait until he was on the battlefield. After all, the battlefield is where the most corpses can be found. But no matter what, Lin Yuan would never use human corpses for necromantic rituals. There are 123 ability upgrade crystals left. I wonder if that is enough to upgrade my necromantic ability to grade A all at once. Lin Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately chose to give up. Although the necromantic ability was strong, he did not rely solely on this ability in battle. Therefore, other abilities should also be improved in balance. After clarifying the direction of his upgrades, Lin Yuan resumed absorbing the ability upgrade crystals before him, and the system prompt continued to ring in his ears. Ding, Frost ability successfully upgraded to grade C. Frost coverage range 20, slowing effect 20. Ding, Frost ability successfully upgraded to grade B. Frost coverage range 30, slowing effect 30. Mastered the gifted skill Frozen World. When Frozen World is activated, the area around the caster will be completely covered in frost, creating a frozen domain that greatly restricts all enemies within its range. Ding, self-healing ability successfully upgraded to grade B. Healing speed 30, vitality 20. Mastered the gifted skill Limb Rebirth. The possessor of this skill will have an extremely powerful self-healing ability, able to slowly regenerate even if their limbs are severed. Ding, Thunder ability successfully upgraded to grade B. Destructive power 20, explosive power 20. Mastered the gifted skill Thunder Breathing Technique. The Thunder Breathing Technique, when used, will surround the caster with thunder, granting them tremendous explosive power. Using the Thunder Breathing Technique requires a large amount of stamina. Please use it cautiously. Thunder Self-Healing Frost and Necromancy. Lin Yuan upgraded all 4 abilities to grade B in one go. The pile of ability upgrade crystals before him, resembling a small mountain, was completely swept away, not leaving a single one behind. And his own attributes underwent a tremendous change. Host Lin Yuan. Combat level grade S ability user. Special physique Overlord's body, Supreme Heavy Eyes. Vitality 63,472 calories. Mental power 6,233 Hz. Abilities Thunder ability grade B. Self-healing ability grade B. Frost ability grade B. Necromantic ability grade B. Moreover, during these 2 months, Lin Yuan continuously consumed vitality pills and mental power enhancement potions. Both vitality and mental power experienced exponential growth. Although he had not yet undergone practical testing, Lin Yuan could feel that he harbored an almost terrifying power within. Even the city-destroying giants that once posed a formidable challenge to him could now be easily obliterated. However, despite the rapid growth of Lin Yuan's strength, he did not have the confidence to believe he could match a grade 7 disaster-level giant. After all, the gap between grade 6 and grade 7 is as vast as a chasm. The 3 city-destroying giants he had faced before had no way to retaliate against even a weakened grade 7 giant, showcasing just how formidable the strength of disaster-level giants truly is. Having been silent for so long, it's time to show my face. Otherwise, the giant civilization might forget my existence. Lin Yuan moved his joints, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. Although he had been hiding his identity and stayed in a small border town like Nanjing for a full 2 months, this did not change his combative nature. A person like him, no matter how well he hides, ultimately craves battle. This instinct is as natural as a wolf's need to eat. Suppressing his nature for too long will only lead to a complete eruption. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had already chosen the place he would go next. It is precisely the border fortress located at the 3rd defense line. Due to its proximity to the front line, it is also known as the War Fortress. And Lin Yuan is headed for that place to embark on the next phase of his plan. Evernight City. This was once, however, after being captured by the giant civilization, it became the territory of an 8th grade destruction level giant, the Dark Giant Gai Wu. The giants under him all respectfully referred to him as the Dark King. The city became known as Evernight City precisely because it was completely shrouded in darkness after Gai Wu claimed it as his territory. No trace of light could be seen. It was as if trapped in an endless night. At this moment, Gai Wu was sitting on his throne. His figure was so tall, resembling a black mountain. Dark demonic energy swirled around him like pitch-black serpent. Simply by sitting there, he exuded a terrifying pressure that made the countless giants below tremble in fear. In front of Gai Wu, even the large giants were less than a third of his massive form. At that moment, Gai Wu finally opened his eyes. His enormous demonic pupils emitted a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. Darlam. He opened his massive mouth, his voice booming like thunder throughout the palace. After calling out this name, an ugly giant with dark green skin immediately stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. I pay my respects to King Gai Wu. From the size of this ugly giant, he was at least a grade 7 disaster level. However, in front of King Gai Wu, his presence appeared so weak. This illustrates the gap between disaster level giants and destruction level giants. It is important to note that the gap between grade 6 and grade 7 is already as vast as a chasm, and the gap from grade 7 to grade 8 will be even greater. After the ugly giant knelt before him, Gai Wu lifted his gaze and asked lightly, "How have you fared with the tasks we entrusted you with?" "I report to King Gai Wu, everything is ready." Dalam raised his head, speaking in a deep voice. I have prepared a total of 36 space giants, and in 3 days we can open the spatial passage to Nanjing City at any time. By that time I will personally lead 12 city-destroying giants to flatten Nanjing City and completely wash away the shame of this defeat. I will use my power to turn that place into a plague-ridden wasteland. Dalam had enough confidence in his own strength. He was not only a disaster-level giant, but also a plague giant extremely suitable for large-scale warfare. This operation is of great importance, I do not feel at ease with you going alone. Gaiwu slowly stood up from his throne and said so. Let the spider demon accompany you. Elise. After Gaiwu called out this name, a series of eerie giggles immediately echoed from the shadows of the palace. The laughter sounded strange and sinister, sending chills down one's spine. Then an immensely large figure crawled out from the shadows, appearing before Gaiwu. The spider demon giant Elise. Although she was also a giant, her body structure was vastly different from that of ordinary giants. Her lower body resembled that of a spider with a large abdomen and dozens of long thorn-covered green spider legs, looking extremely terrifying. Plague giant Dalam. Spider demon giant Elise. 2 7th-tier disaster-level giants. It was clear that the dark giant Gaiwu was determined this time, willing to pay a huge price to eradicate Nanjing City. After all, transporting giants above the 7th tier to the cities behind Huaxiao requires space giants to create a sufficiently stable spatial passage. Moreover, once the spatial passage is formed, all the space giants will perish due to energy depletion. Even for the entire giant civilization, space giants are extremely rare. Therefore, unless in special circumstances and absolutely necessary, they rarely use this method to launch attacks on humans. But this time it was an exception. You two should know the ultimate goal of this operation, right? Gaiwu lowered his head, gazing at the 2 giants before him, and asked in a deep voice. Dalam grinned as he replied, flatten Nanjing City, kill Lin Tiank, and bring back that human who can control the corpses of giants, torturing him to the point of wishing for death. Gaiwu nodded. Very good. However, you also need to remember the spatial passage can last for a maximum of 15 minutes. And after 15 minutes, not only will the spatial passage close, but Huaxi is strong will also arrive. So no matter what, you must end the battle and completely destroy this city within this time frame. Go let those insignificant humans know. The wrath of our giant civilization is not something they can withstand. The sky over Nanjing City was incredibly blue. Warm sunlight cast down, illuminating the entire city. For this small rear city, this was indeed a rare good weather. Everything appeared so peaceful and serene. No one knew that tens of thousands of miles away within the eternal night city of the giant territory, a destruction-level giant was planning a calamity capable of annihilating this city. Although the weather was not cold, Lin Yuan still wore a hat and a mask. The reason he did not wear the silver-white mask was that it was too conspicuous. Now nearly everyone in Nanjing City knew that the silver-white mask represented the mysterious prodigy who had saved thousands of new soldiers in Nanjing City. In fact, many young people, to express their admiration for him, had begun to imitate his actions and wear masks identical. Lin Yuan had to wear a mask because within Nanjing City, he had become like a rat crossing the street, universally shunned. If he revealed his true face, everyone would probably cast him disdainful glances and even spit at him. No one knew. No one was willing to believe anymore. Lin Yuan was that mysterious prodigy. What a beautiful day. Lin Yuan basked in the warm sunlight, surveying the city he had lived in for nearly 20 years and couldn't help but smile. Unfortunately, he would soon be leaving here. To be honest, he had once hesitated about whether this country was worth risking his life, especially when he was being pointed at and cursed by the masses. But now he no longer hesitated. Because being born on this land, there were indeed things worth protecting. As long as he treated thorns as a field full of flowers, nothing in the world could torment him. Moreover, the road ahead would only become more brutal. Before he had the power to tear through the darkness, he was destined to fight alone and must become more unbreakable than any. Unknowingly, Lin Yuan had reached the entrance of the Hunter Association. He suddenly thought Yi Yujia should still be working inside, right? Or perhaps she was slacking off. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly had a thought. He wanted to walk up to her with his identity and greet her. But as soon as this thought arose, he quickly suppressed it again. Why bother? To leave himself with a bit more attachment. If she knew his identity, even if he died on the battlefield under the hands of giants, she would probably place a bouquet of flowers before his tombstone, right? After suppressing these thoughts, Lin Yuan chuckled self-deprecatingly and turned to leave. A person who cannot abandon anything cannot change anything. Now he was fully prepared to leave Nanjing City. At this moment, only 3 days remained until the catastrophe that awaited. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yuan returned to his doorstep and gently knocked on the door. Creak. A few seconds later, the scruffy Lin Tianke opened the door, casually looking surprised as he said, "Did you just come back from outside? It's really rare for you to go out." Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Just went out for a walk to clear my mind." "A walk is good, you can't always stay at home." Lin Tianke smiled and said, "How about you help me buy a few bottles of liquor from outside? We have guests coming over tonight." Upon hearing these words, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, "A guest is coming? From?" You must know that ever since his father retired from the front lines, he had been living in seclusion, refusing to see even military. He was very curious about who possessed such a significant influence to make Lin Tianke break his usual practice. Lin Tianke glanced at Lin Yuan with a faint smile and said, "If you want me to tell you who the guest coming tonight is, you must first tell me what you have been up to these past few days. Seeing you cooped up at home all day long, aren't you afraid of suffocating yourself?" Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and replied, If you don't want to say, that's fine. I'm not interested to know. By the way, don't you think I stay at home too much? You'll be going on a trip in a few days. With the situation at the front being so dangerous, you still have the mood to travel. Lin Tianke laughed heartily, saying, I must admit you are quite carefree, just like me. All right, go wherever you. Even if the sky were to fall, your father would hold it up for you. Lin Yuan retorted with annoyance. Don't start. When I was being scolded online, I didn't hear you say a word. Lin Tianke immediately feigned a pitiful expression, saying, Son, this matter is indeed not in our favor. Look, you haven't enlisted, nor have you been on the battlefield. You are enjoying life in the rear, so what's the harm in taking a few in? Seeing Lin Tianke's expression, Lin Yuan was almost amused to the point of anger. All right, I won't argue with you. I'm going to buy you. Lin Yuan turned around, waved his hand, leaving behind his last words, and walked straight towards the nearest supermarket. Although he didn't know who the guest Lin Tianke was meeting that night was. However, for Lin Yuan, as long as his father could meet friends and have a drink like a normal person, he was already immensely. Their conversation was incredibly casual, just like the most ordinary father-son interaction. No one had ever seen the usually stern and imposing General Lin Tianke, who was full of killing intent on the battlefield, exhibit such a side. As night fell, Lin Yuan returned to his room early. Meanwhile, Lin Tianke sat alone in the hall, seemingly waiting for some. Knock, knock, knock. Just then a knocking sound echoed. Lin Tianke immediately leaned on his cane and limped to the door. The door opened. A tall man with a rugged face and fiery red hair appeared before Lin Tianke. He stood upright, his eyes sharp like a hawk, exuding a strong sense of military authority. However, upon seeing Lin Tianke, the expression on this man's face instantly turned extremely excited. General Long, I have been in Nanjing City for a full 2 months. You finally agreed to meet me. Lin Tianke waved his hand helplessly, saying, How many times do I have to say it? I have retired from the military. You no longer need to call me General Long. Moreover, Li Huangyan, your current position should be equal to mine back then, right? The man named Li Huangyan scratched his head and grinned, saying, It's all because I fortuitously made a breakthrough in my fire abilities and became an SS-level ability user, allowing me to advance further in the military. Lin Tianke smiled and said, Congratulations. Li Huangyan cupped his hands and said, I will never forget the favor General Long showed me in the past. Now tell me your purpose for coming to Nanjing City. Lin Tianke's gaze lightly swept over Li Huangyan's face. Although he did not release any pressure, that single glance made the latter feel an immense sense of oppression. It made him recall the hellish training he had undergone under Lin Tianke, which, despite being incredibly painful, he had to admit, was what made him who he was today. Li Huangyan immediately straightened his chest and said solemnly, Reporting to General Long, the military has 2 purposes for sending me here. One is to ensure your safety. A small border town like Nanjing City has never been under the radar of the giant civilization before. However, this time the giant civilization has specifically targeted the new recruits in Nanjing City, and the military believes they are testing you. They want to probe whether you have completely lost your strength. Therefore, in the upcoming period, it is very likely that the giant civilization will continue to target Nanjing City. And the Huaxiao military has sent me here to ensure your safety. You are mistaken. Lin Tianke shook his head and sighed, My life is not that important. I brought you here to protect all the civilians in Nanjing City. Upon hearing this, Li Huangyan immediately felt as if his cheeks were on fire, burning with pain. He nodded heavily and said solemnly, Thank you for your guidance, General Lin. Then Lin Tianke asked again, What is the second purpose? Li Huangyan replied, The second purpose is to find the mysterious genius who can manipulate the corpses of giants. As far as I know, he possesses thunder abilities, just like General Lin. I wonder if General Lin knows anything about this. Lin Tianke looked up at the sky and calmly said, What can I? Surely having thunder abilities has nothing to do with me, right? My son also possesses thunder abilities, but on the day the Nanjing City battle broke out, he was enjoying himself in the mortal realm. He didn't even think to take me along. Truly an unfilial son. Lin Tianke spun a lie without a hint of shame. With Li Huangyan's level, he naturally couldn't see through the deception. He nodded and said, What you mentioned, the military is certain. Lin Tianke shot him a sideways glance and asked, What do you want to ask? Li Huangyan hesitated slightly, and after much deliberation, he slowly asked, The Huaxiao military wants me to ask, Do you have an illegitimate son here in Nanjing City? Lin Tianke, get out from my doorstep, roll as far away as you can right now. A furious roar immediately echoed down the street. Even Lin Yuan upstairs heard this roar and turned over in surprise, wondering why his father was screaming at a guest. Why was he suddenly scolding in the street? Enough, let us set such matters aside. Lin Tianke waved his hand lightly, then retrieved a bottle of baijiu from the entryway and spoke with quiet nonchalance. It has been far too long since we last met. Would you care to share a drink with me? Li Huangyan chuckled softly. Then I shall accept your kind invitation without hesitation. He paused, then added, But where shall we drink? Anywhere high enough. Lin Tianke smiled gently. You've been in Nanjing City for quite some time, yet I suspect you've never truly taken the time to behold this city. Let this be the perfect opportunity to show it to you properly. Hearing this, Li Huangyan scratched his head sheepishly and replied at once, Then I leave everything entirely to your guidance. He had indeed resided in Nanjing City for nearly 2 months, yet he had never truly observed its contours, its rhythm, its soul. After all, his sole purpose in coming here had been to fulfill a military assignment. Once Li Huangyan assented, Lin Tianke quietly closed the door behind them and let him out into the night. By now the hour had grown late. The streets lay nearly deserted, eerily vacant. The war between humanity and the giants had raged on for so long that few could still recall how radiant, how vibrant the nights of peacetime once were. Before long, Lin Tianke guided Li Huangyan to the tallest structure in all of Nanjiang City. This is the city's highest building, 53 stories tall, with a spacious rooftop terrace. Lin Tianke offered with a warm smile. When I have spare moments, I often go up there just to feel the wind. Li Huangyan nodded, then asked, how shall we ascend? Surely such a height must be served by an elevator. Yet Lin Tianke shook his head calmly. Why go to such trouble? Even as the words left his lips, he released his cane, and in an instant his body surged skyward, vanishing before Li Huangyan's very eyes. What is this impossible feat? Li Huangyan's eyes widened in utter disbelief, his breath catching in his throat. He stood frozen for several heartbeats, then snapped back to awareness and bolted upward in pursuit. When Li Huangyan finally landed upon the rooftop terrace, Lin Tianke was already waiting for him, calm, composed, unshaken. Li Huangyan involuntarily swallowed hard and asked, Dragon General, has your strength fully returned? Lin Tianke gazed at him, his voice serene and uninflected. My strength was never lost. His tone carried the quiet weight of stating something utterly self-evident, no more remarkable than the rising of dawn. Yet to Li Huangyan those words struck like a thunderclap, shattering his understanding, igniting a tempest within his mind. Does the Chinese military command know of this? Of your concealed power? For a moment Li Huangyan's thoughts spun wildly. His mouth moved before his mind caught up. Lin Tianke did not answer directly. Instead he countered with quiet gravity. Tell me, why do you think I conceal it? This time comprehension flickered across Li Huangyan's face. To guard against traitors within the Chinese military command. Precisely. You are well aware. There is a traitor among our ranks. Lin Tianke's voice deepened, resonant with grim recollection. It was that very traitor who leaked intelligence to the giant civilization, nearly costing me my life in that decisive battle. So, you understand now why I sought you out. Li Huangyan murmured, dazed. Because you trust me. If Lin Tianke's words held truth, then Li Huangyan might well be the only person alive entrusted with this secret. That profound, staggering trust settled upon him like lead, so heavy it left him breathless. Yes, I have watched you grow. I know your character. Lin Tianke spoke with unwavering calm. I believe a man like you would never betray China. Therefore, I need your help. I need you to stand beside me, and together root out the traitor hidden deep within the military's highest echelons. On the rooftop terrace the night wind howled, cold, sharp, cutting like blades across their faces. Li Huangyan stood before Lin Tianke, gazing upon the man who bore a missing leg, and felt his heart pierce as if pierced by a blade of pure conviction. Then slowly, deliberately he nodded. Yes. A single word, spoken by a man of honor, was more binding than any oath. Even should fulfilling it demand his life, he would pay that price without hesitation. 3 days later, within the eternal night city of the giant civilization, before the dark giant Gaiwu, 36 spatial giants stood in flawless formation before him, rigid, silent, aligned like a living phalanx. At Gaiwu's side stood the plague giant Darum and the spider demon giant Iris, both bowed low in solemn reverence. Your Majesty, all preparations are complete. We may launch our assault on Nanjiang City at any moment. Darum grinned savagely. I can scarcely contain my eagerness to hear the wails of those humans. Though he had slaughtered countless soldiers of the Chinese military upon the battlefield, those warriors had died with resolve, embracing death as their final duty. But to slaughter an unguarded city, to hear the shrieks of unarmed civilians raw with terror and despair, just imagining it sent a thrill of savage exhilaration coursing through Darum's veins. Excellent. Gaiwu gave a slow, deliberate nod. Then open the spatial rift, now. At his sovereign's command, Darum barked forth, all spatial giants, confirm spatial nodes and establish the rift immediately. Without hesitation, every spatial giant activated their innate power. They swiftly located the spatial node leading to Nanjiang City, and began weaving the rift before them, channeling their very essence into its creation. To them this was no mere task. It was a colossal, intricate labor. Each spatial giant resembled a silkworm spinning thread until its reserves ran dry. And when the silk ran out, the silkworm perished. One by one spatial giants collapsed before Gaiwu, drained up. Yet Gaiwu, Darum, and Iris watched on, unmoved, expressionless, untouched by pity or pause. For in their eyes these spatial giants were not living beings, but expendable instruments, tools to be spent in the conquest. When the final of the 36 spatial giants fell spent, and still the rift shimmered into full, terrible being, a yawning, light-devouring maw. Beyond it lay Nanjiang City, serene, unsuspecting, bathed in tranquil moonlight. Gaiwu's face twisted into a rictus of feral ecstasy as he stared into the abyss. Prepare yourselves, my warriors. You shall draw back the curtain on war itself. Let the despairing cries of humanity be the anthem that heralds your arrival. Please rest assured, King Wu, I will ensure those humans die tragically under the poison mist of the plague. If that human who can manipulate the corpses of giants is still within the city, I will make him truly experience what it means to suffer a fate worse than death. Elise quickly followed in his footsteps, giggling. I will also leave my spider eggs in Nanjing City, as much as possible. Once they hatch, hundreds of thousands of spiders will surge forth from the eggs like a tidal wave, That scene will surely be... Thinking carefully, it's been a long time since I've laid eggs on human corpses, and I must admit, I am a bit looking forward to it. With a wave of his hand, King Wu summoned 12 city-destroying giants to step out behind him, unhesitatingly heading towards the spatial passage. Although these city-destroying giants are not as powerful as calamity-level giants, they still exude a terrifying pressure. 12 city-destroying giants. For Nanjing City, this will inevitably be a catastrophe akin to the end of days. Lin Yuan had already packed his luggage. He planned to leave Nanjing City this evening. After this departure, it would be uncertain when he could return. However, at that moment, a peculiar spatial fluctuation suddenly spread out and affected him. Is it an illusion? Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then immediately closed his eyes and began to carefully probe. His mental power had now reached 6,000 points. Even compared to rank powerhouses who specialize in mental power, he was not far behind. He naturally possessed a keener perception of such special energy fluctuations. No, it's not an illusion. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and rushed to the window with the fastest speed. After pulling open the window, he did not even care about the risk of exposing his identity and flew out quickly, ascending to nearly 1,000 meters in the air. With his current vitality and blood power, he had already broken through the threshold of strength powerhouses. Even flying in the air was merely a trivial matter. In the air at nearly 1,000 meters, Lin Yuan gazed towards the outside of the city. That was where the spatial fluctuation... However, the scene before his eyes made his pupils suddenly constrict. He saw a spatial passage like the gates of hell tearing open outside Nanjing City. Countless giants exuding a terrifying aura walked out one after another from that spatial passage. In an instant, Lin Yuan's back was drenched in cold sweat. If he had not realized what was happening by now, it would be too foolish. Based on the current scene, it was evident that the giant civilization had opened this spatial passage and launched an attack on Nanjing City. At this moment, a sharp and urgent alarm suddenly rang out within Nanjing City. Level 1 alarm: giants of city-destroying level or above are approaching Nanjing City. All citizens must immediately enter shelters for safety. Level 1 alarm: giants of city-destroying level or above are approaching Nanjing City. All citizens must immediately enter shelters for safety. Level 1 alarm: giants of city-destroying level or above are approaching. In China, disaster warnings are typically classified according to the urgency of the incident, its development, and potential harm, ranging from level 1 to level 4. Once a level 1 alarm is sounded, it signifies the highest state of alert in response to an emergency. It seems that the giants attacking Nanjing City must be formidable. Lin Yuan's flickering gaze was filled with surging killing intent. He clearly did not expect that on the very day he was about to leave Nanjing City, the giant civilization would launch a surprise attack. Perfect, I will use your blood to validate my growth and strength. As this thought arose, Lin Yuan took out a silver mask and the dragon-slaying flame blade from the system space. He tightened his grip on the hilt with his right hand, while gently putting on the mask with his left. As Lin Yuan donned the mask, his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. A wave of overwhelming murderous intent emanated from him, as if he had just emerged from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. This is the true him. A butcher who would make all giants tremble with fear. Anyone daring to step into Nanjing City, even city-destroying giants, would face certain death. In a dingy eatery in Nanjing City, a tall red-haired man sat with his legs spread wide, slurping a bowl of pig liver noodles from a table that had not been cleaned of grease. A bowl of pig liver noodles, a lamb bone, and a bowl of lamb soup. All this food was steaming hot, making one's mouth water just by looking at it. One of the man's few hobbies was to eat at such seemingly dirty street stalls. Even though he now held a high position, he had not managed to shake off this habit. The air in the shop was extremely hot. Just one bowl of pig liver noodles had made the man break out in a sweat. At that moment, a sharp and urgent alarm rang out. Everyone in the noodle shop panicked, creating chaos. Level 1 alarm. It can't be a drill, right? How could a small place like Nanjing City sound a level 1 alarm? Run. I heard that city-destroying giants have appeared. If we don't escape now, it will really be too late. Don't push. Let me go first. I don't want to die. The shop quickly descended into chaos. Even the elderly shopkeeper rushed towards the exit. Upon seeing the man still eating, he anxiously reminded young man, hurry up and stop eating. This is a level 1 alarm. City-destroying giants are coming soon. If you don't run for your life, you'll really die. The red-haired man looked up and smiled. Old man, don't worry, nothing will happen. Upon hearing his response, the elderly man was clearly taken aback. He had seen those who were fearless, but he had never seen anyone so unafraid of death. After one more warning, the old man did not wish to waste any more time, mumbling a few words before rushing out without. Meanwhile, Li Huangyan continued to lower his head and devour his noodles, as if everything around him had nothing to do with it. 2 minutes later, he pushed aside the empty noodle bowl, placed 50 yuan on the table, and after securing it with something, he slowly stood up and walked towards the exit. As he stepped out of the noodle shop, Li Huangyan's aura instantly changed. From his previous leisurely demeanor, it transformed into something sharp and fierce, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Outside of Nanjing City, Thuram emerged from the spatial portal and stood before the alloy city wall of Nanjing. So this is the wall built by humans. A cold smile crept across Thuram's lips. In the next moment, he opened his massive mouth and unleashed a wave of dark green toxic mist towards the alloy city wall. The dark green mist seemed to possess extraordinary corrosive properties. The instant it made contact with the alloy wall, it began to dissolve it instantly. Within just a few seconds, a gaping hole several dozen meters wide appeared in the wall. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The patrol forces atop the wall immediately sounded the alarm. They operated the heavy weaponry fixed to the alloy wall, firing frantically in the direction of the plague giant. Unfortunately, even these heavy weapons inflicted minimal damage on city-destroying giants, let alone their own, who was an even more formidable disaster-level giant. The bullets fired from the machine guns couldn't even pierce his skin. What a noisy swarm of ants. Thuram looked at the patrol forces on the wall, and his smile grew increasingly sinister. He reached out with his dark green giant hand and grabbed 7 or 8 patrol soldiers in one swoop. No, don't eat me. Help! Someone save me. Oh, I don't want to die. The patrol soldiers caught in his palm shrieked in despair, their eyes filled with hopelessness. Yet for Thuram, it was nothing short of a beautiful melody. Don't worry, you won't die so easily. You will be slowly chewed and then swallowed by me. Even if by some chance you survive this process, you will be completely dissolved by my gastric acid. So enjoy the last pain of your life. Thuram grinned as he sent these patrol soldiers into his mouth, chewing them voraciously. Crunch, crunch. Gulp. Accompanied by the final sound of swallowing. The cries of those humans faded away. Thuram's face beamed with an even brighter smile. The flesh and blood of humans truly was the finest delicacy in the world. After corroding the alloy wall before him, countless giants began to pour into Nanjing City through the enormous hole. Meanwhile, the spider demon giant Alyssa also arrived beside Thuram, chuckling as she spoke. Don't waste too much time here. You should know within at most a few minutes human experts will arrive here. So we only have 15 minutes to turn this city into a dead city. Thuram grinned. I certainly know. And I can hardly wait. The once peaceful Nanjing City. Now, however, it was suffering under the trampling of countless giants. On the streets, the armed forces of Nanjing City were fighting against the invading giants. However, the power disparity between both sides was simply too vast. The 4th and 5th tier giants were barely manageable by the Nanjing military. The problem lay in the fact that aside from these high-tier giants, the giant civilization had dispatched a full 12 city-destroying giants. And 2 disaster-level giants that were impossible to deal with. You must understand, even the Lord of Nanjing City is merely a peaks-class powerhouse. This means that even if he exerted all his strength, he could only hold off 1 disaster-level giant at most. And this was clearly insufficient to alleviate the assault from the giants. In less than 3 minutes, the alloy wall was breached, hundreds of buildings collapsed, and the area near the wall was reduced to ruins. Fortunately, before the spatial portal opened, they had already evacuated the citizens from that area, preventing significant casualties. However, if these giants continued to advance, not only would the entire Nanjing City fall, but even the millions of civilians within would perish beneath the feet of the giants. The goal of these giants was to massacre the city. Thinking of this, the Lord of Nanjing City couldn't help but clench his fists. He gritted his teeth and said solemnly, "Everyone listen to my orders. Establish a defensive line here regardless of casualties. We must hold back the giants' assault with our lives. We absolutely cannot let any giant breach this defensive line. Don't tell me about the impossibility of holding it. As long as there's one person still alive, as long as there's one bullet left unfired, then hold this position for me. We must stall for time until the experts from Huaxia come to our aid. But behind us are the millions of citizens of Nanjing City. Among them are your relatives, your friends, your loved ones. No matter what, we cannot sacrifice their lives for time. So we can only sacrifice our own lives to buy time to hold the line. Use the guns in your hands, use your bullets, use your fists, use your teeth. Hold this defensive line for me. All soldiers of Nanjing City, fight with me to the death. Do not retreat. To the death. To the death. Under the leadership of the Lord of Nanjing City, all the warriors roared. No one could have imagined that such a small, peaceful city could unleash such ferocity at a moment of crisis. Lin Yuan held the dragon-slaying blade, swiftly weaving through the streets. While everyone else was fleeing for their lives, he was moving against the crowd. Many people noticed Lin Yuan's presence. After all, he was the only one going against the fleeing crowd. Moreover, the silver-white mask he wore silently proclaimed his identity. That silver-white mask shone brilliantly under the sunlight. Just then a loud shout suddenly erupted from the crowd. "You are the hero of Nanjing City." After this voice rang out, the crowd immediately erupted into cheers, calling out to Lin, "Kill all those giants. No matter who you are, we will always remember you. Please. My son is still on the other side of the wall. Save him. He's only 20 years old. He just joined the patrol. Don't die, come back alive. You must." In the gaze and shouts of the crowd, Lin Yuan's figure quickly vanished. Listening to the cries of the people around him, Lin Yuan's expression grew increasingly sullen. Those giants must die. No matter what, he could not tolerate the giant civilization turning the city he had lived in since childhood into ruins. This was not only the will of the people of Nanjing City, but also Lin Yuan's own will. In an instant, the murderous aura radiating from Lin Yuan was overwhelming. Under the full eruption of his blood and energy, Lin Yuan's speed reached an astonishing level. To the naked eye, one could only see the afterimage he left behind. At such a rapid speed, Lin Yuan arrived near the metallic city walls in just over a minute. Under the trampling of countless giants, this place had already turned into a wasteland. Upon arriving here, Lin Yuan sensed several powerful and terrifying auras. Clearly, there were city-destroying giants in the vicinity. And not just one. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something. He abruptly turned his head toward the direction of the Hunter Association. If he remembered correctly, the location of the Hunter Association was nearby. Fortunately, the building of the Hunter Association had not been destroyed by the giants. However, in the next moment, Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. because he saw two city-destroying giants leading a large group of giants approaching the Hunter Association, seeking death. Lin Yuan's face turned cold, and in an instant he transformed into an afterimage rushing toward the direction of the Hunter Association. Outside the Hunter Association, a group of armed hunters looked pale as they stared at the large group of giants approaching them. Why? Why are there city-destroying giants coming here? There's no way to escape. It's impossible to escape. We will be eaten. All of us will be eaten. This is all our fault for being too greedy, thinking high-level giants wouldn't appear and accepting this task to assist in defense. I don't want to die. The hunters left behind here certainly did not stay voluntarily. It must be known that the vast majority of hunters chose to register as hunters because they were too scared to rush to the front lines, opting to complete some tasks to make ends meet. This time they chose to stay because the Hunter Association issued a task the moment the giant civilization launched an attack. Hunters assisting the military of Nanjing City in defense would receive high rewards. A Grade Hunters 500,000, Grade Hunters 2 million, Grade Hunters 5 million, Grade Hunters 10 million. The higher the hunters level, the greater the reward received for staying behind. Although they knew this was a price for their lives, many hunters still chose to stay due to the temptation of money. If the giant civilization could be defended against by the Nanjing City Defense Forces, wouldn't they have picked up this money for nothing? Besides, it was also possible that high-level giants wouldn't notice them here. These hunters chose to stay with such a fluke mentality. However, the beautiful thoughts they had earlier were now met with absolute despair. Because those giants not only noticed this place, but also sent two disaster-level giants to flatten it. Yi Yujia stepped out of the Hunter Association, her expression slightly sad. In fact, she had the opportunity to evacuate before this. However, a large number of hunters chose to stay to assist, even surrounding the task acceptance center tightly. She originally thought these people were prepared to face death, but now it seems she was wrong. And she was very wrong. Even though the city-destroying giants were still over 100 meters away, the people before her were already trembling in fear. How could such a group of hunters have the courage to fight to the death against the giants? Looking at the scene before her, Yi Yujia couldn't help but sigh lightly. At that moment, she suddenly remembered the young man wearing a silver-white mask. If he were here, even facing a city-destroying giant, he would certainly not feel afraid, right? Thinking this, a smile suddenly blossomed on Yi Yujia's lips, even though she was about to die today. But to have known such a man who is forever fearless in this lifetime, death seemed no longer so terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook violently. Clearly, this was the approach of the city-destroying giants. A third-a turtle giant made of iron, and a burly giant with the head of a lion. Just the presence of these two city-destroying giants made the hunters feel a terrifying pressure. Faced with an overwhelmingly strong enemy that they could not defeat, despair immediately spread among the crowd. However, at that moment, Yi Yujia took a deep breath, stepped forward, and actively walked toward the two city-destroying giants. As she walked, she said loudly, "Everyone being weak is not terrifying, but cowardice is truly shameful. In the midst of national crisis, even if we are unarmed, we must have the courage to spill blood for our homeland." Even if Yujia is just a woman, she understands this principle. If we cannot muster even this bit of courage, what meaning is there in our existence as human beings? Since no one is willing to step forward to confront the enemy, then I shall go to my death first. After leaving these words, Yi Yujia did not hesitate, resolutely walking toward the city-destroying giants before her. In an instant, all the hunters present couldn't help but blush. In the face of death, their performance was even less than that of Yi Yujia, a woman. At that moment, finally, a hunter gritted his teeth and stood up. In every calamity, it has always been women and children who flee first. How can we men of Huaxiao allow a woman to die before us? Charge out and fight them. Upon hearing this call, looking at Yi Yujia's resolute figure, more and more hunters felt their, even if I die today, I absolutely cannot allow a woman to die in front of me. Damn it, it's all the same. If I die, I'll give up. Having been a coward all my life, today, I will also be a hero. All the hunters gripped their weapons tightly and glared at the giants before them. Even though their power was so meager, even though their figures were so small, but in this battle with such a disparity in strength, they fully displayed their courage as human beings. The greatness of humanity is the greatness of courage, and the song of humanity is the song of courage. Even in the face of city-destroying giants, these weak hunters still resolutely charged forward. Just as they said, no matter what, they could not allow a woman like Yi Yujia to die before them. These ants are true. The lion giant pointed at the hunters, mercilessly mocking. Look at these humans, they even have the courage to launch an attack. It's just a futile resistance. The iron giant spoke calmly, however. It seems they want to protect that woman. Is that so? The lion giant glanced in Yi Yujia's direction, a cruel smile appearing on his face. In that case, I will kill her first. I want to let these humans know just how ridiculous their resistance is. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately bent down, and his massive sharp lion paw swept toward the hunters before him. Get away. Under the sweep of the lion paw, more than a dozen hunters were brutally torn apart into several pieces. Scarlet blood immediately gushed out like it was free, instantly staining the entire land. After this claw struck, the area around Yi Yujia was instantly cleared. Next, it's your turn. The lion giant laughed maniacally, swiping a paw toward Yi Yujia. He had already foreseen the scene of this human being reduced to flesh and blood fragments under his sharp claws. Facing the rapidly approaching giant claw, Yi Yujia fearfully but calmly closed her eyes, preparing to welcome the arrival of death. Clanged. However, at that moment, the gale brought by the giant claw suddenly stopped. A sound of metal clashing rang sharply in her ears. When Yi Yujia reopened her eyes, she saw that familiar figure standing in front of her. Blocking the lion giant's giant claw for her was the dragon-slaying blade he held in his hand. Then a faint voice echoed. Next time you encounter danger, don't be so eager to seek death. I don't have many friends, but if you die, I will be unhappy. Upon hearing this voice, a look of surprise immediately appeared on Yi Yujia's face, because at that moment standing in front of her was Lin Yuan. Clanged. The blood and energy within Lin Yuan erupted, and the dragon-slaying blade in his hand was suddenly raised, easily knocking the lion giant's claw away. Moreover, this is just a mere city-destroying giant, dying at the hands of such a giant. Don't you think it's a bit beneath? For a moment, Yi Yujia stared blankly at Lin Yuan, not knowing what to say. All the hunters' gazes instantly focused on Lin Yuan. The appearance of Lin Yuan instilled hope in all the hunters present. After all, during the Battle of Nanjiang City, he single-handedly eradicated 4 city-destroying giants. Heaven has eyes. Our pride of Nanjiang City has come to save us. We won't die. We have hope now. In their extreme excitement, these people became so agitated that they could barely articulate their thoughts. Yet Lin Yuan's expression remained utterly unperturbed. He turned his head slightly and calmly said, "Step back." Yi Yujia knew that her presence would only hinder Lin Yuan, and thus after hearing Lin Yuan's words, she chose to retreat without hesitation. Just then the mad lion giant furrowed his brow and said, "I never said you could escape." As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out with a claw. The gust of wind stirred up by the giant's claw seemed capable of tearing apart the surrounding space. "I never said you could touch her." Lin Yuan's gaze was as sharp as a sword. He raised his dragon-slaying blade, and lightning surged in his eyes. In that instant, even his breathing rhythm began to change. The breath he exhaled carried a faint crackle of lightning. Even the skin on his cheeks bore several lightning-like markings. Breath of thunder. Thunder slash. Facing the giant claw of the mad lion giant, Lin Yuan gripped the handle of his blade and fearlessly struck out. The lightning clung to the edge of his blade. A dazzling bolt of lightning arced through the air. With a soft sound, the mad lion giant's claw was directly severed by Lin Yuan's strike. Vivid crimson blood erupted from the severed claw like a fountain. The massive body of the mad lion giant suddenly retreated violently. The intense pain made him let out a heart-wrenching wail. Looking at the scene before them, all the hunters couldn't help but reveal a look of horror. How terrifying. With just one strike, he severed the claw of that mad lion giant. My heavens, that is a city-destroying giant. This guy's strength is truly terrifying, truly worthy of being the pride of Nanjiang City. When he unleashed his thunderous powers, I even saw the shadow of General Lin Tianke on him. Don't be hasty, this is just the beginning. He doesn't only master the thunderous powers, have you all forgotten? He is famously known for being able to manipulate the corpses of giants. Amidst the discussions of the hunters, Lin Yuan's figure surged forward once more, transforming into a bolt of lightning and charging toward the mad lion giant. The duration of the breath of thunder is not long. With his current vitality, he could last at most 1 minute. Thus he had to resolve this fight swiftly within that minute. Die! Lin Yuan growled. The dragon-slaying blade in his hand turned into a brilliant bolt of lightning, fiercely slashing toward the neck of the mad lion giant. However, at that moment, another iron giant unhesitatingly blocked in front of the mad lion giant, taking the blow for him. Clanged. Even though the iron giant's body was forged from steel, Lin Yuan's strike still left a deep gash on it. The latter took the opportunity to retreat and said in a deep voice, "Be careful, this guy is the human pride that Lord Darlam specifically wanted to eliminate." Looking at the silver-white mask worn by Lin Yuan, the mad lion giant finally recalled. This human was the one who could control the corpses of giants. I never imagined I would encounter him in a place like this. If I could kill him, that would definitely be a great achievement. After recognizing Lin Yuan's identity, excitement sparkled in the eyes of the mad lion giant. However, the iron giant calmly stated, "Be cautious. Just the two of us may not be enough to handle this human. To be safe, it's best to let Lord Darlam or Lady Alith take action." Hearing this, although the mad lion giant was somewhat reluctant, he nodded, considering the importance of the matter. Then he raised his head and let out an angry roar. Roar! The sound of his roar instantly echoed around. As long as they heard his roar, Lord Darlam and Lady Alith would arrive in no time. However, just as his roar ended, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly appeared before him like a ghost. Such speed! The pupils of the mad lion giant constricted. Before he could react, Lin Yuan slashed his dragon-slaying blade toward his neck once more. This human before him was like the Grim Reaper. In his presence, even a momentary distraction would result in instant. Faced with the incoming blade of Lin Yuan, the mad lion giant had no choice but to raise another giant claw to defend. Slash! Scarlet blood blossomed. The mad lion giant's other claw was also severed by Lin Yuan's blade. After 2 months of growth, the current Lin Yuan didn't even need to enter a berserk state to possess the strength to easily crush city-destroying giants. Save me. After both of his giant claws were severed by Lin Yuan, the mad lion giant finally realized the terrifying strength of this human. He immediately turned to the iron giant and signaled for help. Yet even so, the iron giant still dared not act rashly. After all, Lin Yuan's strength was simply too terrifying. Even if he acted, he might not be able to match this human. Fortunately, the iron giant quickly thought of a plan. Without hesitation, he emitted a sharp, low growl. In the next second, the large group of giants behind him charged at the hunters before them. In his view, as long as he could threaten those humans, it would definitely divert Lin Yuan's attention. Unless he could watch those humans die. Looking at the scene before him, the mad lion giant burst into laughter. Now, you can't make a choice, can you? If you want to kill me, then go ahead. At the very least, before I die, I can drag that group of humans down with me. Lin Yuan coldly stared at him and sneered, "You think you can threaten me? Before me, you don't have the right to drag anyone down with you." Just as Lin Yuan's words fell, his frost ability erupted. The innate skill Ice World activated. Crack. Crack. The frigid frost instantly expanded. In just a few seconds, centered around Lin Yuan, an area of nearly 1,000 meters transformed into a frost world emitting extreme cold. Within this frost domain, the movements of all giants slowed to a crawl. Even some lower-tier giants were directly frozen into ice sculptures. This is impossible. The mad lion giant trapped in the frost world wore an expression of disbelief. Lin Yuan looked up and calmly asked, "Now who do you want to drag down with you?" The mad lion giant, filled with terror, instinctively began to retreat. However, the cold frost instantly enveloped his body, freezing his legs in place. Lin Yuan's voice was even colder than the frost. "I will ask you one more time. Now who do you want to drag down with you?" As soon as his words fell, the dragon-slaying blade in Lin Yuan's hand was once again enveloped in dazzling lightning. With a flash of lightning, the head of the mad lion giant fell to the ground. A city-destroying giant thus fell at Lin Yuan's hands. Afterwards, Lin Yuan turned and looked at the iron giant. "Next, it's your turn." 2 minutes earlier, on the front line of the battlefield, dark green plague clouds shrouded the entire sky. Highly corrosive acid rain dripped down from the poisonous clouds. Countless warriors of Nanjiang City were tormented by this corrosive acid rain to a state worse than death, leaving them with barely any combat effectiveness. The destructive power unleashed by a disaster-level giant on the battlefield was undoubtedly catastrophic. Darlam looked at the hellish scene before him and couldn't help but break into a sinister smile. He knew that as long as he broke through this line of defense, Nanjiang City would have no power to defend itself. However, the time taken to breach this line was indeed longer than he had anticipated. He could never understand why those humans, despite having their skin completely rotted and not a single piece of good flesh on their bodies, still desperately clung to this line of defense. Forget it. Let's consume some energy instead. Darlam looked up at the massive plague clouds above. If he completely detonated these plague clouds, all the humans resisting in front of him would be instantly corroded into a puddle of corpse water. However, just as Darlam was about to take action, the furious roar of the mad lion giant suddenly rang in his ears. Moi. Upon hearing this roar, Darlam immediately lifted his head and looked in the direction of the sound. According to their agreement before the battle, these city-destroying giants would only signal him upon finding Lin Tianke or that mysterious pride. Has that plague giant withdrawn? No, it has gone elsewhere. Do not be complacent. The giant civilization has not abandoned its assault. Hold this line at all costs. If we hold, there is hope. On the battlefield, the remaining soldiers of Nanjiang City encouraged one another, their faces carved with steely resolve. Yet at that moment, a spectral figure suddenly appeared within their ranks. How rare. You have not yet been tainted by Daram's plague miasma. What splendid vessels for laying eggs. At the sound of that sinuous, seductive laughter, every Nanjiang City warrior looked up in abject terror. Looming above them was a colossal spider demon, its expression a maddening half-smile. Upon the creature's torso was a beguiling feminine face, and it was precisely this corrupted beauty that made it altogether hold her back. To the Nanjiang City soldiers, the spider demon giant before them was overwhelmingly still they fought on. Even at the cost of their lives, they would delay the spider demon's advance. Such adorable little creatures. The spider demon giggled, then opened its cavernous maw and spat viscous white silk in all directions. Before the Nanjiang City soldiers could react, the silk had ensnared them, binding their bodies so tightly they fell to the ground, utterly powerless to struggle. The true nightmare was only beginning. From the spider demon's abdomen, the brood sac erupted countless syringe-like. The tips razor-sharp pierced the soldiers' bodies and injected spider eggs deep within them. Instantly, the battlefield filled with the grievous wails of the Nanjiang City soldiers, a chorus of agonizing screams. Those eggs deposited inside would slowly hatch, gnawing through their organs until the newborns burst forth, tearing their... After accomplishing this, the spider demon turned its head toward the direction of the frenzied lion giant's roar and murmured, "Has Daram already passed? If so, I must act sooner. I will not let that brute steal all the credit." Having said that, the spider demon flexed its legs and swiftly moved toward the Hunter Association's location. The frenzied lion giant lay dead. The remaining steel giant could not muster the strength to resist Lin Yuan. Yet the steel giant's defenses were formidable. Even after Lin Yuan had carved dozens of wounds across its frame, it still did not topple. At that moment, Lin Yuan had already suspended the thunder breathing technique for sustaining. It drained his stamina too severe. Then a powerful presence suddenly approached. The steel giant lifted its head and rasped that all was over for humanity. "Lord Daram is here. Before him, you have no path but death." Lin Yuan's gaze chilled. He sprang up again and snarled that they should tend to themselves before worrying about him. No sooner had his words fallen than the dragon-slaying blade wrapped in thunder descended upon the steel giant. But before the stroke could land, a jet of inky green plague ichor surged toward Lin Yuan. Had he dared to bring the blade down, that venom would have corroded him into a skeletal husk in an instant. Sensing the threat, Lin Yuan abandoned his attack at once. Without hesitation, he twisted midair and unleashed his frost ability upon the virulent mass. He commanded freeze, and with brittle cracking the plague ichor solidified into an icy sphere and smashed into the earth, shattering into fragments. Sizzling sounds followed as the plague forcefully ate through the outer ice, even corroding the ground and carving out. Not a slow reaction. Darum's hulking figure at length manifested before Lin Yuan, staring intently with a feral grin upon his maw. From Darum's aura, Lin Yuan readily deduced that this was a 7th-rank disaster-class giant. There was no doubt that among the giants arriving through the spatial rift, aside from the city-destroying class, even mightier disaster-class giants were present. Though he did not fully understand why the giant civilization targeted Nanjiang City so mercilessly, he suspected those reasons were in some measure tied to him. At that moment, Darum sneered, "Boy, do you know that we expended 36 spatial giants to annihilate your Nanjiang City? That debt will be settled at your species' expense. Look up. Do you see the plague cloud above you? Once I detonated, half of Nanjiang City will be engulfed in lethal miasma. Those common folk will writhe and shriek through interminable agony as they die." Seeing the expanding plague cloud overhead, Lin Yuan's expression shifted instantly. He glared at Darum and snarled that he would not dare. Darum coldly retorted what would stop him, dismissing Lin Yuan as nothing more than an insignificant ant. "Your threats mean nothing to me," Darum hissed. "However, if you do not wish to witness the hellish carnage, I can end you now." As his words fell, a vast pall of plague mist issued from around Darum, framing his dark, green, hulking form. Lin Yuan's gaze froze. Darum's presence posed an intolerable threat. He had to kill him before the plague cloud could be resolved. Lin Yuan made no further hesitation. He raised his hand and invoked his necromantic power. The deathly realm opened in the next moment. From that deathly realm strode forth the prison eye, a giant itself, a disaster-class behemoth emerging before Darum and radiating terrifying might. Gazing at the giant of the abyss in front of him, Darum's expression instantly darkened. His eyes sparkled with boundless. "I never expected you could truly manipulate the corpses of our giants." Darum's eyes blazed with anger as if he could devour Lin Yuan whole. "But do you know where you went wrong? You were wrong to think that a weak ant like you could dare to control our great giants." He roared and charged towards the giant of the abyss. Then he unleashed all his power, throwing a punch at it. Lin Yuan reacted instantly, manipulating the giant of the abyss to counterattack. Boom! The fists of the two disaster-level giants collided midair, erupting with unimaginable momentum. The shockwave alone was enough to uproot the earth. Watching this scene, all the hunters couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes filled with shock and horror. Is this what a disaster-level giant is like? This is too powerful. Just the residual waves from the collision can shake the ground. Such terrifying power. In comparison, we really are just like ants. Everyone quickly find cover to take refuge. This level of battle is beyond our qualifications to even watch. The battle between the two disaster-level giants was enough to devastate an entire area with just the residual waves. This is the might and terror of disaster-level giants. In the clash of the plague giant and the giant of the abyss, naturally Darum had the upper hand. After all, the giant of the abyss in its undead form only possessed 3/4 of its former strength. Facing Darum, who was at his peak, it was naturally no match. Under the pressure of Darum's strength, the giant of the abyss was forced to stagger back several steps. However, Darum showed no intention of giving up the attack and pressed forward again. "Your body has been defiled by now I will bring you liberation." As soon as he finished speaking, Darum opened his massive mouth and sprayed a large mass of plague venom towards the giant of the abyss. Hiss hiss. The dark green plague venom, like concentrated sulfuric acid, began to rapidly dissolve the flesh of the giant of the abyss upon contact. However, this was precisely the moment Lin Yuan had been waiting for. The giant of the abyss took Darum's attack without flinching, but at the same time the hell eye on its chest opened wide in fury. The eye of the abyss opens. Hell light. A dark red energy beam shot forth, piercing straight towards Darum. Boom! With a resounding explosion, this beam of hell light forcefully created a massive blood hole in Darum. However, this strike did not hit Darum's vital point. The latter endured the damage of this blow and suddenly punched hard towards the head of the giant of the abyss. Bang! With a dull sound, the head of the giant of the abyss exploded like a watermelon. Its massive body then crashed to the ground. Despite sustaining significant injuries, Darum forcefully killed the giant of the abyss at the cost of that blood hole. The disaster-level giant in its undead form was ultimately not as powerful as a true disaster-level giant. "I want to see. Now who can save you?" Darum lowered his head, grinning as he looked at Lin Yuan. Yet there was not a trace of fear on Lin Yuan's face. For Lin Yuan, the real battle was just beginning. He took out a large handful of high-grade blood essence pills from the system space, swallowing them all without even counting. In an instant, a torrent of blood essence power erupted around him. As the effects of the blood essence pills took hold, Lin Yuan entered the blood fury state. However, this was not the end. Relying solely on blood fury, he was still not strong enough to match Darum. In the next second, Lin Yuan's breathing suddenly became heavy. Even the frequency of his breaths began to quicken. Moreover, amidst his breathing, a faint sound of thunder could be heard. Looking at Lin Yuan, Darum couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. He could certainly feel the aura emanating from this human steadily rising. This guy seemed indeed different from the usual. "Now it can begin." As Lin Yuan lifted his head, his eyes had turned into dazzling crimson golden heavy pupils. Just being gazed upon by these dual pupils, one could feel an almost terrifying pressure. Blood fury form, thunder breathing technique, supreme heavy pupils. This is Lin Yuan's strongest moment. Watching Lin Yuan's overwhelming aura, Daram couldn't help but take a half step back. By the time he regained his composure, even he was slightly stunned. As a disaster-level giant, could he really be intimidated by a mere human? Die. Realizing his loss of composure, Daram became furious, and without hesitation raised his giant fist, smashing it towards Lin Yuan. Bang! With a loud crash, his giant fist smashed into the ground, creating an enormous pit. However, Lin Yuan's figure had long since vanished from the spot. Maintaining the thunder-breathing technique, Lin Yuan's explosive power significantly increased. Such an attack was naturally easy to dodge. However, even if Lin Yuan exhausted all his means, there was still a certain gap in strength between him and Daram. To defeat this disaster-level giant before him, he absolutely could not confront it head-on. Fortunately, after the previous strike from the giant of the abyss, Daram had already sustained considerable injuries. Though it was not enough to be fatal, it would certainly affect his strength. It seems my own strength is still too weak. Once there were no powerful undead giants to command, his combat power would be greatly diminished. However, it was clearly not the time to think about these matters. Lin Yuan immediately cast aside his distractions and unleashed all his speed, darting around Daram, seeking. After finding a suitable opportunity, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly surged forward like a leopard, charging towards the direction where Daram was located. At the same time, the dragon-slaying blade in his hand swung out with a slash. Swish! Accompanied by a light sound, his strike directly carved a bloody mark on Daram's right leg. Had it not been for the overwhelming defensive power of the disaster-level giant, Lin Yuan's strike could have even severed his entire right leg. Die! After feeling the pain from his right leg, Daram showed no hesitation and immediately swung a fist towards Lin Yuan in fury. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan's figure transformed into a streak of lightning, once again vanishing before his eyes. From start to finish, he had no intention of confronting this plague giant head-on. The only thing he could do was to slowly wear down Daram, using his own advantages. Fortunately, Lin Yuan still possessed the Supreme Heavy Eye. Under the influence of the Supreme Heavy Eye, Daram's movements seemed to slow down several times. Even the trajectory of his attacks was perceived clearly by Lin Yuan. In such a situation, it was nearly impossible for Daram to hit Lin Yuan. The several missed attacks made Daram feel an immense rage. The human before him was as slippery as an eel. Since you like dodging so much, I want to see if you can keep it up. Daram raised his head and let out a furious roar. In the next moment, a dense cloud of plague poison erupted from the coverage of the poisonous mist was vast. If Lin Yuan wanted to approach Daram, he would have to endure the harm. However, what Daram never expected was that this human showed no hesitation, charging straight into the dark green poisonous mist. You underestimate the will of humanity too much. Lin Yuan's cold voice echoed in Daram's ears. In the next moment, a crimson golden flame suddenly ignited from his Supreme Heavy Eye. This was the ability of the Supreme Heavy Eye. Supreme Imperial Fire. The scorching golden flames instantly burned fiercely on Daram's body. The intense burning pain twisted Daram's face. However, what left him in disbelief was why this human could ignore the harm from the plague poison. Daram looked in Lin Yuan's direction. However, the scene before him made him involuntarily widen his eyes. He saw Lin Yuan's skin being continuously corroded by the plague poison mist, rapidly decaying. Yet at the same time, the decaying skin was healing at a visible rate. This meant that Lin Yuan was not immune to the plague poison mist. Instead, he was enduring the damage from the mist while launching an attack against him. It should be noted that the upgraded level self-healing ability possessed an incredibly strong healing capability. As long as the poisonous mist didn't kill Lin Yuan instantly, he could self-heal in the shortest time. Despite enduring the pain caused by the mist, Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Because he had endured pain far more intense than this. After the battle in Nanjing City, having pushed his vitality and mental strength to the limit, he had suffered even more pain than now. Pain had always been the best nourishment for growth. It was because of this that Lin Yuan could stand before Daram without fear. Continue. Lin Yuan's expression was indifferent as he wielded the dragon-slaying blade and charged towards Daram once more. Looking at this seemingly tireless and pain-immune human, a trace of fear involuntarily appeared in Daram's eyes. He was afraid. However, what he feared was not being killed by Lin Yuan, but rather, he simply could not see where the limits of this human lay. Such an existence absolutely could not be allowed to continue living in this world. Just as Daram had this thought, Lin Yuan had already circled behind him. Before he could react, the dragon-slaying blade in Lin Yuan's hand suddenly left a deep wound on his back that reached the bone. Huff huff. Although he landed a hit, Lin Yuan was taking deep breaths. Maintaining the blood frenzy state and the thunder breathing technique, as well as activating the Supreme Heavy Eye, had drained a significant amount of his stamina. Despite giving it his all, Daram still showed no signs of falling. This was the gap in strength. After all, Lin Yuan was merely an S-level ability user. To be able to push a disaster-level giant to such an extent was already astonishing. However, victory and defeat are always absolute. There is no such thing as just a little difference. If he lost, he would surely die here. And everything he had planned would be completely ruined. With this in mind, Lin Yuan couldn't help but grit his teeth, squeezing out the last bit of strength from his body. Thunder. Slaughter slash. Lin Yuan unleashed all his power, covering the dragon-slaying blade with the thunderous force within him, with this strike, to determine the victor. Whoosh! However, just as he lunged forward, a white spider silk bullet pierced through at high speed towards his direction. Bang! This spider silk bullet, like a sniper bullet, instantly penetrated Lin Yuan's body, bursting forth with a scarlet. This sudden attack caused a trace of surprise to flash in Lin Yuan's eyes. Accompanied by intense pain, his body fell heavily to the ground, as if a bird shot down by a hunter. Damn, you can't even handle this little human kid. You're really quite useless. A playful laugh echoed. The body of the spider demon giant immediately appeared in everyone's line of sight. After her arrival, a cloud of despair instantly enveloped everyone's heads. After all this, spider demon giant shattered their last hope as soon as she appeared. Lin Yuan ultimately fell. 2 disaster-level giants. Everything is over. Nanjing City is doomed to be destroyed. The giant civilization does not intend to leave us any chance of survival. Where are the city guards of Nanjing City? Why haven't they shown up yet? Don't expect them to come to our rescue. The battle situation on the front line will only be more brutal than here. Everyone, let us accompany each other on the road to the underworld. Lin Yuan clutched his abdomen, struggling to support his own body. Crimson blood gushed forth from the wound. Even he did not anticipate that a second disaster-level giant would appear. However, the sudden attack of this spider demon giant indeed dealt him a heavy blow. Even with his self-healing abilities, he could not fully recover in a short time. Damn it. Lin Yuan's gaze turned completely somber. At this moment, he had been forced to abandon the thunder-breathing technique, and even the effect of his blood rage state was continuously waning. Under such circumstances, the momentum he emanated had long lost its previous strength. In one surge of energy, it wanes then dwindles. Now Lin Yuan had already begun to weaken. Yet he was facing 2 disaster-level giants. Especially that spider demon giant, which was at its peak. He could sense the air of despair spreading around him. But Lin Yuan also understood that in such times he absolutely could not fall. A miracle is what emerges from the depths of despair, carving out a glimmer of hope. There must be a way. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened, and his brain began to race. He now had a single strategy to break. That was to spare no effort and kill the Dharm before him. Then he would use his corpse and that of the rampaging lion giant for a necromantic ritual. Right. And he could also utilize the corpse of the Abyssite giant. 1 city-destroying giant, 2 disaster. With these 3 corpses as offerings, the summoned undead creatures would undoubtedly possess tremendous power. However, at this moment the most difficult question was how to kill Dharm. With these 3 corpses as offerings, the summoned undead creatures would undoubtedly possess tremendous power. However, I never expected. After taking a spider demon lethal shot from me, you could still stand up. Eliza giggled. It seems your physique is quite strong. That's nice, I just love strong men. The smile that blossomed on her face was so enchanting yet chilling. Lin Yuan lifted his head, sneering as he said, "Oh really? That's quite unfortunate. I have never liked older women, especially those who look like monsters. You're seeking death." Eliza's face instantly turned cold. In her fury, she opened her massive jaws, without hesitation unleashing spider demon lethal shots, like a machine gun, towards Lin Yuan. Boom 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 boom. The powerful spider demon lethal shots immediately created countless deep pits on the ground. Dust rose everywhere. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had already seen through the trajectory of the spider demon lethal shots, with his supreme heavy eye narrowly evading each strike. Moreover, while dodging the attacks from the spider demon giant, he was quickly closing in on Dharm's position. Lin Yuan's intentions were so obvious that Dharm immediately sensed something was amiss. This kid actually wanted to attack. Dharm was furious. He had not expected that this guy would regard him as a soft target. Since you like seeking death, then I'll fulfill your wish. Dharm growled lowly, and the plague toxin instantly coalesced in his giant mouth, directly spewing towards Lin Yuan's direction. Boom! The giant venom ball was narrowly dodged by Lin Yuan. However, what he did not anticipate was that just as he thought he had evaded this strike, the giant venom ball in midair suddenly exploded. In an instant, countless dark green venom beads shot out in all directions. Under this all-around no-diagonal attack, Lin Yuan naturally could not escape, instantly being corroded on the majority of his body by the venom. Such pain was enough to make a person faint instantly. Yet Lin Yuan still relied on his extraordinary willpower to hold on, glaring fiercely at Dharm before him. Dharm looked down at him, sneering, "Don't look at me with those dog-like eyes. Even if you keep resisting, what use is it? Weakness is the original sin. The weak even breathe wrongly. Now prepare to welcome death. To die at my hands will be your honor." Dharm opened his giant mouth as dark green venom gathered once more. Everything is over. However, just as Dharm was about to spew the venom giant ball, corroding Lin Yuan's body completely, a shadow suddenly surged forth. Before Dharm could react, an enormous fiery hand formed from that shadow, and then that shadow rose into the air, forcibly dragging Dharm up as well. The sight before everyone present left them. A human actually lifted a disaster-level giant with an enormous physique. When did our South Jiang City have such a... Is this an SS-level powerhouse? Has the reinforcement from the Huaxiao military arrived? Such strength. This is a disaster-level giant, and yet he lifts it like a chick. In an instant, everyone's gaze irresistibly converged on that shadow. They had never seen such a powerful person before. Who are you? A hint of panic flashed in Dharm's eyes. He wanted to struggle, but that fiery hand gripped his neck like an iron clamp, the immense power rendering him utterly unable to move, only enduring the searing pain. Who am I? Is that question really important? The red-haired man raised his head, his eyes filled with fury as he coldly questioned, "Did you tell your name to those South Jiang City warriors when you were slaughtering them? Just as you said, weakness is the original sin. And in front of me, even merely existing is a sin." As he spoke, an incomparably terrifying pressure emanated from the man, causing Dharam to feel a tremor from his very soul. "Remember well, my name is Li Huangyan. Burn the world, blazing fire, imperial flame." The SS-level Esper Li Huangyan has arrived. His gaze was icy, and within his eyes surged a violent... The pressure emanating from him was enough to render the plague giant before him utterly immobile. Such is the might of an SS-level Esper. One must understand that in terms of hierarchy corresponding to the giant civilization, an SS-level human powerhouse could even rival an 8th-tier annihilation giant. A mere disaster-level giant was nothing more than an ant before Li Huangyan. SS-level. In a state of suffocation, the visage of the plague giant Dharam twisted in despair. Why would an SS-level powerhouse appear in South River City? Did you know we would come? If not for Li Huangyan truly standing before him, Dharam would never have believed that there could be an SS-level powerhouse in such a border town as South River City. Li Huangyan smirked, revealing a dazzling smile. "Of course we knew you definitely wouldn't give up so easily. So, I've been waiting for you here for a full 2 months. However, I never expected that your giant civilization would make such a grand move. You actually opened a spatial passage right outside South River City. Moreover, you even dispatched these 2 disasters." However, just as Li Huangyan was speaking, Dharam suddenly exerted all his strength, raising his hand, without hesitation, to detonate the plague poison cloud in midair. "Even if you kill me, I will make the entire South River City accompany me to the grave." At this moment, the plague poison cloud had accumulated to an unimaginable extent, vast enough to cover the sky. Bang! After Dharam detonated it voluntarily, the plague poison cloud above shook violently. Countless dark green toxins splattered in all directions. Whether on the battlefield or within the city, nearly half of South River City was engulfed in the plague toxins. An ordinary person's body simply could not withstand such intense toxins. "Ha ha ha! Perish!" Dharam raised his head, his mouth erupting with wild laughter. However, what he did not expect was that in the face of this catastrophic change, Li Huangyan's face showed no sign of fluctuation. He spoke indifferently. "It seems you know nothing about the power of an SS-level Esper." In the next moment, before Dharam could react, Li Huangyan's figure instantly vanished from the spot, leaving behind a blazing afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Li Huangyan appeared high in the sky. No one expected that this man with crimson hair would actively face the torrent of poison. "We are the flames. My fire can burn the world to ashes." Li Huangyan spread his arms wide. His eyes transformed into a blazing crimson. In the next moment, seemingly endless flames spread from around Li Huangyan. Like a sea of fire, it surged toward the poison before him. A deluge of flames. Flames capable of incinerating all. This is the true power of a strong man. SS-level fire type, Esper Li Huangyan. Sizzle. Accompanied by the sound of burning, all the dark green toxins were completely incinerated. Not a single drop remained. The entirety of South River City was unaffected, merely witnessing a grand celebration of flames. Looking at all, even Lin Yuan's pupils involuntarily revealed a hint of shock. He could certainly feel just how formidable the flames released by Li Huangyan truly were. That sea of flames was akin to heavenly fire, possessing the might to burn everything to cinders. Even his own Golden Emperor fire might not unleash such terrifying power. So this is the power of an SS-level powerhouse. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered, murmuring to himself. In his gaze, a fervent and excited light shimmered. For this was the power he had always pursued. A power capable of changing the tide of battle. A power capable of turning the world upside down. Lin Yuan believed that one day he too would possess such terrifying power. No. One day he would possess even greater strength, enough to annihilate the giant civilization. This is impossible. Dharam raised his head, gazing in disbelief at the scene before him. He could hardly believe that the plague poison cloud he had accumulated for so long was actually dispelled by Li Huangyan alone. The power of this human far exceeded his expectations. Before this, he had only felt such terrifying might from King. After burning away the plague poison cloud, Li Huangyan lowered his head, locking his cold gaze onto Dharam. In the next moment, before the latter could act, Li Huangyan immediately threw a punch. Like blazing fire, flames erupted from the edge of his fist, even forming a pillar of fire that charged toward Dharam. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Dharam's massive form was instantly reduced to ashes. After killing Dharam, Li Huangyan turned his head and fixed his gaze once more on the spider demon giant. Upon being locked in by his murderous gaze, Alith immediately felt an instinctual fear. Her first reaction was she knew she could never be a match for this man. If she could escape back to the spatial passage, perhaps she could have a chance at survival. However, Li Huangyan would certainly not give her that opportunity. Flame prison seal. Li Huangyan raised his right arm, expression indifferent as he unleashed his fiery powers. In the next moment, 4 walls of fire rose around the spider demon giant, forming a cage that trapped her in place. Alith gritted her teeth, attempting to forcibly break through the flame prison before her. But just as her body made contact with the firewall, a surge of violent flame energy instantly knocked her back. It is time to atone for the human warriors you have killed. Li Huanjian's tone was cold as he formed a blazing sword infused with fiery energy appearing behind Alith, effortlessly piercing her heart with a single strike. Two colossal disaster-level giants fell one after another at the hands of Li Huanyan. In reality, from the moment the latter appeared, the outcome had already been decisively sealed. In the face of an SS-level powerhouse, disaster-level giants had virtually no capacity to retaliate. This was true domination. This was the true meaning of a dimensional strike. With his own strength, Li Huanyan completely turned the tide of battle. He then raised his head, gazing indifferently at the battlefield in the distance. Over there. It seems there are still a few city-destroying giants. Although the city-destroying giants did not pose a threat to the safety of the entire South River City. However, if the city-destroying giants were allowed to rampage on the battlefield, it would inevitably lead to significant casualties for the military of South River City. Therefore, Li Huanyan decided to take action himself and slay these city-destroying giants. Everyone give me a moment. Li Huanyan turned to Lin Yuan and the group of hunters behind him. However, to Lin Yuan it seemed that the words were deliberately directed at him. After speaking, Li Huanjian's figure vanished once more from the spot. If it weren't for Lin Yuan possessing the supreme heavy eye, he wouldn't have been able to keep up with Li Huanjian's speed with the naked eye. After Li Huanyan left, Lin Yuan struggled to sit up, retrieving a bottle of life recovery potion from the system space, and tilted his head back to drink it. Under the dual effects of the potion and his self-healing ability, his injuries began to recover rapidly. This time, had it not been for Li Huanyan arriving in time, South River City would have truly faced annihilation, and he might not. It can only be said that his strength was still not formidable enough. Despite Lin Yuan's age, possessing such strength was already considered extraordinary. Yet in the face of true disasters it remained insignificant. In this world, calamities always follow one after another. That is the nature of life. In the face of death, any excuse or reason is futile. If one dies, it only proves that he was merely a man of... 5 minutes later, Li Huanyan returned to this place. Moreover, he brought back nearly 5 or 6 corpses of city-destroying giants. On his right arm, a massive fiery hand condensed. He used this fiery hand to carry the enormous bodies of the city-destroying giants. Then Li Huanyan directly threw all these corpses in front of Lin Yuan. If I remember correctly, you should possess the ability to manipulate giant corpses, right? Li Huanyan spoke in a deep voice. Since that's the case, these giant corpses, including those of the 2 disaster-level giants, are all yours. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on Lin Yuan's face. He clearly did not expect that Li Huanyan had gone to such lengths to bring back these giant corpses for him. He immediately stood up and said softly, "Thank you, senior. No need to thank me, you are the hope of our Huaxia. Doing something for you is only right." Li Huanyan grinned and said, "To be honest, I really want to uncover the mask on your face and see your true appearance. However, I respect your choice, so I will not do that. As long as you fight for Huaxia, you deserve my respect, Li Huanyan." After saying this, Li Huanyan immediately extended his right hand and gently patted his chest, signifying his encouragement to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and returned a military salute to Li Huanyan. In that moment, they were both warriors. Then Li Huanyan took out a crimson ring and casually tossed it to Lin Yuan, saying lightly, "This ring is called the Flame God's Ring, made of an extremely special material, one of the top scientific creations of Huaxia. Moreover, I infused a large amount of fiery energy into this ring using my ability. Therefore, this Flame God's Ring possesses 2 abilities. The first ability is Flame Explosion. After activating this ability, it can trigger an explosion attack comparable to my full force strike. The second ability is Flame Barrier. After activating this ability, a fiery barrier will rise around you to block incoming attacks. This ring is meant for you to use to save your life. However, these 2 abilities can only be used once, so they should only be activated in the most dangerous situations. Do you understand?" Looking at the serious Li Huanyan, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He found it hard to understand why, having only just met Li Huanyan, would give him such a precious item. After thinking it over, Lin Yuan could only conclude that Li Huanyan indeed valued his talent and hoped he could continue to grow. With that in mind, Lin Yuan did not refuse but accepted the Flame God's Ring, saying softly, "I will not disappoint your expectations, senior." "Very good." Li Huanyan nodded and laughed heartily, saying, "If given the chance, let us meet again on the battlefield." After saying this, he vanished once more from the spot. There was still a need for him to wrap up on the front lines. With the appearance of SS-level ability users, this battle was destined to end in a disastrous defeat for the giant civilization. After the giants on the front line were nearly wiped out, the defenders of South River City immediately began to clean up the battle. "We have won. We have triumphed. We have defended South River City." All faces were filled with immense excitement. Before Li Huanyan appeared, each of them had already prepared to face death. They willingly sacrificed their lives for South River City, hoping to gain even a shred of hope. They had never even imagined that they could achieve final victory. But the fact was, they indeed triumphed. After Li Huanyan appeared, everything changed. Whether it was disaster-level giants or city-destroying giants, all high-level giants were utterly fragile before this man. This is the powerhouse of our Huaxia. As long as they are present, the sky of Huaxia will not collapse. On this day, all the warriors of South River City deeply remembered the name of that man. SS-level fire ability, user Li Huanyan. However, just as all the warriors of South River City were cheering for him, Li Huanyan decisively left the battlefield. 3 minutes later, his figure appeared on the rooftop of a tall building. At this moment Lin Tianke was also standing here, gazing out at the distant battlefield. Has there been a victory on the front lines? Lin Tianke seemed to have anticipated Li Huangyan's arrival. Turning around, Li Huangyan grinned and said of course it was a great victory. With my strength, how could I possibly be unable to handle 2 disaster-level giants? Lin Tianke nodded slightly and replied that's good. He added it's fortunate you are here, otherwise I would have had to take action. Li Huangyan said solemnly, it might not be worth exposing the power you have been concealing for just 2 disaster-level giants. Of course it's not worth it, Lin Tianke said with a smile. But what can I do? The giant civilization is forcing me to act. I can't just stand by and watch South River City be destroyed before my eyes. However, I will follow the spatial passage to kill the giant behind it all and take him down, he declared. Since I've already exposed my strength, the other side must pay a price. Hearing this, Li Huangyan couldn't help but shiver. He clearly hadn't expected Lin Tianke to be even more domineering than he was. He had merely wiped out all the giants on the battlefield. Yet Lin Tianke was ready to go solo and directly infiltrate the lair of these giants. Indeed, the Dragon General had not changed at all. He remained the fierce and brutal battlefield tyrant he had always been. Not a single giant who died at his hands left an intact corpse. This was also why the giant civilization hated him so. Then Lin Tianke asked again, by the way, has that guy made a move? Li Huangyan was slightly taken aback and instinctively asked, who else could it be? Lin Tianke replied, it's that talented individual from South River City who can manipulate the corpses of giants. Li Huangyan nodded and said that kid is quite strong. He faced 2 disaster-level giants alone and almost killed. However, it's clear he is still too young and inexperienced. If I hadn't arrived in time, he might have already perished at the hands of those 2 disaster-level giants. So I left him a flame god ring to ensure his survival in times of crisis. Lin Tianke looked at him with slightly raised eyebrows and said, Li Huangyan, when did you become so generous? Li Huangyan chuckled and said, I was once under the care of General Lin. Now that I have gained some strength, I should take better care of the younger generation from Huaxia. Yet in his heart he secretly cursed, thinking, damn it, you're so concerned about him and still claim he isn't your son. Fortunately, I'm clever enough to have seen through it and invested early. Even if Lin Tianke doesn't care for his kindness, that kid would definitely not forget it. With his talent and growth rate, he would surely become a powerhouse like the Huaxia Dragon General Lin Tianke in time. This investment is absolutely risk-free. By the way, Lin Tianke suddenly changed the subject and asked, after this war, you should be reassigned to the front lines soon. Li Huangyan replied, yes, that's right. The situation at the front lines is tense, and there's a shortage of combat power. I was sent here to guard South River City just over 2 months ago, and have already borne a lot of pressure. If the giant civilization had waited another month to attack, I might have already been sent back to the front. Lin Tianke nodded and calmly asked, you remember what I instructed you, right? Li Huangyan immediately replied in a low voice, Huangyan would never forget. Lin Tianke said solemnly, whether we can root out the traitor hidden within the military's upper echelons depends entirely on us. Once we find that traitor, I will personally tear him apart to avenge my fallen comrades. His tone was incredibly calm, yet it radiated a fierce, killing intent, as if burdened with deep-seated enmity. Li Huangyan said nothing, merely remaining silent. He certainly knew that during the ambush on Lin Tianke in that battle, all 12 of his companions had died and none of them had left intact corpses. No one knew how heavy the hatred was hidden within the heart of this man before him. Victory. Huaxiao victory. The human race victory. We are still alive. South River City has not perished. On the battlefield, all the warriors of South River City were roaring, venting their emotions. There was joy in victory, as well as joy in survival. Some even laughed until they cried. Compared to their fallen comrades, they felt incredibly fortunate. The surviving hunters also wore expressions of relief. Moreover, all the hunters' gazes were fixed on Lin Yuan. They knew that it was this talented individual from South River City who had saved all their lives. If Lin Yuan had not slain the Mad Lion Giant and done everything he could to delay the 2 disaster-level giants, they would have all been devoured by these giants before Li Huangyan even arrived. Thank you. Finally, a hunter stepped forward. It was a middle-aged man with graying hair who knelt before Lin Yuan and bowed deeply 3 times, saying, I have 3 daughters at home. The youngest is only 4 years old, and the oldest is just 16. I'm sorry, truly sorry. I'm not afraid of death, but I really cannot afford to die. Thank you for saving my family, thank you. His tone was so humble, yet so sincere. Looking at the middle-aged man before him, Lin Yuan's gaze flickered slightly. He had originally thought that those hunters unwilling to go to battle were all cowards afraid of death. But now it seemed, among these people there were also ordinary individuals who just wanted to survive in a chaotic world. Did they do anything wrong? No, they did not. They simply did not want to die. In this cruel era, is it really so difficult not to die? After the middle-aged man took the lead, the other hunters also came forward, eager to express their gratitude to Lin Yuan. However, looking at these hunters, Lin Yuan showed no hesitation and turned away. Before they could react, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from the scene. For Lin Yuan, he neither needed the gratitude of others nor their praise. For him, these held no significance. Everything he had done until now was not for these things. From beginning to end, he was a solitary wanderer in the darkness. Now that the war was won, it was only natural for him to leave. Moreover, from this moment onward, he would not return to Nanjing City for a long time. He hoped that when he returned here, the giant civilization had been completely expelled by him. While everyone in Nanjing City celebrated their victory, a young man wearing a silver-white mask left Nanjing City alone. The giant civilization. Inside the damn humans. Damn Li Huangyan. The face of the dark giant Gaiwu was filled with rage, clearly angry to the At this moment his aura as a destruction-level giant was fully unleashed. The other giants in the palace all prostrated on the ground, trembling in fear under this terrifying aura. Gaiwu clearly did not expect that his meticulously prepared plan would be destroyed by a human powerhouse. 2 disaster-level giants fell at the hands of Li Huangyan. 36 spatial giants perished due to energy depletion. As for the 12 city-destroying giants and other lower-tier giants, they were completely annihilated. However, he expended such a great cost and still failed to conquer even a small Nanjing City. Lin Tianke and that genius of Nanjing City remained unscathed. This outcome felt like a slap in the face, leaving Gaiwu with a stinging pain. There was no doubt that after the news of this war defeat spread, Gaiwu would become the laughingstock of the entire giant civilization. Li Huangyan, if you dare to appear on the battlefield, I will kill you. Gaiwu raised his head and let out a roar akin to a thunderous bellow. In an instant, even the entire palace all the giants in the palace wished to bury their heads in the ground, waiting for King Gaiwu to fully vent his inner fury. 3 days later, hundreds of miles from Nanjing City, Lin Yuan raised his head, and a gathering place for humans appeared before his eyes. However, this place, while called a human gathering place, resembled more of a temporary shelter built upon ruins. From the outside, it appeared desolate and dilapidated, with at most a few thousand people gathered. Unlike the orderly main city, such a place was not protected by the Huasha military, lacking walls and patrolling soldiers. In such a weakly armed situation, it directly led to the possibility of being trampled by high-level giants at any moment. Of course, under normal circumstances, no one would come to such a place. Those gathered here were usually hunters, fugitives, black market merchants, and even followers of the giants. But it was precisely in such a mixed place that many things could be accomplished that were impossible in the main city. For example, heading to the war fortress. In the main city, there were no transportation means directly leading to the border. Even the new recruits were picked up by armored transport vehicles provided by the Huasha military. Because in Huasha, going to the border without permission is a serious crime. Therefore, if Lin Yuan wanted to reach the war fortress quickly, he could only choose to come to such a place. To prevent his identity from being exposed this time, he deliberately changed into a mask of a green-faced fanged demon. In such chaotic places, many people wear masks to conceal their identities. Because of this, he did not appear particularly conspicuous here. The streets were filthy and chaotic. Even the shops merely hung tattered wooden signs outside. For a moment, even Lin Yuan did not know where to start looking. Fortunately, he soon had a target. He raised his head and cast his gaze upon a burly, scar-faced man. The scar-faced man was sitting with his legs akimbo on a wooden barrel, playing with the alloy battle knife in his hand, exuding a daunting aura. Most people here had killed bearing a murderous aura, which was quite normal. But even in this chaotic place, this scar-faced man could be considered a ruthless character, with no one daring to approach him. However, Lin Yuan was completely unconcerned with this. He immediately walked up and asked, "Bro, may I ask where I can catch a ride to the 3rd defensive line?" The scar-faced man evidently did not expect someone to dare disturb him. He lifted his head, locked eyes with Lin Yuan, and sneered, "Bro, who is your bro?" Asking politely. "Don't make me laugh, what is politeness worth? Here you need to speak like this." The scar-faced man extended his hand, gently rubbing his thumb and index finger together, indicating Lin Yuan to pay him. "Give me 10,000 yuan, and he'll tell you. If you have no money, then you can cut off an arm as an apology. I don't have time to deal with you poor people." After the scar-faced man's words, everyone around couldn't help but focus their gaze on Lin Yuan. The vast majority were mourning for Lin Yuan. This guy clearly looked like a newbie who had no idea who he shouldn't provoke. After a few lessons, he would learn his lesson. Indeed, politeness is not worth much. Facing the aggressive scar-faced man, Lin Yuan smiled slightly. "However, I do understand the principle of courtesy before violence." Just as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan did not hesitate to activate his thunder ability. In the next moment, violent lightning surged from his hand and coalesced into a lightning blade. "What do you want to do?" The scar-faced man's expression suddenly changed. However, before he could react, the lightning blade was already resting against his neck. He could even feel the lightning dancing on his skin, exuding a breath of death. "If you don't like my polite inquiry, then now, can you tell me?" Lin Yuan's voice echoed coldly in his ear. The scar-faced man felt a chill all over his body, unable to move even a bit, and he nodded frantically, saying, "No. No problem, whatever you want to know I can tell you all. No, I will personally take you there." Lin Yuan sheathed the thunderblade and spoke lightly. "Then let's go, lead me there." Despite the thunderblade having left the scarred man's neck, the latter still dared not make any rash movements. The threat of death loomed like a shadow over his heart. In his eyes, the lightning ability user before him was certainly not. He himself was a brank power-type ability user. However, under the pressure of the other party's aura, he could not summon even the slightest thought of resistance. This guy was at least an rank ability user. For a moment, the scarred man felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. He had offended a suspected rank power user for a mere few $1,000s. Fortunately, judging by the other person's demeanor, he didn't seem to intend to stay here for long. Thinking of this, the scarred man hurriedly said, "Rest assured, I will take you there right away." Then he walked ahead of Lin Yuan, starting to lead the way. Those around them could only watch this scene in disbelief, their eyes wide. How could the previously aggressive scarred man suddenly become as docile as a sheep in front of this mysterious youth? This guy seems extraordinary. I didn't even see his movements clearly, and he already had the thunderblade at the scarred man's neck. That speed. It's terrifying. When did such a fierce person emerge here? It's clear he came to play the pig to eat the tiger. Tisk, the scarred man has finally kicked a hardboard. Alright, stop discussing, and disperse quickly. Be careful not to be overheard. Amidst the crowd's chatter, Lin Yuan followed closely behind the scarred man. He was not afraid that this guy would pull any tricks. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes were mere talk. If he wanted to, he could kill the scarred man in an instant. It must be said, although this gathering place for humans looked small, the internal situation was quite complex. The scarred man led Lin Yuan through 4 or 5 alleys before bringing him to a secluded house that didn't even have a door. Brother, this is Old Li's transport company. He specializes in transport business. As long as you have money, not to mention the front lines, even if you want to go to America, Japan, or Russia, he can send you there. The scarred man said with a flattering smile, what happened earlier was my fault. Please forgive me like I'm nothing more than a fart. After saying this, the scarred man even slapped himself a few times in a show of desperation. Lin Yuan glanced at him and coldly said, get lost. If I find out you're deceiving me, you know the consequences. Understood. Seeing that Lin Yuan did not intend to continue making things difficult for him, the scarred man was so excited that he was about to cry and hurriedly ran away. Then Lin Yuan looked at the house before him and pushed the door open to enter. Is anyone here? Upon entering he found it hard to imagine that such a ghostly place was the largest transport company here. Is anyone here? Hearing Lin Yuan's voice, an old man with a wrinkled face immediately walked out from the back room. He was not tall, with hair half black and half white, and he hunched over. Although it was hard to tell his age, he looked like a little old man. You can call me Old Li, he said, raising his head with a beaming smile as he looked at Lin Yuan. I don't know who introduced you here, but where do you want to go? Lin Yuan could see that Old Li seemed eager to put on a friendly smile. However, the smile blossoming from his wrinkled face felt rather lewd. No one introduced me. Oh, I came by myself, Lin Yuan said flatly. I want to go to the front lines, the war fortress of the 3rd defense line. I wonder if you have the ability to take me there. After he spoke, a look of surprise immediately flashed in Old Li's eyes. You also want to go to the war fortress? Well, what a coincidence. This guest happens to want to go there as well. He gestured toward the door to the inner room. From within the room came someone dressed in a black coat and wearing a black hat along with a black face mask. He looked like an entirely black crow. However, from the gaps in the hat and mask, Lin Yuan could see that this person's skin was extremely pale, almost sickly. Then this man seemed to sense Lin Yuan's gaze. He raised his head and coldly locked eyes with Lin Yuan. In that second of eye contact, a trace of shock involuntarily flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. The pupils of the man in black were an extraordinarily eerie crimson color. They looked like the eyes of a vampire, exuding an incredibly sinister aura. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, inexplicably feeling that this man in black was not simple. Then Old Li smiled and introduced Lin Yuan. This guest also intends to head to the war fortress. Since you are both so faithful, you can travel together. However, before Lin Yuan could speak, the man in black spoke first. Mr. Li, I'm not very accustomed to traveling with others, so could you arrange an independent vehicle for me? Price is not an issue. His voice was extremely hoarse, sounding like 2 rusty pieces of iron scraping against each other, even somewhat grating. Lin Yuan immediately said, if possible, please arrange a special vehicle for me as well. The price is likewise not an issue. When money is not a concern, one naturally seeks convenience. However, facing their requests, Old Li could only smile wryly and say, dear guest, this really isn't a matter of money. You see, it's already difficult to obtain armored transport vehicles that can adapt to various terrains for long-distance travel, and dealing with the various checkpoints along the way is even more troublesome. Thus, the transport vehicles to the front lines have a fixed schedule every 15 days. Each time several guests travel. If I were to arrange special vehicles for both of you, it would not only be irresponsible to the other guests, but would also ruin our company's reputation. So, I can only ask you both to bear with it a bit. After uttering these words, Old Li's face broke into a broad smile as he turned his gaze toward the 2 men. The black-robed figure made no further attempt to press the matter and spoke coolly, if it is indeed a regulation, then I shall not insist. However, I have but a single condition: you must deliver me safely inside the war fortress. Lin Yuan likewise spoke, and so do I. Old Li nodded vigorously, hastening to assure them, absolutely. I guarantee both esteemed guests will arrive unharmed. He then turned again to Lin Yuan and said, esteemed guest, we abide by another rule here. If a guarantor is provided, only a deposit is required. But should no guarantor be presented, full payment must be settled in advance. Lin Yuan nodded calmly and asked, I understand. How much is required? The fare to the war fortress is 10 million, the border crossing fee 5 million, totaling 15 million. Old Li added, moreover, we do not accept bank cards, only cash or gold bars. Should you lack sufficient cash on hand, you may exchange it for gold bars at a nearby shop. Exit this place and head south several hundred meters. The establishment there specializes in such transactions. 15 million, is it? Lin Yuan replied with quiet indifference. I'd rather not waste time. Tell me, does this? Having spoken, he reached into his robe and withdrew a brain core from a city annihilating class giant, offering it to Old Li without hesitation. Upon seeing the core, Old Li's eyes widened in astonishment. A seasoned veteran of the chaotic lands, he knew quality. The The value of such a high-tier core unquestionably exceeded 15 million. Never imagined you'd carry something this extraordinary. If you happen to have more, I know a channel that could fetch you top price. Old Lee chuckled slyly, his eyes crinkling into narrow slits, clearly hoping to extract yet another profit from Lin Yuan. Yet Lin Yuan remained utterly unmoved. Calmly he replied, that won't be necessary. This core was merely obtained by chance. I possess no others. If it meets your approval, I shall use it to settle my fare. What a pity, sighed Old Lee faintly. A wily old fox like him naturally disbelieved Lin Yuan possessed only a single high-tier core. After all, Lin Yuan's expression had been unervingly serene, utterly devoid of any attachment to the giant's core. Still, since Lin Yuan showed no interest in further dealings, Old Lee had no recourse. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed the black-robed man's gaze sharpen abruptly upon seeing the giant's core. And whether it was mere illusion or not, Lin Yuan sensed beneath the other's stare a faint undercurrent of loathing. Lin Yuan frowned involuntarily. To him, this black-robed stranger was profoundly unusual. Indeed, given the chance, he resolved to investigate the man's background thoroughly. After all, unless fate intervened, otherwise they would share the same destination, and likely travel together aboard the same transport. After carefully stowing away the giant's core, Old Lee beamed and declared, esteemed guests, the frontline transport will arrive precisely 5 days from today. Please assemble here promptly at 8 o'clock that morning. May your journey be swift and safe. After departing Old Lee's carriage depot, Lin Yuan immediately secured lodging at a nearby inn. A modest affair consisting of little more than a wooden plank bed and a grimy threadbare quilt. For such accommodations, they charged 500 credits per night. Yet every inn in the vicinity offered identical conditions. The area teemed with an unpredictable mix of travelers. No one here ran an honest business. Still, Lin Yuan, he sought only a temporary refuge, not comfort. He cared nothing for appearances nor indulged in delicacy. After all, during his time hunting giants beyond the city walls, he had slept even in desolate wildernesses. Upon settling in, he lay down upon the plank bed, preparing to close his eyes and rest. Yet the black-robed man's visage lingered stubbornly in his thoughts. Who exactly was that man? What purpose drew him to the war fortress? Though their meeting had been brief and superficial, the man's strangeness left an indelible impression upon Lin Yuan. Alas, Lin Yuan had no knowledge of where the man lodged. Though the chaotic lands were compact, they housed several thousand souls. Locating one individual within them was akin to seeking a needle in a boundless sea. Thus, Lin Yuan temporarily set aside the notion. In 5 days' time, when the frontline transport arrived, he would encounter the man once more. 5 days later, dawn's first light slipped through the narrow gaps in the window pane. Yet Lin Yuan was not Abed. He was already performing fingertip push-ups on the floor. His entire body glistened with sweat droplets cascading steadily from his temples onto the ground. Though balanced solely upon a single finger, his form rose and fell with the unwavering steadiness of bedrock. 1998, 1999, 2000. Only after completing 2,000 flawless repetitions did Lin Yuan rise, wipe the sweat from his brow with a towel, and prepare for a quick rinse. 45 minutes remained before the 8 o'clock rendezvous. Time for him was still plentiful. With that thought, he murmured, "System, initiate daily sign-in." Instantly, the system's chime resonated in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in for day 235. Reward granted: 5 ability enhancement crystals, 1 talent skill, evolution manual. Unbeknownst to him, he had maintained an unbroken streak of 235 days. This particular reward caught Lin Yuan pleasantly off guard. A talent skill evolution manual. At the sight of the reward, he suddenly recalled 2 unused random talent skill manuals long forgotten in his inventory. Back then, consumed entirely by the pursuit of advancing his abilities, he had overlooked these manuals entirely. Since the memory has surfaced, now is the time to learn them. Lin Yuan murmured softly, then retrieved both manuals directly from his system space. These 2 skill books, from their appearance, resemble ancient texts carved with countless complex characters. However, the method of use is incredibly simple. Lin Yuan merely tapped the cover gently with his hand, and the skill book transformed into a stream of white light, swiftly merging into his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using random talent skill book, acquiring the talent skill Heart of the Dead. Heart of the Dead. Skill effect: after use, the host can merge with a specified undead creature, gaining 10 of its strength along with certain abilities. Merge with an undead creature and gain its abilities. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered as he murmured to himself. It must be said that this talent skill is quite practical for him. If he could merge with the Hell-Eye Giant, he would essentially possess part of the abilities of a Calamity-level giant. The only regret is that after merging, Lin Yuan can only obtain 10% of the undead creature's strength. This proportion seems a bit low. He also wondered if his appearance would change after merging with the undead creature. After tasting the sweetness of success, Lin Yuan's gaze fell once again on the second skill book. Without any hesitation, he immediately chose to use it. Soon the system notification sound rang in his ears again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using random talent skill book, acquiring the talent skill Eye of True Sight. Eye of True Sight. Skill effect: the owner of the Eye of True Sight will possess a certain ability to see through illusions. This talent skill somewhat compensates for the shortcomings of the Supreme True Eye. It should be noted that while the Supreme True Eye possesses strong insight, it cannot see through illusions. It must be said that these 2 talent skills provide Lin Yuan with a slight enhancement in strength. Although not particularly obvious, it still made Lin Yuan quite satisfied. Next is the Random Talent Skill Upgrade Book. Lin Yuan took out the upgrade book he received as a reward for signing in today and immediately chose to use it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using Random Talent Upgrade Book. The talent skill Heart of the Dead has successfully upgraded to Advanced Heart of the Dead. Upon hearing this system notification, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. He clearly did not expect that this talent skill, which he had just acquired not long ago, would be upgraded. After the upgrade, the description of this skill remained unchanged, with only the basic attribute changing from the original. Thus, after merging with the undead creature, Lin Yuan would be able to achieve a more significant enhancement. After dealing with these matters, Lin Yuan immediately opened his personal attributes. Naturally, his attribute panel had also undergone significant changes. Host Lin Yuan. Combat Level S Class Ability User. Special Physique Tyrant Body Supreme True Eye. Talent Skills Thunder Breathing Technique Limb Regeneration Frozen World Undead Sacrifice Heart of the Dead Eye of True Sight. Vitality 67,876 calories. Mental Power 6562 Hz. Abilities Thunder Ability B Class. Self-Healing Ability B Class. Frost Ability B Class. Undead Ability B Class. With the help of the salvation system, his strength is evidently improving day by day. In fact, as long as Lin Yuan is willing, he could easily remain in the back signing in until he ensures he possesses the power to annihilate the giant civilization. But that would be far too slow. 5 years, 10 years, or even 15 years. By the time that happens, it's likely that the human population on the entire planet would be drastically reduced. Moreover, a flower that grows in a greenhouse, no matter how powerful it may be, still does not know how to wield its strength. This is the reason why Lin Yuan has been trying every possible way to sharpen himself. He aims to hone himself into a sharp blade. A blade capable of piercing through the giant civilization. After that, Lin Yuan closed the attribute panel before simply rinsing himself off and directly leaving me and heading towards the location of the vehicle. When he arrived there were exactly 5 minutes left until the time agreed upon with Boss Lee. However, even so, he was the last. Aside from the previously seen man in black, there were another 7 passengers. However, the other passengers seemed quite normal. Once everyone had gathered, Old Lee smiled and said, "It seems everyone is very punctual. Since everyone is here, I won't delay your time any longer. The transport vehicle is parked outside the city, and I will take you there now. This time there are 2 A-class ability users accompanying you. If any unexpected situation arises, they will ensure your safety. However, I must remind you that unless in special circumstances, do not leave the transport vehicle. No matter the situation, the transport vehicle cannot stop and wait for you alone. Thus, if you fall behind, the consequences will be yours to bear. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you fall behind near the urban area, it's manageable, but once you fall behind in the wilderness, it will lead to your demise." Old Lee's expression was extremely serious. After finishing his warning, he waved his hand, leading the group towards the... Although Old Lee was hunched over, his walking speed was not slow at all. Soon he led Lin Yuan and the others to the front of an armored transport vehicle. This type of armored vehicle clearly appeared to be one that had been decommissioned by the military of Huaxia. It's uncertain what methods these people used to acquire it. However, Lin Yuan did not delve into it. In such a gray area, there are plenty of unspeakable methods and dealings. Moreover, without the vehicle shop run by Old Lee, it would have taken him at least a month or 2 to reach the war fortress. "Alright, get in the vehicle, and I wish you all a smooth journey." Old Lee grinned, stepping forward to pull open the armored transport vehicle's door. The few people did not hesitate at all, and immediately boarded the armored transport vehicle. Lin Yuan happened to walk alongside the man in black. As usual, he wore a hat and mask covering himself tightly. While boarding the vehicle, Lin Yuan couldn't help but glance at the other man out of the corner of his eye. However, to Lin Yuan's surprise, his glance coincidentally locked eyes with a pair of crimson pupils. It was evident that while Lin Yuan was observing the man in black, the other party was also observing him. After being noticed by Lin Yuan, the man in black quickly withdrew his gaze, pretending that nothing had happened, and calmly boarded. The interior of the vehicle is quite spacious. Even after everyone finds their seats, it does not feel crowded at all. The seats in the transport vehicle are arranged in 2 rows, requiring everyone to sit facing each other. Lin Yuan happens to be sitting directly opposite the man in black. Bang! At that moment, the armored transport vehicle's door closes. A rough voice immediately came from the front. "Everyone hold on tight, we are about to take off." In the next second, the armored transport vehicle suddenly accelerated. Many who had not stabilized their seats were nearly thrown out. Inside the vehicle, curses erupted. Fortunately, the initial road conditions were not too bumpy. After completing the initial acceleration, the armored transport vehicle quickly became steady again. As time passed, the few people in the cabin began to talk to each other. After all, they would be spending a long time in this transport vehicle. Chatting with each other was a way to relieve boredom. However, Lin Yuan had no interest in conversing with these people. His attention was solely focused on the man in black across from him. The latter had been resting with his eyes closed since boarding. He emitted a cold aura that discouraged anyone from disturbing. Lin Yuan, however, was not idle. He took out several high-grade blood essence pills from his pocket and began swallowing them. With his tyrannical physique, the consumption of blood essence pills was astonishingly high, but the speed at which his vitality increased was equally terrifying. He needed to seize every moment to enhance his power. The threshold for an S-rank powerhouse is 50,000 vitality. For an S-rank powerhouse, it is 150,000 vitality. In other words, if Lin Yuan wanted to truly become an S-rank powerhouse, he still had a long road ahead. During the process of swallowing the blood essence pills, even Lin Yuan could not suppress his surging vitality. Naturally, someone soon noticed his movements. The bearded man sitting next to him leaned in a bit, grinning as he spoke. Brother, you must be quite wealthy to afford high-grade blood essence pills. Although he appeared very friendly, Lin Yuan could still see a hint of greed in his eyes. After all, high-grade blood essence pills cost 1 million each. The few pills Lin Yuan had just swallowed were worth several million naturally, making him the target of envy. Not wanting to attract trouble, Lin Yuan activated his supreme heavy eyes without hesitation and calmly asked, "Do you?" His golden pupils coldly regarded the bearded man in front of him, exuding a pressure akin to that of an emperor. Under this pressure, the bearded man couldn't help but swallow hard, involuntarily scooting back half a position. "Nothing, I just wanted to ask." Lin Yuan nodded and calmly withdrew his gaze. The insight from his supreme heavy eyes allowed him to easily see through the man's strength. The strength of the bearded man before him was at most rank. If Lin Yuan wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as pie. To be precise, there were hardly any decent powerhouses in this armored transport vehicle. The two A-rank powerhouses escorting them were already considered quite strong. Moreover, Lin Yuan also observed that one of these two powerhouses had abundant vitality, clearly a traditional martial artist, while the other had a rich mental energy, likely a psychic. Although the supreme heavy eyes could not discern what abilities these two possessed, Lin Yuan did not care. As mere rank ability, users, no matter how powerful their abilities were, they could not pose any threat to him. However, what Lin Yuan did not expect was that his gaze did not scare off the bearded man. The latter quickly leaned in again, trying to be friendly as he asked, "Brother, is it okay to ask what you're doing on the front lines?" Lin Yuan glanced at him and casually replied, "Executing a mission." His indifference did nothing to dampen the other man's enthusiasm. The bearded man continued, "Then you must be much freer than I am. Unlike me, I'm wanted for murder and can only escape to the front lines. Although it's a bit chaotic there, the more chaotic the place, the less law is enforced. Perhaps people like me are more suited for it." After saying all this, the bearded man excitedly licked his lips. Lin Yuan frowned and asked, "You killed someone?" His sharp gaze made the bearded man shiver slightly. Yet the latter still steeled himself to explain, "Yeah, I just wanted to force that girl to sleep with me, but her parents happened to come back. I thought since I had already started, I might as well kill her whole family." You have no idea, the girl's screams were even more melodious than a wolf's howl. As he said this, a cruel smile crept onto his lips. "If you ask me, people like us with abilities should not be sentenced to prison. Compared to these ordinary people, we are the superior beings. Without the giant civilization, we should be the rulers of." This bearded man excitedly expressed his viewpoint, completely unaware that Lin Yuan's gaze was growing increasingly. He clearly did not expect that the reason he was wanted was due to such beastly acts. More importantly, he felt no remorse, instead thinking it was a matter of course. This kind of subhuman does not deserve to remain in this world. A surge of murderous intent welled up in Lin Yuan. However, he quickly suppressed this murderous intent. After all, if he wanted to kill the man, he could do so at any time. But if he acted now, it would only bring unnecessary trouble. So, it's better to let this guy live a few more days. The bearded man before him seemed completely oblivious to Lin Yuan's murderous intent and instead grinned. "Brother, my name is Huan Shan. Let's be friends. If we meet again on the front lines, we'll have some connections." However, in response to his overture, Lin Yuan merely shot him a cold glance, unwilling to say more. Seeing this, Huan Shan could only awkwardly smile. Despite having faced rejection, the man clearly did not give up on socializing with others. Before long, Huan Shan rubbed his hands together, squeezing out another smile as he approached the man in black across from. Lin Yuan originally thought that the man in black would not pay any attention to Huan Shan. However, to his surprise, after Huan Shan took the initiative to approach, the two actually began to converse. However, he felt a slight astonishment when he realized that even with the use of his supreme heavy pupils, he still could not see through the strength of the man in black before him. The latter seemed to sense Lin Yuan's gaze, raising his head to meet his eyes directly. Moreover, within his crimson eyes there seemed to be a hint of mockery. If Lin Yuan was not mistaken, the other party should also possess some means of hidden strength. Nevertheless, there was still plenty of time ahead. He would always find a way to uncover the true nature of the man in black. With that thought, Lin Yuan closed his eyes again and began to focus on digesting the blood and qi within his body. 10 days later, the armored transport vehicle stopped in a desolate wilderness. People gathered around the transport vehicle, lighting a campfire. The driver in charge of driving took several pieces of frozen meat from the freezer inside the armored transport vehicle, preparing to grill them over the campfire. For them who had been eating dry rations for several days, this was already considered a rare delicacy. The frozen meat was skewered on iron rods and soon roasted to the point that it sizzled with oil. The aroma of the grilled meat instantly spread across the wilderness. Everyone who caught a whiff of this fragrance couldn't help but salivate. Only Lin Yuan quietly sat to the side, still eating his own compressed biscuits and sipping plain water. Though the days in the transport vehicle were dull for Lin Yuan, they were no different from usual. He sat in the corner, as if he were out of place among the lively crowd. When will this meat be ready? I'm about to starve. What's the rush? Without seasoning, how can this meat taste good? Damn, just smelling this aroma is enough to make my mouth. Exactly, with such good stuff, why didn't you bring it out earlier? We've been gnawing on bread for so many days. The driver grinned and said, "Alright, you guys don't take advantage and then complain. The freezer in the vehicle is only so big. Do you expect to have steak every meal? Having something to eat is all. However, I have good news for you. Once we pass the checkpoint ahead, we will officially reach the third defensive line. Once we reach the front line, you can do whatever you want as long as you don't touch the bottom line of the Huaxiao military. Even if you kill a few people, they won't have time to care about you. He was not wrong. The closer one got to the front lines, the more chaotic the living environment became. And the more chaotic a place was, the more it lost its order. Thus, those areas were not governed by law, which gave rise to countless evils. As for the Huaxiao military, they were pouring all their efforts into combating the giant civilization at the front line, leaving them with no time to pay attention to this chaos. Just then, Hu Wanshan came over carrying a wooden box, smiling broadly. Someone noticed this anomaly and immediately asked Hu Wanshan, "What are you doing?" Bang! Hu Wanshan walked directly to the crowd and set down the wooden box from his shoulder. Inside are all bottles of wine that Brother Mo asked me to bring for everyone to taste. Rest assured, the wine inside is all high-end stuff worth at least several thousand each in the city. However, Brother Mo said that since we are rarely acquainted, he brought out this wine to make everyone happy. Today, let's drink to our heart's content. Then Hu Wanshan opened the lid of the wooden box. A rich aroma of wine immediately wafted through the air, intoxicating everyone. Upon smelling this fragrance, the crowd immediately became excited. Since Brother Jiu is so generous, I will not hold. That's right, we can't let Brother Jiu's kindness go to waste. Ha ha ha, since it's Brother Jiu treating us, I must savor what this high-end wine tastes like. Then hands reached toward the wooden box. The box, which had been full, was quickly emptied by the crowd. Everyone held at least a bottle of wine in their hands. These rough men naturally did not care about their image, directly biting off the wooden cork and began to drink heartily. The wine poured from the bottle was crimson like blood, giving off an indescribable eeriness. However, the men who were drinking happily paid no mind, completely immersed in the joy of the fine wine. High-end wine is indeed different. The aroma is truly rich. Ha ha, we must thank Brother Mo for a whole box of wine could easily sell for tens of millions at the front line, right? I never expected Brother Mo, who usually appears so indifferent, to be so generous. Praises for Mo echoed among the crowd. However, looking at the scene before him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown, because Mo was the name of the man in black. What exactly was this guy trying to do? In Lin Yuan's view, there was no need for him to deliberately curry favor with this group. His instincts told him that the other party's actions must have ulterior motives. Could it be that the wine was poisoned? With that thought, Lin Yuan couldn't help but squint his eyes. If the wine were poisoned, then the other party's goal could very well be to poison everyone present. Just then, Hu Wanshan suddenly walked in his direction holding a bottle of wine and 2 cups, smiling as he said, "Brother, everyone has traveled a long way. Oh, it's rare to have such a happy occasion. Why are you alone staying here? Come, I'll toast to you." After saying that, Hu Wanshan filled both cups with wine and handed them to Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan did not take them. Instead, he frowned and looked at the wine in the cup, which was as red as blood. When something is unusual, there must be something wrong. The more abnormal the actions of the man in black, the more cautious Lin Yuan became. Seeing that Lin Yuan was slow to accept, Hu Wanshan seemed slightly displeased. "Brother, we've been together for so many days, haven't we? Do you really think I wouldn't even have the decency to drink a cup of wine with you?" Before Lin Yuan could respond, the man in black walked straight over, smiling as he said, "After all, it's wine of unknown origin. Oh, it's normal to be a bit cautious. If someone doesn't want to drink with you, why force them?" Then Mo reached out and took the cup of wine from Hu Wanshan's hand, tilting his head back to drink it all in one go. After finishing the cup of wine, he even actively met Lin Yuan's gaze. His blood-red eyes were filled with mockery. Faced with the other party's provocation, Lin Yuan did not show any anger. Instead, he began to reconsider his judgment. Could it be that this wine was not poisoned? If that were not the case, how could the other party dare to drink it all in front of him? Although Lin Yuan could not clearly determine the other party's intentions, he was certain that there must be hidden schemes within this wine. Moreover, with his repeated probing, the man in black before him had already developed animosity towards him. Time passed second by second. Before long, it was deep into the night. Everyone was still gathered around the campfire devouring the grilled meat while enjoying. However, as time passed, someone finally began to notice something unusual. "It's strange. I've drunk 3 bottles of wine, yet I don't feel the slightest bit tipsy. Yet not only do I not feel drunk, but my mind feels exceptionally energized. Damn, I thought I was just getting better at drinking. Brother Mo, I hope these wines you gave us aren't fake, right?" Amid the discussions, everyone turned their gazes toward him. Clearly, they wanted him to provide an explanation. Lin Yuan, sitting in the corner, also raised his head, his eyes filled with cold. If nothing went wrong, this should be the moment when the other party's true intentions would be revealed. He wanted to see what this guy would. Faced with the crowd's questioning, Mo slowly raised his head, pulling down the black mask from his face, revealing a pale face like paper. At this moment, an extremely sinister smile blossomed on his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to reintroduce my name is indeed Mo. However, I have an even more famous title, Yin Ming." After he finished, someone in the crowd immediately turned pale. That person pointed at Mo face, tremblingly exclaiming, "I recognize that face. He is Yin Ming, this class wanted criminal wanted by Huaxia. This guy's true identity is a giant cultist." After he spoke, everyone present turned pale. Although they were not good people, they clearly did not expect that a giant cultist had infiltrated their midst. "I never expected. After being wanted for so long, there would still be people who remember me." Mo raised his head and his smile became even more sinister and radiant. "However, I still have to congratulate you. Because from now on you will follow in my footsteps and become a glorious giant. Get out. Who would ever want to become a giant cultist? The very pariah of humanity. I am human. Even as a fugitive, I remain human. And what are you? You've betrayed your own species. You lapdogs of the giants. You're not even worthy of calling yourselves human. A short-haired youth suddenly leapt to his feet from the crowd and thrust his middle finger toward Mou. Before he could utter another word, a ghostly violet-black hand erupted through his chest, ripping his heart from his ribcage with brutal, unflinching force. Did I grant you permission to speak? Mou lifted his head, a serene, chilling smile playing upon his lips. This was his unique ability, named by him the Netherworld Power. He could condense his Netherworld power into any shape he willed. The spectral hand that pierced the youth's chest was none other than his manifested Netherworld Ghost Hand. The violet-black Netherworld Ghost Hand clenched and crushed the youth's heart into pulp. Scalding blood spattered across the faces of those nearby. Staring at this grotesque carnage, the entire assembly fell deathly silent, eyes wide with raw primal. Then Mou swept his cold crimson gaze across the trembling crowd and spoke softly. Does anyone else wish to speak? I'll wait. Let each of you finish first. Seconds passed in absolute stillness. After witnessing his terrifying might, no one dared provoke him further. Yet at that very moment, the two accompanying Class A adepts exchanged a single fleeting glance. Years of partnership meant a single look conveyed everything. In the next instant, the blood-chi warrior exploded forward like a ravenous tiger, lunging straight for Mou. Simultaneously, the psychic adept rose and unleashed his full mental pressure directly upon Mou without hesitation. Suppression. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a torrential wave of psychic energy, crashing toward Mou like a flood. In his mind, if he could merely restrain Mou for an instant, his comrade would deliver a fatal blow, shattering his skull with a single punch. After all, both were Class A adepts. They held absolute confidence in their own strength, precisely why they acted so decisively against Mou. But to the psychic adept's shock, Mou showed no sign of being affected by the mental assault, instead turning his head slowly, deliberately toward him. A mayfly trying to shake a mountain. How utterly delusional. Mou let out a contemptuous snort, a streak of scarlet light blazed forth from his crimson pupils. Ag. In the next breath, the psychic adept shrieked, a sound of sheer soul-rending horror, before collapsing unconscious. He had never imagined Mou's psychic power would dwarf his own so completely. At that very moment, the blood-chi his fist descended like a falling meteor, surging with roiling blood-chi. Yet Mou didn't flinch. Calmly, he raised his hand. Instantly, violet-black netherworld power surged over his arm. Tum. A heavy, muffled impact echoed. He caught the devastating blow effortlessly. If you lack the strength, why rush so recklessly into the spotlight? Would it not be better simply to listen quietly while I finish speaking? A sinister pallid smile bloomed once more across Mou's face. Then his right hand twisted, crushing the warrior's forearm bones into splinters with sickening ease. Before the man could scream, netherworld power coalesced over Mou's left hand and slammed downward toward the blood-chi warrior. Didn't even have time to resist. His skull shattered under the blow. Within mere seconds, Mou had slain two Class A adepts, revealing his savage, merciless nature in its most unviolent. At that moment, every onlooker stood frozen, too terrified to breathe, let alone utter a sound. All the while, Lin Yuan watched coldly from the periphery. Even he had not anticipated that the black-robed man he'd been discreetly observing was a giant cultist. Now it made sense why Mou had glared at him with such visceral loathing when he produced the giant's cerebral core. Fanatical giant cultists deified giants themselves. Lin Yuan's act of trading a high-tier giant's cerebral core amounted to nothing less than sacrilege, desecrating the deity in Mou's eyes. Moreover, this man was also an S-class fugitive. To be designated S-class by the Chinese military command meant not only overwhelming power, but also atrocities of unfathomable gravity. In truth, Lin Yuan could have saved them. Yet he chose not to intervene, because those two Class A adepts were no saints either. Though not giant cultists, they were themselves wanted fugitives. Rather than saving them, Lin Yuan preferred to observe what exactly Mou intended to do. Mou spoke again, voice soft yet laced with finality. It seems you remain deeply resistant to joining the giant. Pity. This decision is no longer yours to make. Just moments ago, you drank wine laced with a special reagent. That reagent will alter your very physiology, transforming you from humans into giants. His smile twisted into feverish ecstasy. You should all thank me. I have elevated you, worthless refuse, from your pathetic existence. I have granted you ascension to a higher, nobler form of life. At these words, terror contorted every. Damn you, why? No, I refuse. I won't become a giant. Madman, you're utterly insane. Even Lin Yuan, seated quietly in the corner, felt his pupils contract sharply. A serum capable of transforming humans into giants. Such a substance existed within the giant cult's arsenal. At that moment, Lin Yuan was certain. Mou was. Eyes never lie. When he spoke of giants, reverence burned deep within his gaze. He truly believed giants were superior. Mou's expression darkened slightly as he surveyed their panic-stricken faces. He spoke coolly. You now have no choice. Refuse the giant cult, and you will be hunted down and killed by, or perhaps, not killed, instead dissected, studied, Your metamorphosis from human to giant will be probed, dissected, and catalogued. Such is humanity's folly, forever chasing empty, futile knowledge. A faint, icy smirk curled at the edge of Mogo's lips. Hardly had his words faded when mutation struck, right there in the crowd. A burly, bald man collapsed onto the floor, writhing in agony, pounding his fists into the ground. His body contorted unnaturally, swelling grotesquely, inflating like a balloon being pumped beyond capacity. How unexpected! Your transformation accelerates faster than projected. Mogo murmured, a cruel smile flickering across his face. The bald man's metamorphosis lasted precisely half a minute. When it ended, he was no longer human. He had become a giant, a towering giant, 30 meters tall, his flesh etched with blazing crimson flame veins. Mogo looked up and asked gently, "How do you feel?" The newly transformed giant blinked, then replied instinctively, "I feel immense power surging through me. And my ability, it has grown stronger too." As he spoke, searing flames erupted spontaneously across his. He had always been a pyrokinetic adept. Now, having become a giant, his power hadn't vanished. It had intensified, forging him into a living flame giant. Now you understand the blessing of becoming a giant. Compared to frail, fragile humanity, giants are the perfect. Across the crowd, the reagent's effect surged, spreading like wildfire. Human after human began their transformation into giants. Even Huanshan underwent the change, yet his face bore no trace of fear. Instead, he reveled in it. He could feel his strength swelling, rising steadily. He had been merely a Class B adept before the change. Now, as a giant, he commanded power rivaling that of a fifth-tier giant, a quantum leap in might. Clearly, Huanshan had known all along, and was complicit. It was he who had unloaded that crate of wine from the armored transport vehicle. From this day forward, I, Huanshan, sever all ties with humanity. With this giant body, I formally joined the giant cult. He laughed wildly. The human form is finite. I renounce it forever. At this moment, Huanshan felt an overwhelming sense of expansion, both in size and mindset. After all, he was now a level 5 giant. Even an A-level ability user would not necessarily be his match. Before this, he had never imagined that he could possess such formidable power one day. The feeling of being filled with power was intoxicating. Among those present, everyone who had drunk the wine had transformed into giants. Some found it hard to accept and collapsed to the ground in despair. Others embraced the reality, feeling exhilarated by their newfound strength. Mogo smiled and said, "Everyone accept the truth. The civilization that will dominate this world will ultimately, and the weak humans will eventually disappear completely from the long river of history. You have transformed from humans into giants, which is equivalent to turning from darkness to light. You will become the pioneers of giant civilization and share in this glory with us." Mogo's words were exceeded. The giants before him, transformed from humans, began to show signs of interest. Moreover, they truly had no other choice. At this moment, Mogo turned again, pointing towards Lin Yuan beside him, and said in a deep voice, "Now kill this human to demonstrate your loyalty to giant civilization. Whoever can kill him will receive an advanced version of the giant potion from me, which can further unleash your potential and enhance your strength." As soon as he finished speaking, excitement could not help but show on the faces of all the giants. For them, killing was never something. Moreover, they had already become giants anyway. Huanshan was the first to step forward, walking toward Lin Yuan with a sinister smile, and said, "Brother, don't forget I gave you a chance. It's just that you didn't cherish it. If you had drunk that cup of wine, wouldn't everything be fine now? Since we are now on opposing sides, don't blame me for taking your corpse to claim a reward from Lord Mogo." As soon as he finished speaking, Huanshan's giant fist came crashing down towards Lin Yuan. Boom. He was originally a strength-type ability user. After transforming into a giant, his power had significantly increased. Under this punch, the ground was immediately smashed into a giant pit. However, Lin Yuan's figure had already vanished. Fools like you can easily lose themselves with just a little power. The next second, Lin Yuan's sneer echoed behind Huanshan. "Found you." Huanshan looked in the direction of the voice and soon saw Lin Yuan behind him, excitedly launching a punch. The massive fist stirred up a furious wind. However, facing this powerful punch, Lin Yuan's expression remained. Brilliant blue lightning surged from his right arm. He formed a fist and suddenly struck out, colliding head-on with Huanshan's giant fist. The lightning fist collided with the giant fist in midair. Boom. With a thunderous roar, Lin Yuan's figure remained as steady as a rock. Yet Huanshan's immensely thick right arm shattered into a cloud of scarlet mist. How is this possible? The powerful impact forced him to stagger back several steps. Huanshan cried out in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. He could hardly imagine that Lin Yuan had actually shattered his arm with one punch. Moreover, this was while he was in his giant form. "I forgot to tell you," Lin Yuan said coldly, "I have lost count of how many level 5 giants I have killed." At this moment, he had already activated his supreme heavy eye. The crimson gold eyes emitted a chilling light, making one flee. Huanshan did not hesitate at all, and quickly turned to escape. He now realized just how powerful this unassuming young man with black hair truly was. This guy was simply a monster. With his strength, how could he possibly be a match for such a monster? However, Lin Yuan clearly had no intention of letting him go so easily. Long before, he had already harbored the intention to kill Huanshan, he just hadn't found the opportunity. Now that the opponent had transformed into a giant, he had even less reason not to kill him. "Crimson Gold Emperor, fire ignite," Lin Yuan said coldly, and crimson gold flames suddenly erupted in his eyes. The scorching flames instantly spread to Hu Wanshan's body. The searing pain caused him to let out a series of chilling screams. In less than 10 breaths, Hu Wanshan was completely burned to ashes, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. After witnessing Lin Yuan's terrifying strength, the surrounding giants all stopped in their tracks. After all, no one was willing to easily court death. This black-haired young man before them was evidently not someone they could defeat. There are quite a few of them. Lin Yuan glanced around and said calmly. However, for him, the number of them meant nothing at all. The next moment, Lin Yuan focused his thoughts and 7 combat puppets instantly appeared before him. These puppets were covered in intricate magical patterns and were the high-tier combat puppets obtained from previous sign-in reward. Each puppet possessed combat power comparable to S-level powerhouses and could replicate one of the host's abilities. After Lin Yuan summoned these combat puppets, they immediately entered combat mode and simultaneously replicated. The puppet that replicated the lightning ability was surrounded by lightning. The puppet that replicated the frost ability was enveloped in coldness. The puppet that replicated the undead ability was surrounded by death energy. The puppet that replicated the healing ability possessed extremely strong, self-healing capabilities. Moreover, importantly, all these puppets possessed S-level combat power. This meant that any one of these high-tier combat puppets was equivalent to a city-destroying giant. It was simply impossible for the transformed giants in front of them to be a match for these combat puppets. Now, kill them all for me. Lin Yuan's gaze was cold as he calmly issued the command. The next moment, all the combat puppets surged forth at full speed toward their targets. Before long, this place would be completely transformed into a scene of carnage. Please don't kill me. I didn't willingly become a giant. I'm begging you, save me. I didn't voluntarily join the giant sect. On the battlefield, wails rose and fell like the tide. There were giants lamenting, giants begging for mercy, and even giants seeking help from Mo Jiuyo, hoping he could save their lives. However, from beginning to end, Mo Jiuyo showed no intention of intervening. He merely watched coldly, even smirking as he observed this slaughter fest before him. One giant after another fell at the hands of the battle automaton. The latter was like a killing machine, precise and efficient, the perfect executioner. In less than 3 minutes, only the corpses of giants remained on the battlefield. Under the relentless pursuit of the battle automaton, not a single giant escaped. There was even no need for Lin Yuan to take action. These people's strength was already lacking, and even after being transformed into giants, they were still too weak in Lin Yuan's eyes to withstand a single blow. The higher-tier battle automatons successfully executed Lin Yuan's orders, returning to standby mode. Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a round of applause suddenly rang in Lin Yuan's ears. He turned to see that the one applauding was none other than Mo Jiuyo. What an impressive battle, you truly are remarkable. However, now, it's just you and me left. Mo Jiuyo smiled as he spoke. I must say, we really are destined rivals. If I'm not mistaken, you must have noticed me right from the start, haven't you? Lin Yuan replied calmly, yes. However, I didn't expect you to be a member of the giant sect. Transforming these people into giants was your plan, wasn't it? Plan? What a joke. Mo Jiuyo laughed heartily. What made you think I would devise such a clumsy plan? Transforming these wastes into giants was merely a whim of mine. To put it nicely, it's waste utilization. Unfortunately, these wastes are simply too weak, not even qualifying for my utilization. I originally thought they would at least. At this point, Mo Jiuyo immediately shifted the topic, chuckling gently. I must say your strength is formidable. If you were willing to transform into a giant, you would possess even greater strength than now. The ones who transformed into giants before you are the best proof. Someone with your level of strength should not be confined to a weak human body. If you are willing to join forces with me, we will certainly create a greater cause. When the civilization of giants completely obliterates human civilization, you will also become a contributor to the giant civilization, enjoying eternal glory. Eternal glory. Lin Yuan scoffed. Since when does a lapdog have any glory? Your master merely tosses you a few leftover bones, and you're excitedly wagging your tail. Just someone like you, how dare you speak of glory? His words were sharp and piercing. However, Mo Jiuyo seemed utterly unfazed, still wearing that faint smile. Yet in his eyes a trace of disappointment could not help but surface. I never expected your vision to be so narrow-minded. It is precisely because there are too many short-sighted humans like you that humanity is destined for extinction. Recognize the situation before you. The future of humanity is bleak. Only by following the steps of the giant civilization can a new era be created. As soon as Mo Jiuyo finished, his body began to undergo drastic changes. A vast amount of deep purple nether energy surged from within. At the same time, his body started to rapidly expand. Clearly, Mo Jiuyo was entering a state of giant transformation. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. In just a few breaths, Mo Jiuyo's size rapidly broke through the 50-meter mark. It must be noted that the strength after transformation into a giant is evidently linked to the strength of the original body. Before transforming, Mo Jiuyo was already in class superhuman. Thus, in his giant form, Mo Jiuyo possessed the strength of a disaster-level giant. He then lowered his enormous head, resembling a god looking down upon an ant as small as a speck of dust. Our existence is meant to eradicate ignorant humans like you. One day, humans like you will be slaughtered to the last by our giant civilization. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Jiuyo suddenly swung a punch. At that moment, a nearby high-tier battle automaton automatically triggered its protective mechanism. To protect Lin Yuan, that battle automaton instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, proactively meeting Mogu's fist. Boom. When Mogu's fist collided with the automaton's body, the deep purple nether force immediately gushed out like a flood. Crack, crack, bang. The body of the high-tier battle automaton first showed countless cracks, then exploded, completely scattering into countless fragments. In the state of a giant, Mogu's power was terrifyingly immense. With just one punch, he reduced its glass automaton to fragments. Then Mogu retracted his fist, sneering, "This toy automaton doesn't seem to be very useful after all. Why not let them all come at once so I won't have to deal with them one by one?" Mogu's tone was immensely arrogant. Clearly, in the giant state, he had extreme confidence in his own strength. However, just then Lin Yuan lifted his head, his cold golden eyes fixed intently on him. "You say humans are ignorant, and this we have never denied. Indeed, there are too many unknowns in this world, and even the existence of the giant civilization far exceeds our. But no matter how ignorant we are, humanity has never given up on exploration. We only wish to live honorably in the end. Weakness and ignorance have never been obstacles to survival. Arrogances." Just as Lin Yuan finished, subtle violent thunder began to breathe out from his nose and mouth. At the same time, several azure lightning patterns appeared on his cheeks. He showed no hesitation, directly using the thunder-breathing technique in front of Mogu. With the activation of the thunder-breathing technique, the thunder power within him was maximally unleashed, merging with his own. But for Lin Yuan, this was still far from his limit. He took out a high-tier blood chi pill from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth, without even chewing, swallowing it whole. Gulp. These blood chi pills exploded with immense blood chi power within him. After using the thunder-breathing technique, Lin Yuan once again entered the berserk blood state. Around his body, blood chi surged. On his face, lightning patterns emerged. In his eyes, golden flames burned fiercely. Berserk blood state, thunder-breathing technique, supreme heavy eyes. For Lin Yuan, this was his ultimate form. "Last time, I regret not killing that disaster-level giant." Lin Yuan stepped forward, drawing the dragon-slaying blade from behind him as the aura around him instantly reached its peak. "This time, I will use you to make up for that loss. You will be the first disaster-level giant to die at my hands." During the battle to defend South River City, he had originally had the chance to kill Dalaram. Unfortunately, the spider demon giant Eliza had intervened, forcing him into a desperate situation. But the current circumstances were different. In front of Lin Yuan, there was only Mogu the giant. Moreover, compared to when he was in South River City, his strength had greatly improved. Now Lin Yuan was completely unafraid of a disaster-level opponent. "You really have quite a few secrets on you." Feeling the rising aura from Lin Yuan, Mogu couldn't help but squint his eyes. "A prodigy like you staying in the ranks of humanity is truly a shame. I'll give you one last chance. If you're willing to join the giant sect, I will give you the least harmful giant potion. With your potential, you could even surpass me in the future and grow into a destruction-level giant." However, the response to Mogu was Lin Yuan's furious shout. "Born a human, I refuse to be a mere lapdog." Accompanied by this furious shout, Lin Yuan immediately slashed the dragon-slaying blade towards Mogu. Boom. A thunderous blade aura condensed from the edge of the blade, slicing towards Mogu at an incredibly astonishing speed. "Since you are so stubborn, then wait to be crushed by my own hands." Lin Yuan's response made Mogu utterly furious. He roared, and the nether force quickly enveloped his arms. The next second, the deep purple nether giant palm slammed violently towards the direction of the thunderblade aura. The violent thunderblade aura dissipated upon colliding with the nether giant palm, leaving only a shallow blood mark on the latter's palm. It was evident that even though Lin Yuan had unleashed all his strength, there was still a significant gap between him and the disaster-level giant. Moreover, this nether giant before him was transformed from a human powerhouse. Compared to ordinary giants, it possessed even stronger power. Fortunately, Lin Yuan did not expect to heavily injure Mogu with just one strike. Seeing that one strike had failed, his form quickly transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly darting around Mogu's massive body, looking for an opportunity to strike. Not only that, Lin Yuan commanded the remaining high-tier battle automatons to attack together. Even if these class battle automatons could not inflict significant damage on Mogu, they could at least disrupt his vision and distract his attention. Unfortunately, Mogu clearly was not prepared to give Lin Yuan any opportunities. Nether demon armor. With a low shout from Mogu, a vast amount of nether force surged from within him, covering his body like armor, leaving no gaps. This meant that Lin Yuan had to break through his nether demon armor first in order to inflict damage. Clearly, Mogu had thoroughly understood Lin Yuan's combat intentions. "Since you want to rely on speed to dance around me, then I will not grant you your wish." He conjured this nether demon armor to force Lin Yuan into a heated confrontation. Truly worthy of a giant transformed from a human, their thinking is indeed much more agile than those dull giants. Lin Yuan murmured softly, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. However, despite that, he did not find himself without any means. Looking at Mogu, who was covered in nether demon armor, Lin Yuan showed no hesitation and immediately activated his necromancy ability. The next second, the necromantic space instantly opened behind him. The plague giant Dalaram in its necromantic form stepped out from the necromantic space, radiating the terrifying pressure of a disaster-level giant. Previously, after Li Huanyan killed those giants, he had left all their corpses for Lin Yuan. In his necromantic space apart from the plague giant Dalaram's corpse, there were also the corpse of the spider demon giant Eliza. In addition, there were even several corpses of city-destroying giants. However, with Lin Yuan's current mental power, he could only control one disaster-level giant at a time. Otherwise, if he could summon both Dalaram and Eliza, even if they only retained 75% of their strength from before their deaths, they could easily overpower Mojuyo. As Lin Yuan summoned the necromantic plague giant, a look of disbelief flashed in Mojuyu's eyes. You can actually control the corpses of giants. I understand now you are that human prodigy from South River City. I never expected that I would run into you. You must understand I have long wanted to kill you. Your existence is the greatest desecration to giant civilization. Mojuyu's face grew increasingly twisted, even his features contorted together. For a lowly life form like you to dare command such high beings as giants is simply disgusting. You bastard. You're like a parasite, utterly revolting. Since you've encountered me, I will be the one to completely erase you from this world.